1. A trouble mind. Emerging from the depths of dark chaos, the youth Ren Xiaosu wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned his gaze towards the door, where a boy of approximately 13 or 14 stood. Lu Yuan, is there something you need? Ren Xiaosu inquired. The boy, referred to as Lu Yuan, was formally named Yin Lu Yuan. With an innocent appearance that belied his nature, Yin Lu Yuan held a bone knife, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Despite the late hour and his evident fatigue, he remained steadfast, refusing to close his eyes as he stood watch. You need not concern yourself with such matters. I am not ill, Ren Xiaosu asserted with unwavering conviction. Daylight approaches. I intend to venture out to hunt. You should rest and prepare for class at the school. Yin Lu Yuan replied in a subdued tone. What use is education in this wasteland? I say it is of use, therefore it is, Ren Xiaosu replied in an authoritative tone. I want to hunt as well. Yin Lu Yuan pouted. Should any misfortune befall you, who would keep watch? Me. In a state of unconsciousness, Ren Xiaosu rose, preparing to fetch water from the center of the settlement, where the dawn would render it less perilous. Here, the night was a lawless realm. The overcast sky was rife with tumultuous clouds, and finally, a drop of acid rain plummeted, swaying in the fierce wind before landing with a splat before Ren Xiaosu. The youth lay prone upon the barren ground, furrowing his brow as he lamented his ill fortune before the prey could arrive. He was met with acid rain. It was said that one must tread carefully in this wasteland due to the lurking beasts. Yet, Ren Xiaosu believed the warning to be incomplete, for there were myriad threats capable of claiming one's life in this desolate land, acid rain being one of them. Nevertheless, he remained motionless if no prey materialized today. He and Yin Lu Yuan would likely perish from hunger before the rain could bring disease. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping through the air captured Ren Xiaosu's attention, his eyes widening, yet his breath remained steady. Not far from him, a blackened iron pot was propped up by a branch, beneath which lay a scattering of dark breadcrumbs. A large bird landed beside the pot. Observing with keen vigilance, its size was comparable to that of the pot itself. It spent a considerable time preening its feathers while Ren Xiaosu remained completely still, biding his time. At last, the bird seemed to lower its guard, gradually inching towards the iron pot, its steps delicate as a thief's. However, just as it bent down to peck at the breadcrumbs, Ren Xiaosu abruptly yanked the rope in his hand, leaping up like a wild donkey freed from its tether, and charged towards the pot, using his body to firmly pin it down just before the bird could overturn it. Ren Xiaosu exhaled a breath of murky air. He had waited an entire night for this sparrow, and the gratifying news was that his efforts had not been in vain, for such fortuitous opportunities do not present themselves every day. From beneath the iron pot came the sounds of the sparrow's struggles, its rigid wings scraping against the pot with a sharp noise, while the melodious chime of the clock in the refuge echoed in the background. Ren Xiaosu. The individuals within the refuge were fortunate, for they were spared the dangers lurking in the wasteland. However, entry into that sanctuary was not granted to all who desired that moment. The commotion within the pot subsided significantly. He sighed, rechecking the frayed cloth strip he had wrapped around his hand, and then cautiously opened a small gap in the iron pot. Ren Xiaosu's hand slipped through that narrow opening, attempting to grasp the leg of the large sparrow. Yet, life rarely unfolds smoothly. No sooner had he reached in than he let out a yelp. Enraged, he discarded his tattered outer coat and wrapped it around his hand, thrusting it forcefully into the pot. This time, he successfully seized the sparrow by the neck. With decisive efficiency, he lifted the sparrow, clamping it under his arm, and with a swift twist, a crack resounded as the creature ceased to move. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of regret, for his coat had been clawed with several holes by the sparrow's talons. Abruptly, a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, causing him to kneel on the ground. It felt as if a colossal bronze bell had struck within his head, plunging him into a realm of dark chaos. Troublingly, his affliction had always struck at midnight, but this time it had come early. This was not his first encounter with such attacks. Nearly everyone in the town was aware of his occasional bouts of pain. Yet, Ren Xiaosu understood that it was not mere pain, but an utter disarray. Wait, this time was different. The black mist in his mind seemed to part, revealing a palace within. Ren Xiaosu abruptly opened his eyes, incredulous as he stood up to survey his surroundings. Why am I regaining consciousness so swiftly this time? He bound the sparrow's talons together and slung it over his shoulder, then hoisted the large iron pot upside down on his head, beginning to sprint as raindrops drummed against the pot, creating a rhythmic sound at that moment. The iron pot served as his umbrella. However, before he could run far, a figure emerged before him, brandishing a bone knife. Hand over the prey. Yet, before the assailant could finish speaking, he was met with the sight of the massive iron pot hurtling toward him from a distance, crashing violently against his face. Damn! The robber was thrown backward, taken aback by Ren Xiaosu's swift and forceful reaction. Without missing a beat, Ren Xiaosu swiftly dismounted the pot, tossed it aside, and, in one fluid motion, lifted it again as an umbrella, continuing his escape, fully aware that the robber had yet to hit the ground while he was already racing away. The robber lay on the ground, his face upturned, feeling the sting of acid rain upon his skin, accompanied by a subtle, throbbing discomfort. Certain thoughts eluded him that, in ordinary circumstances, would there not be some form of exchange? How many such situations had this youth encountered to develop such instinctive reactions? No, the boy's footsteps were approaching once more. Panic seized the robber. Let us negotiate. This is unfair. I'm the victim here. Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the robber, noticing that there was no one else around. Do you desire this sparrow? Ren Xiaosu inquired. The robber's eyes gleamed with interest. Yes. Here you go, Ren Xiaosu declared, unceremoniously shoving the sparrow into the robber's embrace. The unfamiliar yet neutral voice resonated again. Task completed, reward. Basic skill learning blueprint, ability to learn from others. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, for he distinctly sensed the presence of a new parchment page in his mind. A skill learning blueprint implies that he could utilize this to directly replicate the abilities of others? Hunting? Survival? Or perhaps something else entirely? The robber clutched the sizable sparrow tightly, poised to express his gratitude. You are a good person. Before he could finish, he watched in astonishment as Ren Xiaosu yanked the sparrow back and strode away. The robber stood there, bewildered. He gazed at Ren Xiaosu's retreating figure, utterly perplexed by the encounter. What was this person after, too? This world has never held any belief in tears. Due to the robber's sudden collapse, Ren Xiaosu returned later than usual as he glanced at the sky, which was on the brink of being engulfed by darkness. Traversing the town with prey at this hour was perilous indeed. Naturally, the inhabitants of the refuge were not kind-hearted. Rather, they feared that the chaos of the town would disrupt the labor of the displaced. Ah, Ren Xiaosu, you've had quite the haul today. As Ren Xiaosu rushed into the town, someone greeted him. The individual's face was grimy, as if they had never washed since birth. Many residents of the town resembled this, toiling in nearby coal mines to exchange their labor for sustenance. The coal was transported into the refuge, where workers could earn just enough to survive on dark bread or potatoes. Not only coal mining, but all the menial and arduous tasks required within the refuge were carried out by those from outside its walls. Water from the town's wells was rationed, with only a limited supply available each day, leaving no room for excess. Nearby, there were no clean water sources, and those that existed were perilously guarded by wild beasts. As a result, the townspeople appeared filthy and indistinct, and Ren Xiaosu was no exception. However, Ren Xiaosu never resorted to coal mining. He had his own means of survival. As he passed through the narrow paths of the town, the towering walls of the refuge loomed ahead, and looking up, he felt a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the sky itself had no end in the town. There are not many earthen structures. Instead, the predominant dwellings resemble makeshift shanties. Originally, Ren Xiaosu enjoyed a rather carefree existence, but upon entering the town, he suddenly became vigilant, even drawing a bone knife from his waist. The atmosphere on the street grew tense, as if the shanties concealed some latent danger. However, once Ren Xiaosu brandished the knife, the restless figures seemed to retreat into stillness. The first lesson Ren Xiaosu learned while living here was to trust no one, with the exception of Yin Luyuan. From within a nearby shanty, whispers could be heard. Ren Xiaosu has caught prey again. What kind of prey? Just a sparrow. This is not the same sparrow from the old textbooks. I reckon it's about the size of an eagle from before the catastrophe. Do not provoke him. A voice interjected, suggesting that someone was aware of Ren Xiaosu's past. As Ren Xiaosu lifted the curtain to his home, the warmth within eased the stiffness from his body. "Why haven't you lit the oil lamp?" he inquired, frowning. Yin Liyuan, usually not obedient at least not in front of anyone else, displayed an unexpected docility before Ren Xiaosu, whom he referred to as brother. "I wanted to save some oil. For the family. What if you become nearsighted?" Ren Xiaosu set the sparrow down. Yin Liyuan's eyes brightened. The teacher at school said that before the catastrophe, glasses existed, and he mentioned that they are still available, but only within the refuge. Barriers. With those, even if one becomes nearsighted, it wouldn't matter. Ren Xiaosu dismissed this notion. "I have seen someone with what you describe, but to entrust your vision to a fragile object in this wilderness is tantamount to courting death. Do not heed your teacher's fanciful claims. Some of his words are not necessarily true." "Oh," Yin Liyuan nodded. "Then will you still take me to school?" Ren Xiaosu hesitated. "Why so much chatter? When can I accompany you on a hunt?" Yin Liyuan pressed. "You are only 14. What do you know of hunting? If you study well at school, you won't need to hunt," Ren Xiaosu replied. "Learn to calculate, study physics, and chemistry surely that will prove more beneficial than hunting." "But you are only 17. Yin Liyuan countered, dissatisfied. In this era, even the most savage individuals recognize the significance of knowledge. This is why teachers could survive in the town regardless of the turmoil that erupted. The educators remained the safest, as no one would dare target them. However, tuition fees were exorbitant otherwise. Ren Xiaosu would have liked to attend classes himself. As he set up the iron pot, he skillfully began to gut the sparrow. What did the teacher speak of today? "This sparrow can only provide you with some innards. The rest must be sold tomorrow." "Are you injured?" Yin Liyuan's brow furrowed upon noticing the wound on Ren Xiaosu's palm, a result of a sparrow's peck, blood flowing profusely. A large iron pot sat atop a stick, the fire in the makeshift shelter casting a flickering light on Ren Xiaosu's cheek. "It's just a minor injury." Silence enveloped the room until Ren Xiaosu extracted the sparrow's entrails from the pot and offered them to Yin Liyuan. "Eat." Yin Liyuan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. "I want to eat. You must eat. For you need to recover. I'll manage with some soup," Ren Xiaosu replied. "I still have black bread." "I refuse to eat. This is hardly a minor injury. Just a few days ago, I witnessed someone in the market succumb to infection from a mere scratch. We have no medicine here," Yin Liyuan insisted stubbornly, tears brimming in her eyes. Slap! Ren Xiaosu unexpectedly struck Yin Liyuan's face, saying, "Remember, in this world we inhabit, tears are a luxury. We cannot afford. This world does not believe in tears." He continued, "Look around us. What kind of people do you see? If you do not fill your stomach, what will happen when someone breaks in at night and stabs me? I sent you to school not to confine you to a life of hunting like mine. You possess unique abilities. If you study diligently, you need not toil in the wilderness as I do. My intention in sending you to school is to prevent you from becoming as savage as them." Yin Liyuan suddenly seized the entrails Ren Xiaosu offered and devoured them ravenously. Managing to hold back her tears, she needed to learn to be as resilient as Ren Xiaosu. "Cough. Once you finish, please fetch a clean cloth to bandage my wound," Ren Xiaosu requested. "Okay," Yin Liyuan replied. By the way," she continued while searching for a clean cloth, "a group has emerged from the refuge barrier, seeking a guide to lead them to refuge barrier 112. They wish to traverse the Jing Mountain directly." "To refuge barrier 112? Ren Xiaosu paused, furrowing his brow. "And they insist on taking the Jing Mountain route? Do you think they'll seek you out? Everyone in the market knows you are familiar with the outside." Yin Liyuan blinked, saying, "I heard they are musicians and singers from refuge barrier 113 invited to perform at refuge barrier 112 that I've never seen a singer before. I want to go." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "As for that area around Jing Mountain, let those who wish to go do so. Keep your distance from them. There's something peculiar about this group." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a tangle of emotions. What kind of world was this, where there were people dedicated to singing in bands? What truly lay within the refuge barriers? A sense of longing suddenly stirred within him. Point 3. A palace. Ren Xiaosu fell asleep after spending so long in the wilderness catching a sparrow. Although most of the time he lay still on the ground, those knowledgeable would understand that remaining motionless while being constantly vigilant was the most exhausting endeavor. Before sleeping, he instructed Yin Liyuan, "Make sure to keep your distance from those people. They are aware of the dangers surrounding Jing Mountain. While most would avoid it, they choose to pass through. My instincts tell me this matter is far from simple. Understood. Yin Luyuan obediently nodded. In truth, the relationship between Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan was rather peculiar. Years ago, they were strangers, but Ren Xiaosu decided to protect the still youthful Yin Luyuan, partly due to inadvertently discovering her secret, and partly because he had long been troubled by his own affliction, necessitating a night watch. Initially, Ren Xiaosu had clearly articulated their arrangement as one of mutual benefit, yet over the years, the line between affection and exploitation had become blurred. Yin Luyuan was typically astute in the outside world, yet in Ren Xiaosu's presence, she transformed into a compliant and obedient child. At tea times, she would remark that her life was exchanged for his, but Ren Xiaosu never acknowledged such claims. Now, Ren Xiaosu sought to uncover the changes within his mind. He had deliberately waited for a considerable time, hoping to ascertain whether the affliction that had plagued him would manifest again tonight. To his astonishment, the chaotic realm did not return. It seemed that the palace had always been concealed within the depths of his turbulent thoughts, and now, the dark, chaotic fog had finally lifted. He was determined to discover what lay within this palace. Yin Luyuan glanced at Ren Xiaosu, who lay beside her, and quietly seized a bone dagger, positioning herself at the entrance of their shelter. The shelter was merely draped with a thick curtain, and with autumn's arrival, the air had turned slightly chilly. At that moment, the rain ceased. Footsteps echoed outside, the boots squelching on the muddy path, creating a unique, slippery sound. A corner of the curtain was lifted, but before the outsider could fully unveil it, Yin Luyuan had already pressed her dagger against the intruder's throat. Before her stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Yin Luyuan furrowed her brow. The visitor was no stranger, but someone who resided nearby. Xiaoyu, he is already asleep, Yin Luyuan said with a smile. If you have something to discuss, you may speak with me. Xiaoyu's expression turned slightly uneasy. He didn't sustain any injuries on this outing, did he? He was pecked on the thumb by a sparrow, but really, Xiaoyu, you needn't worry so much about my brother. You are 8 years his senior, Yin Luyuan replied, her demeanor exuding an unusual maturity that belied her years. Regardless of whether she was conversing with acquaintances or strangers, her bone dagger remained firmly poised against Xiaoyu's neck. Xiaoyu retrieved a cigarette and a lighter from her bag. The cigarette was hand-rolled, a luxury typically reserved for industries like coal mines and power plants, which provided such indulgences as a form of reward. Many laborers toiled not only for money and sustenance, but also for that one cigarette at the end of a hard day's work. As evening fell, it was common to witness a throng of individuals gathered together, indulging in clouds of smoke. Ren Xiaosu had once informed Yin Luyuan that those tobacco products were likely laced with substances of even greater addictive potential. Now, the cigarettes that Xiaoyu smoked were evidently not earned through her labor. She lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs, seemingly lost in thought. Though small in stature, I regard you as my younger brothers. Oh, Yin Luyuan suddenly inquired, are you feeling under the weather? Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Yes, is my throat a bit hoarse? Not quite. Yin Luyuan shook his head and chuckled. I noticed that when you smoked, one of your nostrils wasn't emitting any smoke. Xiaoyu remained silent. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyu often sensed that Yin Luyuan harbored a certain disdain for her. Well, Yin Luyuan replied with a smile, I shall convey that message. As Xiaoyu departed, Ren Xiaosu's voice unexpectedly resonated behind Yin Luyuan. In the future, refrain from bullying your sister. Xiaoyu, her life is not easy. Who is untainted? Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. In this world, those who strive to survive cannot remain unblemished. It is all a matter of necessity. Simply keep your distance and do not toy with her. In this town, solitary women could not thrive if they were too pure. Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment and said, she never professed any affection for me. Besides, are you certain she is drawn to me solely because of my ability to procure game? Surely, it must also be due to my handsome visage. Brother, none of us have washed our faces in months. We all look quite similar, Yin Luyuan remarked, gazing at Ren Xiaosu with exasperation. Haven't you fallen asleep yet? I've been contemplating some matters. Ren Xiaosu simply explained he had not succumbed to slumber, for he was delving into the secrets of that palace. Inside the circular palace, the walls were lined with aged wooden cabinets, resembling an immense display room. However, the shelves within were shrouded in black mist, rendering it impossible to discern their contents. In the center of the hall stood only a table, upon which rested a brass typewriter, long obsolete since the calamity. It produced a clattering sound as it typed. This typewriter possessed merely 24 brass keys, each engraved with a word: fairness, justice, integrity, honesty, friendship, kindness, wealth, strength. It could be deemed a bastion of positive energy. Yet, it appeared that the typewriter was stuffed with an inexhaustible supply of parchment, and without any external force to strike the brass keys, it would move of its own. A cord, presently displaying 2 lines of text that had appeared earlier in the afternoon. Task: bestow the prey upon others, task complete. Reward: basic skill learning. Blueprint: enabling the acquisition of others' abilities. He could not discern whether this was a figment of his imagination or the result of some other cause. Legends spoke of individuals capable of shaping memory palaces, within which one could even reconstruct an imagined universe according to the strength of their mental will. However, Ren Xiaosu felt that his palace appeared to deviate somewhat from the description of a memory palace. Yet, why would he be compelled to relinquish his prey to others? Did this typewriter wish for him to embody the role of a virtuous individual? In a world where even the mention of morality seems extravagant, the notion of being a good person appears utterly unattainable. At that moment, his consciousness stood at the center of the vast palace, surveying the surrounding display cabinets. Within these cabinets, items seemed to float, yet they were shrouded in darkness, obscuring Ren Xiaosu's view of what exactly was suspended within the murky depths. The display cases ascended to the palace's lofty dome, resembling an enormous museum. Approaching one of the cabinets, Ren Xiaosu reached out to touch the objects cloaked in the dark mist, but no matter how forcefully he tried, he could not penetrate the resistance of the obscuring fog. This was a power he could not yet fathom. To ascertain the true existence of the palace, Ren Xiaosu would need to take action to prove it.
Fortune is indeed a form of ability, and perhaps I possess some peculiar talent as well, Ren Xiaosu remarked. Sitting at the entrance of the hut, gazing at the starry sky after the rain, Yin Luyuan paused for a moment. Are you suggesting? I'm not entirely certain. I must put it to the test, Ren Xiaosu replied, settling down beside Yin Luyuan. There are rumors in the town that some individuals can manifest a train from the void into reality. I was once a skeptic, but after meeting you, I began to believe, albeit slightly. Now, I too may have acquired an odd ability, and it feels quite strange. Yin Luyuan's gift is luck, a most enigmatic power. When Yin Luyuan wishes for Ren Xiaosu to capture prey, even if Ren Xiaosu merely wanders through the wilderness doing nothing, sparrows inexplicably fall before him. However, this ability comes with a backlash. It often manifests as Yin Luyuan suffering from a persistent fever or other minor ailments after making a wish. This is why Ren Xiaosu initially sought to protect Yin Luyuan. At first, he was incredulous, but eventually, disbelief became untenable. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and Yin Luyuan instinctively clasped his hands together to make a wish, only to be halted by Ren Xiaosu. Do not make wishes recklessly. It could lead to trouble. Nowadays, Ren Xiaosu rarely relies on Yin Luyuan's luck, claiming that he can procure prey on his own without the need for Yin Luyuan's abilities, to which Yin Luyuan never contradicts. The slender Yin Luyuan, lost in thought as he observed the vanished meteor, pondered aloud, why do shooting stars travel so swiftly? What if everyone fails to make their wishes in time? Ren Xiaosu contemplated and responded, perhaps they fly quickly because they have no desire to heed your wishes. Yin Luyuan serves as Ren Xiaosu's night watchman, but this does not mean he must vigil through the entire night. Ren Xiaosu will take turns, especially since Yin Luyuan needs to attend classes during the day. This arrangement is excruciating, as the lack of sleep poses a significant challenge, yet in such dire circumstances, both Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan find themselves with no alternative. At dawn, Ren Xiaosu led Yin Luyuan outside, carrying all their valuables, even that hefty iron pot. It was said that the refuge provided a sanctuary where doors remained unlocked at night, and theft was non-existent. Yin Luyuan, bearing his bedding roll, watched as Ren Xiaosu lugged the large iron pot, which constituted nearly all their possessions. Typically, Yin Luyuan carried his bedding to school, as did the other students. It had become a customary practice. Nonsense. Although Ren Xiaosu longed for the life within the refuge, he adamantly refused to believe in a world where doors remained open at night. Some fancied that even the flatulence of those in the refuge was fragrant. In the air suite, you cannot always carry that pot around, Yin Luyuan pointed out. What do you understand? Ren Xiaosu explained. This pot is something I painstakingly salvaged. It serves both for cooking and catching sparrows. How would we manage without it? Ren Xiusu hoisted a cast iron pot upon his shoulder with one hand, while the other hand grasped a large sparrow. As he traversed the path, many passers-by cast envious glances in his direction. It is worth noting that in the current hierarchy of species, humanity has long ceased to be at the pinnacle of the food chain. Tales circulate of a time when sparrows were scarcely larger than the palm of one's hand. Now, however, these creatures possess the power to deliver a fatal peck. Not everyone possesses the skill to capture a sparrow, nor does everyone have the patience to lie in wait in the wilderness for an entire day and night. Given that they had not tasted meat in years, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious of Ren Xiaosu. Accompanied by Yin Liyuan, Ren Xiaosu arrived at the gates of the refuge barrier, where the towering walls instilled a profound sense of oppression. Here, the architecture underwent a transformation, revealing structures of brick and stone. The closer one approached the barrier, the cleaner, more orderly, and wealthier the surroundings appeared. The inhabitants were all connected to the barrier in one way or another, perhaps through flattery or familial ties. Nonetheless, these displaced individuals were collectively labeled as the polluted ones and were barred from entering the barrier. Ren Xiusu entered a shop with a sign reading grocery store above the door. Inside, one could find tobacco, matches, metal tools, grain, and clothing, all priced exorbitantly. Upon seeing Ren Xiaosu, the elderly proprietor's face lit up. That sparrow looks quite substantial. Ren Xiaosu tossed the sparrow onto the glass counter. How much? Careful now. That glass is precious, Old Wang exclaimed, grimacing as he casually placed the sparrow on the nearby scale. 3 pounds and 6 ounces. Impressive, Xiaosu. At that moment, the old man's abacus began clattering fervently, his gnarled fingers moving with surprising agility. Today's market price is 200 per pound. This amounts to around 700. I'd say 900, Ren Xiusu replied firmly. Winter is approaching and sparrows have become scarce. It cannot be less than 900. Old Wang bristled at this assertion and pushed the abacus towards Ren Xiaosu. We send these into the barrier for the esteemed patrons. While it is true that the barrier is short on meat, everything has its price. We must adhere to the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Wang noticed Ren Xiaosu turning to leave with the sparrow. He quickly grasped the sleeve of Ren Xiaosu's tattered coat. Where are you off to? I'm going to inquire about the prices at Old Li's grocery store, Ren Xiaosu replied. Old Wang tightened his grip, realizing that news had spread within the barrier about procuring game. A wide smile formed across his wrinkled face. How much are you hoping to sell it for? Ren Xiaosu remained resolute in his intent to leave. I'll ask about the prices first. Old Wang's demeanor softened, exuding warmth. But wouldn't he that delay Lu Yuan's schooling? 900 it is, then. What did you say just now? Ren Xiaosu inquired calmly. That is not a delay. Let us begin with the previous sentence. How much do you wish to sell it for? 1200? Old Wang? After a moment of contemplation, Old Wang, with a pained expression, counted the money, meticulously verifying it repeatedly, fearful of miscalculating. Ultimately, the transaction concluded at 1198, with Ren Xiaosu making his own concession. Selling a sparrow for 1198 is not merely due to inflated prices or the bird's considerable size. Primarily, it is because such delicacies are seldom found within the confines of the 113th refuge barrier. The rarity of items inherently elevates their value. And Old Wang would not engage in a deal that resulted in a loss. This sparrow, when resold to affluent individuals, could yield a modest profit while also fostering goodwill. With a sorrowful expression, Old Wang stuffed a handful of coins into Ren Xiaosu's hands. At that moment, as if recalling something, he lowered his voice and advised, Xiaosu, next time you catch a sparrow, do not kill it immediately. There are wealthy patrons who desire them alive, and the price is significantly higher. Ren Xiaosu paused, puzzled. Why alive? Why not just kill it on the spot? Old Wang shook his head. You simply do not understand. Some people wish to keep sparrows as pets. Keeping them as pets? Not for consumption? Ren Xiaosu queried, baffled. What a waste. That is all fine meat. Old Wang chuckled. You do not comprehend the world of the wealthy. They used to train falcons a few centuries ago, but now, due to the dangers associated with falcons, they have settled for sparrows. Look at how fierce this sparrow appears. The affluent are quite fond of such things. After pondering for a while, Ren Xiaosu realized that while most people still struggled to fill their stomachs, there were already individuals indulging in the pastime of raising sparrows. However, maintaining them alive would incur additional costs. Ren Xiaosu remarked, these creatures, when alive, can be quite dangerous. One careless move could lead to injury. At that moment, a thought struck Ren Xiaosu. The beggars outside were tainted by pollution. Had this sparrow not been affected as well? Or was it that the refuge barrier required these beggars merely for labor, while the walls naturally delineated social strata? Fortune favors the bold, old Wang said with a smile. Your ability to endure through the night suggests you are no ordinary individual. If you exert a bit more effort to catch a live one, who knows? In half a year, you might not have to work at all. Have you never considered saving some money to marry a wife? Marry? Nonsense. Ren Xiaosu retorted, exasperated. Old Wang feigned mystery. The daughter of Old Li next door, along with your brother Lu Yuan, is studying at the school. She is quite a respectable girl. By your logic, shouldn't I sell this sparrow directly to Old Li? Do I even need your introduction? Ren Xiaosu turned to inquire of Yen Lu Yuan. Is the daughter of Old Li your classmate? Yes. Yen Lu Yuan nodded. She is quite sturdy. Go on, go play, Old Wang said, somewhat irritated. You treat my good intentions as if I had spoken in vain. As Ren Xiaosu and Yen Lu Yuan prepared to engage in their comedic banter, Old Wang decisively interjected. Shifting the topic. Remember, if you manage to capture a live one next time, be sure to come find me. All right, Ren Xiaosu nodded. Although capturing a live one posed risks, it was not an impossible task. He glanced toward the general store, inquiring how much for the cotton-padded jacket. The jackets are newly arrived, priced at 500 each. You know that I acquired them for 490. I'm not profiting from the jackets, Old Wang replied. Let's consider it one less person freezing to death. You have a kind heart, Ren Xiaosu casually praised. I'll take one. Let us see what size fits Lu Yuan. Brother, you should buy one too. Yen Lu Yuan quickly chimed in. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking, Ren Xiaosu frowned. I am not cold. Money is indeed a valuable asset. The consortiums controlling the various refuge barriers issue currency to ensure the flow of goods. While convenient, lacking funds renders one immobile. The winter here is harsh, yet it is prudent to conserve funds for emergencies. With over a month until winter's full onset, Ren Xiaosu believed he could afford to wait to purchase a jacket, especially since Yin Liu Yuan's tuition was due monthly. Ren Xiaosu cast another glance into the general store, his gaze suddenly fixating on the counter behind Old Wang. How much for the antibiotics? You need medicine? Old Wang finally noticed the blood-stained cloth wrapped around Ren Xiaosu's hand. You're injured? You must get some medicine, or an infection could cost you your life. I'm asking you how much. Ren Xiaosu replied impatiently. 210 for a pill. Old Wang stated. Antibiotics must be taken for 3 consecutive days. I can sell you 3 pills for 620, and I'll throw in an iodine application. I only have 10 left. Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment before responding. Just round it down. If you're suggesting I wipe off the last 0 from 620, you'd best keep quiet, Old Wang retorted grumpily. He then turned to accompany Yen Lu Yuan to school. Passing the grain store, Ren Xiaosu stepped inside to purchase a long loaf of black bread, which contained an unidentifiable filling that scratched his throat painfully as he swallowed. Yen Lu Yuan, chewing on the black bread, remarked, Brother, why don't you pay your tuition and attend classes as well? You seem so eager to learn. I still need to go hunting. Ren Xiaosu replied. I heard Old Wang mention that there are quite a few well-off female students at your school. You mustn't fall into early romance. I've heard that people used to marry at 13 or 14, Yen Lu Yuan countered, although he had not given much thought to such matters between the sexes. Yet, bantering with Ren Xiaosu brought him joy. Finding amusement amidst adversity is perhaps one of humanity's greatest strengths. Ren Xiaosu playfully tapped Yen Lu Yuan on the back of his head, saying, Can things still be the same as before? You are still young, and what you discuss now will eventually belong to someone else's wife. At this point, Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips, adding, Someone else's wife? That sounds rather thrilling. What are you saying? I don't understand, Yen Lu Yuan replied, blinking in confusion. Enough, enough, stop pretending. Ren Xiaosu replied irritably. The schoolhouse was the cleanest and most orderly place in the entire town, and it was the only residence with a private courtyard. As one walked from the outside to the inside, one could see the courtyard adorned with neatly arranged green onions, garlic sprouts, potatoes, and cabbages. Initially, Ren Xiaosu thought that a place like the schoolhouse should be planted with bamboo or something similar, but considering the scarcity of food during these times, having a space to grow vegetables was indeed a great blessing. Thus, Ren Xiaosu's previous wish was for Yen Lu Yuan to grow up to become a teacher, not out of reverence for teachers, but because he believed that being a teacher was safe, allowed for the cultivation of a garden, and would be free from theft. What a wonderful thing that would be. Overall, Ren Xiaosu's aspirations were rather simple. After Yen Lu Yuan entered the classroom with his tuition, Ren Xiaosu perched himself on the wall, listening to the sounds of reading within. Unable to afford the tuition, He could only eavesdrop. Sometimes, the teacher would tell the students about the grandeur of ancient human civilization. To be honest, the teacher himself had never witnessed that era. What he recounted were merely stories passed down orally, and over time, they might have become distorted. Although somewhat unreliable, Ren Xiaosu was captivated by these tales. Occasionally, he would take the knowledge and questions he did not understand to ask Yin Luyuan, which caused Yin Luyuan great distress. If he could not answer, it would indicate that he had not been paying attention. Thus, when Ren Xiaosu audited the class, Yin Luyuan listened with exceptional diligence. For some reason, Yin Luyuan would acknowledge that his brother's earnest study was indeed quite handsome. No wonder Sister Xiaoyu would take the initiative. All right, Yin Luyuan exclaimed, beaming with delight. In the schoolhouse, there was only one teacher named Zhang Jinglin, and he was the sole instructor. Others regarded him as formidable, believing he knew everything. However, Ren Xiaosu had always harbored doubts. After all, it was said that expertise requires specialization, and one person's energy is limited. So how could Mr. Zhang possibly be omniscient? Ren Xiaosu, unlike others, preferred to reflect when examining issues, and it was only after listening to Mr. Zhang's lectures that he learned this was called a dialectical approach to problem solving. Yin Luyuan sometimes felt puzzled because Ren Xiaosu frequently contradicted Mr. Zhang's viewpoints. Yet he still made time to attend Mr. Zhang's classes. During one afternoon class, Ren Xiaosu specifically took Yin Luyuan to celebrate, not for any particular reason, but simply for the joy of knowing he could listen to lessons in the courtyard in the future. On ordinary days, sitting on the wall, the distance from the classroom renders it somewhat difficult to hear clearly. Initially, Zhang Jinglin preferred to keep the doors and windows tightly shut during his lectures, fearing that the noises from outside might distract the students. However, upon discovering that Ren Xiaosu was eavesdropping, he decided to leave a window ajar. Now, he has taken to summoning Ren Xiaosu into the courtyard. Many parents, caught in this chaotic era, send their children to school not for the sake of knowledge, but to facilitate their future marriages, especially for girls who have received an education, as they are often promised to better suitors. In these times, being literate and capable of basic arithmetic is considered quite commendable. Everyone is preoccupied with survival. When food is scarce, who has the luxury to care about cultural education? Thus, the majority of parents do not harbor long-term aspirations when sending their children to school. In this small town, there are both the impoverished and the affluent. And where there are people, comparisons inevitably arise. Yin Luyuan observed as Ren Xiaosu purchased a cigarette with a filter from the general store, where old Wang proudly declared that the tobacco was pure and devoid of additives. Priced at 20, it was a luxury. Yin Luyuan inquired, "Brother, why are you buying cigarettes?" Ren Xiaosu replied with a grin, "Our teacher allowed me to enter the courtyard to attend class. I figured I ought to show my gratitude, especially since I know Mr. Zhang enjoys smoking." The two made their way to the back courtyard of the school during lunchtime, where Mr. Zhang was savoring stir-fried cabbage. Ren Xiaosu cheerfully offered the cigarette to Mr. Zhang, who accepted it without hesitation, instructing Yin Luyuan to keep his distance. "You are still growing. The smoke isn't good for you." Ren Xiaosu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sir, for permitting me to listen in the courtyard." Zhang Jinglin struck the match he used for cooking, lighting the cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke with satisfaction. Students who love listening like you are rare these days. Feel free to listen, but you must stand at the door. Entry into the classroom is not permitted. "All right," Ren Xiaosu replied enthusiastically, "Sir, I have a question." Zhang Jinglin, relishing his rare opportunity to smoke, was unperturbed by Ren Xiaosu's inquiry. "You mentioned that before the calamity, humanity possessed numerous technologies, and since we have not become extinct, why have those technologies not resurfaced? Surely we must still retain some records. Wouldn't studying them allow us to swiftly recreate civilization?" Ren Xiaosu asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhang Jinglin, with a hint of regret, replied, "It is a lost era. Let me pose a question to you. If I were to provide you with a complete set of plans for constructing an airplane, would you be able to build one?" "Indeed, we are all starting from scratch," Zhang Jinglin reflected, glancing at the dwindling cigarette in his hand. Feeling a pang of reluctance as he contemplated whether to continue smoking or not, he wished to leave half a cigarette for later. Yet doing so in front of Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan might seem somewhat undignified. Ren Xiaosu remained perplexed. Had no one truly persevered through hardship to continue their scholarly pursuits over the years? "No, they all perished from hunger," Zhang Jinglin replied. "Has all knowledge now become obsolete?" Ren Xiaosu felt a sense of unwillingness. Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu with earnestness, imparting with significance. It is confined to the hands of a select few. Enough, Zhang Jinglin rose, declaring, let us not dwell on this. It is time for class. Ren Xiaosu pressed on, posing one final question to Zhang Jinglin. Sir, when was the wall of our refuge constructed, and why was this wall built? In the aftermath of calamity. When beasts roamed freely, humanity was compelled to erect high walls to shield themselves from danger, Zhang Jinglin explained. But most beasts, even if evolved, do not actively attack humans. Ren Xiaosu inquired curiously. Monkeys remain herbivores, and sparrows still favor grains. They do not prey upon us. Today, the 113th refuge lies within the realm of human habitation, with the majority of more ferocious beasts excluded from its boundaries. The higher the serial number of a refuge, the more perilous it is. For instance, the legendary 178th refuge has seen countless casualties each year due to the expulsion of wild creatures. Comparatively, the 113th refuge is quite central. Though dangers persist, such as packs of wolves, they are not insurmountable. Given this, why does such a large human settlement still boast towering walls? Zhang Jinglin chuckled. As long as there are dangers in the wild, the displaced must rely on the refuge for survival. This is when the refuge benefits from a plethora of inexpensive labor. Do you think the consortiums behind the refuge lack the power to completely eradicate the dangers outside? Humanity's firearms are far more formidable than you might imagine. Yet, why should they eliminate the threats when they pose no risk to them? Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaosu fell into deep contemplation. Despite his precociousness, there were matters he had yet to encounter, which inevitably led to his ignorance. This was the very reason for his thirst for knowledge. Zhang Jinglin continued. They will not dismantle the walls. How could those entrenched in privilege relinquish such a natural barrier of class distinction? As he spoke, Zhang Jinglin changed his attire. Ren Xiaosu, intrigued, asked, Sir, why are you changing clothes? The previous outfit was not dirty. Zhang Jinglin adjusted his collar, replying, the previous attire absorbed the scent of smoke. It would not be pleasant for the students. Yin Liyuan regarded him with respect, while Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt displeased. So it is acceptable for me to smell it? You did not ask me to keep my distance earlier, sir. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Jinglin retorted, Scram. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly heard the palace in his mind speak once more. Task, the pursuit of knowledge is never a detrimental endeavor. Yet what one learns must be imparted to others. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the exact nature of this task. Zhang Jinglin rapped on the blackboard several times to quell the curiosity of the students, stating, This afternoon, we have a survival class. This is the unique aspect of the current era's educational system. It not only imparts literary and scientific knowledge, but also teaches survival skills. Consequently, much of the time must be devoted to lecturing from preserved materials. Zhang Jinglin surveyed the classroom, urging the students, pay close attention. Do not presume that danger is distant. While your parents currently shield you, upon reaching adulthood, you must learn to protect yourselves. Today, we shall discuss how to respond when encountering a pack of wolves in the wild. The students, in truth, relished survival classes the most. As other subjects seemed rather tedious for their age, survival lessons sounded far more engaging. At this moment, the classroom was enveloped in silence. And Zhang Jinglin turned towards Ren Xiaosu, who was standing by the door, listening intently. Come, tell us. What should one do when faced with a pack of wolves in the wild? After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu replied. One should ideally seek a hillside surrounded by trees, as this would provide a favorable location for burial. Zhang Jinglin was momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Xiaosu was equally puzzled, questioning whether he had indeed imparted knowledge to his peers, yet the task remained incomplete. Could it be that the knowledge he shared was flawed? Sir, Ren Xiaosu earnestly remarked, you may not have witnessed the size of the wolves outside, nor have many in the town encountered them. However, I have seen them. Encountering a pack of wolves or even a lone wolf is the same. One should directly seek a burial site. Initially, Ren Xiaosu anticipated that Zhang Jinglin would counter his assertion, as his statement could undermine the teacher's authority and dignity. Yet, after a lengthy pause, Zhang Jinglin suddenly declared, from now on, you may attend classes in the classroom, and you shall also teach the survival class. For the first time, the makeshift school outside the number 113 refuge had a substitute teacher. However, Ren Xiaosu refrained from explaining how he had survived encounters with lone wolves or packs during class. Task completed. Reward, 1, 0 strength. As a day passed, Ren Xiaosu found no opportunity to utilize the basic skill learning map. He attended the school for his love of knowledge. Yet the information imparted by Zhang Jinglin currently bore little relevance to his survival. Ren Xiaosu's primary concern remained survival, and thus, the map remained unutilized, leaving him unable to confirm whether the knowledge within his mind stemmed from his own imagination. However, Ren Xiaosu remained in anticipation, convinced that another task would soon present itself. Having just completed a mission and attained a strength level of 1-0, a figure both tangible and significant, Ren Xiaosu found his physical sensations even more profound. He could distinctly feel the subtle bulge of muscles beneath his clothing, a true testament to the supernatural. No one could suddenly acquire additional muscular strength in a mere 0.1 seconds. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was certain that the palace within his mind represented a unique ability unlike any other. This realization filled him with a euphoric thrill. Indeed, he should have felt joy long ago, yet he feared the possibility of it being an illusion. A seasoned hunter must possess a profound understanding of his own body, knowing precisely how much weight he can bear and the speed and ferocity of his strikes. Thus, Ren Xiaosu began to evaluate his newfound strength. If the average adult male measures at 3.0, then his previous self stood at 2.5, at just 17 years of age. It was entirely reasonable for him to be somewhat weaker than an adult. His survival in the town over the years was not due to brute strength, but rather his fierce determination, vigilance, and composure. Now, possessing strength that surpassed that of a typical adult, his chances of survival in this desolate wasteland had significantly increased. Ren Xiaosu hesitated for a moment, reflecting. It seems that way. Mr. Zhang initially started as a substitute teacher, and only after the old gentleman's passing did he take over the school. Indeed, it is common knowledge in our town that anyone who becomes a substitute teacher might eventually become a permanent instructor. Yin Luyuan chuckled. If the townsfolk were aware of this, they might treat us with a bit more courtesy in the future. Not necessarily, Ren Xiaosu mused. I suspect he might just be short on cigarettes. Yin Luyuan glanced at him incredulously. Are you serious, brother? Becoming a teacher at the school wouldn't be so bad. Ren Xiaosu replied, once I become the teacher, I shall pass the position to you, and then you will be the instructor. For Ren Xiaosu, the thought of becoming a teacher had never truly crossed his mind. It was not that he looked down upon the profession, otherwise, he would not have considered it for Yin Luyuan. Rather, he felt a profound disconnection from such a vocation. If there were truly no opportunities to enter the refuge, then the wilderness was where he belonged. As Ren Xiaosu walked, envisioning a future where he would hand over the teaching position to Yin Luyuan, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yin Luyuan had gradually come to a halt. Watching Ren Xiaosu's retreating figure with an indescribable feeling in his heart, the youth, whose hands were still wrapped in bandages, though sharp-tongued, always young to reserve his finest treasures for himself. Here they came. The factory chimneys beyond the barrier belched forth plumes of white smoke, and the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the backs of the two figures, as if life were devoid of troubles. On their way home, Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan suddenly spotted a group of approximately 13 or 14 individuals emerging from the refuge barrier. Half of them donned garish and eclectic attire, while the other half were clad in the uniforms of the mercenaries employed by the ruler of Barrier 113. It appeared that soldiers accompanied this expedition, which explained their audacity to traverse such perilous territory. In truth, hiring a guide did not necessitate any formidable combat prowess, simply knowing the way sufficed. However, Ren Xiaosu was not convinced that the private mercenaries of the ruler were particularly formidable. In fact, he rarely encountered these mercenaries outside their domain, and it was questionable whether they had even seen real combat or tasted blood. At that moment, he observed several mercenaries indulging in cigarettes, the kind with filters, rarely seen in the market. The faint aroma wafting through the air carried an unusual scent, reminiscent of what old Wang had mentioned about factories adding addictive substances to their tobacco to induce euphoria. Ren Xiaosu pondered the irony of mercenaries, a profession demanding mental acuity, resorting to such indulgences. He had witnessed individuals lose their sanity under the influence of narcotics, and these mercenaries merely seemed to be smoking a more sophisticated variant. A crowd began to gather in the marketplace, their clean faces starkly contrasting with the ruggedness of the townsfolk. Brother, is the water supply in the refuge plentiful enough for daily face washing? Yin Liyuan inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Do not envy. The oils on our skins serve to protect us, Ren Xiaosu replied nonchalantly. Yet, his attention was suddenly drawn to a distinctive figure among the group, a woman, sporting a cap with a low brim that obscured her age, dressed in relatively normal attire that was both loose and well-fitted. He was captivated by her presence. akin to encountering a wild beast in the wilderness. Ren Xiaosu sensed something amiss with this group. He and Yin Luyuan lingered at a distance, gradually realizing that they were inquiring with Old Wang, the local shopkeeper, about something. He overheard Old Wang's booming voice. If you intend to traverse the wilderness, you must seek out that lad, Ren Xiaosu. Without him, you shall not pass. Furthermore, there are wolf packs in the wild. I suggest you refrain from venturing into the wilderness. A mercenary scoffed. Wolf packs will flee at the sound of gunfire. Why should we fear them? Ren Xiaosu paused, surprised to learn that wolves were afraid of gunfire. Perhaps it was a natural instinct of the beasts. He had never encountered firearms, so he was uncertain of the veracity of the mercenary's claim, yet he could not shake off his skepticism. Another mercenary inquired, who is Ren Xiaosu? We don't need him to possess exceptional skills. He merely needs to know the way. Ren Xiaosu is renowned in our town for his prowess in hunting. He is familiar with most of the routes, so seeking him out is indeed a wise choice. Old Wang replied with a cheerful grin. You won't go wrong by finding him. It's just that the lad has a few loose screws. Upon hearing this, Ren Xiaosu turned to leave with Yin Luyuan. Isn't Old Wang's son also in your class? That chubby little fellow? Yin Luyuan gasped. Brother, let us not involve family in this mess. Ren Xiaosu frowned, having intended to keep his distance from this situation, only to find that Old Wang had inadvertently recommended him to this perplexing group. In the town, people often preferred to share their lives together. Friends, brothers, and couples would reside in close quarters, taking turns to keep watch, as if this arrangement could somehow enhance their safety. This was precisely how Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan initially came to form their bond. Yet, there were some who were ultimately harmed by those they had chosen to share their lives with. The perpetrators were typically short-sighted, unaware that by betraying their companions, they would forever lose the trust of others. Those who became isolated as a result of their actions seldom met with favorable outcomes. Ren Xiaosu sat in his makeshift shelter, unwrapping the bandages from his injured hand. Upon inspecting the wound, he furrowed his brow. The surrounding area was swollen and red, indicating inflammation. When he noticed Yin Luyuan approaching, he hastily rewrapped the cloth. Brother, is your wound all right? Yin Luyuan inquired. It's fine, Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. I don't believe you. Let me see. Yin Luyuan insisted, attempting to unwrap the bandage Ren Xiaosu had just secured. I said it's fine. Ren Xiaosu pushed him away. If there were a problem, I would go buy medicine. Don't try to deceive me. Remember last time you insisted on toughing it out? Yin Luyuan lamented. Ren Xiaosu sighed. Rest assured, I wouldn't joke about my life. In the animal kingdom, predators seldom strike to hunt without careful consideration. They understand one fundamental truth. Injury can lead to death, even from minor wounds. If beasts comprehend this, how could Ren Xiaosu fail to do so? Oh, brother, look. There are 2 potatoes hidden under the chair, and 3 pills as well. Could these be the anti-inflammatory medicine you intended to buy today? They appear to be the same, Yin Luyuan exclaimed with delight. Did you place them there? Not me. Ren Xiaosu shook his head, inspecting the 3 pills. They are indeed standard anti-inflammatories. Then it must have been Sister Yu who left them. I only mentioned your injury to her, Yin Luyuan said with a grin, handing Ren Xiaosu one of the pills. Sister Yu is so kind to you. Why not consider her? Ren Xiaosu nearly choked. You truly change your tune faster than one can turn a page. You praise her when there's food involved, yet bully her when there isn't. Hearty laughter echoed as Yin Luyuan diligently consumed the potatoes. The 2 of them typically abstained from dinner, for Ren Xiaosu believed in the wisdom of eating well in the morning, being satiated at noon, and avoiding food at night for the sake of health. This adage, passed down since the calamity, resonated with Ren Xiaosu, who understood that their evening fast stemmed more from poverty than principle. Turning his gaze, he noticed Yin Luyuan's lowered head, his voice tinged with somberness. Curiously, he inquired, What troubles you? Ren Xiaosu recalled, I have been in search of that individual. Yin Luyuan remarked, those few pills might have been sent by Sister Xiaoyu, as the spot for storing the medicine was identical to today. Ren Xiaosu fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps outside caught his attention. Numerous individuals. It was quite rare for the streets of the town to be so lively at night, yet Ren Xiaosu swiftly deduced their identities and intentions. The band needed to cross the mountain, just as he had surmised. Those mercenaries indeed had another mission. The ruler within the 113th barrier had uncovered evidence suggesting that the mountain was formed by severe tectonic activity, possibly harboring remnants from before the catastrophe. They learned of Ren Xiaosu through Old Wang at the grocery store. Despite initial skepticism regarding his mental state, further inquiries revealed a consensus among townsfolk that Ren Xiaosu was the ideal choice for a guide. Some even pondered what distinguished this youth, who had become somewhat of a local celebrity. Despite the town's notorious reputation, it seemed unlikely that they would harm a dying boy. They merely observed with detached curiosity. Yet, when all thought Ren Xiaosu was doomed, he not only survived, but thrived. The band members, intrigued by how he had managed to endure, were met with old Wang's jovial response. He owes his survival to Yin Liyuan, who went door to door, begging for food, and miraculously, it worked. There were whispers of someone sending a few pills, though the benefactor remained a mystery. The townspeople acknowledged Ren Xiaosu's survival, but noted the mental affliction it had left him with. By the way, Wang Fugui, one member of the team, inquired of old Wang. What do you mean by saying he has a mental issue? Old Wang, chuckling, waved it off. Oh, it's nothing serious, just a fleeting comment. His smile crinkling the lines on his face. Look, we are almost there. Only in the company of these esteemed individuals from the refuge could old Wang dare to venture out at night. He deliberately raised his voice, as if to announce to the townsfolk his favorable rapport with these dignitaries. Xiusu, come out. We have esteemed guests. Old Wang called out with a grin. Suddenly, the curtain of the hut was flung open. Ren Xiaosu, beaming with joy, grasped old Wang's hand and exclaimed, Congratulations. Both father and son are safe. 6 pounds and 6 ounces. Old Wang. The band. The mercenaries? A member of the band pointed at Ren Xiaosu and looked at old Wang. Is he seriously calling this fine when he is in such a state? Moreover, what does father and son safe even mean? Isn't it mother and child safe? The band member retorted, Wang Fugui, do you understand the consequences of deceiving us? This is what you call fine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the band member turned and walked away. They had harbored some expectations about the legendary Ren Xiaosu, only to encounter a lunatic instead. No wonder the townsfolk claimed Ren Xiaosu was mentally unstable. Wasn't he this proof enough? Ren Xiaosu stood at the entrance of the hut, watching the band retreat, while old Wang continued to apologize profusely. The Ren Xiaosu may have some issues, it's not this serious. Please allow me to explain. The band members were disinterested in his explanations. Wang Fugui, I give you 6 hours to find a suitable replacement, even if this fellow is not insane. We want to need him. We're leaving at dawn, so stop causing us trouble. He did not even notice the expression hidden beneath the cap of the other party. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Instinctively, Ren Xiaosu activated his skill learning map, and a voice resonated from the palace, initiating random skill acquisition. Random learning? The firearm proficiency skill of the opponent has been randomly selected. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. With the learning map disappearing before his eyes. Not learning would render it futile. Success. You have acquired advanced firearm mastery. Wait, wasn't I supposed to receive a basic level map? Why have I learned advanced firearm mastery instead? Shouldn't it have been the beginner level? Ren Xiaosu pondered in curiosity. He was astounded. Could one learn other supernatural abilities? At that moment, he recalled the girl and suddenly inquired, could you tell me the proficiency level of that girl's firearm skill? Skills that have already been learned can be disclosed. What is her firearm proficiency level? Master. Perfect. The basic level learning map allows for the random acquisition of skills below advanced from the target, while the master level enables learning of the opponent's master level skills based on one's own advanced skills, even acquiring the opponent's supernatural abilities. This level is entirely determined by the palace, which stated that success would depend on certain probabilities. However, the mere thought of being able to learn other supernatural abilities excited Ren Xiaosu. Previously, Ren Xiaosu and Yin Liyuan had engaged in a discussion regarding whether supernatural abilities possess varying degrees of strength. Some individuals are inherently more adept, while others may be somewhat weaker. Ren Xiaosu, who relies on survival in the wilderness, naturally believes that more formidable supernatural abilities are superior. In contrast, Yin Liyuan, endowed with a fortunate attribute yet lacking combat prowess, maintains that supernatural abilities merely serve different purposes and do not possess a hierarchy. However, now the question arises, how does one gauge the potency of an ability that can replicate another's powers? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu's thoughts are predominantly occupied by the girl in the duckbill cap. Upon receiving advanced firearm techniques, an influx of extensive knowledge about firearms surged through his mind, akin to an epiphany that felt instinctual. His understanding encompasses not only the various models of firearms, their disassembly, maintenance, and usage, but also an almost instinctual precision in aiming. Ren Xiaosu is even aware of the recoil each firearm produces. Should he be handed a gun that falls within the scope of his advanced skills, he could wield it with the expertise of a seasoned marksman, as if he had trained for a decade. In terms of accuracy, a score above 95 within 100 meters appears to be the benchmark for advanced firearm skills. While this revelation brings him joy, it does not elate him entirely, given that he currently lacks a firearm. What truly astonishes him, however, is the palace in his mind evaluating the girl's firearm skills as perfect. Ren Xiaosu struggles to fathom the prowess of a master, let alone someone deemed perfect. Such an individual in a band? It appears that neither the mercenaries nor the band staff are aware of such a formidable presence among them. Previously, Ren Xiaosu observed that they regarded her merely as an ordinary worker. The girl likely had no inkling that Ren Xiaosu had, through a mysterious means, uncovered her secret. His decision to refrain from mingling with this group proves to be a sagacious one, as he revels in the thrill of possessing another's secret. Brother, why do you keep staring at her back? Yin Luyuan inquired, emerging from the shelter. At this moment, both Yin Luyuan and Ren Xiaosu were taken aback to find that the person emerging from the adjacent shelter was none other than Xiaoyu. Curiously, Yin Luyuan asked, Sister Xiaoyu, what are you doing in the neighboring shelter? Xiaoyu, brushing her hair back with a smile, replied, I've decided to move here and be your neighbor. What happened to the family that used to live here? Yin Luyuan pressed on. I exchanged my residence with them. Xiaoyu explained. Lowering his voice, Yin Luyuan tugged at Ren Xiaosu and remarked, Brother, Sister Xiaoyu has truly made a significant investment. She used to live in a brick house. Brother, are you still a virgin? Yin Luyuan asked. Ren Xiaosu fixed his gaze on Yin Luyuan. Luyuan, you are no longer a child. I would like to discuss educational matters with you. Yin Luyuan immediately sat up straight, seriousness overtaking him. Sure, brother. Feel free to ask anything you're uncertain about. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ren Xiaosu kicked him down, yet Yin Luyuan bore no resentment, instead chuckling heartily. You've really grown in strength, Ren Xiaosu remarked as he tidied the bedding. Try not to provoke your sister Yu, and refrain from weaving any romantic entanglements. We can hardly manage our own situation, let alone concern ourselves with others. Oh, Yin Luyuan replied obediently, lowering his gaze. But they sent us potatoes and medicine. And they care so much about you. Are you really going to ignore them completely? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment. The most important thing in life is to act with integrity and a clear conscience. But if one feels guilt, one must persuade oneself not to. Yin Luyuan looked perplexed as he absorbed the first part of Ren Xiaosu's words, only to become bewildered by the latter. Perhaps this is the essence of Ren Xiaosu. In this era, individuals like him may indeed find a more favorable existence. Yet, Yin Luyuan was unconcerned about the character of Ren Xiaosu. Every ounce of caution and calculation displayed by Ren Xiaosu was a lesson learned from past scars and growth. Nevertheless, Yin Luyuan sensed that Ren Xiaosu still harbored unspoken thoughts. Just then, a coarse voice resounded from outside the hut, addressing their new neighbor, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I came to find you at your place tonight, only to discover you've moved here. I brought you some cigarettes. Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows as Xiaoyu replied, I want to engage in that kind of thing anymore. The owner of the coarse voice laughed heartily, as if he had heard something amusing. If you don't do that, how will you eat or drink? Who will provide you with cigarettes in the future? Let go of me. Xiaoyu's voice was laced with anger as a commotion seemed to erupt, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Yin Luyuan looked at Ren Xiaosu, who remained deeply furrowed in thought. He softly urged, Brother, help her. Ren Xiaosu rose, unsheathing his bone dagger from his calf, and headed toward the entrance of the hut. At that moment, within the palace of his mind, the brass typewriter's keys struck down one by one, forming words on the parchment. While the grand palace echoed with the command, Mission, assist, he coldly interrupted the palace's proclamation in his mind, saying, Even without your mission, I would still help. From the moment Ren Xiaosu stepped out with his weapon until he confronted the man, merely a second or two elapsed. Ren Xiaosu refrained from uttering any threats such as let her go or try moving again, for he understood that any superfluous actions would only lead to failure. His objective was to resolve the simplest of problems in the most straightforward manner. As Ren Xiaosu, slender yet robust, lunged toward the man like a cheetah, the man swiftly drew his knife from his waist to strike at him. In this town, every individual carried some form of self-defense weapon. The man was filled with derisive thoughts, believing he had the upper hand. Being almost a head taller than Ren Xiaosu and wielding a genuine iron weapon rather than some mere bone knife. However, in the next instant, his mockery was abruptly silenced. It was a well-known fact that iron surpassed bone. Even if the sinews of beasts were stronger than steel, they could not rival true metal. While the town lacked modern firearms, acquiring a good iron weapon was akin to reaching for the stars. Although some industries were gradually catching up to pre-cataclysm levels, resources remained scarce. As Ren Xiaosu, like a shadow, approached the man, he landed on his left foot with a swift stride, and his right leg tensed, anchoring his entire weight firmly to the ground. The force surging through his body was akin to an electric current, rapidly transmitting from the ground to his waist, and then to his arms. Ren Xiaosu's knife sliced through the darkness like a chasm in the earth, slashing upward. In that fleeting moment of the man's astonishment, Ren Xiaosu had already discarded the bone knife without a trace of hesitation, as if he had anticipated its shattering from the very beginning. He seized the man's wrist, delivering a punch like a hammer to the vulnerable nerve beneath the armpit. The man attempted to break free, but suddenly realized that this youth possessed greater strength than he had expected. How could this be? How old could he possibly be? The boy barely reached his neck in height. Yet, the man observed the sinewy muscles in Ren Xiaosu's neck, resembling steel, an embodiment of power. The nerve, located roughly 3 inches from the armpit, did not require precise targeting, as the fist would easily cover any deviation. This area is one of the body's weak points. A violent strike to the nerve could cause a dislocation. If nerves are likened to electrical cables, then such a dislocation would trigger a runaway current and uncontrolled electrical signals. The body would begin to secrete an abundance of calcium and potassium, and a storm of electrical charges could temporarily incapacitate the entire system. Standing silently beside him, Ren Xiaosu appeared to be pondering something. After a moment of heavy breathing, the man pleaded for mercy, saying, "I harbor no grudges. If you spare me, I will forget today's events." At this juncture, the astute individual realized he had become the fish on the chopping block. The wisest course of action was not to persist in his brazen defiance, but rather to bide his time for future opportunities. Ren Xiaosu turned his gaze toward Xiaoyu and inquired, "Who is he?" "He's a foreman from the coal mine. And the man who was fatally stabbed in the town last night was his doing." Upon learning that the victim had a habit of saving money, and coincidentally owing a debt to the casino, he harbored malicious intent. Little you revealed the boastful words of this man from the previous night. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, the palace spoke again. "Mission: grant the enemy a chance to escape." However, before the palace's words had fully resonated, Ren Xiaosu swiftly crouched down and plunged the iron tool into the man's abdomen. The sharp sound of tearing flesh sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers and eavesdroppers. And soon the man's blood began to flow profusely. "You likely have about 3 minutes," Ren Xiaosu calmly stated, "if you rush to the clinic in town for stitches. There may yet be hope for your survival." The man, disregarding the pain, immediately rose and ran toward the clinic without uttering a word. Mission accomplished. Reward: basic level learning map. Mission accomplished. Reward: basic level learning map. Due to your lack of a weapon, a side quest has been activated. Ren Xiaosu paused momentarily, realizing that the first mission should have been to save little Yu, which he could comprehend. However, he was astonished that the second one was also considered complete. How does this palace determine such things? Yin Liyuan, standing nearby, inquired curiously, "Brother, are you really just going to let him go? What if he recovers at the clinic and seeks revenge?" "He's no good man." Ren Xiaosu gazed into the night. "Our town's shabby clinic is hardly capable of proper stitching. Brother, knowing your ruthlessness, I feel reassured." It was precisely this sentiment that led Ren Xiaosu to reflect that this could indeed count as mission completion. The man was, in all likelihood, doomed. Moreover, even if he survived, the iron tool was rusted and would surely lead to tetanus, a veritable death sentence. Though the man possessed an iron tool, it was merely the cheapest kind. Had it been otherwise, Ren Xiaosu would have struggled to break that blade. Ren Xiaosu was a man of unwavering principles, and even with supernatural abilities, his manner of dealing with the world would not change. Any transformation must come from within himself. Others could not impose it upon him. Thus, the criteria for determining mission completion were not stringent. What truly mattered to the palace was the attitude Ren Xiaosu exhibited. At that moment, whispers arose from a nearby shack. Over the years, they had long understood the nature of Ren Xiaosu, yet today, they were once again taken aback. The stark disparity in their physiques was evident. And the power that Ren Xiaosu displayed was not at all inferior to that of the man, even surpassing him. This was indeed astonishing. Someone in the shack murmured quietly, "I told you not to provoke him." Ren Xiaosu walked over to retrieve his bone knife, a companion of over a year that had finally reached the end of its life. He turned to look at Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat fragile in the night. In reality, Xiaoyu was 8 years his senior, yet in this moment, she seemed to be 8 years younger than him. Ren Xiaosu bluntly asked, "Could you possibly quit smoking?" Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The addiction was not overly severe. It was likely just a touch of poppy husk added. Old Wang had mentioned that the proportion of additives was minimal, and quitting was certainly feasible. As he spoke, Ren Xiaosu squatted down at the entrance of Xiao Yu's shelter and forcefully drove his half-buried, white bone knife into the earth, leaving only a small portion visible. Those who had previously harbored dubious intentions toward Xiao Yu immediately lost their resolve. In the town, this half-buried knife symbolized a formidable will. No one wished to offend the fierce Ren Xiaosu in a moment of irrationality. Ren Xiaosu turned to Xiao Yu and said, "But I must say this in advance, although I am quite handsome, we are simply not meant to be." Xiao Yu's expression turned to one of shock. "I only see you as a brother." Now it was Ren Xiaosu's turn to be astonished. "Ha, how awkward." He immediately led Yin Luyuan towards his own shelter, casting a glare at him as they walked, muttering, "It's all your fault for your incessant chatter." Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu closed his eyes, delving into introspection about the palace and the text just produced by the typewriter. A side quest, intriguing indeed. Thanks to you, Fuyao. I do not wish to address my readers as mere book friends, but rather as esteemed allies. Alpaca the Fierce, Carol's elder cousin, and classmates Mo Chinkong. Welcome to become the new leaders of this book. 11 rounded up is 100 million. Additional updates. 2 basic level learning maps, which are quite useful. Ren Xiaosu. A person hungry for knowledge, treasured these maps that allowed him to learn from others' experiences. Although the skills learned were random and could include some useless ones. His prior acquisition of advanced firearm skills had already yielded sweet rewards. However, it was not the 2 learning maps that drew Ren Xiaosu to the palace, but rather the side quest mentioned at the end. Since it was a side quest, it was likely of lesser importance or of a fleeting nature. Nonetheless, Ren Xiaosu distinctly heard the palace state, "Due to your lack of weapons, special." Thus, this task must pertain to weaponry. Having spent years navigating the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu understood all too well the significance of a good weapon. Previously, Old Wang had acquired a steel knife that he intended to sell to Ren Xiaosu. But despite saving for half a year, Ren Xiaosu could not afford it. Ultimately, Old Wang sold the knife to the overseer of the chemical plant, who was typically a leader chosen from among the refugees in the shelter, a person who benefited from the bounty when the shelter feasted. At that time, Ren Xiaosu contemplated how wonderful it would be to possess a fine weapon, for that would liberate him from the need to lie in wait in the wilderness for sparrows. Such pursuits had become increasingly futile and wearisome. Instead, he could venture to hunt other creatures, such as rabbits, field mice, and bamboo rats. Presently, even rabbits were considered wild beasts, while the rabbits in the wild would not proactively attack humans. There existed one particularly robust breed that stood as tall as a person's calf. Ren Xiaosu had once dug a trap, excavating a pit over 2 meters deep. A rabbit did indeed fall into it, yet as Ren Xiaosu approached, the creature sprang forth with a powerful kick, striking him squarely on the forehead mid-leap and nearly causing him to suffer from a concussion. Gazing at the parchment on his typewriter, he read, "Due to your lack of weaponry, a side quest has been initiated. Collect 100 heartfelt expressions of gratitude to unlock a weapon. Gratitude may also be exchanged for items." Ren Xiaosu's expression turned peculiar. This side quest felt rather strange. Collecting gratitude seemed simple enough, yet the requirement for sincerity rendered it challenging. Moreover, the notion that gratitude could serve as a form of currency intrigued him. What could it be used to purchase? He continued to peruse the parchment, noticing that words occasionally refreshed on the page. Gratitude from Li Xiaoyu. 1. It appeared he had not rescued a thankless wretch after all. Ren Xiaosu mused, acknowledging the palace's judgment as infallible. At that moment, he noted another line on the parchment. Unlock weapon, 1100. A tinge of regret washed over him. How splendid it would have been to gather negative emotional values instead, as he could easily amass the collective negativity of the entire town. Yet, he resolved to accept whatever the palace offered. Anticipation for his future weapon began to swell within him, for the gifts from this mysterious palace were assuredly of high caliber. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu turned his gaze towards Yin Luyuan. "Luyuan, please say thank you to me." Yin Luyuan looked bewildered. "Brother, please don't do this. It's a bit frightening." "What are you afraid of?" Ren Xiaosu retorted with irritation. "Just say it quickly." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Luyuan replied, "Thank you for always taking care of me." Gratitude from Yin Luyuan. 1. A smile spread across Ren Xiaosu's face. Was it truly that easy? "Come now, say thank you a few more times," he urged. Yin Luyuan fell silent, responding only with a lackluster thank you. This time, Ren Xiaosu felt disappointment. It seemed he could not repeatedly refresh the count, with the emphasis lying squarely on sincerity. He looked at Yin Luyuan with dissatisfaction. Your heart isn't sincere. No, no, your emotions are off. Try again. No, that is still not right. Take a moment to gather your feelings. Yes, just like that. Try once more, for sincerity yields results. Attempt once again. This time infusing your voice with a touch of emotion. Yin Luyuan was on the brink of despair, dry-mouthed and uttering, "Brother, is this truly your capability?" Such a talent seems rather taxing on the throat. That evening, Ren Xiaosu persistently subjected Yin Luyuan to experiments for half the night, only to receive a solitary expression of gratitude in return. Ren Xiaosu smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. At that moment, the display cabinet, previously shrouded in black mist, began to transform. To the left of the typewriter, the dark fog dissipated, revealing a vending machine within. Ren Xiaosu stood in bewilderment, pondering the purpose of this curious contraption. For he had never encountered anything like it before. Such devices were scarce in the outside world. Nevertheless, he deciphered the inscription on the vending machine, "Coin slot." There were no options to consider, merely a place for coins, so he proceeded without hesitation. With a clink, the hard-embossed coin fell into the machine, which then roared to life, and shortly thereafter, a diminutive bottle, no larger than the palm of his hand, tumbled out. Upon inspection, the bottle bore a single word, "medicine." Surely, you might at least specify what ailment this addresses? Ren Xiaosu pondered, momentarily taken aback. With a mere thought, the bottle materialized in his grasp. And upon another mental command, it vanished again. This spectacle left Yin Luyuan in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother, are you performing magic?" Disregarding his query, Ren Xiaosu decisively tore off the cloth he had been using to bandage his wound, revealing an infected gash. The surrounding area had long since congealed with blood, and a steady stream of tissue fluid continued to seep forth. Ren Xiaosu recognized that without prompt medication, fever and festering would inevitably ensue. Observing this scene, Yin Luyuan immediately rose to leave, but Ren Xiaosu grasped his arm, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to fetch you some medicine," Yin Luyuan retorted stubbornly. "No need," Ren Xiaosu replied, taking the medicine bottle and carefully extracting a small amount of ointment with his fingertip, applying it gingerly to his wound. The bottle was modest in size and shallow, likely containing enough for only 3 applications. After applying the ointment, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of regret. The bottle merely bore the label medicine. What if it were poison? However, his fears were unfounded. As the moment the ointment touched his wound, the fiery pain dissipated. Thanks to Sister Xiaoyu's anti-inflammatory medication, Ren Xiaosu calculated that if he were to utilize this ointment as an anti-inflammatory remedy, it would suffice for 3 days of treatment. While this ointment worked instantly, a single anti-inflammatory pill cost 200, while the value of this bottle of ointment, rounded up, could easily reach a fortune of 100 million. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu turned to Yin Luyuan with unwavering determination, asking, "Help me think, how can one swiftly earn the gratitude of others?" "I express my sincere gratitude to Sophia Robbing for the Silver Alliance, and to the principal who enjoys tea, Yifuyo, Guan Xiaomiao, Europe 7, Yinhua Chongqing, Herbao Angel. The esteemed premium cigarettes, the whimsical little fairy, Yuming Zhiyu, Wuzhong Shibing, the boy with longing, Gino on the 666th day, Dongyan Fan Tian Di, Sansheng Yuan Ruoyan, Hangso Tianya, and the rare joy of becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you all. With a grateful heart. I appreciate your presence. Additional updates requested. Ren Xiaosu is earnestly discussing with Yin Luyuan how to swiftly garner gratitude. He is a genuinely simple individual, and upon realizing the immense value of heartfelt thanks, he understands his need for such acknowledgments, even though Yin Luyuan believes that Ren Xiaosu has misapplied the term simplicity. "Brother, I think you could go out and do good deeds," Yin Luyuan remarked. "Isn't it the most direct way to earn sincere gratitude? Like providing food to the hungry or water to the thirsty." Ren Xiaosu's eyes widened in protest. "Am I that kind of person? If I give them food and water, what will I eat and drink? What will you eat and drink?" Yin Luyuan sighed in despair. Then, "Dear brother, you should stop seeking heartfelt gratitude." No. Ren Xiaosu refuted Yin Luyuan's assertion. There must be other ways. Long ago, Ren Xiaosu understood that this era harbored no kindness towards humanity, or rather, genuine goodwill among humans was a rarity. Once, there was a beggar in the town, and a kind-hearted girl would bring him food daily. However, once the girl married, she ceased her visits. The beggar chased her to her home, asking why she no longer brought him food, only to be driven away by her husband, who was far less compassionate. Everyone assumed the matter was settled, and the townsfolk mocked the beggar, eagerly awaiting his demise from hunger. Yet that very night, The beggar stealthily entered the girl's home and tragically ended the lives of the couple. Ren Shusu felt there was a profound lesson in this incident. But at that time, he was too young to fully grasp the implications, only understanding the need for caution during the night. The following morning, he awoke to a commotion in the street. Drawing aside the door curtain, he peered outside to see a band of musicians making their way out of the town. Accompanied by a familiar acquaintance, an old hunter renowned for his skills, he appeared quite pleased, seemingly thrilled at the prospect of finally encountering a prominent figure from the shelter. In truth, many in the town had risen to prominence in such a manner, as if a mere glimpse of wealth from the elite within the shelter could elevate them to great fortune. This so-called prosperity often manifested as a modest shop, much like that of Wang Fuguwei. Ren Shusu had previously inquired of Wang Fuguwei why he seemed so obsequious whenever individuals emerged from the refuge barrier. Surely, not every person within was of noble birth? Wang Fuguwei, with an air of mystery, responded with a knowing smile. Indeed, there exists a distinction between the affluent and the impoverished within the refuge barrier. Those who can freely enter and exit must certainly belong to the latter. According to Wang Fuguwei, the impoverished within the barrier found it exceedingly difficult to emerge. Those towering walls did not merely obstruct outsiders, they also contained those within. At this juncture, Wang Fuguwei lingered near the band's staff. As he passed by Ren Xiaosu, he shot him a scornful glare, eventually lowering his voice to say, "You ungrateful little wretch, your Uncle Wang has recommended such a splendid opportunity to you, and you dare to refuse? Do you know that I overheard the staff mentioning that they seek a competent guide from the town to lead them into the refuge barrier? Such connections would prove invaluable in the future." Ren Shusu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an opportunity. Had he known, would he have declined? Perhaps, because if he gained entry, Yin Luyuan would inevitably be left behind. He could never abandon Yin Luyuan outside. Enough of this, Ren Xiaosu frowned. It was impossible to claim he felt no regret or temptation, yet he had made his decision. "Let us go. I shall accompany you to school." Upon their arrival at the classroom, Zhang Jinglin was already erasing the blackboard. He turned and nearly jumped at the sight of Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, resembling specters. "What has happened to you two?" Zhang Jinglin hesitated to inquire. "My brother insisted," Yin Luyuan explained. Before he could finish, Ren Xiaosu interrupted with a sharp smack on Yin Luyuan's nape, stating, "It's nothing. We merely had a restless night." Zhang Jinglin, uninterested in delving into their personal matters, asked, "Have you decided what you will teach today? It is your first day substituting." "I have." Ren Xiaosu nodded affirmatively. As he ascended the podium, the class leader promptly declared, "Stand up," and all the students chorused, "Good day, teacher." To the students, Ren Xiaosu was a remarkable figure. He was not only their peer, but also the eldest among them, and a notable personality in the town. His presence in the classroom was a refreshing novelty. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly posed a question. "Do you think Mr. Zhang finds it arduous to teach you all, while you can sit comfortably in class? He stands for an entire day. In such circumstances, how could the students deny the difficulty?" Zhang Jinglin was still present, and thus they could only acknowledge his toil. Ren Xiaosu continued, "Should we not express our gratitude to Mr. Zhang?" Yin Luyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he internally exclaimed, "Here it comes." Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction, stating, "From now on, during class, everyone need not say good teacher, but rather thank you, teacher." Zhang Jinglin, utterly bewildered, had no inkling of what Ren Xiaosu was up to. "Come, everyone. Take your seats. Let us try it," Ren Xiaosu said with a beaming smile. "Stand up. Thank you, teacher." The students echoed in unison. However, Ren Xiaosu glanced inwardly at the typewriter within the palace, his heart filled with regret that not a single one of these little rascals sincerely thanked their teacher. Is it truly so difficult in this day and age to express genuine gratitude towards the educators who nurture and cultivate? This simply would not do. He needed to devise another plan, for this initial attempt had proven fruitless. Nevertheless, for Ren Xiaosu, failure was not an uncommon occurrence. His ability to accept setbacks with equanimity was one of his most commendable traits. He had once heard a saying, "In life, most matters do not go as one wishes," with 8 or 9 out of 10 being unsatisfactory. Yet even so, should one cease to live? Absolutely not. Gratitude was extended to the Sea Soul garment for becoming the silver alliance of this book, and to Jun Zhang, the past's late awakening, and others for their support. The update on the 16th would occur around 6 p.m., with subsequent updates also scheduled for that hour. This is the reality. Initially, Ren Xiaosu pondered that being a teacher should be one of the easiest paths to garner gratitude. However, he overlooked a crucial point. while he was indeed eager to learn and thirsted for knowledge, this was due to having grown in an abnormal environment where a lack of knowledge had fueled his desire. The more one lacks, the more one yearns. Yet, what he yearned for was not necessarily desired by the other students. Those fortunate enough to attend school in this era generally came from decent families, each benefiting from the protection of their forebears. After several years of schooling, these children often found their teachers to be the most bothersome, burdened with reciting texts and completing assignments. During their youth, students and teachers frequently found themselves at odds. Although Rinshushu taught their most favorite subject, survival skills, the students' attitude towards him hardly reflected sincere appreciation. He mused that perhaps by conducting more lessons, they would eventually express gratitude. The village school originally concluded classes at 4 p.m., while the refuge bell tolled every 2 hours starting from 6 a.m. In most instances, Zhang Jinglin never extended class time. However, today, in his quest for gratitude from his students, Rinshushu generously imparted his wilderness survival experiences, covering 5 key points. As it was already late autumn, by 5 o'clock, darkness was encroaching, and the students gazed at him eagerly, thinking to themselves how incredibly verbose he was. At this moment, Zhang Jinglin could no longer bear it and stepped outside to chop a cabbage for dinner. One student, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Teacher's son, if you don't conclude the class soon, it will be dark, and the town will not be safe." This student, somewhat fearful of the notorious tough guy in the town, refrained from speaking too boldly in his presence. Rinshushu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the irony of not receiving thanks but rather being urged to end the class. Nevertheless, being a sensible person, he recognized that safety was paramount. After glancing at the dimming sky, he reluctantly waved his hand and announced, "Class dismissed." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." The students surged towards the exit, with 2 of them expressing their gratitude to Rinshushu for the mere act of concluding the lesson. They were genuinely thankful, fearing they might have been ill if the class had continued any longer. Suddenly, Rinshushu noticed that his metaphorical palace had indeed gained 2 tokens of appreciation, and he was filled with immense joy. He had no inkling as to why the students were thankful. He simply felt that his teaching had been commendable. Rinshushu mused that his efforts had not been in vain, as the students were appreciative of his lengthy discourse. Yin Luyuan, frowning, remarked, "Could you refrain from extending classes in the future?" Before Rinshushu could respond, Zhang Jinglin entered, balancing his meal while casually walking in. He carefully chose his words, stating, "Shusu, I understand your passion for education, but dragging out the class for so long is really not advisable. What if it exhausts you?" Rinshushu grew indignant. This was not merely about extending a lesson, but rather about the heartfelt gratitude of his students. "No, I resolutely declare that I am willing to dedicate my life to the pursuit of education. An extra moment of teaching is of no consequence." Cough. Zhang Jinglin nearly choked on his meal, but seeing Rinshushu's earnest expression, he decided against further argument. Very well. Those 2 students who had expressed their thanks were blissfully unaware of the calamity they had inadvertently summoned upon themselves. There is a saying that encapsulates this phenomenon: disaster springs from the mouth. On their way back, Yin Luyuan, still sulking, ignored Rinshushu. Initially, they could have strolled through the town together after school, but that opportunity was squandered. As they passed by the pawn shop at the city gate, Yin Luyuan suddenly tugged at Rinshushu's sleeve and pointed inside. To Rinshushu's surprise, he spotted Sister Yu within, seemingly engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper. Drawing closer, they overheard Sister Yu pleading with the shopkeeper, "These earrings are quite valuable. Can't you offer me a bit more?" The shopkeeper cast a frivolous glance at Sister Xiaoyu and chuckled, "There's really no need for you to sell anything." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent, for he noticed Rinshushu approaching the pawnshop. The events of the previous night had already spread throughout the entire town, and everyone was aware of the close relationship between Li Xiaoyu and Rinshushu. It is not that we have entered an era where only the strong survive. Throughout history, there have always been both timid souls and fierce individuals, and it is the latter who tend to thrive. The shopkeeper belonged to the timid, those who dare only to bully the weak while fearing the strong. The person Rinshushu had dealt with last night was notorious for his ruthlessness, and as such, Rinshushu had now ascended to the rank of the fiercest among the fierce. The shopkeeper's gaze flickered uneasily as he pretended to drink water. Uncertain if Rinshushu had overheard his earlier remarks, Rinshushu counted out 620 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Sister Xiaoyu. "You need not sell anything. This is the payment for the 3 anti-inflammatory pills from last night." With her source of income stripped away, Sister Xiaoyu was left to languish. But Ren Xiaosu could not bear to witness her suffering. Sister Xiaoyu attempted to return the money, but Ren Xiaosu insisted, I had intended to purchase medicine myself. Just accept it. It is not that I do not wish to owe you a favor, but rather that we need not be so formal with one another in the future. Sister Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Thus, what he owed her was not merely a few pills, but a life. Ren Xiaosu spoke earnestly to Sister Xiaoyu. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel of meat to eat, you shall have a bowl of soup to share. Brother, you're mistaken, Yin Luyuan interjected quietly. Aren't they all eating meat together? Why does it become just soup for you? Moreover, our family has no meat at present. Oh. Ren Xiaosu nodded and rephrased for Sister Xiaoyu. In the future, as long as I have a bowl of soup, you shall have a dish to wash. Yin Luyuan? Uft. The shopkeeper, who had been sipping water, suddenly sputtered it out. However, Sister Xiaoyu took no offense. Very well. Then I shall wash your dishes and do your laundry from now on. She said this without considering whether there would be enough water. First agreeing and then seeing how it goes. The shopkeeper smacked his lips, watching the three of them exit, then turned to the shop assistant and said, Don't provoke him. Understood? Just as Ren Xiaosu and his companions stepped outside, a desperate cry pierced the air. Doctor, please save my husband. Without him, our family cannot survive. A middle-aged woman was kneeling at the feet of the town's only doctor, beseeching him. The doctor merely scoffed. What good is it to seek treatment without money? If you save him, our entire family will be eternally grateful for your kindness, the woman pleaded through tears. When the old doctor was alive, he was a good-hearted man. Surely, as his son, you possess a similar kindness. My father's kindness was his affair. The doctor merely turned and closed the clinic door, leaving beside the woman a man whose abdomen was bleeding profusely. Ren Xiaosu did not approach, nor did he feel compelled to play the role of a benevolent stranger. He could tell that the man had already drawn his last breath. He simply observed the scene and calmly remarked, 6 yuan. Remember this moment before you. This is reality. Before nightfall, dark clouds had already begun to gather in the distant sky. The man's injuries did not appear to be accidental. Ren Xiaosu could easily ascertain that they were inflicted by a blade. Thus, it was evident that he had not been injured in a factory mishap, but rather had met his demise during a brawl. Upon returning to his humble abode, the acid rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yin Luyuan, seated on the bed, suddenly stated, Brother, you seek the sincere gratitude of others, don't you? It seems that doctors easily garner such thanks, after all. Everyone was quite appreciative of the old doctor when he was still around. However, I would advise against becoming a doctor. Firstly, they often find themselves in morally ambiguous situations. And secondly, you possess no medical skills whatsoever. Ren Xiaosu turned his expressionless gaze towards Yin Luyuan and retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, he felt as though he had overlooked something. Although he lacked medical expertise, he could learn. The 2 skill-learning blueprints that the palace had rewarded him with earlier were still in use. By utilizing one, he could acquire the medical skills of another. In that case, he would be able to treat patients, or even more importantly, if he or Yin Luyuan fell ill, he could attend to their ailments. When the old doctor was still alive, he often ventured out to gather medicinal herbs and had once cheerfully mentioned that despite the increasing ferocity of wild beasts, the efficacy of herbal medicine had improved. Thus, the old doctor had indeed healed many with his adept knowledge of herbs and solid medical skills. And the herbs he collected were sold at a reasonable price. Ren Xiaosu was certainly no saint. He merely thought that possessing such medical prowess would serve him well in emergencies and could also be a source of income. It was important to note that most of Yin Luyuan's post-wish ailments were merely colds, fevers, and headaches. He did not wish for Yin Luyuan to suffer any backlash from his wishes, but sometimes circumstances could compel one to act differently. I want to become a doctor, Ren Xiaosu declared, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Are you all right, brother? Yin Luyuan was taken aback. You don't even have medical skills. You mustn't inadvertently harm someone. Though we may not save lives, we certainly should not take them. Ren Xiaosu playfully tapped the back of Yin Luyuan's head. You talk too much. When have I ever purposely harmed anyone? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was already calculating the prospects of becoming a doctor. If he succeeded, he would undoubtedly earn a stable income, for injuries were a frequent occurrence in the town, making medical care a necessity. Inspired by a sudden impulse, Ren Xiaosu decided to forego his studies the following day. After hastily consuming a couple of pieces of dark bread, he stationed himself at the entrance of the clinic, eagerly awaiting its opening. However, the clinic, in its usual manner, kept him waiting until noon without so much as a sign of life. It was only in the afternoon, As the clock struck 2 within the makeshift refuge, that a young doctor leisurely emerged, stretching languidly to bask in the sunlight. Yet, before he could fully awaken, he was startled by the presence of Rin Xiusu waiting at the door. "Are you here to seek treatment? Have you brought money?" the doctor inquired. Strangely, he showed no interest in what ailments Rin Xiaosu might possess. His sole focus was on the monetary aspect. With a smile, Rin Xiaosu replied, "I'm not here for treatment. You carry on with your business." The doctor looked utterly perplexed. "If you're not here for treatment, then what are you doing loitering at my door?" Yet, at that moment, Rin Xiaosu silently activated the first skill-learning chart from his palace. The parchment-like chart spontaneously ignited, burning away to nothing in an instant. Randomly learning target skill. Randomly extracted the skill of boasting from the opponent. Do you wish to learn it? Rin Xiusu was taken aback, thinking, what on earth? Why would I want to learn how to boast? He nearly forgot that the skill-learning chart randomly selected skills from others, rather than allowing him to choose what he wished to learn. However, why on earth would boasting even be considered a skill? This is absurd. Casting a dubious glance at the doctor, Rin Xiusu mused that this individual was truly insufferable. Nevertheless, he was here with the intent of seizing opportunities, and it would be rather dishonorable to assault someone after taking their livelihood. The doctor felt increasingly uneasy under Rin Xiaosu's scrutinizing gaze. Just as he was about to speak, the realization of who Rin Xiusu was struck him. Though Rin Xiusu had never sought treatment from him, both had heard of each other, one being the only doctor in the town, the other known for his formidable reputation. Consequently, the young doctor grew timid. "What do you intend to do?" he asked weakly. "You often boast, don't you?" Rin Xiaosu replied with irritation. The young doctor was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Rin Xiaosu, unwilling to waste further words, dismissed the idea of learning the boasting skill. It was clearly pointless, rendering the skill-learning chart essentially useless. He activated his second skill-learning chart. Randomly learning target skill. Randomly extracted the skill of deception from the opponent. "Do you wish to learn it?" "What nonsense is this?" Rin Xiaosu exclaimed, glaring intently at the young doctor. "You seem to possess an array of dubious skills for someone so young." The young doctor was nearly brought to tears. "What are you saying? Isn't it true that you love to deceive others?" Rin Xiusu retorted. Rin Xiaosu inquired, "Who have you deceived? Pray tell. Do not speak carelessly." "I have deceived no one," he retorted. Rin Xiusu was a remarkably rational individual, diligently analyzing his current predicament following his unfortunate losses. Mastery of medicine was imperative. The palace would undoubtedly provide him with a skill-learning chart in the future, though he remained uncertain as to when further tasks would be issued. Thus, what Rin Xiusu yearned to ascertain was the proficiency of the other party's medical skills and whether it warranted his continued pursuit of knowledge. In his mind, he questioned, "What is the level of this doctor's medical expertise?" The response came forth. Learning objective achieved. Information can be disclosed. The other party possessed no medical skills. "You must be joking." Rin Xiaosu nearly hurled the heavy iron pot he was carrying. He had left home that morning with it in tow. "No wonder you resort to trickery. It appears you have been utterly ignorant of medicine all these years, merely engaging in deceit." How could such a lackluster individual emerge from the old doctor? This young man had relied on the old doctor's legacy to survive, knowing full well that there was no other physician in the market town. Thus, he shamelessly perpetuated his fraud, allowing patients to either endure their ailments or succumb. For they had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, especially since the old doctor had also faced cases he could not remedy. Moreover, the old doctor had left behind ample herbal remedies, clearly labeled for various symptoms. All the young man needed to do was dispense prescriptions based on those. Rin Xiusu, feeling frustrated, departed in silence. He had contemplated confronting the young doctor physically, but his rationale was tenuous at best. After all, his initial intention had been to usurp the man's livelihood. He firmly believed that becoming a doctor was essential, wholeheartedly agreeing with Yin Luyuan's perspective that the medical profession often garnered immense gratitude from others. Yet, how could one practice medicine without the requisite skills? Upon arriving at the academy, he pondered deeply, and suddenly, the scene from the pawnshop the previous night flashed through his mind. A woman wailed at the clinic's entrance, while a man bled profusely, ultimately succumbing to cardiac arrest. Rin Xiaosu inadvertently glanced at the wound on his palm. Surprisingly, the previously infected injury had developed a scab. It turned out that the black ointment not only possessed anti-inflammatory properties but also expedited the healing process. Having sustained injuries himself, Rin Xiusu understood the body's self-healing capabilities well. A wound as deep as one peck by a sparrow would typically take no less than 7 days to begin scabbing over. Wait a moment. Rin Xiaosu, seemed to have stumbled upon the path to becoming a doctor. If a mere clinic doctor could thrive on deceit and bluster, then with such a miraculous remedy at his disposal, why could he not embrace the role of a physician? He could simply establish a clinic specializing in treating knife wounds. When patients arrive, he would stitch their injuries and apply that black ointment, and that would be that. The elderly doctor, when he was still around, had once remarked that he refrained from performing such suturing procedures due to the lack of sterilization conditions. He believed that harboring bacteria within the body could lead to death, rendering any suturing futile. The old doctor had a clear understanding of this matter. However, Ren Xiusu was quite different. He didn't need to ponder such concerns at all. With this thought in mind, Ren Xiaosu conceived a plan, even envisioning how to arrange matters for Sister Xiaoyu in the future. Sister Xiaoyu's aspirations revolved around securing some stitching jobs to earn a living. Yet, Ren Xiaosu found this challenging, as within the confines of the refuge, there would likely be numerous people seeking her services. Outside the town, however, everyone was struggling, and mending clothes was something one would do at home. Who would spend money on such frivolities? At that moment, Ren Xiusu thought, since mending clothes was out of the question, why not stitch up wounds instead? He was uncertain whether Sister Xiaoyu would faint at the sight of blood. To address this concern, Ren Xiusu sought advice from Mr. Zhang Jinglin, the teacher at the academy. As Zhang possessed considerable knowledge, Zhang Jinglin looked at Ren Xiaosu in astonishment. You wish to open a clinic specializing in knife wounds? Do you have any sutures? Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment before inquiring, what are sutures? Zhang Jinglin responded, do you have any anesthetics? What is anesthetic? Ren Xiaosu asked. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Jinglin that Ren Xiaosu was utterly unprepared. With patience, Zhang Jinglin explained, do you know why our town has never engaged in such business for knife wounds? It's not merely a matter of bacterial infection. There's also a scarcity of anesthetics and sutures, which are reportedly in short supply even within the refuge. He continued, administering anesthetics requires precision. Too little results in pain, while too much can lead to lasting side effects. As for sutures, one must take into account not only the tensile strength of the thread, but also whether its friction coefficient is suitable for passing through human tissue. Oh, I see. Ren Xiaosu waved his hand dismissively. None of that is a problem. If people are dying, who cares about pain? I will use sewing thread to stitch them up. And what about sterilization? Zhang Jinglin asked, taken aback. I have a secret remedy, Ren Xiaosu declared. In truth, as Ren Xiaosu had surmised, Zhang Jinglin was not an expert in every field. He possessed specialized knowledge, but his understanding of other matters was merely superficial. On that day, having tasted success on his first attempt, Ren Xiaosu decisively extended the class until nightfall. At that moment, many students remained unaware of the lives they were about to embark upon. As the school day came to a close and students began to exit, Ren Xiaosu noticed that not a single person expressed gratitude. Unable to contain himself, he asked, aren't you going to thank the teachers? However, Ren Xiaosu gazed regretfully at his palace, realizing that not a single token of gratitude was present. Zhang Jinglin had previously mentioned that it was entirely normal for a teacher to be misunderstood by students, and Ren Xiaosu felt that he had a long way to go. Typically, their clothes were left in the shed, as there was little risk of theft. After all, if someone were to steal them, they would have to wear them, making recognition inevitable, and in that case, it would be quite understandable for Ren Xiaosu to retaliate against the thief. Yin Luyuan reached out to serve the porridge, which was already considered lavish for a meal in the market town. Ordinarily, they subsisted on dark bread or potatoes. However, Ren Xiaosu promptly slapped Yin Yuan's hand away. Have you expressed your thanks to Sister Xiaoyu? Yin Liyuan, being quite earnest before Ren Xiaosu, replied, thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu quickly interjected, you need not always reprimand Liyuan. I can indulge him, but outside, no one will do the same, Ren Xiaosu explained, and then he solemnly added, thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. No need for formality, Sister Xiaoyu smiled. What do you typically enjoy for dinner? Yin Liyuan replied, we usually don't eat dinner. How can that be? You both are at the age of growth, Sister Xiaoyu remarked. For some reason, Ren Xiaosu suddenly felt as if Sister Xiaoyu was meant to be their sister. Previously, no one had ever mentioned that they were at an age of growth. Sister Xiaoyu. Ren Xiaosu inquired, your sewing skills are quite impressive. Once we establish our clinic for knife wounds, would you be willing to assist us? A clinic for knife wounds? Sister Xiaoyu was taken aback. What prompted the sudden idea of setting up such a clinic? Because I possess a herbal remedy for knife wounds that can reduce inflammation and promote rapid healing, Ren Xiaosu replied, revealing the scar on his palm. Sister Xiaoyu observed that Ren Xiaosu's wound had indeed healed and formed a scab. After pondering for a moment, Sister Xiaoyu remarked, however, there has been a noticeable decline in brawls in the market town. Previously, there would be 10 or more injuries in a day. But now it seems there is only one every few days. This was indeed the case. Aside from the individual Ren Xiaosu had killed and the man from the clinic's entrance yesterday, there seemed to be little fighting. The incidents of being intruded upon at night did not count, as such occurrences typically left no survivors. Ren Xiaosu contemplated, what if I were to confront them? Yin Luyuan was astonished. Brother, that seems rather ruthless. Is this what you mean by self-sufficiency? Ren Xiaosu quickly shook his head. No, we cannot engage in such actions. We must not allow profit to cloud our judgment. In the stillness of the night, Ren Xiaosu examined his gains. Yesterday, Sister Xiaoyu had gifted him a token of gratitude. Yin Luyuan had given him another, and the two students had contributed 2 more, totaling 4 tokens. However, he had used 1 and was left with only 3 gratitude coins, along with a small vial of ointment that could be utilized twice. Ren Xiaosu decided to name this ointment Black Medicine, a simple and memorable title. In Ren Xiaosu's mind, 1 gratitude coin could be exchanged for a vial of black medicine, which could heal 3 individuals. This exchange of 1 for 3 ensured a perpetual profit. Trading gratitude coins for black medicine to sell might seem to hinder his weapon unlocking progress, but the more black medicine he exchanged, the more gratitude coins he would accumulate. This would lead to exponential growth, possibly allowing him to unlock weapons even more swiftly. Moreover, Yin Luyuan had a bone knife that he could make do with for the time being, and he did not need to venture out for hunting any time soon. Thus, earning money became paramount. Making a profit was the priority. That night, Ren Xiaosu dreamed of standing in the wilderness, wielding a black knife, which was as profound and mysterious as the night itself. Early the next morning, he set out without carrying the iron pot, opting instead for Yin Luyuan's bone knife. With Sister Xiaoyu guarding the 2 huts, the likelihood of losing items during the day had significantly decreased. Truth be told, the unscrupulous individuals in the market were now preying on the vulnerable, choosing not to target the formidable Ren Xiaosu. It was truly delightful not to lug around the iron pot. After all, a promising young man like Ren Xiaosu should not be seen running about with such a heavy burden. His journey into the wilderness today was not for hunting, but rather to feign the collection of herbs. Ren Xiaosu was a cautious individual, since he claimed to possess herbal recipes. He needed to engage in the herb-gathering process to avoid suspicion, although he had not heard of anyone targeting those with supernatural abilities. Ren Xiaosu understood a crucial principle. To ensure one's safety amidst chaos, one must disguise oneself as just another face in the crowd. Those who stand out often suffer the consequences. As the ancients wisely advised, one should never flaunt wealth or talent indiscriminately. Is this wild grass? Ren Xiaosu exclaimed. This is an herb. The inquirer appeared bewildered, for as a native of the town, he should have recognized these plants. No one had ever considered them to be medicinal before. Ren Xiaosu replied mysteriously, by altering the ratios, it can be brewed into a medicinal herb for treating wounds. Otherwise, how do you think I healed from my previous injuries? The questioner pondered for a moment. Aren't you known for just enduring? These are herbs for brewing secret recipes. Ren Xiaosu clarified. He set up the iron pot, kindled a fire, and casually added some water, beginning to feign the process of concocting herbal medicine. The greatest cost in this endeavor was, in fact, the water. It was far more valuable than firewood or wild grass. He even lifted the curtain of the hut, allowing the townsfolk to witness his activities. Many have witnessed Ren Xiaosu concocting medicine, yet none dared to inquire. Ren Xiaosu, feeling discontented, parted the curtain, yearning for someone to approach him, an opportunity to promote his herbal remedies. After waiting for an eternity with no one coming forth, he cast a dark glance at a frail man peeking from outside. You. The thin man pointed to himself. Me? Yes, you. Come here. Ren urged as the man cautiously approached. Hurry and ask me what I'm doing. The frail man hesitated. What are you doing? Ren's face brightened instantly upon fulfilling his wish, and with a benevolent expression, he replied, I am brewing herbal medicine. Typically, I prepare this concoction for my own injuries. It not only alleviates inflammation and pain, but also accelerates healing. I used to keep this remedy hidden, but I have come to realize my error and now wish to share it with everyone. Starting today, I will open a clinic specializing in treating cuts and external injuries. Is there anyone in need of healing? His proclamation left the onlookers momentarily astounded, yet they exchanged glances and dispersed, entirely unconvinced. It was absurd, despite Ren Xiaosu's prowess. To suddenly claim he could cure ailments seemed ludicrous. Everyone in the neighborhood knew he had endured hardship in the past. Now, He asserted he had discovered a miraculous remedy. Who would believe such a tale? Ren felt increasingly frustrated. It was imperative for the public to recognize the efficacy of his medicine. He knew from personal experience that the moment the ointment was applied, pain and burning sensations would vanish, and by the next day, scabs would form. If he could demonstrate its effectiveness, surely business would follow. With a small vial in hand, Ren ventured into the market to seek patients. Knowing that the highest concentration of the ailing would be at the clinic, to his dismay, upon arriving, he found the clinic devoid of patients. Its exorbitant fees rendered it inaccessible to the populace. He shot a glare at the young doctor, who had been leisurely sipping tea, causing the doctor to fumble in confusion at the unexpected intensity of Ren's stare. With no other options, Ren wandered the market until, after the factories closed for the day, he finally spotted a thin man with a cut on his hand. Overjoyed, Ren exclaimed, "Good sir, did you injure your hand while working? I have a miraculous remedy. Would you care for some?" The frail man eyed Ren warily, sensing an insincerity in his tone. "No, thank you." "Please, just a little," Ren insisted, stepping closer and firmly grasping the man's arm. In his fervor to promote his potent ointment, he was willing to sacrifice his last vestiges of principle. "I'll give you a discount." However, the other party remained unwilling, for the dark object in Ren Xiaosu's hands appeared dubious. Gritting his teeth, Ren Xiaosu resolved to treat it as a promotional effort, declaring, "This time, I shall treat you free of charge." All right, just put the knife away," he said. Ren Xiaosu ventured out in search of patients armed with a bone knife. To his astonishment, his brother Yin Luyuan inquired, "Did you truly provide free treatment this afternoon? Is this even you?" "Do not ask, inquire further. And I might just take drastic measures," Ren Xiaosu lamented. It was not mere stinginess that plagued him. He was acutely aware of when to act. But he was simply pained by the situation. Sister Xiaoyu comforted him with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry. Success is surely within reach." The following morning, the bells in the refuge sounded abruptly, seemingly urging everyone to commence their labor at the factory. Once the efficacy of the medicine became apparent, it was only a matter of time before people began to seek him out. "What is it?" Ren Xiaosu sensed something amiss. What could possibly bring such joy to old Wang? He scrutinized old Wang closely. "You haven't indulged in counterfeit liquor, have you?" Wang Fugui's expression soured instantly. "What are you talking about? Haven't you heard? Alcohol is prohibited now. People can barely find enough to eat. Who would dare to drink? Last time, I caught a whiff of it on you," Ren Xiaosu remarked, but Wang Fugui's countenance shifted dramatically, hastily interjecting, "You mustn't speak carelessly." All right, I shan't mention it." "What brings you here?" Ren Xiaosu asked. "Did you treat that iron head from the eastern end of the town yesterday?" Wang Fugui inquired, his eyebrows raised. "Oh, so his name is Iron Head? His head is hardly iron, though. What a curious name," Ren Xiaosu pondered aloud. "Stop sidestepping the issue," Wang Fugui pressed. "Just tell me. Did you or did you not?" "Yes." Joy began to swell within Ren Xiaosu. That Wang Fugui, who never came without reason, had approached him, undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the black medicine, recognizing its potential for profit. Otherwise, why would he be so solicitous? This confirmed that the market for his black medicine was on the verge of opening. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's affirmation, Wang Fugui's face lit up. "Is there more of that medicine? You can leave some with me. I will help you sell it." "You help me sell it?" "Absolutely not." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "There can be no middleman taking a cut. The town is small enough. I can sell it myself. I am not attempting to offload 100 shelters. Even if I had such a vast business, you could not handle it." Wang Fugui, taken aback by this, recognized the validity of Ren Xiaosu's point. Indeed, the town was small, and there was little reason for him to act as a seller. However, he persisted, "Then just sell me a little." "Huh." Ren Xiaosu examined Wang Fugui. "You aren't even injured. What would you want with this?" Ren Xiaosu was utterly bewildered by the peculiar habits displayed, such as the act of tasting the black medicine. The efficacy of this remedy was undoubtedly remarkable. Ironhead realized that Ren Xiaosu was not deceiving him when he examined the wound that very night. His curiosity ignited. He yearned to uncover the formula behind this herbal concoction. Wang Fugui continued, recounting that he had kept his wife engaged from that night until the following morning. "This medicine is extraordinarily powerful." Ren Xiaosu was left astonished, and Yin Luyuan, who was present in the hut, shared his shock as well. Previously, Ren Xiaosu had contemplated whether this black medicine could be ingested and if it would yield similar effects. He believed it might be safe for internal use, though he had not dared to try it himself. Now, he was confronted with the revelation that internal consumption could lead to such consequences. "What kind of medicine is this?" Ren Xiaosu mused, torn between laughter and tears. Why did you purchase this remedy? His inquiry was rooted in the knowledge that Wang Fugui's wife had passed away from illness several years prior, rendering the medicine seemingly unnecessary for him. Wang Fugui bristled at this. Who says one cannot seek a second spring in life? My body may be a bit frail, but have you found someone new? Ren Xiao suggested. Not yet, old Wang replied, but I believe no one would want to marry a man of no use. Hence, I thought it prudent to keep your medicine on hand. Ren Xiaosu chuckled. All right, Wang Fugui, you are quite the resilient one. What kind of wife are you seeking? Wang Fugui humbly replied. Anyone who can appreciate me will suffice. Ren Xiaosu pondered. Your expectations seem rather lofty. Wang Fugui retorted. Who are you talking about? I am, after all, one of the wealthiest individuals in our town. Why would anyone find me appealing? Sighing, Ren Xiaosu remarked. It's rather ironic that one of the wealthiest in our town is merely a shopkeeper. It does sound a bit absurd. Less chatter. Are you selling or not? Yes. Ren Xiaosu considered before stating. For a familiar price, 600. Why don't you just steal it? Wang Fugui exclaimed, agitated. Ren Xiaosu had only a single dose of the black medicine left, yet according to old Wang, a mirlik could suffice, implying that this remaining quantity could potentially provide several doses. However, as the internal use was not essential, he felt it would be unwise to charge an exorbitant price. Are you buying or not? Ren Xiaosu queried, eyeing Wang Fugui. I'll buy. Wang Fugui responded, promptly transferring 600 yuan to Ren Xiaosu without haggling over the price. Ren Xiaosu was utterly astonished by how effortlessly he had opened up a market for this black medicine. He had never anticipated that his aspiration to become a doctor and heal the world would lead him to become a supplier of adult products. All thanks to Wang Fugui's gratitude. Ren Xiaosu, 18, quite simple, brother. In fact, this isn't so bad, Yin Luyuan chuckled. Regardless of the effects, there's money to be made. Ren Xiaosu frowned, lowering his voice. Is this really about making money? How many sincere thanks can one truly receive from this? He understood clearly that relying on such effects to sell medicine would yield far fewer genuine expressions of gratitude than saving lives. Only someone like old Wang, a desolate soul yearning for revival, would utter a word of thanks. Moreover, was his sole purpose merely to profit? No, he required gratitude as well. Without thanks, there would be no black medicine. With a hint of indignation, Ren Xiaosu remarked, if I were to save lives, the townsfolk would treat me with utmost respect. Look at that lad in the clinic. How many has he let perish? Yet no one dares to confront him. Why? Because he is the only doctor in town. Brother, you are right, Yin Luyuan said, nodding in agreement with a humble demeanor. In truth, he was indifferent, for he knew they were on the path to gradual prosperity. Moreover, Ren Xiaosu continued, if I were to heal the sick, people would call me Dr. Ren. But if I don't save lives, what would they refer to me as? Hey, that fellow selling medicine? The social standing is undeniably different. At this, Yin Luyuan could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter in their makeshift shelter. Brother, you have quite the inner monologue. Unbeknownst to Ren Xiaosu, the medicine he sold to old Wang was not intended for his own use, as old Wang had yet to find a partner. The black medicine was contained in ordinary porcelain vials, unlike the exquisite glass bottles originally designed for it. Ren Xiaosu worried about the potential suspicions these bottles could arouse, considering no one in town sold such items. The small porcelain vial passed from Wang Fugui to the town's overseers, the very individuals who had emerged from the refuge. Old Wang mused that Ren Xiaosu did not grasp the true value of this item, yet he did. Who truly required the oral function of this black medicine? Not the laboring men of the town. Though they barely scraped by and some appeared gaunt, they worked tirelessly each day, maintaining robust health through physical activity. The ones who truly needed this medicine were the affluent within the refuge. Wang Fugui, with sly eyes, handed the black medicine to the overseer sent from the refuge, who was knowledgeable about its worth. Their daily task involved monitoring the town's fluctuations, and they were well aware of the incident with Tai Tu and the medicine from the previous night. Ultimately, the whereabouts of that small black porcelain vial remained a mystery. Ren Xiaosu was entirely oblivious to the situation at hand. He merely exchanged a gratitude token for a bottle of black medicine and then instructed Sister Xiaoyu to procure a piece of white linen from the town. With a black thread, he embroidered the words clinic prominently on it, and beneath that, inscribed the phrase specializing in treating knife wounds in smaller characters. Thus, the clinic was established. Ren Xiaosu's life gradually fell into a routine. He would venture out in the morning to gather medicinal herbs, attend to patients in his humble abode during the day, teach survival classes in the evening, and then review Yin Liyuan's notes for further studies. Although the clinic had yet to attract any clientele, it was imperative that he remain there, for if a patient did arrive, Sister Xiaoyu would struggle to manage alone. He longed to study in the spacious and luminous classroom alongside Yin Liyuan, yet he pondered what would become of Yin Liyuan and Sister Xiaoyu if he pursued his studies. In this family, one must inevitably sacrifice personal desires for the greater good. The following day, Ren Xiaosu sat in his modest shelter, resting with his eyes closed as Sister Xiaoyu busily mended garments behind him. Occasionally, she would reflect on how the brothers had never patched the holes in their clothes, wondering how they had accumulated so many over time. Just then, a figure rushed towards them from the dirt road, one of his arms bleeding profusely. Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up. That injury, if left untreated, could be fatal. However, the man did not even glance in Ren Xiaosu's direction. Instinctively, everyone believed that injuries should be treated at a clinic, which was deemed more authoritative. Moreover, the community's perception of Ren Xiaosu was still that of a mere seller of medicine rather than a healer of knife wounds. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. Mission: save one patient. Ren Xiaosu rose, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I apologize. He addressed the patient with a gentle demeanor. The doctor at the clinic is a charlatan. I am bringing you here to save your life. Do you understand? The man, having lost considerable blood and lacking strength, struggled against Ren Xiaosu's hold, nearly succumbing to despair. At that moment, two more men appeared from across the dirt road, both covered in blood. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. Have you been involved in a brawl? He silently nodded. In these times, if one were to be injured at a factory, no one would kindly take them for treatment. The prevailing thought was that if you were to die, your possessions would rightfully belong to another. Ren Xiaosu held the three men down with his hands and legs, while they languished in despair, realizing the true cost of their injuries. If not for their wounds, Ren Xiaosu would scarcely have been able to restrain them. They were aware that Ren Xiaosu could indeed treat their wounds, but it was a habit to rush to the clinic. Now, immobilized, they decided to remain still. Then, the three men watched as Sister Xiaoyu set aside her needlework and took the sewing needle, holding it over the fire to heat. The needle was long enough that she could grasp the end without burning herself. Shall we stitch it directly? Sister Xiaoyu asked timidly. Yes, just as you would sew clothes. Ren Xiaosu replied with a smile. It's quite simple. Sister Xiaoyu summoned her courage and approached a man to stitch his wound. Suddenly, a sizzling sound echoed as a burnt odor wafted from his skin. The man trembled and inquired, I can understand you sterilizing the needle with fire. But could you not wait for it to cool before stitching? Then why aren't you hurrying? He added, a mistake, Ren Xiaosu replied with a smile. Our nurse here is also on her first day, so she is not entirely familiar with the process. Now, let us continue sewing. Sister Xiaoyu, just think of it as mending clothes. Sister Xiaoyu was not one to shy away from blood. In this town, where everyone had grown accustomed to life and death, minor injuries were of little consequence. Moreover, she truly enjoyed her current role, not because she relished blood, but because she cherished being a person of utility. In this harsh environment, the common understanding was that everyone must prove their worth. Those deemed useless would inevitably be cast aside. This represents the most fundamental logic of human interactions. Sister Xiaoyu was uncertain whether Ren Xiaosu and Yin Liyuan would discard her if she were considered unhelpful, but she knew she could not afford to be idle. When Ren Xiaosu suggested treating it as sewing clothes, she felt reassured, and her movements grew more fluid. Furthermore, Ren Xiaosu held the man's arm steady, which facilitated her work. As she neared the completion of the stitching, Sister Xiaoyu remarked to Ren Xiaosu, suturing a wound is somewhat different from sewing clothes. When mending garments, one tries to conceal the thread within the fabric, but for a wound, the thread must be left outside, which may not appear aesthetically pleasing. The three patients found themselves in a state of mixed emotions. The more Sister Xiaoyu spoke, the more anxious they became. Upon finishing the stitching, Ren Xiaosu produced a small porcelain bottle to apply to the first patient's wound. This medicine is quite precious. I won't charge you extra. It's a flat rate of 600, just like at the clinic. This price should be within your means. 600 yuan was roughly the cost of a cotton coat. While these laborers earned between 200 to 800 yuan a month, prices were relatively high, but scarcity of resources dictated such circumstances. The affluent in the refuge would prefer that these individuals never accumulate any wealth and remain solely reliant on their labor. Yet these workers could not simply leave. For survival in the wilderness was not an option. This was the very foundation upon which the wealthy exploited the displaced. Ren Xiaosu had managed to avoid working in the coal mines because he needed only to catch 3 sparrows each month to fare better than most workers. Even if he failed to catch that many, he could still survive by tightening his belt. This was a grotesque survival environment. Initially, there had been attempts at resistance. Yet they bore no fruit. Ren Xiaosu was correct. All 3 men could afford the fee. The first man treated immediately felt relief from the pain after applying the black ointment, and he willingly paid, knowing that the clinic charged the same price for treatment. As the patient, whose wounds had been treated, prepared to depart, Ren Xiaosu kindly remarked, "Isn't a word of thanks in order after your injuries have been healed?" He nodded with satisfaction. However, upon glancing towards the palace, he was astonished to find that no tokens of gratitude had been bestowed upon him. Ren Xiaosu pondered. Have the doctor-patient relationships become so strained nowadays? I have successfully healed your ailments, and yet you cannot muster a sincere thank you. Just then, he heard the notification indicating the completion of his task. Task completed. Reward. 1. 0 strength. This was indeed the task associated with healing one patient, which he had finally accomplished. To his surprise, the reward from the palace task was once again 1. 0 strength, one of the things he yearned for most. In these times, it is the one with the strongest fists whose voice carries the most weight. The palace voice echoed once more. New task. Heal 3 patients. Oh, this was yet another sequential task. Upon completing the first, a more challenging one had emerged. However, there were 3 patients readily available before him. Would the next reward be another 1? 0 strength? If so, he would surely transform into a muscular man. Yet, such power comes at the cost of speed. The greater the friction among muscles, the slower one's movement. The swiftest individuals are those whose muscles are in perfect harmony, not the bodybuilders. Currently, Ren Xiaosu's strength was significantly superior to that of an average person, and he deliberately observed that no one had taken notice of his muscular development during this autumn, as his clothing concealed it well. At that moment, one patient seized the opportunity while Ren Xiaosu was distracted and attempted to flee. Sister Xiaoyu reminded him. The patient is escaping. Sister Xiaoyu then addressed the remaining patient gently. Are you going to run as well? If you do, I'll have to stitch you up again later. The patient, closing his eyes in resignation, replied, No more running. Just stitch me. The subsequent treatment proceeded without any obstacles, with Ren Xiaosu skillfully handling each patient, rendering them immobile. The 2 men being treated were quite astonished, as they had not anticipated being so utterly powerless before Ren Xiaosu, feeling as if they were under his dominion. What magnitude of strength could achieve such dominance? Even in their injured state, they should not have been this feeble. They had managed to struggle moments ago. Moreover, the most crucial point was that henceforth, who could possibly escape if Ren Xiaosu wished to treat them? Task completed. Reward. 1. 0 agility. New task. Heal 10 patients. As Ren Xiaosu heard that voice, he was immediately taken aback, for he felt his recently inflated muscles deflate significantly. This agility attribute seemed to enhance the strength of muscle fibers, thereby achieving the goal of reducing muscle volume while maintaining the same power. Consequently, Ren Xiaosu need not worry about transforming into a muscle-bound figure. If his previous muscle fiber strength could be likened to a wooden stick, the current strength resembled that of an iron rod. Indeed, this was the most logical approach. Enhancing quality rather than merely quantity was the true path. Furthermore, his resistance to impact would likely improve as well. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the patient who had attempted to flee. Now that you've applied the medication, do you not realize its benefits? Instant pain relief, and no inflammation in the future. I simply cannot fathom why you chose to run. The patient stammered for a while. I don't have enough money. Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of frustration, exclaiming, Then why didn't you run faster? Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu lament about his speed, the patient felt quite aggrieved. I exerted every ounce of strength to run. Okay? You are the one who is unreasonable. Ren Xiaosu retorted. Everyone else has paid and left. What do you propose we do? This is a clinic, not a charity. What should I do then? The man was on the verge of tears, realizing he was outmatched and out of funds, fearing he might end up as a charity case today. Look, Ren Xiaosu said with a kind demeanor, think carefully, is there any money hidden at home? No, who dares to hide money at home anymore? Even my wife doesn't trust me, the man replied, despair creeping into his voice. Ren Xiaosu, growing impatient, said, Come on, don't be so pitiful. Just tell me how much money you have left, with only 4 or 5 days until payday and the end of the month upon them. Those of them who worked could hardly save any money. I ask you how much you still have. Ren Xiaosu shouted in frustration. The man began to weep. It was clear that allowing someone to write an IOU was not an option, In these times, one could easily find oneself without a debtor overnight. Ren Xiaosu pondered whether the man possessed any valuable items. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Here's the deal. I see you're in a tough spot, so let us waive the remainder. Just give me the money in your pocket, and I'll leave you with 32 yuan for food. Make it 2 yuan. Upon hearing this, the man was nearly moved to tears. Thank you. Thank you. The gratitude from Dong Mingshu was overwhelming for Ren Xiaosu, who reveled in having discovered a way to elicit thanks. Firstly, the pricing must be reasonable. If the clinic charges 600, he should also charge 600, thus preventing any perception of exploitation. Furthermore, one must perform with finesse, even if it means earning slightly less. The emotional resonance must be profound. The pursuit of profit pales in comparison to the value of gratitude. Where gratitude flourishes, wealth follows. In just a single day, Ren Xiaosu managed to earn a remarkable 230 yuan, a sum far exceeding what he could have made from catching sparrows, and without any peril involved. Sister Yu has now fully embraced her role as a nurse, and Ren Xiaosu cannot allow her efforts to go unrewarded. However, there is no rush. It would be prudent to first ascertain the potential earnings over a month before determining Sister Yu's salary. News of the factory boiler explosion has reached the town, leaving many women anxious, fearful that their husbands might be in harm's way. The most distressed among them must surely be the fraudster at the clinic, who, upon hearing of the explosion, eagerly awaited patients, but found none by nightfall. To his dismay, he soon discovered that someone had usurped his clientele. He wondered who possessed the audacity to encroach upon his territory, only to find it was none other than Ren Xiaosu. The young doctor, after much contemplation, gritted his teeth. What was Ren Xiaosu's secret? How could he encroach upon another's livelihood? Yet the young doctor felt something amiss. How had Ren Xiaosu suddenly acquired the skills to heal? Previously, he had dismissed the notion of black medicine as mere herbal concoctions concocted by Ren Xiaosu, but now he was compelled to believe otherwise. Fuming, he rushed to confront Ren Xiaosu, only to find him at the entrance of his humble abode, skillfully peeling potatoes with a bone knife. With a swift motion, Ren Xiaosu pierced a potato clean through. Nonchalantly, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The young doctor awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, I was just wondering if you had eaten." "What are you talking about?" Ren Xiaosu replied, "I read medical books every day." "That's good," he responded, but Ren Xiaosu, without further engagement, resumed peeling the potatoes. In truth, Ren Xiaosu and his companions had previously consumed potatoes unpeeled, as peeling them would diminish their quantity. Now, however, circumstances had changed. With newfound wealth, Ren Xiaosu was indulging. Suddenly, a throng of individuals rushed into the town, shouting, "Disaster! Disaster!" Ren Xiaosu frowned and seized one person, inquiring, "What has happened?" The individual, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "A pack of wolves has appeared, and they are numerous." "How many is many?" Ren Xiaosu pressed further. "Perhaps 100. This was indeed a grave matter. The workers left behind at the factory likely faced dire consequences. However, the wolf pack would not dare raid the town, for it was fortified with high walls. And atop those walls, there were firearms. This is the very reason why the refugees have congregated outside the walls, forming a town. What are you looking at? Eat your meal," Ren Xiaosu said to Yen Luyuan. After saying this, he sat down to continue his meal, while Yen Luyuan, eating, curiously surveyed the outside. "Brother, how did you manage to survive back then? You've never mentioned it." After finishing a potato, Ren Xiaosu handed him another. "Eat more. It will help you grow stronger, thus increasing your chances of survival." "Brother, are you worried that wolves will come to the town?" Yen Luyuan observed Ren Xiaosu, who still wore a frown. "No." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "They are far more intelligent than you think and won't take risks by coming here. If the factory hadn't suffered casualties from the boiler explosion, they wouldn't have approached either. They are not drawn by the sin of blood, but rather by the allure of death." "What are you worried about then?" Yen Luyuan asked, intrigued. Ren Xiaosu pondered for a long moment. "What if one day this wall collapses?" Sister Xiaoyu paused. "Will the wall collapse?" "I don't know." Ren Xiaosu shook his head again. "But nothing in this world is immutable. I have actually encountered wolf packs twice. The first time I ran away from a great distance, but the second time I wasn't so fortunate. Yet, I have this persistent feeling that they seem to be growing stronger." Ren Xiaosu also contemplated what the world would become if one day this barrier fell. Unexpected news flooded the town, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unease. That evening, rather than hiding in their homes, everyone gathered to discuss the situation. The factory boiler explosion was not an unprecedented event. as the boilers had long been in disrepair and had exploded before. However, this time was different. Wolves had never dared to raid human factories before. Each factory usually employed thousands of workers, and the roads outside were bustling during shift changes. The audacity of a wolf pack to approach a small human settlement near a refuge barrier was indeed astonishing. As night fell, the gates of the refuge barrier suddenly swung open, the sound of the massive gate echoing through the air, followed by hundreds of armed soldiers emerging from within. These were the private troops of Manager Number 113, or rather, the private army of the Qin Corporation that stood behind Barrier Number 113. Teacher Zhang Jinglin had once inadvertently mentioned that the corporation was now the true power behind the refuge barrier, holding the lifeline of human survival and the weapons to combat external dangers firmly in their grasp, one hand wielding money, the other, weapons, ensuring their dominion over all barriers. This was the first encounter for Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan to witness such a multitude of soldiers emerging from the refuge barrier, concealed within a makeshift shelter. Yin Luyuan stealthily observed these private troops as they advanced toward the outskirts of the town. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Brother, is that what they carry, guns?" The black firearms appeared cold and menacing, and Ren Xiaosu was unsurprised to recognize each weapon. He felt an instinctive certainty that, should he obtain one of these firearms, he could wield it proficiently without hesitation. The private troops marched in disarray, while an off-road vehicle led the way. Some soldiers trailed behind in a chaotic manner, their formation utterly haphazard. Complaints arose from within the ranks, with one soldier grumbling, "It's just a few casualties in the factory. Can't we wait until tomorrow morning? Must we hunt wolves tonight?" Another soldier shot him a glare, retorting, "Shut up, this is a task assigned from above." The disgruntled soldier scoffed, "What are you afraid of? The officials can't hear us. They're likely still nestled in their women's beds." As he spoke, he lit a thin cigarette, and once again, Ren Xiaosu caught a whiff of that peculiar smoke. Frowning, he found his trust in the private troops within the barrier waning. At that moment, the smoking soldier turned to see Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan examining his automatic rifle and barked, "What are you two brats staring at? Do you even know what this is? Don't bother looking. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't know how to use it." Ren Xiaosu lowered the curtain but did not concur with the latter part of the soldier's statement. For reasons unknown, he instinctively assessed that the soldier's marksmanship might be lacking, as the triangular area on his right chest, meant to absorb recoil, had not been honed through years of practice. What Ren Xiaosu did not realize was that, even for the refuge barrier, modern firearms were considered a rarity, and the officers would hardly permit the soldiers to squander ammunition. With such funds available, it was far more prudent to indulge in drinks or seek the company of women. While alcohol was prohibited outside the barrier, it flowed freely within. Curiously, Yin Luyuan inquired, "Brother, why do you seem to recognize their guns?" Ren Xiaosu cast him a glance and replied, "Don't ask too many questions." Yin Luyuan, feeling somewhat aggrieved, lamented, "Do I have no standing in this household anymore?" Ren Xiaosu, lost in thought, replied nonchalantly, "Don't think too much. Your status in this family is simply to stay alive." "Brother, where are you going?" Yin Luyuan asked, momentarily taken aback. However, before he could finish his question, Ren Xiaosu had silently lifted the curtain and slipped outside. The street was now bustling with people, and no one paid heed to his departure. Typically, the townsfolk would hesitate to venture out after dark, yet tonight, everyone seemed to have emerged as if in celebration of the new year. Ren Xiaosu traversed through the darkness, and upon exiting the confines of the town, he began to sprint. The moonlight on this night was dim. Yet Ren Xiaosu had frequented the town nearly every day for years. He could navigate these paths with his eyes closed. While the mercenaries marched along the main road, he opted for a parallel, less trodden path to avoid an encounter with them. His purpose for venturing here was not entirely clear, but he sought an opportunity he could not quite articulate. It was the allure of firearms that drew Ren Xiaosu to this place. With his advanced firearms skills, he understood the paramount significance of weaponry in the contemporary age. The mercenaries accompanying the band once remarked that their firearms would send a pack of wolves scurrying in fear at the sound of a gunshot. Having faced a wolf pack before, Ren Xiaosu knew their terrifying nature, yet these formidable creatures were said to cower at the sound of gunfire. He remained oblivious to what might transpire between the mercenaries and the wolves, nor did he yearn to acquire the weapons the mercenaries possessed. His objective lay within the factory, as it was common knowledge in the town that the factory manager was equipped with firearms. Perhaps the wolves' arrival took them by surprise, leaving no time to retrieve their weapons. Or maybe the armed individuals were ambushed by the wolves, or perhaps other unforeseen circumstances played a role. Nonetheless, those guns might still be there. Ren Xiaosu sprinted with all his might. He was more familiar with the terrain than the mercenaries, who were advancing on foot, while he raced ahead. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot shattered the night, followed by a cacophony of gunfire that echoed through the air, mingling with the anguished cries of humanity. Ren Xiaosu turned abruptly towards the source of the commotion. It was evidently a clash between the mercenaries and the wolves, with many mercenaries sustaining injuries even after firing their weapons. Was it not said that wolves feared gunfire? Was this not an instinctive response of beasts to evade danger? To this day, Ren Xiaosu held a conviction. While beasts may evolve, they never truly overcome their instincts. Rabbits continue to graze, and wolves remain fearful of gunshots. Unless, of course, something fundamental had changed. The battle in the wilderness was fierce. The mercenaries had not anticipated an early encounter with the wolves, which seemed to have laid an ambush, both ferocious and cunning. Initially, they believed that firing their weapons would suffice to scare off the wolves. Yet they were gravely mistaken. The current pack did not panic at the sound of gunfire. As the wolves approached, the mercenaries realized with alarm that these wolves appeared larger than they had imagined, akin to bison. Wait. These wolves had first attacked the factory and then positioned themselves along the mercenaries' route. Why did it seem as though they were targeting the mercenaries themselves? Nevertheless, the mercenaries were trained individuals. They quickly regrouped and adopted a defensive formation following the initial casualties. When pitted against the sharp fangs and claws of beasts, humanity's firearms ultimately held the advantage. The mercenaries had encountered wolves on numerous occasions, but in recent years, they had gradually relaxed their efforts to eradicate the wolf population at the behest of their superiors. Certainly, this also afforded the wolf pack a moment of respite. As Ren Xiaosu listened to the gunfire, he could not comprehend why the sharp crack of the shots resonated so melodiously in his ears, igniting a surge of adrenaline that propelled him into a state of exhilaration. He refrained from peering closely at the battle scene. He understood that the wolves and mercenaries were engaged in combat, which implied safety on the factory side. Ren Xiaosu sprinted through the wilderness like a cheetah, experiencing for the first time the full extent of his newfound strength and agility. His muscle fibers tightened and relaxed in a rhythm that could only be described as exhilarating. As he approached the factory, he finally slowed his pace, stealthily advancing through the darkness. It was then that he stumbled upon numerous corpses of the displaced. These individuals appeared to have attempted an escape towards the settlement, only to be relentlessly pursued by the wolves. Only a fortunate few managed to flee, at the cost of their companions' lives. Ren Xiaosu deliberately examined the wounds on the bodies, noting that they had all succumbed to fatal bites on their necks, and peculiarly, the wolves had not consumed the corpses as if they had been in a great hurry. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to enter through the main gate but instead scaled the outer pipes of the factory. Cautiously, he scrutinized each window he passed, checking for any survivors within. Upon reaching the topmost level, a chill enveloped him. It appeared that there were no living souls left in the factory. The wolf pack had ravaged the entire establishment, leaving no one unscathed. Where might the firearms be concealed? Ren Xiaosu pondered, surmising that the factory's overseer would not place them in easily accessible locations. He shattered the glass at the highest level and leaped inside, surveying his surroundings. The corridors were stained with blood and littered with corpses, transforming the vast factory into a veritable inferno. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed an unsettling pattern. All the bodies seemed to converge in one direction, as if drawn by some unseen force. In times of peril, what compels people to flee towards a singular location? He deduced that this place was either the armory or a potential refuge. Following this trail, he descended to the basement level, a designated emergency shelter. The further he ventured, the more bodies he encountered, and he could vividly imagine the chaos of those fleeing from the wolf pack, desperately seeking safety, yet outpaced by their pursuers. Arriving at a heavy iron gate, he realized that the crowd had sought refuge behind it. After all, no matter how evolved the wolves became, they were still mere flesh and blood, and breaching this thick iron gate would pose a considerable challenge. He wondered if anyone remained behind that gate. After much deliberation, he raised his fist and knocked thrice upon the door. At that moment, a voice of elation erupted from behind the iron gate. "Is it the army? Have you finally come to rescue me? I shall open the door now." With a creaking sound, the iron gate swung wide, revealing a middle-aged man whose leg was injured, his trousers soaked in blood, supporting himself on one foot to operate the gate. However, as the door opened, both parties sprang into action. Ren Xiaosu bent down, ready to rush in, while the middle-aged man, realizing that the newcomers were not the army, instinctively raised his handgun. The air suddenly thickened with tension. halting Ren Xiaosu in his tracks, for the dark muzzle of the gun was pressed firmly against his forehead. "Oh, it seems I have stumbled upon a little thief taking advantage of the chaos," the middle-aged man chuckled. "I recognize you, Ren Xiaosu from the town." Ren Xiaosu, too, recognized him. This was Wang Dongyang, the factory manager. "I know you as well," Ren Xiaosu replied, standing tall and unfazed. "Why are you alone in here?" "No. It was you who fled here first and closed the gate, leaving everyone else outside. What if I refuse to carry you?" Ren Xiaosu laughed lightly. "Then I might as well shoot you, lock the door, and continue waiting for the army to come to my rescue. I am one of the people in the refuge. They must come to save me," Wang Dongyang declared. "You must be terrified that I will reveal your betrayal to everyone seeking to survive," Ren Xiaosu continued to jest. Wang Dongyang sneered, emboldened by his handgun. He felt invincible now. "How do you know?" Ren Xiaosu pondered. "Who knows a child better than their father?" Wang Dongyang. The factory manager's anger flared instantly. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" "I happen to know one more thing," Ren Xiaosu replied slowly. "What?" A sense of foreboding rose within Wang Dongyang. "I know that your gun's safety is off, and you no longer have time to engage it." Wang Dongyang's pupils constricted in realization. He had initially thought the outside was occupied by the army and had not thought much of it. Upon seeing Ren Xiaosu charge forward so decisively, he had been caught off guard, unable to engage the safety. He had believed he could easily intimidate Ren Xiaosu, thinking that this vagabond had never encountered a firearm and would only succumb to fear. Yet, it turned out that Ren Xiaosu was far more knowledgeable about firearms than most in this refuge. The despair within Wang Dongyang spread gradually. Like a creeping vine that clutched at his very heart, he never expected to be seen through, and the only mystery remained how this youth understood firearms. In the next moment, he suddenly retreated, hoping to seize the opportunity to secure his safety. However, Ren Xiaosu would never grant him such a chance. Like a cannonball, he collided with Wang Dongyang, crashing into him with such force that it shattered Wang's ribs, sending the gun flying from his grasp. Stripped of his last means of defense, Wang lay on the ground, coughing up blood as he pleaded, "Spare me, and I shall reveal the location of my hidden assets." "Speak first, and I shall let you go," Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Wang Dongyang understood all too well that his pleas were in vain. There was no way this young man would allow him to escape. If he were to be spared, would there still be a refuge for him near Block 113? Moreover, when he first heard of Ren Xiaosu, he knew him by the moniker the Ruthless Ren Xiaosu. No longer hesitating, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware that the battle between the private militia and the wolf pack could end at any moment. Should either side unexpectedly arrive at the factory during this delay, his fate would be grim. The sharp sound of a weapon slicing through leather echoed as he used a bone knife to mimic the claw marks of a wolf, inflicting wounds on Wang Dongyang's chest. Only after confirming Wang's lifelessness did he retrieve the handgun and exit, discreetly pocketing the 2 magazines still attached to Wang's body, 36 bullets in total. "Are you all right, brother?" Yin Lu Yuan exclaimed as he saw Ren Xiaosu lift the curtain and enter. He anxiously circled around Ren, relieved to find no bloodstains. Ren Xiaosu mused that this was likely a normal reaction. Even if the wolves were formidable, they stood no chance against a private militia that outnumbered them and was armed. "Those wolves are enormous," Yin Lu Yuan remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Previously, when he had inquired about the size of wolves, Ren had always described them as quite large, but today Yin finally grasped the true magnitude of that description. Frowning, Ren Xiaosu felt fortunate that he had not lingered too long in the factory. Had he done so, he might have encountered the approaching private militia. It seemed that the wolf pack, realizing their ambush would fail, had retreated, thus allowing the militia to remain unimpeded. Yet, the wolves were growing stronger and more cunning. Having let them escape this time, the townsfolk might face dire consequences in the future. An officer in the vehicle announced, "A substantial reward is offered for anyone who reports individuals leaving the town tonight." Ren Xiaosu's heart sank, for he recognized that this was a direct hunt for him. The opposing party must have already visited the factory. He believed that an ordinary person could not possibly discern the flaw in Wang Dongyang's wound. But there remained a critical issue unresolved. Wang's sidearm was missing. If someone were to deduce this oversight, it would lead to an inevitable unraveling of the truth, something Ren Xiaosu could not evade. "Brother," Yin Lu Yuan looked at Ren Xiaosu with concern. "They are searching for that gun." Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted, "I know who went out in the dead of night." Ren Xiaosu turned his head and saw Dr. Yutong from the clinic gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Yutong stood at a distance, primarily fearing that Ren Xiaosu might harm him. The officer of the private army approached slowly and inquired, Who is it? It's him, Ren Xiaosu. I witnessed him leaving the market town. Yutong said with a smug smile. Ren Xiaosu did not deny it. He admitted, at that time, our latrine was occupied by Hizong. So I had to relieve myself outside. Who is Hizong? Is that true? The officer questioned loudly. Hizong, who stood nearby, bewildered, did not comprehend how he had become embroiled in this situation. He weakly replied, I indeed had a stomach upset tonight. Many can attest to that. The officer then turned to Ren Xiaosu with a cold sneer. Search him. As he spoke, his soldiers were about to storm into the makeshift shelter when suddenly Wang Fugue sprang forward. Wait. He is someone of importance in the barrier who has been specifically requested to be looked after. You cannot treat him this way. The officer paused. What do you mean? Wang Fugue quickly explained. This afternoon, Boss Luo from the barrier sent someone to ensure his safety. Ren Xiaosu himself is unaware of this. As for why, you may inquire with Boss Luo. We are not at liberty to discuss it. Boss Luo? The officer appeared surprised. And it was evident to everyone that he recognized the name Luo Lan, who seemed to hold significant influence within the barrier. After a moment of contemplation, the officer declared, even if he is Boss Luo's person, this matter is quite serious. I will personally go to Boss Luo tonight to apologize and explain. With that, his soldiers disregarded everything else and charged directly into Ren Xiaosu's shelter, ransacking it, while two others began to search Ren Xiaosu himself. After 2 minutes, all the soldiers shook their heads. They had found nothing. The officer turned to Ren Xiaosu. Take me to where you relieved yourself. Yen Liu Yuan's eyes turned red at that moment. Ren Xiaosu led the officer and soldiers outside the market town, pointing to a pile of excrement, and said, Here, fresh. Definitely not overnight. The officer glanced at it and ordered the search for other households to continue, no longer concerning himself with Ren Xiaosu. He then directed his attention to Yutong, who had been following closely behind. Yutong, catching Ren Xiaosu's fierce gaze, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Initially, Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether Yutong, the clinic owner, had genuinely seen him leave or if he was fabricating accusations regardless of the truth. After all, in this world, one must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by other schemes. Therefore, Ren Xiaosu reasoned that if he had no recollection of such a dangerous target being present, it indicated that the other party was indeed absent, thereby increasing the likelihood that they were lying and deliberately attempting to persecute him. As for whether Yutong had contemplated the consequences of his failed slander, Ren Xiaosu deemed him not particularly astute, likely incapable of foreseeing such an outcome. Ren Xiaosu cast a derisive glance at Yutong, who promptly fled towards the town, leaving behind a puddle of water on the ground. Wang Fugue, observing this, chuckled. It seems my efforts were unnecessary. You appear to be quite unharmed. Ren Xiaosu turned to Wang Fugue and sincerely expressed his gratitude in that moment. Had anyone chosen to speak up for him, he would have remembered it fondly. Ah, don't mention it, Wang Fugue laughed, his smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. If it weren't for Boss Luo's admiration for you, I wouldn't have dared to step forward on your behalf. It was indeed Boss Luo who specifically sent someone to convey his message, urging the local authorities to look after you. Ren Xiaosu paused, puzzled. What does Boss Luo do? Does he know me? Wang Fugue whispered conspiratorially, he is quite fond of your medicine. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu realized that Wang Fugue had delivered his black medicine directly to the barrier. Boss Luo has stated that as long as you submit the required quantity each month, you shall remain untroubled outside the barrier, Wang Fugue said with a grin, revealing his own ulterior motive by aligning himself with Ren Xiaosu's black medicine and Boss Luo. He could secure his own safety for the rest of his days. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu's curiosity piqued. Is Boss Luo's influence within the barrier substantial? You wouldn't understand. Wang Fugue boasted, he is the representative of the Qing Corporation at Barrier 113. Why do the members of the Qing Corporation not share the surname Qing? Ren Xiaosu sensed something amiss. I must caution you not to speak of this outside. Wang Fugue lowered his voice. It is rumored that he is a half-brother of a prominent figure within the Qing Corporation, a love child. Could you perhaps speak with Boss Luo about getting us into the refuge barrier? Ren Xiaosu mused, considering Boss Luo's significant power within the refuge. Surely it wouldn't be difficult for him to facilitate their entry. We are all contaminated individuals. How could we possibly gain entry to the barrier? Wang Fugue lamented. Moreover, if you were to enter, who would gather medicinal herbs for Boss Luo in the wild? Ren Xiaosu suddenly comprehended, in truth. Wang Fugue's latter remark reflected the genuine reasoning behind the matter. What incentive would Boss Luo have to admit them into the barrier? It would suffice for them to remain outside, supplying him with black medicine. That night, Yin Luyuan fell into a high fever that refused to abate. Ren Shusu attempted to apply a vial of black medicine to Yin Luyuan's forehead, but it failed to bring down the fever. Sitting beside the bed, gazing at the languid Yin Luyuan, he sighed, "There is no need for you to make wishes about this. Refrain from making any more wishes without my command in the future, do you understand? Such high fevers can be fatal." Yin Luyuan, with great effort, opened his eyes and weakly remarked, "But what if something happens to you? What shall I do?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a long while, looking down, before responding, "Do not be stubborn, I will surely lead you all to a prosperous life." The following morning, as Ren Xiaosu ventured to the market to fetch water, he was struck by a startling revelation. Yutong had fled overnight with their valuables, preferring to confront the perils of the wilderness rather than face Ren Xiaosu. Some speculated that Yutong had made his way to the 114th barrier, as it was the closest to the 113th refuge and situated opposite the direction of the wolf pack. Typically, one would not encounter trouble on the main road. Ren Xiaosu found the situation both amusing and perplexing, realizing that he had inadvertently frightened Yutong away. However, an even more unexpected event unfolded. Chen Haidong, the administrator dispatched from the refuge, sought out Ren Xiaosu. With a cordial demeanor, Chen inquired, "Ren Xiaosu, I hear you have the ability to heal?" Taken aback, Ren replied, "I only treat cuts and external injuries." "Oh, that is quite all right," Chen chuckled, his mirth deepening. "Healing is healing, after all. Our market is in dire need of a doctor. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Yin Luyuan, still feverish in the makeshift shelter, was astounded. His brother merely wished to earn some gratitude and a bit of money, and suddenly he had transformed into a bona fide physician, the only doctor in the market. He had not even wished for such a thing. Could it be that last night's events required no wish, thus redirecting his fortunes? Yet, Ren Xiaosu understood that the crux of the matter lay in Chen Haidong's desire to curry favor with the affluent Mr. Luo. Power tends to compel those around you to serve you with utmost diligence. Not one to be naive, Ren promptly agreed. "Might I take over the clinic's premises?" "Absolutely." Chen responded with a warm smile. "That sounds splendid. You can move in today, as it is unoccupied." With that, Chen strolled away, humming a tune with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly thereafter, Lao Wang appeared at the door, a wooden box tucked under his arm, followed by several individuals from the brick houses, rumored to be the wealthiest in the market. There were those who ran small gambling dens, fabric shops, and grain stores. Lao Wang began, "Congratulations, Ren Xiaosu. You are moving into a brick house." As he spoke, he presented the gift box to Ren. "I have prepared a small token for you and Luyuan. You both are at a growing age, and this will nourish your health." Curious, Ren opened the box to reveal a lump of white substance. "What is this?" "Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is bird's nest soup, a prized delicacy of mine," Wang Fugui explained. "It's highly nourishing." Ren had only heard of such a thing before and had never seen it. However, he had often pondered Mr. Zhang Jinglin mentioned that bird's nests are made from the saliva of birds, yet I think the viscosity of saliva cannot be that substantial. Surely, they must be using phlegm instead. Wang Fugui, is it truly necessary to present gifts in such an off-putting manner? He appeared displeased. "What about bloodbird's nest then?" "What is bloodbird's nest?" Ren Xiaosu pondered. "Phlegm mixed with blood?" With a grin, Ren Xiaosu tossed the box of bird's nest into the shed, dismissing the unpleasantness. It was merely a jest. He glanced at the individuals behind old Wang, and truth be told, referring to these people as gentlemen would be an insult to the very term. They merely brought trivial gifts, yet they were not strangers to Ren Xiaosu. Their visit was primarily a formality to welcome him into their circle, signifying a budding friendship. Ren Xiaosu did not engage in pleasantries with them. Yin Luyuan was still recuperating in bed, and who could refuse nourishing supplements? Old Wang pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and said, "You should hasten to relocate to the clinic. There are 2 rooms with a small courtyard behind it, and many have their eyes on it." "All right," Ren Xiaosu nodded, still treating Wang Fugui with a degree of courtesy. Additionally, Boss Luo had someone deliver some medicinal supplies from the barrier. These are quite valuable. I had them placed directly in the clinic. The most precious items are the anti-inflammatory and anesthetic medications. You must keep a close watch on them, Wang Fugui whispered. Some individuals, unable to find cigarettes, resort to stealing anesthetics as substitutes for their addictive properties. I have fallen victim to this before. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that anesthetics could serve such a purpose. However, the arrival of gifts was indeed a positive occurrence. Curiously, he inquired, what else was sent? Also, a banner. That morning, Ren Xiaosu and Sister Xiaoyu hastily organized their belongings and headed to the clinic. Who would prefer to dwell in a shed when a bright and clean brick house awaited? He had formulated a plan. He would share one of the 2 rooms with Yin Lu Yuan, while Sister Xiaoyu would occupy the other alone. Previously, Sister Xiaoyu had resided in the brick house, but she had moved to the shed for the sake of her 2 younger brothers. Now, allowing her to return to the brick house fulfilled a wish. Yet, when Ren Xiaosu carried Yin Lu Yuan into the clinic, a sense of foreboding washed over him. According to Wang Fuguwei, as long as the banner remained in the clinic, no one would dare to take action against Ren Xiaosu, provided he did not engage in anything detrimental to Luo Land's interests. This banner served as a talisman, albeit a bothersome one. Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether it was Luo Land's casual directive to have the underlings create the banner or a deliberate slight aimed at him. Most likely, it was the former. To Luo Lan, he was merely a vagabond purchasing medicine outside the barrier. Ren Xiaosu ensured that Yin Lu Yuan was comfortably settled, and at that moment, Sister Xiaoyu was filled with deep concern. Last night, Ren Xiaosu refrained from informing her of the situation, fearing it might disturb her slumber. So she only learned of it this morning. Yin Lu Yuan was relishing Sister Xiaoyu's attentive care when he suddenly recalled his previous teasing remarks towards her. And in a weak voice, he said, "Sister Xiaoyu, I apologize for my past behavior." Sister Xiaoyu shot him a glance. "What do you need to apologize for with me? You 2 are just young yet wise beyond your years. If it weren't for your maturity surpassing that of other children, you wouldn't have made it this far." "It's primarily because my brother is impressive," Yin Lu Yuan replied with a smile. One could only wonder how much hardship Ren Xiaosu had endured over the years. Sister Xiaoyu sighed. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu was rummaging through the remaining medicines in the clinic, along with the new medications sent by Luo Lan. Perhaps someone had informed Mr. Luo that he specialized in treating external injuries, which is why the anesthetics and anti-inflammatory drugs he sent were particularly abundant. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu spotted a large box containing heat-clearing and detoxifying liquid, and he was overjoyed. He took the anti-inflammatory and detoxifying liquid to administer to Yin Lu Yuan. The primary symptom of Yin Lu Yuan's illness was inflammation of the tonsils due to excessive internal heat. Taking these medications, while not perfectly targeted, would undoubtedly aid in his recovery. The clinic still had some medicinal herbs, with names inscribed on the shelves alongside their corresponding ailments. Ren Xiaosu couldn't help but lament that the child, Yu, had a good father but failed to appreciate him. That evening, Yin Lu Yuan finally broke his fever, and Ren Xiaosu breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Sister Xiaoyu, "Why don't you both stew those supplements that were sent over and have them?" "All right." Sister Xiaoyu nodded and went to prepare the meal. The 3 of them now truly felt like siblings, with an ease that spoke of their bond. One cannot help but marvel at the mysterious nature of fate. 3 individuals who seemed incompatible had come together. Just as Sister Xiaoyu was about to hand Ren Xiaosu a bowl, her expression shifted. "Are you already tired of me? Is it that I eat too much? Or am I spending frivolously?" Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. "Sister Xiaoyu, that's not what I meant." After he spoke, Sister Xiaoyu thrust the bowl into Yin Lu Yuan's arms. "You finish it all." Yin Lu Yuan responded with a confused look. At that moment, Sister Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and soon Ren Xiaosu and Yin Lu Yuan joined in. Yin Lu Yuan suddenly felt that Sister Xiaoyu's laughter was remarkably gentle. It was a pity she was born in the wrong era. "Xiaosu, what are your plans for the future?" Sister Xiaoyu inquired during the meal. "I have no particular plans. Just taking one step at a time," Ren Xiaosu replied, his mind lingering on the weapon that remained locked. Initially, his only wish was for himself and Yin Lu Yuan to live well, but upon discovering his own supernatural abilities, he found himself harboring an insatiable desire. Currently, the series of tasks remains unfulfilled to treat 10 patients. The nature of the new tasks and their rewards remains a mystery. As does the enigmatic vending machine, will it offer goods beyond the black medicine? All uncertainties await his discovery. Yin Lu Yuan gazed at Ren Xiaosu with eager anticipation. "Brother, what shall we do tomorrow? May I assist you in treating patients?" Ren Xiaosu chuckled. "Oh, have you recovered?" "Indeed." After his meal, Yin Lu Yuan felt quite spirited. "I have no ailments left." Ren Xiaosu nodded. "If you're fine, then go to school." "Oh, an extra update for our wedding anniversary. I'm taking my wife out today, hence the early update." Chapter 26. To protect the greater or the lesser. At the break of dawn, Ren Xiaosu opened the door to his clinic, surveying his surroundings. For the first time in many years, he felt that the morning air in the town was rather refreshing. Since the disaster, the sky had often been veiled in a peculiar haze. Mr. Zhang Jinglin, the schoolmaster, explained that this was due to the vast amounts of smoke and dust particles that had been swept into the atmosphere during the calamity. This not only obstructed sunlight and hindered photosynthesis, but also rendered the climate particularly frigid, often resulting in acid rain. Fortunately, over the past few decades, conditions had gradually improved. And now, for most of the year, the sun was visible. Ren Xiaosu's clinic stood opposite a grocery store. As soon as he opened the door, he spotted Wang Fuguwei emerging, carrying 2 freshly baked sweet potatoes. "Xiaosu, would you like some sweet potato?" Ren Xiaosu couldn't help but marvel. Previously, he had found it difficult to persuade this miserly old man to give him even a sewing needle, let alone a thread. Yet now, this stingy fellow was offering sweet potatoes with such generosity. Is it reasonable to administer an anesthetic? Wang Fuguwei's expression darkened instantly. He inquired, by the way, "You haven't gone out to gather herbs these past few days. Do you still have your medicine?" "Of course, I have anti-inflammatory medicine, anesthetics, and cough syrup, all in stock." Ren Xiaosu replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I meant to ask about your black medicine. Do you still have any?" Wang Fuguwei appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You just bought some recently, didn't you?" Ren Xiaosu feigned ignorance. "That was for the big shots in the barrier. Don't play coy with me. Without my delivery of medicine, how could you have this clinic?" Wang Fuguwei lamented. "To be honest, I initially delivered it to Chen Haidong. I have no clue how it ended up in Boss Luo's hands." At this moment, Wang Fuguwei himself was puzzled about how the black medicine had been passed along, uncertain how many uses remained by the time it reached Boss Luo. "Here you go." Ren Xiaosu produced 2 small porcelain bottles. He had exchanged a small vial of black medicine yesterday to treat Yin Luyuan's fever, and now only 2 doses remained, already portioned out, 1,200, not a penny less. "I possess a vial that must be delivered." With a fierce glare, Wang Fuguwei exclaimed, "How dare you charge me such an exorbitant amount?" Nevertheless, Wang Fuguwei, without hesitation, resolutely grasped Ren Xiaosu's arm, exchanging payment for the goods, and surprisingly expressed his gratitude. A heartfelt thanks from Wang Fuguwei, how peculiar. Ren Xiaosu mused, finding Wang Fuguwei rather amusing, as he received 2 tokens of gratitude for 2 simple thank yous. Yet, Ren Xiaosu felt a tinge of regret. His tokens of appreciation seemed to dwindle with each use, leaving him with only 4. However, having weighed the pros and cons, he deemed it essential to cultivate a closer relationship with Yin Luyuan and Sister Xiaoyu, ensuring their well-being in the marketplace. Moreover, the black medicine was not freely given, so why not take advantage of the situation? Reflecting on this, Ren Xiaosu could not help but wonder if, with his newfound status as a clinic doctor, he might accrue more tokens of gratitude. At present, Ren Xiaosu's urgent task was to venture out for medicinal herbs. Being a cautious individual, he believed in thorough preparation, otherwise, it would raise suspicions. He didn't want to be known for his supernatural abilities, such as conjuring an iceberg or cleaving mountains, only to be reduced to manufacturing medicine. How utterly embarrassing. Upon entering the wilderness, he could not resist checking the spot where he had buried his handgun, ensuring no one had disturbed it before he felt at ease. This weapon was his greatest reliance, and he could not afford any mistakes. Despite possessing a strength of 4, 5 and agility of 4, 1 could never outrun a bullet. He tossed the bamboo basket onto the ground and inquired, "What afflictions do you both suffer from?" "You have come to the right place." "That is splendid." The man replied, "We are not injured. My wife is 4 months pregnant, and this morning she suddenly felt a twinge of pain. We feared the worst and came to seek a doctor. Can you help her?" Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Although he operated a clinic, he was not equipped to handle such matters. In the minds of the townsfolk, there was no distinction between male and female ailments if one was ill. The clinic was the destination. Caught in a predicament, Ren Xiaosu recalled his earlier bravado, now faced with the couple's eager gazes. He could not embarrass himself in front of them. After a moment's contemplation, he pondered, to protect the larger or the smaller. The couple exchanged puzzled glances. The man, now infuriated, retorted, "Is your medical expertise a sham? My wife merely has a stomachache, and you dare ask whether to protect the larger or the smaller? The child is only 4 months along. Where would we even place the smaller one?" With a sigh, he conceded, "I sincerely apologize. I misspoke earlier. Allow me to clarify. I truly cannot treat gynecological issues. It would be utterly inappropriate to continue misleading you." The previous physician was utterly inept. In truth, he was nothing more than a charlatan. It must be said, however, that while he could effortlessly take the life of a despicable individual without a flicker of remorse, deceiving a praetorian woman was something that Ren Xiaosu could not bring himself to do. He continued, "My recommendation is that you seek Mr. Zhang at the academy to borrow some literature on this subject. Ensure that your sister eats and drinks well, and whether she delivers smoothly is left to fate. I shall not deceive you for your money. Furthermore, he cautioned them against purchasing medications from others, for he was well aware that taking drugs during pregnancy could result in severe developmental deformities in the child. If you are skeptical, you may consult Mr. Zhang for confirmation. The couple exchanged glances, taken aback by Ren Xiaosu's unexpected candor. After a moment of contemplation, the husband remarked, I find you to be somewhat superior to that previous doctor. When I fell ill, he was so intent on selling me medicine that my condition did not improve at all. I managed to recover solely through my own resilience. The expectant woman then rose, smiling, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, doctor. The gratitude from Qin Jejia caught Ren Xiaosu off guard. He had hardly done anything substantial. Yet he received an unexpected token of appreciation. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu found himself perplexed. He had merely spoken the truth and, in return, received thanks. In his and Yin Li Yuan's understanding, one typically needed to offer something to elicit genuine gratitude. This couple had unwittingly led Ren Xiaosu to a realization, though he struggled to articulate it. That very day, he instructed Sister Xiaoyu to remove the sign outside the clinic and replace it with the words external injuries. He had engaged in his fair share of deceitful practices, yet he had always chosen his targets selectively. Ren Xiaosu resolved that from this day forward, he would treat only those ailments he could manage. Any he could not would be disregarded. To his astonishment, not a single case of external injury presented itself that day. Instead, he encountered a string of minor ailments beyond his expertise. However, this was not the source of his astonishment. Rather, it was the realization that he had been completely forthright with these patients and, remarkably, not a single black market remedy had been employed. By day's end, the count of gratitude tokens had risen to 10. Unbeknownst to him, it seemed the community had long harbored grievances against the previous physician, Yu Tong. Following Ren Xiaosu's forthright conduct, those who had sought his services began to promote him of their own accord. I believe that the resolute Ren Xiaosu is far superior to that scoundrel Yu Tong. He will not prescribe unnecessary medications for profit. Curious onlookers, intrigued by this revelation, flocked to the clinic to witness the commotion. While they reveled in the bustle, Ren Xiaosu found himself in a quandary, although he had garnered a handful of gratitude tokens. The number of patients seeking his services had surged to tenfold that of the tokens he had received. Headaches plagued some, while others felt as if their faces had suddenly swelled. What rendered Ren Xiaosu utterly speechless was that some even sought him out for divination. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu remained steadfast in his convictions, as he had previously explained to the couple, persuading the townsfolk to disperse. In time, the people of the town discovered that Ren Xiaosu's medical practice seemed to be devoid of exorbitant charges. Previously, they regarded him with a certain severity, for in his youth, Ren Xiaosu, alongside Yin Li Yuan, had to engage in fierce competition to establish themselves in the town, thus securing a slender chance of survival. Over time, their perception of him transformed. He became known as the apothecary. Now, it appeared that their subconscious belief had shifted should an injury arise. The first instinct was to seek Ren Xiaosu's treatment at the clinic. Sister Xiaoyu even occasionally purchased fine salt and pigskin, for the texture of fine salt differed little from that of coarse salt, while pigskin was utilized for rendering oil and cooking. Outside the town lay pig farms, where the pigs had undergone a form of evolution. However, if castrated while they were still young, they would grow into exceedingly docile creatures. It must be said that humans are indeed the most adaptable and resourceful species in existence, without exception. Typically, the choicest cuts of meat from these pigs were sent to the refuge, with only the scraps remaining in the town, and those were exceedingly rare. In earlier days, Yin Li Yuan had dreamed of entering the refuge, one of the primary reasons being his desire to savor meat. Ren Xiaosu expressed mild surprise. Is that so? Indeed. Sister Xiaoyu replied, her eyes twinkling as she prepared vegetables. Our little Xiaosu has already become a doctor. He will surely find the best wife in the town. Once you marry and have children, I shall take care of them. Ren Xiaosu immediately felt awkward. I haven't considered such matters. Sister Xiaoyu, displeased, retorted, at your age, you ought to start thinking about it. Today, I also bought some peanuts, though I wonder where the townsfolk unearthed them. I shall cook some for you shortly. Upon entering, Ren Xiaosu noticed the basket contained peanuts and picked one up to shell, only to have Sister Xiaoyu swat his hand away. These peanuts are still covered in dirt. You mustn't eat them. Yin Li Yuan, in frustration, slammed the table. You are so beautiful. Why won't you let me eat peanuts? Sister Xiaoyu's smile returned. Go ahead, eat. Huh? Ren Shusu paused, an ominous premonition stirring within him. At that moment, a familiar figure stormed through the door. It was Mr. Zhang Jinglin from the academy. Ren Xiaosu's eyes brightened. Mr. Zhang, are you here for lunch? Lunch my foot. Zhang Jinglin replied, seething. If you cannot treat a disease, then do not attempt to. Why must you send them all to me? Previously, Ren Xiaosu advised the couple to consult Mr. Zhang or borrow books on pregnancy preservation from him. Later, Ren Xiaosu found this approach quite effective, so he repeated it to each patient this morning. Zhang Jinglin, in a state of exasperation, lamented, ordinary ailments I can tolerate. But even something as trivial as athlete's foot brings them to me. You cannot imagine the odor that arises when that person removes their shoes. I am fortunate to have escaped quickly. Ren Xiaosu awkwardly chuckled. I merely thought you were well-versed in knowledge. Zhang Jinglin felt he was nearing the brink of insanity, retorting. I am a teacher. If I cannot cure an ailment, how can I expect to treat it? Should you continue to direct patients my way? I will assign Yin Luyuan an endless amount of homework. Meanwhile, Yin Luyuan, munching on peanuts, interjected, what happens between you two is of no concern to me. Ren Xiaosu hurriedly thrust a handful of peanuts into Zhang Jinglin's hands, assuring him, rest assured, it won't happen again, I promise. As night fell, Ren Xiaosu sensed that life was seemingly progressing towards a brighter future. He gazed at the 10 gratitude coins he had amassed in the palace, wishing he could unlock that weapon sooner. Yin Liyuan was sound asleep beside him. Earlier that afternoon, when Ren Xiaosu substituted for a class, the students, still rattled by recent tales of a wolf pack in the market, eagerly requested more stories about wolves, such as how to respond upon encountering them or how to escape. However, Ren Xiaosu had no desire to indulge such tales. Instead, he shared insights on survival skills in the wilderness, believing that if these children were to encounter wolves in the future, their chances of survival would be grim due to the stark physical disparity between humans and wild beasts, an outcome that was simply unavoidable. Rather than teaching them how to hunt beasts, he deemed it far more prudent to instruct them on how to procure the water and food necessary for sustaining life. As perishing at the hands of wolves was a tragic fate, while starving to death would be utterly unjust. Unbeknownst to them, while they feared Ren Xiaosu, their parents were not so easily intimidated. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu heard unusual sounds emanating from beyond the courtyard wall, where the source moved with utmost caution. However, as someone who had spent years in the wild, he knew that even the slightest rustle demanded vigilance, lest it lead to peril. He promptly extinguished the oil lamp within the room and stealthily approached the courtyard. Concealed by the wall's base, he attentively listened to the commotion outside. Suddenly, someone leaped from beyond the wall, grasping the top of the enclosure with both hands before pushing themselves up and vaulting into the courtyard. Mid-air, the figure glanced downward, locking eyes with Ren Xiaosu's curious gaze. In the next heartbeat, Ren Xiaosu sharply bent his knees and drew his arms close, seemingly gathering all his strength before erupting into action. The force of that punch was akin to a mountain being cleaved in two, landing squarely upon the uninvited guest's groin. The intruder, possessing commendable agility, sought to evade the blow by bringing his knees together and launching a counterattack towards Ren Xiaosu. However, he was utterly unprepared for Ren Xiaosu's swiftness, which exceeded his expectations. Alas, the intruder, having lost his balance, fell painfully to the ground, clutching his groin and crying out in agony. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Ren Xiaosu calmly regarded the figure sprawled on the ground, unable to discern the identity of the individual due to their attire. The next instant, two more figures leaped into the fray. Wait, by heavens! The ground was now occupied by two more individuals, rolling about in chaos. A knock resounded at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice commanding, "Open up." Ren Xiaosu recognized this voice. It belonged to the officer who had previously led a private army to search the entire town. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that these individuals were the private soldiers from the barrier, yet he could not fathom why they appeared so feeble. In truth, it was not that they were weak. Although the private army within the barrier had become lax in their training, they were not mere commoners that could be easily subdued. These soldiers had heard whispers of Ren Xiaosu's notorious reputation for ruthlessness, but they mused, how formidable could a refugee truly be? Inside the room, the previously slumbering Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan donned their clothes and emerged, inquiring, what is going on? If they were to find something, it could be justified, after all. Within this number 113 refuge barrier, Boss Luo did not wield absolute power, and it was uncertain how much he truly valued Ren Xiaosu. However, if nothing was found, they would inevitably face the wrath of Boss Luo. Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow. This could be classified as a nighttime intrusion into a private residence. And it was the second time he had been searched. By rights, he should have the upper hand, but outside the refuge barrier, who could he appeal to for justice? Strength was the only argument, yet his fists were not sufficiently mighty. After delivering blows to 3 of the private soldiers, he sensed that they would not let the matter rest easily. It must be said that after this incident, Ren Shusu reminded himself to exercise even greater caution, never to underestimate anyone. In fact, the officer stood outside with a dozen men, seething with anger. He could not accept that his soldiers were incapable of managing a mere refugee, necessitating his intervention to retrieve them. Should word of this spread, where would his dignity reside? Thus, today, a resolution was imperative. Just as he prepared to command his subordinates to kick down the door, the clinic's door swung open on its own. The officer fell silent for a moment, only to be inexplicably amused by the absurdity of the situation. What was this? A protective banner. Ren Shusu remained on high alert, meticulously observing the officer's expression, primarily concerned that the officer might act rashly, seeking vengeance upon witnessing the banner. Instead, the officer circumvented him and strode directly inside, barking the command, "Search." Ren Xiaosu followed behind and remarked, "Didn't we search last time?" The officer's expression darkened as he observed the soldiers still rolling about in the courtyard, a bunch of worthless fools. He turned to Ren Shusu and said, "I am Wang Tsongyang. If you wish to seek retribution from Boss Luo, you may mention my name." "That won't do," Ren Xiaosu replied with a forced smile. "You haven't done anything either." Wang Tsongyang scrutinized Ren Xiaosu closely, while his soldiers reported after several minutes of searching, nothing was found. Without further ado, Wang Tsongyang led his team away. Before departing, he cast a half-smiling glance at Ren Shusu, commenting, "If only you were born within the walls. Joining my ranks would be far better than this bunch of inept soldiers." Suddenly, Ren Shusu froze. The factory manager was named Wang Dongong. Could there be a connection with this Wang Tsongyang? No wonder the other party was so relentless in pursuing him for the perpetrator's whereabouts. Upon learning that this officer was named Wang Tsongyang, Ren Xiaosu felt a jolt of alarm, fearing that this individual would persistently pursue him. At dawn, when Ren Shusu opened the door, he found Wang Fuguwei sweeping the shop. Upon seeing Ren Shusu, Wang Fuguwei set down the broom and approached him, lowering his voice to inquire, "What happened last night?" "Nothing much." Ren Shusu shook his head. "The private army within the walls still suspects me and conducted another search." "Bah!" Wang Fuguwei exclaimed indignantly. "They treat us refugees like thieves. It's been said that we are under Boss Luo's protection, yet they dare search again." "All right. Enough of the theatrics," Ren Shusu replied, exasperatedly glancing at Wang Fuguwei. "Why are you so worked up on my behalf?" Wang Fuguwei chuckled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I've already sent in the new black powder." Just then, a man came rushing in, his arm bleeding profusely. Even from afar, he shouted, "Doctor, help me." Perhaps due to the considerable loss of blood, the sight of his wound alarmed him, yet Ren Xiaosu could tell at a glance that the injury was not life-threatening. In this town, not much meant one would not die. One must admit, the refugees possessed a rather open-minded outlook on life, apart from matters of life and death. Little else seemed of great consequence. Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and said, "Come in, your injury is not serious, you won't die. How did you get hurt?" "It's nothing," Ren Xiaosu responded calmly. Upon hearing that he wouldn't die, the man relaxed a bit. Ren Xiaosu took another look at the wound, contemplating whether to try out the new anesthetic he had recently acquired. He said to the man, "We have anesthetics here. Once administered, treating the wound will be painless." "Really?" The man paused in surprise. "Will it cost anything?" "Nonsense," Ren Xiaosu retorted with irritation. "Do you think I can administer such an expensive medication for free? Look at your wound. It's at least 4 inches long. Stitching up such a lengthy gash one needle at a time would surely be excruciating." Ren Shusu spoke the truth. The wound was indeed extensive, and he presumed that applying the black ointment would require utmost caution, as a single dosage would scarcely suffice. Thus, he genuinely worried that the patient might not withstand the pain. At that moment, Sister Xiaoyu emerged with a metal tray, upon which lay a syringe and a small vial of anesthetic, the syringe being an old one from the clinic. Due to limited medical resources, there were no disposable syringes available, necessitating thorough sterilization each time it was used. Logically, this practice was certainly flawed, yet what could Ren Shusu do? All he could manage was to ensure proper disinfection, such as roasting the needle over the flame for a bit longer. This time, Sister Xiaoyu intended to wait until the needle had cooled before administering the injection. However, just as she was about to proceed, she hesitated. Ren Should the anesthetic be injected into the exterior of the wound or directly into it? They had never used this anesthetic before, which left Sister Xiaoyu puzzled. Would injecting directly into the wound expedite the numbing effect? Ren Xiaosu was taken aback as well. He had not considered this aspect. I'm not sure. The man nearby, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, nearly lost his composure. So you've never administered anesthetic before. Do you even know how to treat wounds? This man had heard of Ren Xiaosu's capabilities in treating external injuries, and given Ren's outstanding reputation in the town, he had come to the clinic without hesitation. Where exactly should we inject, Ren? Sister Xiaoyu pressed. Ren Xiaosu glanced at the patient's pallor and contemplated. Perhaps we should inject it into the leg to prevent him from running away later. The patient? Task completed. Reward 1. 0 strength. Task: heal 20 patients. However, during the course of that day, although Ren Xiaosu managed to fulfill the third segment of his task by treating 10 patients, his gratitude coins had diminished from 10 to 8, as many individuals, despite being healed, lacked the integrity to express their thanks. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu felt an unusual sense of fulfillment in his current life. He spent his days seeing patients, taught classes in the afternoons, and in the evenings. He would chat with Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan in the courtyard. He had tilled the soil in the yard, preparing to plant some vegetables. One of his long-held dreams had been to possess a yard where he could grow scallions, garlic sprouts, and greens. Now, Ren Xiaosu felt as though his strength was nearing double that of an average adult male, and his muscles had become noticeably firmer. In his mind, he inquired of the palace, "What are my current strength and agility attributes?" Ren Xiaosu remained silent, but it appeared that his attributes were relatively balanced, likely preventing any sudden transformation into a muscle-bound figure. Yin Luyuan suddenly inquired, "Brother, why don't you treat all those patients? That's a potential fortune." Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and replied, "I cannot cure them." Yin Luyuan pondered for a moment and followed up, "But other doctors managed to treat them, didn't they?" Ren Xiaosu explained, "We must not emulate them. Just look at his current predicament. When trouble befell him, who came to his aid? One must have principles in life. But even if we encounter misfortune, it doesn't guarantee assistance from others." Yin Luyuan muttered quietly, "They wouldn't help us, would they? Then why should we show them kindness? In this era, many would relish our downfall." Ren Xiaosu acknowledged the truth in Yin Luyuan's words. Indeed, in this age, selfishness reigned supreme, and harboring malice towards others seemed almost a norm. However, Ren Xiaosu needed to instill in Yin Luyuan the understanding that others were others. And they were they. "Luyuan, remember," Ren Xiaosu stated earnestly, "do not allow the sorrows of this era to become your own." Yin Luyuan appeared contemplative, while Sister Xiaoyu observed the two brothers with bright eyes, suddenly feeling that as long as Ren Xiaosu remained by Yin Luyuan's side, he would never stray onto a misguided path. Indeed, and the man who guided them has vanished. Ren Xiaosu raised his head, recalling the cap-wearing girl with impeccable marksmanship. As he calculated the time since the band's departure, he realized it had been merely about a week, meaning they had barely reached the 112th barrier, if at all, and had not even made it to the foot of Jing Mountain. After all, the wolf pack no longer feared gunfire. The mere thought of the wolves tightened Ren Xiaosu's heart. He had spoken to Wang Fugui about them the previous day, and Wang Fugui had shared information he received from the town manager, Chen Haidong, revealing that the wolf pack had suffered significant casualties during their ambush on the private militia. The entire pack had retreated to the Yang Mountain near the 111th barrier, likely too frightened to approach them again. What had triggered this evolution in the wolves? Ren Xiaosu could not fathom. Peering through the clinic's window, Ren Xiaosu observed the displaced individuals from the town emerging from their shelters, silently gathering to watch. Their curiosity about the band had already been piqued, and now, sensing potential trouble, their intrigue deepened. The band had departed in 4 off-road vehicles. Yet now only one remained in motion, occupied by the Star Luosinyu from the barrier and 3 private militia members, while the rest trudged behind, their clothing tattered and worn. Though Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan's lives had improved somewhat, water remained scarce. In terms of water resources, the displaced were treated equally, and the management of the refuge barrier was exceedingly strict. Therefore, whenever they had surplus water, Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan willingly allowed Sister Xiaoyu to use it for her ablutions, contenting themselves with a mere splash to brush their teeth. The act of brushing one's teeth, as it were, involves taking a willow twig, dipping it in coarse salt, and scraping one's teeth for an extended period, followed by rinsing the mouth. Now, the dark-skinned Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan observed that the members of the band had also become akin to them, which brought them a sense of delight. The girl in the cap with impeccable shooting skills followed closely behind the off-road vehicle. Although the clothing of the individual in front bore holes, Ren Xiaosu noticed that despite her disheveled appearance, her steps remained light and steady. In this regard, the girl in the cap was undoubtedly superior to the accompanying mercenaries. This was, of course, anticipated by Ren Xiaosu, after all. How could someone with such remarkable marksmanship be outdone by those mercenaries? Inside the off-road vehicle, the star Luo Xinyu commanded, "Quickly report for customs at the barrier. Do not let these refugees gawk at us as if we were monkeys." Furthermore, Luo Xinyu added coldly, "Find that Wang Fugawei." The cacophony in the town gradually subsided, and the inhabitants dared only to whisper within their makeshift shelters or even engage in conversation with their families, feeling emboldened to chat across the thin walls separating their dwellings. As the fabric offered little sound insulation, Ren Xiaosu and Yin Luyuan leaned against the window, observing as the band members divided into two groups. One sought out those at the refuge barrier to go through the entry process, while the other made a beeline for Wang Fugawei's grocery store. "Brother, what do they want with old Wang?" Yin Luyuan inquired curiously. Ren Xiaosu clicked his tongue in regret, recalling how the guide had arrogantly cast a glance at him when departing the town, never anticipating that glance would signify a final farewell. He witnessed the group approaching the door of Wang Fugawei's grocery store, which Wang opened slowly from within, appearing quite composed. Initially, Ren Xiaosu had harbored concerns for Wang Fugawei, but seeing his calm demeanor, he felt reassured. The occupants of the off-road vehicle disembarked as well. Luo Xinyu, clad in what was once white attire, fixed her gaze on Wang Fugawei and questioned, "What sort of guide have you provided us?" Wang Fugawei, genuinely curious, responded, "What seems to be the issue?" He truly wondered. Given that the guide was supposedly an experienced hunter, he should not have made such a blunder. Why were these individuals so irate? "What is the issue?" Luo Xinyu's voice was frigid. "Before we even entered the boundary of Jing Mountain, he led us astray, and we spent 3 days without locating the correct position. It was common knowledge that vehicles could traverse Jing Mountain, as there existed a gorge paved with gravel, which had once been a riverbed, but had inexplicably dried up. Ordinary vehicles could not navigate this route, yet it posed no challenge for an off-road vehicle. Thus, the guide had failed to lead the band directly to that road. And then, where is he? Old Wang asked, bewildered. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. He had never heard that the fish in the nearby river were aggressive. Was it really fish? In truth, Boss Luo had not assigned him any task. He merely wished to convey to the others that he was affiliated with Boss Luo. The private militia furrowed their brows, and even Luo Xinyu was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the person they intended to confront was backed by Luo Lan. Wang Fugawei leisurely remarked, "I have long told you that to pass through. You must seek Ren Xiaosu." "That lunatic?" A member of the militia frowned. "The one who fancies himself a doctor?" Wang Fugawei suddenly felt a twinge of toothache and pointed towards the clinic's window across the street. "You might not believe it, but he truly is a doctor now." "Luo Xinyu? Private militia?" Everyone followed Wang Fugawei's finger and was greeted by the sight of 2 dark faces pressed against the clinic window, curiously observing them. To be honest, even Wang Fugawei felt a pang of nostalgia at that moment. How had this young man inadvertently become a doctor? Is he truly a physician? Someone in the band asked, their voice tinged with disbelief. Could it be that we misunderstood him last time? Luo Xinyu inquired, increasingly perplexed. Wang Fugawei mused to himself that there had indeed been no misunderstanding. It had only been a matter of days since he had assumed the role of a doctor. However, he did not intend to disclose this fact, as he sought to distance himself from the situation. "You see, I never claimed to have introduced a lunatic to you. Look, he really is a doctor." No, let me think." A member of the militia contemplated aloud. "What did he say when we last met?" "Congratulations. Both father and son are safe, 6 pounds and 6 ounces. Someone chimed in. "Right, whoever said anything about father and son being safe?" The militia member retorted angrily. "Is it possible that someone like him from our town could become a doctor?" As he spoke, Wang Fugawei walked a few paces forward and casually knocked on a door. Inquiring, "Is Ren Xiaosu the doctor in our town?" The person who opened the door hesitated momentarily. "Yes. And how's his medical skill?" Wang Fugawei pressed further. The individual gave a thumbs up. "Who in our town doesn't praise Ren Xiaosu's abilities?" The band fell into deep contemplation once more, turning back to glance at the clinic, only to find it empty. "Are you saying he's the only one who can guide people across the mountains?" Luo Xinyu's emotions began to settle. "Indeed." Wang Fugawei pondered before replying with a smile, "I cannot definitively say whether he can lead you across, But if he cannot, then there is no one in this town who can. You are elevating him to the heavens, Luo Xinyu scoffed. Tell him he has been conscripted. We shall set forth again after we regroup. Do not speak of this to me, Wang Fugui chuckled awkwardly. If you wish to requisition him, you must first inquire whether Boss Luo is amenable. Boss Luo? Does he have ties with Boss Luo? Luo Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. I cannot speak to the specifics, but it is certainly not something that can be done casually, Wang Fugui clarified. He patted his chest, aware that he too feared potential retribution from the other party. Fortuitously, his connection with Boss Luo, due to the delivery of the black medicine, afforded him some protection. Were it not for this fortunate circumstance, he might have faced dire consequences today. In truth, Wang Fugui himself was perhaps not fully aware of the extent of Boss Luo's influence within the sanctuary barrier. But each time he wielded this connection, he was acutely reminded of the power it bestowed upon him. He knocked on the clinic door, hoping to discuss the matter with Ren Xiaosu, but after a prolonged wait with no response, he muttered, Am I perhaps being held in disdain? The following morning, Ren Xiaosu opened the clinic door promptly for business, only to find Wang Fugui standing there with a smile. What is it? Ren Xiaosu asked, somewhat irked. I recommended you to them out of goodwill, Wang Fugui replied. That is an opportunity to enter the barrier. Do you have any idea how many people outside yearn to gain entry? Everyone desires it. How could you possibly turn down such a splendid opportunity? Ren Xiaosu became displeased. I will draw a route map for you. You can escort them, and then you too can enter the sanctuary. I will not go, Wang Fugui recoiled. I lack your skills, and what of my daughter if I were to enter? At my age, I might still find a companion outside with a bit of expenditure. But who would look upon me within? Ren Xiaosu countered, You have a daughter, and I have Lu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyu. What will happen to them if I enter the barrier? If you recommend me again, I shall have them consume your provisions. I am doing this for your own good. Wang Fugui exclaimed in exasperation. If I were 20 years younger, I would wholeheartedly go. For my good. Ren Xiaosu scoffed. I thank you and your entire family. Wang Fugui retorted. I express my gratitude to your 8 generations of ancestors. From Wang Fugui, 1 gratitude coin. Ren Xiaosu was incredulous. Is this truly a form of gratitude? And with sincerity? I suspect your sincerity is dubious. He could hardly fathom that his 9th gratitude coin had come about in such a manner. However, Ren Xiaosu understood that while Wang Fugui might have entertained the notion of cozying up to the star within the barrier, his inclination to recommend himself stemmed from a genuine desire to help. The crux of the matter was that Ren Xiaosu had no intention of entering. Had the conditions been to replace Lu Yuan with him, he might have acquiesced. Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment and spoke earnestly. Old Wang, let me reiterate. I cannot abandon Lu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyu, nor can I venture in alone. Please refrain from recommending me to them again. Wang Fugui, feeling exasperated, replied. All right, I understand. Rest assured, as long as Boss Luo remains silent, they cannot take you away. If you leave for over 3 months, who will supply Boss Luo with medicine, right? Just keep that in mind. At that moment, a man approached Ren Xiaosu and said, Doctor, I wish to seek treatment. I shall speak with you later. A patient has arrived, Ren Xiaosu replied, turning towards the clinic. Seated behind the desk, Ren Xiaosu inquired of the man. Where is your injury? Allow me to take a look. The man replied, I am not injured. I just have a pain in my groin. Upon hearing this, the nurse, Sister Xiaoyu, blushed furiously. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ren Xiaosu cautiously probed, Is it painful? The man, taken aback, responded, It hurts whether I'm finished or not. Ren Xiaosu found himself in a conundrum, thinking, What is happening these days? After persuading the man to leave, he unexpectedly received another token of gratitude. Well, regardless of the symptoms, as long as I receive a token of thanks, that suffices. Currently, Ren Xiaosu possessed 10 tokens of gratitude, and the day to unlock the weapon seemed to be drawing nearer. One reason he was reluctant to become a guide was that obtaining tokens in the town was significantly easier. Who would thank him on the journey with that band and mercenaries? For some reason, Ren Xiaosu was perpetually anticipating that weapon, eager to uncover its true nature. Such rare tokens of gratitude must surely correspond to an extraordinary weapon. Apologies for the late response. Perhaps the band was indeed in a precarious situation, leading to a longer period of recuperation as they had not emerged for several consecutive days. According to their words, the band and mercenaries would undoubtedly make another journey to Jing Mountain. It was merely a matter of time. What lay within Jing Mountain? Ren Xiaosu felt that their desire to venture there far exceeded any invitation to perform at the number 112 refuge barrier. Jing Mountain sprawled over a vast expanse. It seemed no one had truly explored its depths yet. What information had the administrators of the barrier received? In the early morning, Yin Luyuan carried the newly stitched backpack made by Sister Xiaoyu to class, feeling quite pleased. However, Wang Fugui's foolish son complained, "We have class every day. No one has time to play." Yin Luyuan was also troubled by this matter and lamented, if speaking up would help, then it would have ceased long ago. Hearing this, the others expressed their discontent. Li Yuqian scoffed, "Mr. Zhang hasn't even paid your brother. I heard your family isn't short on money now, so why care so much? How is it that you wish to take charge of the classroom? You are merely a substitute teacher," Li Yuqian exclaimed in dismay. In an unexpected turn, Yin Luyuan rose and delivered a swift kick to Li Yuqian's hip. No one anticipated such an outburst from Yin Luyuan, who coldly remarked, "The knowledge my brother imparts is essential for your survival in the wilderness. It is one thing to show a lack of gratitude, but to slander him behind his back is entirely unacceptable. Should anyone dare to speak of this again, do not expect my forbearance." At the age of 14, Yin Luyuan stood nearly as tall as the 16-year-old Li Yuqian, although the latter was notably more robust. When Wang Fugui intended to introduce Li Yuqian to Ren Xiaosu, Yin Luyuan had candidly remarked on Li Yuqian's sturdiness, a statement that had proven true. However, in that moment, the other students beheld Yin Luyuan's demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to a diminutive version of Ren Xiaosu, both exuding an intensity that was eerily similar. Typically, Yin Luyuan was known for his sharp tongue, yet he appeared far more affable than Ren Xiaosu. What triggered this transformation upon the mere mention of Ren Xiaosu? It was then that everyone realized that beneath Yin Luyuan's exterior lay a latent ferocity. Initially, Li Yuqian contemplated retaliating, but upon witnessing Yin Luyuan's fierce expression, he begrudgingly conceded, "I did not slander him, I merely spoke the truth." Ironically, it was Yin Luyuan who found himself in turmoil, for he was the one who least desired Ren Xiaosu's prolonged lectures. Wang Fugui's simple-minded son, Wang Dalong, took a seat beside Yin Luyuan, still sharing the same desk. Stealing glances at Yin Luyuan, he noticed his simmering anger and attempted to dispel the earlier awkwardness with the topic of conversation. "I had a dream last night where my father found me a stepmother, and she was rather unkind to me." Yin Luyuan glanced at him and replied, "No worries, dreams often work in reverse." Wang Dalong's face lit up with hope. "That is true." Yin Luyuan pondered for a moment before adding, "I suspect he may have found you a stepfather instead." Wang Dalong. That evening, as Ren Xiaosu and the others were dining, they prepared to review the lessons Yin Luyuan and his peers had covered that day. Suddenly, they were startled by the furious entrance of Wang Fugui, accompanied by a tearful Wang Dalong, into the clinic. "Ren Xiaosu, come out." Ren Xiaosu paused, holding his bowl, and asked, "What is the matter?" "You need to find out what your Luyuan told my son. He has been crying since he got home." Wang Fugui fumed, recalling his son's earlier sobs. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yin Luyuan, who sat innocently in his chair. "I merely suggested that old Wang might have found him a stepfather," Yin Luyuan stated. "Ren Xiaosu?" At that, Wang Dalong burst into even more tears. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yin Luyuan and said, "This is precisely where you are mistaken, Luyuan. How could you speak of others in such a manner?" He then turned to Wang Dalong, offering gentle words of comfort. "Do not worry. Your father will merely find you a stepmother. The notion of a stepfather is utterly inconceivable." Wang Dalong paused, reflecting that even a stepmother was unacceptable, and he continued to weep. This infuriated Wang Fugui, who exclaimed, "I truly appreciate your explanation." The gratitude from Wang Fugui, albeit slightly grating, felt like a token of appreciation to Ren Xiaosu. For some reason, he sensed that a mysterious door was slowly opening before him. That made it 11 tokens of gratitude. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, Wang Fugui's anger dissipated. He advised Ren Xiaosu, Chen Haidong, the administrator from our town, mentioned something incidentally yesterday. He noted that other barriers seem to be experiencing peculiar occurrences, and it appears our barrier 113 is no exception. "What kind of occurrences?" Ren Xiaosu inquired solemnly. Wang Fugui replied, "He does not seem entirely clear on the specifics, but I will inform you once I have more information. In any case, one must remain cautious. In these times, any unusual event is rarely a harbinger of good fortune." After Wang Fugui departed, Yin Luyuan curiously asked, "Why does old Wang say that unusual happenings are often not a good sign?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps it is because our definition of good fortune is too narrow. We only consider events beneficial to us as good. So, are we mistaken in thinking this way?" Yin Luyuan queried. Though he had attended more classes than Ren Xiaosu, he had not dedicated himself to studying as diligently. In the past, when he had been lazy, Ren Xiaosu would immerse himself in the books borrowed from Mr. Zhang, leaving Yin Luyuan to wonder why he should strive when Ren Xiaosu was already so capable. Ren Xiaosu looked at Yin Luyuan and stated, "Remember, it is not wrong to think this way. That which benefits us is indeed good. It is not selfish to prioritize oneself. I encourage you to have boundaries, but I do not expect you to be a doormat. What are you waiting for?" Each time Ren Xiaosu imparted wisdom to Yin Luyuan, Sister Xiaoyu would quietly observe. She suddenly felt a twinge of envy for Yin Luyuan. Had someone guided her in the past, perhaps she would not have taken so many detours. "Brother, please teach me more principles in the future," Yin Luyuan said eagerly. Ren Xiaosu shot him a glance. "When I try to teach you, you often fall asleep. How am I supposed to instruct you? Shall I send you dreams? Then I shall simply stay awake from now on." Yin Luyuan chuckled shyly, glancing at Sister Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the clinic door. If someone were to plot a crime against Wang Fuguwei seizing this opportunity, by the time they attempted to execute their plan, Wang Fuguwei would likely have already entered the clinic. Ren Xiaosu, while moving to open the door, remarked, "I say, old Wang, could you please find a wife? Why do you come knocking at our door every day?" However, when the door swung open, Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. It was not Wang Fuguwei. The person standing before him was Zhang Baojian, a young man of leisure from the town, who relied on his parents working in a factory for sustenance. Ren Xiaosu inquired, "What brings you here?" He scrutinized Zhang, noting the absence of any injuries. Yet, he pondered why Zhang would come at such a late hour. If it were an attempt to rob the clinic, he had certainly chosen the wrong target. With his strength rated at 5 and agility at 4, 1. After years of grappling with challenges, Ren Xiaosu could easily overpower a dozen youths like Zhang Baojian. Zhang, breathless, implored, "Doctor, you must examine me, and please keep it confidential." Ren Xiaosu, intrigued, stepped aside. "Go on, tell me, what ailment do you suffer from? Spare me the hesitation. I have encountered all manner of tribulations. Please wait a moment." Zhang Baojian responded, maintaining a respectful tone. There were many young men like Zhang in the town, living off their parents, often congregating to engage in petty misdeeds, and few dared to provoke them. Yet, Zhang was not foolish. He understood that he could not afford to offend Ren Xiaosu. In truth, others had also refrained from challenging him, as he seemed somewhat akin to their group. But the townspeople were acutely aware that crossing Zhang and his ilk would only result in minor retribution, trivial matters easily endured. However, inciting Ren Xiaosu could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Baojin closed the door to the clinic and turned to Ren Xiaosu, saying, "Doctor, something peculiar has been happening to me." Ren Xiaosu frowned. "Erectile dysfunction is beyond my expertise." "Not that," Zhang replied. "Allow me to demonstrate. Please do not be alarmed." Ren Xiaosu awaited the revelation. Suddenly, Zhang Baojin opened his mouth and expelled a bubble of saliva. "Is that all?" Ren Xiaosu exclaimed. Yet, in the next instant, the bubble burst, and he felt a surge of force emanating from it, pushing him backward. Though the force was not substantial, it was certainly beyond what a mere bubble of saliva could achieve. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Zhang Baojin questioned, puzzled by Ren Xiaosu's reaction. "I was just checking if your saliva splattered on me." Ren Xiaosu adjusted his clothing and asked, "When did you acquire this ability? This is not an illness, and I cannot treat it. However, my parents insist that I am unwell, even claiming that my mind is troubled." Zhang Baojin elucidated. "If I had come to see you, they would never have felt at ease. My parents are quite fond of you." Ren Xiaosu found this statement rather peculiar. Yet after some contemplation, he replied, "From my perspective, this does not seem to be an ailment. You might have heard that some individuals possess strange abilities." Ren Xiaosu was not speaking frivolously. Long ago, there had been whispers of supernatural beings capable of conjuring trains from thin air. The townsfolk relished this tale, embellishing it with fervor. Yet, when such occurrences transpired in their own lives, they deemed it a malady. With gratitude emanating from Zhang Baojin, he turned to leave. Ren Xiaosu mused to himself that the youth exhibited a commendable demeanor towards others. Nevertheless, he held no particular fondness for Zhang Baojin's ilk. After all, they resided in an era where relentless effort was essential for survival. The leisure enjoyed by these idle youths was a privilege afforded by their parents. The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Some willingly devote their entire lives to ensure the success of their children. The following morning, Wang Fuguwei stealthily entered the clinic and whispered to Ren Xiaosu, "I've gathered some information. It appears that Qin Haidong has only just become aware of recent events. There seems to have been an attack on the barrier's overseer by someone wielding supernatural abilities. Now, all barriers are on high alert, searching for these extraordinary individuals. They truly exist. Is that so? Ren Xiaosu inquired, astonished. Could there be supernatural beings among us? Who knows? Wang Fugui chuckled lightly. This matter doesn't concern us much. Indeed, Ren Xiaosu chuckled in agreement, yet his thoughts lingered on the events of the previous night. He wondered if Zhang Baojian had shared his experiences with anyone else. Having a gossipy companion like Wang Fugui had its advantages. He mingled closely with those inside the barrier, thus acquiring news faster than most in the town. It was no wonder Wang Fugui led a more prosperous life than many. Perhaps this was where his true talent lay. Suddenly, Wang Fugui broke into a grin, saying, Xiaosu, do you think if I were to acquire some supernatural ability, it would make finding a wife easier? Don't be ridiculous, Ren Xiaosu retorted, exasperated. Look at your son. He is on the verge of tears, and you're still preoccupied with this notion? Don't speak ill of my son. He is not foolish, Wang Fugui replied, displeased. It's merely a casual remark. Once I possess supernatural abilities. Ren Xiaosu interrupted, if you were meant to have them. Wouldn't you have had them by now? What are you waiting for? Wang Fugui was momentarily rendered speechless. Why do you persistently dwell on the matter of finding a wife, old Wang? Ren Xiaosu inquired, bewildered. Our town is certainly not lacking in women. There are many who would willingly offer their affection for a daily meal. Ren Xiaosu had witnessed this phenomenon numerous times. Not only women, but men too exhibited similar tendencies. In the past, several women had sought to attach themselves to Ren Xiaosu for sustenance, and even men had made similar overtures. When Yin Luyuan learned of this, he was nearly nauseated, which explained his initial wariness towards Sister Xiaoyu. Sometimes, the narratives of real life are far more bizarre than the tales spun by Mr. Zhang in the classroom. Wang Fugui tossed his greasy, shoulder-length hair with an air of arrogance. Could I possibly desire such unrefined individuals? Given my status, I must seek a virtuous woman. Indeed, you are the gentleman of our town, Ren Xiaosu replied insincerely. At that moment, two young women strolled past the clinic, and Wang Fugui's eyes brightened. What do you think of those two? Ren Xiaosu scrutinized them. One was strikingly beautiful, yet lacked in physique, while the other, though not as attractive, possessed a commendable figure. Pray tell, what connection do these two have with you? Wang Fugui responded with a perplexed expression. As the gate of the refuge barrier slowly ascended, the jarring sounds of metal, wood, and rope grated on the ears, the weight of the gate rising laboriously, almost suffocating in its heaviness. Emerging from the refuge barrier was Chen Haidong, leading a contingent of private soldiers. This time, the officer was a completely unfamiliar face. Not the acquaintance Wang Songyang, with whom Ren Xiaosu had dealings. Where had Wang Songyang gone? Had he faced repercussions from that boss Luo? What were they intending to do? Ren Xiaosu inquired curiously. I have no idea, Wang Fugui replied, looking bewildered. He turned away from Ren Xiaosu and approached Chen Haidong, and due to the distance, Ren Xiaosu could not hear their conversation. Silently, Ren Xiaosu observed as the man being apprehended was none other than Zhang Baojian, who had sought him out the previous night. Yet lost, the officer of the private army commanded coldly. Faced with the chilling presence of firearms, Wang Fugui had no choice but to relent. For the threat of gunfire was all too real. Wang Fugui continued to plead with the town's administrator, Chen Haidong, but ultimately, Zhang Baojian was taken into the refuge barrier. The disconcerting sounds echoed once more as the heavy gate re-established the divide between two worlds. Ren Xiaosu approached Wang Fugui and asked, what is going on? He felt compelled to clarify the situation, knowing that Zhang Baojian had undoubtedly been detained due to his alleged supernatural abilities, a trait that both he and Yin Luyuan possessed. Wang Fugui sighed. It's over. That boy is finished. How shall I express this? Chen Haidong remarked, this fellow displayed his extraordinary abilities before his friends yesterday, and as a result, they promptly betrayed him. Now, the various refuge barriers are shunning supernatural beings. If there were no incidents of supernatural entities attacking the administrators of the refuge barriers, it would be one thing. However, now, it seems that the administrators are most apprehensive of these individuals. If you were to fear someone, what would you do? Eliminate him, Ren Xiaosu replied calmly yet resolutely. You see, the administrators within the refuge barriers are somewhat different from you, Wang Fugui said with a furrowed brow. When they detect a potential danger, their immediate thought is not to eliminate it, but to understand it. Chen Haidong mentioned that a yard and a building had been temporarily allocated within the refuge barrier, establishing a makeshift mental hospital, complete with an array of medical instruments. Are they intending to treat these supernatural beings? Ren Xiaosu paused in surprise. Treat them? Nonsense. Wang Fugui interjected. Chen Haidong stated that those instruments are not for healing. They were previously used for research within the barrier. In just one day, they have captured 3 supernatural beings, and their prospects look grim. A chill coursed through Rin Xiusu as he struggled to fathom the feeling of being confined in a mental hospital. Subjected to experimentation. Old Wang, do you still desire supernatural abilities? Rin Xiaosu inquired. Wang Fuguei pondered for a moment. It is still possible to possess them. Just don't be too ostentatious about it. Xiaosu, if you and Lu Yuan happen to acquire any supernatural abilities, make sure no one else finds out. Rin Xiaosu's expression grew peculiar. All right then. That night, a significant event unfolded in the town. Zhang Baogan's father stealthily made his way to his friend's humble abode in the dead of night, a mere shack of a few square meters, where he unleashed a massacre, killing the entire family of 4 before succumbing to excessive blood loss himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Baogan's mother hung herself from a dead tree at the town's entrance. As the only child, Zhang Baojin had been the apple of his parents' eye, lavished with love and care, never required to lift a finger. Now, with his demise, the entire family was left in despair. In the town, some expressed sympathy, while others whispered derisively, "Look at him, flaunting a bit of supernatural ability. What is there to boast about?" And Zhang Baojin's father, if you truly had guts, why not storm into the refuge barrier? The esteemed figures within the barrier seemed to wield absolute power over life and death. Yet Rin Xiusu believed that such days would eventually change. He just did not know when that day would arrive. A crowd gathered at a distance, observing the dead tree from which Zhang Baogan's mother had hanged herself, and Rin Xiaosu noticed Mr. Zhang from the school had also arrived. Zhang Jinglin turned to those nearby. Did I not teach you all to view misfortune with empathy during our time at school? Is the misfortune of others not a reflection of your own? After speaking, several sturdy men beside Zhang Jinglin lowered their heads. With a sigh, Zhang Jinglin remarked, "Let us bury the couple together." "Sir, we ought to return to the factory for work." The sturdy men hesitated. Wang Fuguei interjected, "I shall compensate you with 800 yuan for your efforts." "Very well," the sturdy men acquiesced. "We shall go at once." The incident involving Zhang Baojin cast a pall of melancholy over the entire town, as everyone had long grown accustomed to living under the dominion of the refuge barrier. However, the stark realization that their lives were not in their own hands weighed heavily upon their hearts. Rin Xiaosu spent the entire day in contemplation. According to Wang Fuguei, Zhang Baojin's capture likely heralded his doom. After delving into the intricacies of the refuge barrier, it seemed that even if he were to survive, he would emerge severely battered, and most importantly, Zhang Baojin had irrevocably lost his freedom. As for Rin Xiaosu, the secrets he harbored were far more profound than those of Zhang Baojin. The palace within his mind had unlocked numerous capabilities, yet countless more awaited exploration. Even Rin Xiaosu himself was uncertain of the palace's ultimate destination or the heights to which it might elevate him. Should his secrets be divulged, it would be no surprise if the refuge barrier captured him for cerebral dissection. Rin Xiaosu arrived at the school early, seeking out Yin Lu Yuan to earnestly implore him to safeguard his secrets, as this matter pertained to life and death. The two brothers lacked the strength to confront the refuge barrier. The factory chimneys, both inside and outside the barrier, belched thick white smoke into the sky, and the clock within the barrier chimed punctually, as if nothing had transpired. Today, Mr. Zhang appeared somewhat despondent. At times, he would lose his train of thought during lectures. When reminded by his students, he would sincerely bow and apologize. Ultimately, Mr. Zhang stated, "I apologize, dear students, for my inability to conduct the lesson effectively today due to personal reasons. Please engage in self-study. We shall forego the class for now." In the afternoon, as Rin Xiusu took over the class, he did not introduce any new material. Truth be told, his mind was elsewhere. "Let us conclude for today," Rin Xiusu announced. "I will refrain from imparting any additional knowledge. Stand up," the class monitor instructed. "Thank you, teacher," came the gratitude from Liu Qian. 1. "Thank you, teacher," echoed Wang Dalong. 1. Rin Xiaosu was taken aback. There were only 24 students in the class. Yet with his dismissal of class, he received a staggering 23 tokens of gratitude. The only one who did not express gratitude with a token was Yin Liyuan. He noticed that Rin Xiaosu seemed somewhat distracted today, prompting him to be more concerned about his elder brother's well-being rather than anticipating their post-school escapades. Rin Xiaosu stared blankly as the group of little rascals disappeared in a flash, realizing they perhaps did not enjoy his lectures after all. "You lot wait right there. What did I do wrong in my teaching?" This day was remarkable. After nearly half a month of diligent effort, Rin Xiaosu had accumulated 12 gratitude tokens, yet today alone, he garnered 23. The total number of gratitude tokens reached 35, seemingly bringing him one step closer to unlocking new weaponry. After weighing the pros and cons seriously, Ren Shusu decided that if they did not appreciate his teaching, that was their prerogative. What mattered were the gratitude tokens. The following day, instead of opening his clinic, Ren Shusu rushed directly to the classroom. He understood his purpose for running the clinic. Was it merely for profit? Certainly not. Now that he had discovered a swift method to earn gratitude tokens, he could not afford to miss out. Mr. Zhang Jinglin had yet to dismiss the class when he noticed Ren Xiaosu already waiting outside the classroom. The students, following Zhang's gaze, felt a chill upon seeing him. Today, Ren Xiaosu was not discussing wilderness survival, but rather how to target vital points in a confrontation that could incapacitate an opponent instantly. In truth, Ren Xiaosu had never undergone any formal training in this area, as there were no facilities in the town for such practice. All his knowledge stemmed from years of experience in competitive confrontations. When Zhang Jinglin heard that Ren Xiaosu intended to teach about human conflict, he furrowed his brow, disapproving of instructing students on how to engage in combat. In previous lessons, he had focused more on how to face the natural environment. There exists a psychological implication. When students are taught how to combat humanity, they unconsciously view humans as adversaries. Similarly, if they learn how to confront a pack of wolves, they may regard wolves as foes. Deep down, Zhang Jinglin never wished for his students to become violent individuals, yet upon recalling the matter of Zhang Baojian, he sighed and ultimately allowed Ren Xiaosu the freedom to teach as he pleased. Ren Xiaosu addressed the students from the podium. What are the most vulnerable parts of the human body? To discuss this adequately, we must proceed step by step, beginning with the most commonly known area, the neck. However, targeting this region during a confrontation is not particularly easy, as the human subconscious fiercely protects it. The neck and trachea are surrounded by nearly 20 delicate cartilages. Should any of these be shattered, it could instantly incapacitate the opponent. Fractured bones would swiftly obstruct the oxygen supply, potentially leading to suffocation and death. At this moment, the classroom was steeped in silence as Ren Xiaosu gazed at everyone. Are there any questions? Wang Delong timidly inquired. How do you know that the neck contains nearly 20 fragile cartilages? There were no relevant books in the academy, nor were there any researchers in the town. If Ren Xiaosu had not personally counted them, how could he possibly know such details? However, how could Ren Xiaosu have counted them? And whose necks did he count? As this thought crossed their minds, unease began to ripple through the students. Stand up. Thank you, teacher, came the gratitude from Wang Dalong. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow. The numbers didn't add up. Shouldn't there be over 20 gratitude coins? Why were there only 9? Had this group of rascal students so quickly grown accustomed to not dragging out class time that they could not even muster a heartfelt thank you? It seemed they had yet to face the harsh realities of society. Wang Dalong, Liu Qian, all students, 36. The elderly sending off the young. The students were perplexed. Their parents had previously been quite supportive of them, yet this time they all stood resolutely on Ren Xiaosu's side. Moreover, the tone of the parents seemed oddly peculiar. Sensing something amiss, the students continued to press on. Li Youqian's father, Li Fatsai, earnestly advised, stop asking, daughter. Just focus on your studies and refrain from troubling your teacher. Ren Xiaosu, your father does not wish to see the elderly sending off the young. The sturdy girl, Li Youqian, was taken aback. How could such a saying even come to mind? This lecture dragged on until darkness enveloped the sky. When the students had made their earlier comments, Ren Xiaosu had dismissed class, so after Li Youqian spoke, all eyes turned expectantly towards him. Ren Xiaosu, with a gentle demeanor, reassured them, it's fine, you will be safe. That day, Ren Xiaosu lectured until 8 o'clock in the evening, and by then, the night had fully descended. When class concluded, he had not received a single gratitude coin. But he did not mind. The principle of uplifting first by suppressing, without oppression, where would the gratitude stem from? However, the students exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this substitute teacher, Ren Xiaosu, seemed to possess extraordinary skills. Yet now, Ren Xiaosu felt that wasting a bit of time was inconsequential. The students must acquire useful knowledge. They needed to comprehend the harshness of society. While an ordinary person might feel somewhat unsafe in the presence of a large group of children, Ren Xiaosu, whose physical prowess was nearly double that of a normal adult, could completely disregard safety concerns in the town. Anyone without a gun did not fall within the realm of his apprehensions. Ren Xiaosu reflected on his previous lack of initiative, noting that despite his arduous efforts in seeking medical treatment, he had only received 12 gratitude tokens. With a shift in perspective and methodology, The tokens could swiftly multiply to 50. The only price he paid was a night of silence from Yin Liyuan. The following day, Ren Xiaosu eagerly made his way to the school, yet it was Zhang Jinglin, the teacher, who could no longer contain himself. He pulled Ren Xiaosu aside and admonished. You must not linger at school so late in the future. One must balance study with leisure and progress gradually, even if you wish to impart all knowledge at once. It must be done with patience. Ren Xiaosu humbly accepted Zhang Jinglin's counsel, assuring him, rest assured, I shall not overextend our lessons today. Yin Liyuan, observing their exchange, wore an expression of indifference, fully aware that Ren Xiaosu would indeed refrain from prolonging the class. After all, Ren Xiaosu had intentionally filled the class time to reap the rewards of gratitude today. Yin Liyuan knew Ren Xiaosu all too well, true to Yin Liyuan's expectations. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Ren Xiaosu cheerfully asked, Does everyone wish to end class? The classroom fell into an awkward silence, with no one certain of the intent behind his question. To express a desire to leave would imply that Ren Xiaosu's teaching had been inadequate, while to express a desire to stay might lead him to indulge their wish to remain. Hence, they chose to remain silent. With a smile, Ren Xiaosu remarked, Learning requires a balance of work and rest. Having imparted so much knowledge yesterday, I shall not extend our class today. This serves not only to allow you to absorb what you have learned, but also to grant you a chance to relax and enjoy yourselves. The students, upon hearing this, were nearly moved to tears. Class dismissed. Ren Xiaosu declared, Stand up. Thank you, teacher. Came the gratitude from Liu Qian, followed by expressions of thanks from Wang Dalong and others. Once again, apart from Yin Liyuan, Ren Xiaosu garnered 23 gratitude tokens, mirroring his previous success. In just 3 days, his collection of tokens had nearly reached its limit, 73 tokens, with the day of unlocking the weapon drawing near. At that moment, however, Ren Xiaosu caught sight of Wang Fuguwei dashing towards the school through the open door. Prepare yourself, Wang Fuguwei announced. The band is about to emerge from the barrier. I just received a message from Boss Luo, and I cannot fathom how they managed to persuade him to allow you to be their guide. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback, his first reaction being relief that nothing had happened to Sister Yu. Yet, a tightening sensation gripped his heart as he realized that the band must possess a more covert and significant objective. Otherwise, how could they have convinced Boss Luo to release them? Was it due to the substantial benefits they offered him? Or did Boss Luo himself play a part in the band's plans to venture into the mountains? From any perspective, Ren Xiaosu may indeed be compelled to embark on this journey. He turned and made his way towards the courtyard of the academy, prompting Wang Fuguwei to anxiously inquire, Where are you going? Only by doing so could Ren Xiaosu alleviate his concerns. However, if this group believed that once they reached the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu would remain at their mercy, they were gravely mistaken. Zhang Jinglin observed Ren Xiaosu with a puzzled expression. Is it truly decided that we must go? Ren Xiaosu contemplated for a moment before replying, I fear there is no way to refuse them any longer. You have seen the fate of Zhang Baojin. Our lives and deaths now rest in the hands of this group within the barrier. If I proactively engage with them, I may avert danger or, at the very least, preserve myself by sacrificing others. Yet if I remain here in defiance, they may resort to underhanded tactics against us. Is there truly no better option? Zhang Jinglin pressed. Regrettably, there appears to be none. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. However, rest assured, Mr. Zhang, it is possible that they have all perished, and I may yet escape unscathed. He yearned to enter the sanctuary of the barrier, but he could not abandon Yin Liyuan and Sister Xiaoyu to enter alone. What Ren Xiaosu did not disclose to Yin Liyuan was that, for reasons unknown, after acquiring his abilities, he had once longed for the broader world outside during a restless night. This town was too small, so diminutive that from a high vantage point, one could see its entirety. And he could hear a widow cursing the little rascals from the eastern side of the town all the way from the west. He had indeed contemplated venturing out to explore. What truly troubled Ren Xiaosu was the safety of Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Liyuan should he leave. If Zhang Jinglin did not consent to their lodging, Ren Xiaosu could not follow the band under any circumstances. It seems you are aware of your own heart, Zhang Jinglin observed. Have your Sister Xiaoyu and Liyuan come to stay overnight. I shall prepare accommodations for them. Zhang Jinglin nodded. In the wilderness, he believed that no one in the entire town possessed more experience than Ren Xiaosu, and thus, as the teacher of the academy, he refrained from further comment. Recognizing the other's confidence, relieved by Zhang Jinglin's agreement, Ren Xiaosu exhaled deeply. Sir, I have saved up 5,000 yuan recently. Please accept it as lodging fees for Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Liyuan. Please, do not refuse. Use it to purchase some cigarettes, Ren Xiaosu insisted. Zhang Jinglin hesitated momentarily, then replied, Ahem, then I shall accept 1,000, merely as rent. Ren Xiaosu did not linger on the matter, promptly handing over the specified amount. While he was generally frugal, he never hesitated when it came to significant matters. He would never falter in providing for Yin Luyuan. The remaining 4,000 yuan, Ren Xiaosu intended to give directly to Sister Xiaoyu. This money could not be entrusted to Yin Luyuan, for if Sister Xiaoyu were to develop any ill intentions regarding it, she might simply take the money and leave without harboring any malice towards Yin Luyuan. However, if the money rests with Yin Luyuan, then Yin Luyuan's safety would be compromised. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu still harbored a trace of wariness towards Sister Xiaoyu. This notion might indeed be misguided and somewhat unjust towards Sister Xiaoyu, yet it undoubtedly represents the choice that minimizes the potential for regret and suffering. To speak frankly, Ren Xiaosu still felt that their time spent with Sister Xiaoyu was far too brief. It was not that he currently suspected her of harboring ulterior motives. It was simply that he had struggled for survival in this desolate wasteland for so long, with each day of life fiercely contested, each step seeming to leave a trail of blood upon the ground. In a life such as this, how could one easily entrust their fate to someone they had only recently met? Well, thank you in advance, Ren Xiaosu remarked. Actually, you need not insist that they stay at the school. With me around, what is there to fear? Wang Fugui chuckled. Am I not also wary of you? Ren Xiaosu coldly dismissed Wang Fugui's suggestion. In this town, the school is the only truly safe haven. Wang Fugui was not offended. He understood the nature of Ren Xiaosu, thus it was entirely expected that Ren Xiaosu would extend his caution to him as well. Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan remained silent throughout, merely focused on gathering their belongings. It was only once everything was packed that Yin Luyuan quietly inquired, Is there truly no way to avoid going? Yes, Sister Xiaoyu affirmed. Make sure to bring ample provisions. Relying solely on luck to find food in the wilderness is exceedingly arduous. No need, Ren Xiaosu shook his head. If we disregard taste and endurance, food becomes quite easy to find after the initial few dozen kilometers. Given that the medicine bottles were tangible objects of quality, it indicated that the palace was also a peculiar space. If that were the case, Ren Xiaosu contemplated the idea of clandestinely transporting the town's well, for the external water sources were indeed unsettling to consume. The term leaving one's hometown perhaps encapsulated the sentiment. Upon this realization, Ren Xiaosu covertly attempted to store a piece of cornbread into the palace, only to be met with a remarkable occurrence. The cornbread remained unmoved, and the palace issued a sound, storage permission not granted. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that he could indeed store items within the palace, but he currently lacked the requisite qualification. He pondered in his mind, what must one do to obtain storage permission? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu sensed that the palace appeared devoid of its own consciousness, merely issuing specific tasks based on some underlying logic, seemingly intended to guide his actions. Without hesitation, he positioned Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan within the school and turned to leave. Standing at the school entrance, Sister Xiaoyu and Yin Luyuan watched Ren Xiaosu's silhouette fade into the night. Yin Luyuan abruptly asked, Sister Xiaoyu, you do know why he entrusted all the money to you, don't you? Yes, Sister Xiaoyu responded calmly. Will you blame him? Yin Luyuan gazed at Sister Xiaoyu. No. Sister Xiaoyu replied with a smile. He turned resolutely towards the clinic, ready to welcome the arriving guests. The choice of left or right lay solely within his contemplation. And once he made his decision, he dashed towards the unknown future without hesitation. At that moment, he believed it was merely an ordinary day in his life. In the backyard of the clinic, Ren Xiaosu meditated with closed eyes, awaiting the arrival of the band. It wasn't until the early morning that he heard the creaking sound of the barricade gate slowly lifting. What a pity for the freshly grown vegetables in the yard, the scallions, the garlic sprouts, the greens. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Ren Xiaosu opened his eyes and walked toward the consultation room, sitting upright in his designated spot. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks resounded. Please come in, Ren Xiaosu said without lifting his head, as if engrossed in writing a medical record. The door swung open, and the morning sunlight flooded into the room, illuminating Ren Xiaosu's face. He looked up to find a meticulously dressed girl standing at the entrance, clad in attire he had never seen in the town before. He had previously spotted her from the window. She was none other than the renowned singer, Luo Xinyu. From within the barricade, such flamboyance, Ren Xiaosu thought to himself. then turned his gaze to the individuals standing behind Luo Xinyu, the band's crew, and the private forces of the barricade. This time, an impressive 12 members of the private forces had been dispatched, even more than last time. However, Ren Xiaosu's primary focus remained on the girl in the cap, the one with exceptional marksmanship. She still wore the cap pulled low over her face and was dressed in deep blue athletic wear. It seemed she sensed Ren Xiaosu's gaze lingering on her as she slightly lifted her face. Ren Xiaosu caught a glimpse of her delicate chin but could never see the eyes concealed in the shadow of the cap. Behind this group, a throng of students from the academy had gathered. The band members were also somewhat perplexed. Why had these children suddenly congregated? Li Fatsai's sturdy daughter whispered to the girl in the cap, "Are you here to take Ren Xiaosu away?" Just then, Ren Xiaosu suddenly heard a voice in his mind from the palace. Mission, refused to accompany to Jing Mountain. Taken aback, Ren Xiaosu wondered why even the palace had inserted itself into this matter. Logically, the palace should have had his best interests at heart. So why did it want to prevent him from going to Jing Mountain? What lay there that warranted such caution? Although Ren Xiaosu had previously visited Jing Mountain, which was indeed more perilous than the town, it hardly seemed dangerous enough to necessitate a warning from the palace. Had something changed? Contemplating this, Ren Xiaosu felt a sense of retreat. He yearned to venture outside, not merely to witness the vastness of the world, but to escape the trepidation that accompanied such exploration. Luo Xinyu seated herself opposite him, smiling as she remarked, "You must be Ren Xiaosu." Ren Xiaosu, lost in thought, reflected, "Father's father is called grandfather, and father's mother is called grandmother." Luo Xinyu, taken aback, pondered, is his mind truly in such disarray? At that moment, an officer from the private army entered. Casting a glance at Ren Xiaosu with a smirk, "Stop pretending. We have crossed paths before." Upon recognizing the officer, Ren Xiaosu's demeanor shifted drastically. It was none other than Wang Songyang, the very person who had conducted 2 searches on him. There was no pretense left to maintain. And Ren Xiaosu understood very well that if he chose not to go, he would likely be compelled to do so regardless. Leaning back against the chair, he allowed his posture to become languid, exclaiming, "I shan't go." Upon completing the task, a basic skill learning blueprint was awarded, granting him the ability to acquire the skills of others. Ren Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The task had indeed been completed. It became evident that the palace's criteria for determining task completion were not based on established facts, but rather on his own attitude. In that moment, a bold idea surged within him. Wang Songyang interjected, "How could you not go?" "I shall go," Ren Xiaosu declared earnestly. Wang Songyang was left bewildered. However, much to Ren Xiaosu's disappointment, the palace did not issue any new tasks this time. It was to be expected. Previous missions, such as the one involving the sparrow, had been singular opportunities, and it was unlikely they would permit Ren Xiaosu to incessantly pursue tasks. At that juncture, Luo Xinyu smiled and remarked, "Your willingness to go is most fortunate. I trust that someone has conveyed Boss Luo's message to you. If you do not go, you will find no place to stand in this town." "I can go," Ren Xiaosu replied, "but I have a few conditions." Luo Xinyu regarded him with a serene smile. Finding their communication far more fluid now, "Speak." "I require a remuneration of 30,000 yuan. "Unacceptable." 10,000. "Agreed, but I also demand 10 bags of salt, 10 cartons of cigarettes, and 100 kilograms of rice." Ren Xiaosu began counting on his fingers. Luo Xinyu calmly interjected, "Enough? I will give you 30,000 yuan. "Very well, but I have additional stipulations," Ren Xiaosu continued. "Must you list them all at once?" Luo Xinyu grew impatient. "You interrupted me," Ren Xiaosu retorted. "I can go, but Wang Songyang cannot accompany me." It was clear that Wang Songyang was a relative of the deceased factory manager, Wang Dongong, and had already exploited his position to investigate Ren Xiaosu twice. Traveling together could lead to unforeseen complications along the way. Thus, Ren Xiaosu could not bear to witness a time bomb buried beside him. Wait a moment. Could it be that Wang Songyang was exiled due to provoking Boss Luo by privately investigating him twice? This is indeed a plausible scenario. Who among the ordinary private troops would willingly venture into the wilderness? Have they grown weary of the comfortable life within the refuge? Hence, Wang Songyang's exile must have intensified his discontent towards Ren Xiaosu, making it even more imperative that he does not accompany them. It has been said that in this wasteland, one should be most concerned about the increasingly robust beasts. However, Ren Xiaosu disagrees. He has encountered and even slain a few beasts. Yet the true threat in this wasteland has always been humanity. Wang Songyang gazed at Ren Xiaosu, who smiled. "In truth, you do not wish to go, do you?" Wang Songyang smirked slightly. This is rather intriguing. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu remarked, I actually have another condition. However, Luo Xinyu had already risen, her previously cheerful demeanor now transformed into indifference. Young man, my patience has worn thin. Ren Xiaosu pondered how the inhabitants of the refuge could be so capricious. They had been all smiles a moment ago, yet their mood shifted faster than turning a page. Thanks to Kevin Zhou Yang and Feng Yin for becoming the new leaders of this book. The team could not set off just yet, as they awaited the arrival of a new private troop officer in the refuge. Even the smallest officer's replacement underscored Luo Xinyu's influence within the refuge. Just moments ago, Luo Xinyu had cast a discreet glance at the girl in the duckbill cap, which did not escape Ren Xiaosu's notice. Who precisely is this girl in the duckbill cap? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu spoke. Since we will all be teammates, I still do not know everyone's names. A member of the band scoffed. We are not teammates with the vagrants. You are merely a guide, so do not presume too much. Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the band member, contemplating whether there might be a suitable place along the way to eliminate him. The stark contrast between the vagrants in the town and the residents of the refuge was evident, in comparison to the cleanliness and refinement of those within the refuge. The dirt and savagery of the vagrants were unmistakable. Yet, there existed a more fundamental distinction, their attitudes toward life. How had Ren Xiaosu managed to survive thus far? And how had these individuals thrived in the comfort of the refuge? One's living environment shapes everything about a person, their thoughts, character, and so forth. At that moment, an officer emerged from the refuge, striding directly towards the clinic. Upon reaching the crowd, he introduced himself, Second Lieutenant Su Xianchu, External Operations. Until that moment, everyone began to introduce themselves to one another. However, Ren Xiaosu did not remember anyone's name. Instead, he fixated on the band staff member who had previously mocked him. The staff member introduced himself, saying, I am Miss Luo Xinyu manager. My name is Lu Bu. Ren Xiaosu mentally noted Lu Bu's name in his little notebook. Suddenly, the girl in the cap spoke up. I am Yang Xiaojin, Jean from the hibiscus flower. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. It turned out this girl was named Yang Xiaojin. For some reason, he found the name quite pleasing. It must be said that there was a stark contrast between the names of the townsfolk and those within the barrier. Look at the names inside the barrier. Su Xianchu, Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, Wang Songyang, Yang Xiaojin. Now compare them with the names of the townsfolk. Wang Fugue, Wang Dalong, Li Fatsai, Li Yuqian. The names in the town seemed rather haphazard. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu now understood how the team was organized. Lu Bu, as Luo Xinyu's manager, was responsible for the practical affairs of the entire band, such as managing their supplies. This time, they had 5 SUVs and a pickup truck, all filled with their necessary provisions. Su Xianchu was in charge of the convoy's management and overall safety. Initially, Ren Xiaosu thought Yang Xiaojin would have some responsibilities. But as he listened from start to finish, he suddenly realized that she seemed to exist on the periphery of the group, not having to manage anything at all. According to Luo Xinyu's introduction to Su Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin was her friend who had come along merely for a visit to Barrier 112. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself, I can hardly believe that. After the introductions, everyone gradually dispersed to their vehicles. The total number of people for this journey was 19, plus Ren Xiaosu made it 20. So 4 people per SUV was just about right. Just as Ren Xiaosu was about to board, Lu Bu suddenly remarked, You're too dirty to sit in the car. Go sit in the back of the pickup. Ren Xiaosu chose not to argue. After all, what was the point of quarreling with the dead? As he sat in the pickup's bed, the roar of the engine filled his ears, and the view of the town began to recede gradually. In that fleeting moment before departure, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of reluctance. No matter how filthy or dilapidated it was, this place had been his home for years. While Ren Xiaosu was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a cheer erupt beside him. Ren Xiaosu is finally leaving. We shall be liberated. Ha ha ha, the hard days are over. In silent disbelief, Ren Xiaosu turned to see Li Yuqian and Wang Dalong celebrating with a group of students from the school, high-fiving each other. Others did not seem to feel much. Even though Ren Xiaosu was now the only doctor in the town, his departure was just that, leaving. Yet the students were different. They were aware that the days ahead would undoubtedly be more promising than the present. In this moment, they had cast aside their fears of being governed by Ren Xiaosu. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst forth from the crowd. Li Yuqian's father, Li Fatsai. Grasping his sturdy daughter, he urged her to return home. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. Confused, Li Yuqian replied. Father, what are you afraid of? Ren Xiaosu has already left. In truth, The townspeople had grown numb to the specter of life and death, viewing mortality as a commonplace occurrence. However, such a seed planted in a child's heart could yield unforeseen fruits in the future. Lu Bu, seated in the passenger seat, muttered, "What sort of connections must one have to warrant a celebration upon their departure? Sinew, why are you inquiring about him?" Lu Bu scoffed. "He is merely a small rogue from the town. If we didn't require a guide, would he ever intersect with our kind? This is merely the fortune he accrued in a previous life, which he fails to appreciate." In the vehicle, only young Xiaojin remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. At the entrance of the school, Sister Xiaoyu leaned against the fence, gazing towards the end of the town road, wherein Shasu and the vehicles gradually transformed into mere black dots. Mr. Zhang had gone to old Wang's grocery store to procure antipyretics, while Sister Xiaoyu stayed by Yan Liu Yuan's side, tending to him. "I yearn to be with my biscuits." The path to Jing Mountain is arduous, predominantly composed of dirt roads. Occasionally, as Ren Xiusu sits in the truck bed, he notices fragments of concrete pathways emerging from the earth. Though these thoroughfares lie in ruins, their origins lost to time. Previously, Ren Xiusu had heard Mr. Zhang from the school mention that these concrete roads were remnants from the era before the cataclysm. Now, after countless years, the foundations have deteriorated, with much of the surface buried beneath layers of soil. Presently, the major thoroughfares connecting the barriers reflect a similar state of disrepair, albeit with slightly more frequent vehicular traffic smoothing out the dirt paths. In truth, the flow of vehicles between barriers is not substantial during an entire year in the town. Ren Xiaosu and his companions might witness external vehicles arrive at Barrier 113 a mere 10 times, which is considered quite a lot. The wilderness is not desolate. Rather, after departing from the town, one encounters a verdant expanse stretching for miles, with the flora thriving increasingly over the years. However, Ren Xiaosu believes this is not necessarily a bad thing. Food in the town is often scarce, so if meat is unattainable, one can indulge in more vegetables. He has observed that even the cabbages cultivated by Zhang Jinglin have grown larger than before. Curious, Ren Xiaosu inquired whether Zhang Jinglin had utilized fertilizers, to which Zhang replied in the negative. This is indeed a positive sign. Perhaps in the future, a single potato could feed a family of 3. When Lu Bu instructed Ren Xiusu to sit in the back of the pickup truck, he likely did not anticipate what Ren Xiusu would do. The truck bed was laden with provisions and water brought from the barrier, and there was no need to lock it. It was merely covered with an oilcloth. Out of curiosity, Ren Xiusu lifted the oilcloth and glimpsed the word biscuits, then uncovered another section to reveal bottled water. Due to the bumpy terrain, the vehicle traveled at a slow pace. The band is not particularly concerned about encountering wild beasts, especially since they are accompanied by a dozen armed soldiers from a private militia, negating any fear of wildlife. The foremost concern for the convoy is the possibility of vehicle breakdowns. Half of the soldiers have received training in automotive repair, yet it is impractical for them to carry an entire set of spare parts on the road. Although the pace may be sluggish, it is certainly preferable to traversing the distance on foot. During the journey, Ren Xiaosu insisted on disembarking for a moment, prompting the entire convoy to halt in order to accommodate him, which furthered the discontent among the travelers. Nevertheless, Ren Xiusu remained unfazed, bearing the complaints directed at him with indifference. As the convoy resumed its journey and reached midday, when they finally stopped, Lu Bu was the first to jump out of the vehicle, exclaiming joyfully, "Having spent so much time within the barrier, witnessing this vast landscape truly uplifts the spirit." A soldier from the private militia chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, it is stifling to remain cooped up within the barrier for too long." Indeed, at the onset of the journey, everyone shares a similar disposition, enjoying the scenery and engaging in light-hearted banter. However, after a few days, this spirit is likely to wane. When Ren Xiaosu ventured out for hunting, he too felt a sense of delight on the first day. Lu Bu urged everyone to disembark, saying, "Let's have a bite to eat before we continue our journey. We aim to reach Yunling before nightfall. We visited that area last time and found a suitable clearing for camping." The occupants of the off-road vehicle alighted, laughter and chatter filling the air. A group of private military personnel gathered to smoke, each face radiating satisfaction. Lu Bu beckoned the staff towards the pickup truck. Aware that he could not command the soldiers, the presence of 12 private military personnel was not merely a testament to his and Luo Sinyu's influence, but rather because their band was originally tasked with safeguarding these soldiers on their mission. While onlookers might presume Lu Bu and Luo Sinyu held considerable sway, they themselves understood the gravity of the situation. As Lu Bu walked towards the pickup, he instructed the band staff, "Make sure to distribute some of the cigarettes we brought to these soldiers." "How many should we give them?" A staff member inquired. Let's start with 1 carton. We brought 10, so there's no rush, Lu Bu replied with a smile. With new faces around, it will be easier to get along once everyone becomes acquainted. At that moment, Lu Bu reached the back of the pickup and was taken aback. What on earth are you doing, Ren Xiaosu? Ren Xiaosu looked at Lu Bu and replied, There's no need to be so startled. I haven't done anything. He let out a belch. I overindulged a bit, he said, standing up to stretch and brushing off the crumbs from his clothes. Peering into the truck bed, Lu Bu felt a pang of despair. Are you a pig? How can you eat so much? You've consumed 5 packs of biscuits in just one morning. To be honest, Ren Xiaosu hadn't eaten so well in quite some time. During his leaner days, he had always reserved food for Yin Lu Yuan. Only in recent days had he enjoyed a more plentiful diet. Furthermore, the biscuits they had brought were exceptionally delicious, both sweet and savory. In the market, salt and sugar were considered luxuries, typically. Ren Xiaosu and his companions subsisted on boiled potatoes, rarely encountering such flavorful fare. Look at your stomach. It resembles that of someone 4 months along, Lu Bu exclaimed. Don't you feel uncomfortable from overeating? Ren Xiaosu retorted, Isn't it you who insisted I sit in the truck bed? But now that you mention it, I do feel a bit unwell. With that, Ren Xiaosu jumped down from the truck and ran off into the distance, declaring, You all enjoy your meal. I need to relieve myself. Once Ren Xiaosu had sprinted away, Lu Bu and the others were left amidst the untamed wilderness, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. A member of the band hesitated for a moment and suggested, Shall we let him sit in the car? Lu Bu shot him a fierce glare and retorted, What gives him the right to sit with us? A mere vagabond? The staff member's resolve immediately faltered, yet he mumbled, If we leave him in the bed of the pickup for a few more days, I fear we may not survive until Barrier 112. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu calculated Ren Xiaosu's appetite and sighed. Indeed, we cannot endure much longer. Ultimately, after much deliberation, it was unanimously decided that Ren Xiaosu would be allowed to sit inside the vehicle. Release me. I wish to be reunited with my biscuits. Are you even human? He exclaimed. In the end, it took the collective effort of everyone to finally secure him inside the car. The staff within the band harbor a certain disdain for Ren Xiaosu, and their reasons are not unfounded. As prominent figures within the refuge, they find it rather disconcerting that even securing a guide in the town proves to be an endeavor met with reluctance. As if it were a source of shame to assist them, they ponder why Ren Xiaosu does not approach them as the first guide did, seeking to ingratiate himself. Many aspire to cultivate extraordinary connections within the refuge. For Wang Fugui's words ring true, even a mere trickle of influence from the powerful within the refuge can significantly enhance the lives of the destitute in the town. Yet, Ren Xiaosu's reaction is one of avoidance. It is such a waste, Luo Xinyu remarked, gazing out the window. But consider this, Lu Bu continued. This fellow appears rather unreliable. What if he becomes even more so in the future? The time we squandered would be far greater than just a day. Previously, they had heard rumors of the low caliber of the refugees in the town, but the reality exceeded their expectations. Luo Xinyu shook her head, asserting. Wang Fugui stated that if he cannot lead us through the mountain of borders, then no one can. I refuse to believe that, Lu Bu scoffed. With such a vast town, surely there is someone capable of guiding us through the mountain of borders? We previously inquired only within the town. In fact, the 7 major factories nearby house even more individuals, many of whom reside on site. Thus, seeking assistance at the factories might yield new opportunities. Actually, it is now 6 major factories, Luo Xinyu corrected him. Just recently, one was destroyed by a pack of wolves, leaving us with 6. Then let us explore the other factories, Lu Bu said awkwardly. Lu Bu ceased speaking, as the outside world often perceived Luo Xinyu as still youthful, leading many decisions to be made by Lu Bu, her manager. However, Lu Bu understood all too well that Luo Xinyu was a young woman of strong opinions, with him merely serving as her executor. In the current landscape of various refuges, stars akin to Luo Xinyu, colloquially referred to as crown jewels, abound. Yet, these luminaries typically possess a following confined to their own refuges, making it arduous to transcend the barriers that bind them. After all, the outside world is no longer as accessible as it was before the calamity, and human intentions are notoriously inscrutable. Venturing beyond the refuge entails considerable risk. Not long ago, a star from refuge number 89 sought to transcend barriers to augment her influence, only to vanish after stepping outside. Her manager and bodyguards were also lost to the unknown. It was not until 2 months later that a suspected corpse of the star was discovered in the wilderness, a bullet embedded in the bones, indicating a death by gunshot. likely from an ambush. This incident heightened the vigilance of others. Nevertheless, Luo Xinyu is never content to merely shine within a single refuge. Even when aware of the inherent dangers, she is willing to take risks, a testament to her remarkable courage as a young woman. Very well, Lu Bu conceded. The vehicle jolted along the rugged terrain, with the soldiers of the private militia assuming the role of drivers. They navigated the vehicle as steadily as possible, striving to prevent irreversible damage to the suspension, chassis, tires, and other components, yet the road remained treacherous, leaving them with few options. Ren Xiaosu sat in the backseat of the lead vehicle, occasionally directing the driver. Initially, the group, including Ren Xiaosu, comprised 20 individuals, with 4 perfectly fitting in each vehicle. However, due to Lu Bu's lack of trust in Ren Xiaosu, he assigned 2 band staff members to sit beside him and observe, resulting in 5 occupants in the lead vehicle. The 2 band staff members in the backseat wore expressions of indifference. What was once spacious for 2 had become quite uncomfortable with Ren Xiaosu's presence. This expedition, intended to traverse the border mountains, suddenly resembled a convoy escorting Ren Xiaosu to the number 112 refuge barrier. Yet, Ren Xiaosu found Lu Bu somewhat juvenile. After all, there was a soldier from the private militia at the wheel, while the other 3 were merely band staff. If he truly wished to cause trouble, he could likely render the entire vehicle devoid of life within 3 seconds. Thus, the individuals inside the refuge barrier had little understanding of the plight faced by the displaced. Their knowledge was limited to the harsh and filthy conditions, barely extending beyond that. The staff member beside Ren Xiaosu glanced at him and arrogantly remarked, "You'd better behave and refrain from any unnecessary actions." Ren Xiaosu retorted, "Is it really that serious over a few biscuits?" The band staff member raised his voice. "Is that all? Let me tell you, once you're with us, you no longer belong to yourself, understand? Don't attempt the impossible." The staff member in the front passenger seat laughed. "Kid, do you know who gets broken when an egg collides with a rock?" Ren Xiaosu pondered for a moment. The heart gets shattered. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. Whose heart is broken? That evening, the convoy successfully traversed the mountain pass of Yunling, revealing a breathtaking landscape beyond. Behind Yunling lay an expanse of forest, and Ren Xiaosu gazed out the window, awestruck by nature's artistry that had sculpted the once flat earth into a series of intricate ravines. Mr. Zhang from the academy had explained that this unique topography formed as a result of tectonic movements, and Ren Xiaosu often contemplated the insignificance of humanity in comparison. The trees stood tall here, with only a few muddy paths attesting to humanity's prior presence. It was here that the band had first become lost on their initial visit. Ren Xiaosu had heard Mr. Zhang mention that the trees of the tropical rainforest were so dense they were nearly impassable, yet the northern woods were relatively sparse, with only slightly overgrown grass. As night began to descend, the convoy finally arrived at the clearing Lu Bu had mentioned. Lu Bu leaped from the vehicle, laughing heartily. "We shall camp here for the night. Everyone, hurry and rest up, grab something to eat." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Xiaosu strode towards the pickup truck, only to be intercepted by Lu Bu, who stood in his way. Ren Xiaosu, taken aback, asked, "What is the matter?" Lu Bu replied with a cold smile. "We did not bring any food or water for you. You must fend for yourself." The home was lost, seemingly due to Ren Xiaosu's indulgence in cookies, which incited Lu Bu's profound dissatisfaction with him. However, Ren Xiaosu had long been aware that his consumption of those cookies would not alter Lu Bu's contemptuous demeanor. Thus, whether the convoy provided him with sustenance was already a foregone conclusion. He merely did not anticipate such an overt rupture in relations. This development, however, brought Ren Xiaosu a sense of relief, liberating him from any further pretenses. He was mentally prepared for the current circumstances. Had he chosen to leave, they would have squandered yet another day, for without a guide, traversing the woods to reach Jing Mountain would have been an impossibility. One must commend this group. With approximately 5 days' journey remaining to Jing Mountain, had they strayed deeper into the forest, they might have found themselves irretrievably lost. This would have transcended mere time wastage. The dignitaries accustomed to comfort within the refuge had no awareness of whose territory they had encroached upon. Yet, Ren Xiaosu understood human inertia. The disdain for the displaced had long been ingrained in those within the refuge, and it was not surprising that they struggled to adapt initially. "I am not alarmed," Lu Bu awkwardly clarified. "I merely wish to remind you that the last guide perished in this vicinity. Do not allow yourself to meet a similarly inexplicable fate, thereby wasting our time." Just as he spoke, a staff member exclaimed, "There are tracks of a wild beast on your land." Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow. What wild beast could possibly inhabit this area? Rarely did such creatures thrive at the forest's edge, and during the construction of these refuges. Large predators had long been barred from entering the protective perimeter. It was uncommon for substantial wildlife to breach the outer defenses and reach Barrier 113. For instance, the wolves that had previously assaulted the factory were exceedingly rare. Curiosity piqued, everyone gathered to examine the tracks, with the private soldiers displaying a brash confidence. Armed as they were. Yet, upon closer inspection, they were struck dumb. The series of tracks led deep into the forest, each print nearly the size of a human head. Witnessing this, all the soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, nervously aiming toward the depths of the woods. Unaccountably, a sense of insecurity washed over the private forces, rendering their firearms seemingly inadequate. Did we not see these tracks on our last visit? One trembled. No, came the response, accompanied by shaking heads. Ren Xiaosu took one glance at the tracks and instantly discerned the nature of the creature, allowing him to relax. Then he cast a glance at the clearing where the band was preparing to set up camp and suddenly noticed remnants of trash left behind by the group from their last encampment, including numerous scraps of food. He spoke earnestly. This is attracting bears, drawn here by the food remnants you carelessly abandoned. Lubu scoffed. Nonsense. Do you think I have never seen a bear's paw? Ren Xiaosu followed the footprints into the forest, unwilling to disclose everything to the band and the private soldiers. Cough. It could also be wild boars, he added. The onlookers watched Ren Xiaosu venture into the woods, seemingly unperturbed by the tracks, entirely oblivious to the lurking dangers within the forest. Lubu inhaled sharply. Is this kid out of his mind? The soldiers of the private unit lowered their weapons, reasoning that if a fearsome beast were to emerge, they could wait until they heard Ren Xiaosu's cries before raising their guns. Despite their apparent bravado, the tremor in their voices betrayed their underlying fear. As Ren Xiaosu walked through the forest, he quickly discerned that the tracks belonged to a deer. He decided to follow the deer-esque trail, for tracking such large wild animals often leads to water sources and rivers. They, like humans, require timely hydration. Furthermore, he was curious to discover the circumstances surrounding the guide's demise. According to Lubu, the guide had washed his face in the river, only to be savagely bitten by an unknown creature, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Ren Xiaosu inwardly chastised the guide for his foolishness. It was common knowledge that the order of species was evolving. Herbivores remained herbivorous, while carnivores retained their predatory instincts. The guide likely shared the misconception held by many in the town, believing that fish survived solely on aquatic plants. However, he had read in a well-preserved book from Mr. Zhang's collection that freshwater fish included carnivorous species like catfish, with the majority being omnivorous, and nearly none were purely herbivorous. With a chunk of meat that large presented before them, how could they resist? Ren Xiaosu felt fortunate to grasp the power of knowledge, and had diligently sought to expand his understanding. Otherwise, he might have fallen into a similar trap as that unfortunate guide. Continuing along the tracks, he noted that deer were relatively gentle creatures. As long as one did not provoke them, trouble was unlikely. At that moment, he spotted something resembling wood shavings on a tree, unmistakably the remnants of termites at work. Peering down at the tree's roots, he discovered a mound of earth suspiciously bulging around the base. With excitement, Ren Xiaosu kicked the mound open, revealing brown termites scurrying about the size of a pinky fingernail. While not particularly appetizing, they were undoubtedly nutritious. In the town, many individuals suffer from chronic malnutrition, often resorting to consuming termites and their eggs as a source of sustenance. The discovery of a termite nest can bring joy for several days, however. These insects cannot be eaten raw due to the fear of their formic acid secretion. Fortunately, Ren Xiaosu has not yet descended to the point of relying on such fare. The termites, bewildered amidst their shattered nest, have not even grasped the situation before their home collapses. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu has already torn a large leaf to encase a small portion of the nest along with the termites. He breaks a branch and, using a bone knife, skillfully fashions a rudimentary spear, preparing himself for a fishing expedition. The termites face utter devastation. To put it simply, they have lost their home and their mother. In his inaugural encounter with the termite mound, Ren Xiaosu had no intention of feasting. Rather, he continued to follow the trail of a deer. Moments later, the soothing sound of flowing water reached his ears. To his relief, fortune was not entirely against him. He carefully unwrapped the leaf concealing a small portion of the termite nest and cast the entire mound into the river. The current was gentle, otherwise he would have needed to devise a method for securing the nest with stones. Shortly thereafter, he used his bone knife to dissect the palm-sized queen ant, discarding it into the water as well, before patiently raising a sharpened twig in anticipation. The moonlight shone exceptionally bright that night. Without it, Ren Xiaosu might have struggled to discern the river's contents. The queen ant and the nest gradually drifted downstream, and he trailed along the bank. Suddenly, a shadow flitted beneath the nest, and as the surface of the water rippled, a large fish opened its mouth, ready to engulf both the nest and the queen. However, just as it gaped, Ren Xiaosu's sharpened twig struck. He had previously employed this method to catch fish, but back then, his speed and strength were lacking, necessitating numerous attempts for success. Now, however, he was swifter than the fish. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ren Xiaosu's mind. Were those shadows indeed fish? He wasted no time in gutting the large black fish right on the shore, tossing the entrails back into the river. Even remnants of biscuits could attract the mighty deer. The scent of blood would undoubtedly draw in other creatures. While it was unlikely that bears lurked nearby, vigilance was prudent. Moreover, any leftover cooked fish, bones, and scraps had to be discarded far away. In the next instant, the river erupted into chaos as countless fish vied for the bloody entrails, even engaging in fierce competition amongst themselves. Should one fish sustain an injury, it would swiftly become prey for others. What a brutal river it was! What might happen if a human were to fall into it? Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu froze, observing that the school of fish had inexplicably fled in terror. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. What could instill such fear in those predatory fish? Surely, it was something beyond his reckoning. As he made his way back to the camp, Ren Xiaosu pondered the changes that had transpired in the wilderness. Why were the beasts evolving, while humanity seemed to remain stagnant? No, that was not entirely accurate. There were differences. Zhang Baojian, who had once exhibited supernatural abilities, and his interactions with Yin Luyuan, did they not signify a transformation from the past? When the others at camp beheld the fish Ren Xiaosu carried, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Earlier that afternoon, they had anticipated a spectacle at his expense. Fully aware that he had not brought any provisions, his oversized coat offering no evidence of supplies. As Lu Bu suggested that Ren Xiaosu handle the situation independently, everyone reveled in schadenfreude. They harbored an inexplicable disdain for Ren Xiaosu, a feeling that was difficult to articulate. Yet, at that moment, as they huddled outdoors consuming canned luncheon meat, the tantalizing aroma of Ren Xiaosu's grilled fish wafted towards them. On this outing, Ren Xiaosu had brought along an iron cup, a bone knife, and a box of matches, essentials for survival in the wilderness. While he could certainly start a fire without matches, it was far more convenient to bring them along. After all, who would wish to endure unnecessary hardship? The matchbox was compact. Upon catching the scent of the grilled fish, Lu Bu wrinkled his nose and remarked, "It's merely a fish." Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu heard a voice in his mind declare, "Task. Good things must be shared with others." He paused momentarily before approaching Lu Bu with the branch he had used to skewer the fish. Lu Bu's eyes brightened with restrained excitement. "What? Are you inviting us to enjoy your fish?" "That wouldn't be out of the question," Ren Xiaosu replied. "I merely wish to share my joy with you." Lu Bu, perplexed, could only respond with a silent stare. With the task complete, Ren Xiaosu felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that sharing came in many forms. Lu Bu, flustered and indignant, retorted, "Ren Xiaosu, do you really think I would eat your fish?" Observing that the fish was nearly half a meter long, far too much for a single person, Ren Xiaosu proposed, half a fish in exchange for 3 bottles of water. Lu Bu, without hesitation, acquiesced. Deal. Ren Xiaosu sought water because accessing it had proven troublesome. He had initially intended to retrieve it from a nearby river, but had been deterred by an unexpected scare. Although he could extract moisture from pine needles, the process was laborious and inefficient. Thus, it was far more practical to barter his surplus for water. 3 bottles, 1 for tonight and 2 for the journey ahead. Come, everyone, let us partake in the fish, Lu Bu announced, serving the half-fish Ren Xiaosu had offered in their pot. To Lu Bu's surprise, before he, Luo Xinyu, and Yang Shaojin could even taste it, the private military personnel had already devoured the fish. Lu Bu cast a troubled glance at Luo Xinyu, astonished by the selfishness of those soldiers. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu sat alone by the fire he had kindled, while others gathered around a large bonfire, clearly segregated into 2 distinct worlds. Suddenly, a girl in a duckbill cap, Yang Shaojin, stood up and took a seat opposite Ren Xiaosu. She calmly stated, "Fish." Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, sensing an unusual calmness in her tone, yet found himself at a loss for reasons to decline her request. The flickering light of the bonfire danced around her, leading Rin Shusu to wonder if all the girls within the walls were as enchanting as she. However, my dear lady, could you kindly lower the firearm you hold? It is rather disconcerting to have a master marksman such as yourself aiming at me. I have never been on the receiving end of a robbery, nor have I ever committed one. This is indeed my first encounter with such a predicament. Just a couple of bites, I implore you. Merely 2 bites. Rin Shusu managed to maintain his composure as he spoke. The flickering glow of the campfire danced uncertainly, while the woods were alive with the whispering rustle of the wind passing through the trees, producing a symphony of marvelous notes as the leaves brushed against one another. The black fish was indeed sizable, to the extent that even half of it was more than enough for Rin Shusu to consume alone. However, just because he couldn't finish it didn't justify being threatened at gunpoint by another. Yang Xiaojin extracted a small salt shaker from the pocket of her sports jacket, brandishing a black pistol in one hand while liberally sprinkling salt over the fish with the other, showing no courtesy towards Rin Shusu. Previously, he had pondered the nature of Yang Xiaojin, who typically remained silent and appeared calm. He had surmised that her demeanor was one of coldness. Yet he was taken aback by her unexpected volatility. After sitting down, she uttered nothing but the word fish, her aggression concealed beneath a tranquil surface, akin to a turbulent undercurrent lurking beneath calm waters, sending shivers down one's spine. Rin Shusu observed as Yang Xiaojin meticulously coated the entire fish with salt, prompting him to inquire, "Do you have cumin?" Yang Xiaojin glanced at him, replying curtly no. At that moment, Rin Shusu scrutinized the firearm in her hand. An M9, a weapon known for its simplicity and durability. He realized that among the various firearms he was acquainted with, the M9 was the one he was most familiar with. Did this imply that Yang Xiaojin frequently used it? Her hands, though not large, gripped the gun with unwavering steadiness, creating an aesthetic contrast when she held the M9, which weighed a mere 0.96 kilograms and was crafted entirely from aluminum alloy, perhaps a reason for her preference. Once she finished salting the fish, she turned to Luo Xinyu and said, "Come over and have some fish." Rin Shusu was taken aback, thinking, "You only need 2 bites for yourself. Why invite others?" Lu Bu stood awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand, astonished by Yang Xiaojin's unexpected invitation. Rin Shusu, momentarily bewildered, found himself intrigued by Yang Xiaojin's unpredictable demeanor. Yang Xiaojin then addressed Rin Shusu, "We'll each have 2 bites, nothing more." Luo Xinyu, curious, took a seat and regarded Rin Shusu with a smile. "I won't eat your food for free. Here, you can have a couple of bites of this chocolate." With that, she produced a large piece of chocolate from her pocket, seemingly offering it as a trade. Rin Shusu contemplated before accepting the chocolate, a novelty for him. He had only heard Mr. Zhang mention it before, noting its high caloric content that could swiftly replenish energy. Unfortunately, the old Wang's grocery store in the town sold only ordinary white sugar, and at a steep price, lacking anything as delightful as chocolate. The notion of 2 bites had morphed into an unspoken agreement among them, a tacit understanding that none would indulge beyond that. Rin Shusu unwrapped the chocolate with eager hands, opening his mouth as wide as possible to devour the entire confection in one swift motion. Luo Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, and even Yang Xiaojin stared at him in astonishment. Once Rin Shusu had savored the chocolate, he paused thoughtfully before turning to Luo Xinyu and stating, "You still owe me a bite." Luo Xinyu responded with a puzzled expression, while Yang Xiaojin remarked, "I must admit, this chocolate is quite delectable." Rin Shusu mused to himself that even the food within this refuge was distinctly different from that in the town. The cookies were delightfully sweet, and the chocolate possessed a unique flavor, bitter at first, then sweet. Luo Xinyu had initially been intrigued by Rin Shusu's remarkable survival skills, hoping to establish a rapport for future assistance in case of emergencies. Known for her social finesse, she was adept at navigating the complexities of dealing with influential figures within the refuge. However, she had not anticipated how difficult Rin Shusu might be to engage with, nor did she dismiss the possibility that he might possess a rather peculiar mindset. At that moment, Rin Shusu turned to Yang Xiaojin and was astonished to see her open her mouth wide as well, almost swallowing a quarter of the remaining fish in one bite. He was taken aback. As a girl, shouldn't she exhibit a bit more decorum? Even the robust girls in the town, like Li Yuqian, would not eat in such a manner. Originally, after Rin Shusu had exchanged half a fish for water, only a portion remained, and now, after Yang Xiaojin's voracious appetite, just a quarter was left. Yet, for some reason, Rin Shusu felt that Yang Xiaojin was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of any pretense, far surpassing the celebrity-like demeanor of Luo Xinyu. However, upon meeting Yang Xiaojin's gaze, he hastily licked the fish in his hand and asked, "Still want some?" With an expressionless face, Yang Xiaojin replied, "Don't keep the chocolate on you, it will melt." That evening, as everyone settled into their tents for the night, they each brought vividly colored tents, with two people fitting snugly into one. Only Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu had separate accommodations. Others watched with curiosity as Ren Xiusu busied himself, wondering if this was the essence of wilderness survival, as he appeared remarkably proficient. He moved the existing bonfire, creating a new one, adding plenty of pine branches and other durable firewood. The original fire had been extinguished and cleared away, and the warm earth was now blanketed with a generous layer of pine needles. These needles were abundant in the forest, found in thick layers in many spots. Remarkably, he had even fashioned himself a makeshift bed. Lu Bu observed Ren Xiaosu reclining comfortably on the pine needles. It was already deep autumn, and the area where the bonfire had once burned must have been quite warm, especially with the new fire crackling nearby. It appears to be quite delightful. In contrast, the tents of the private army have encircled the bonfire tightly, leaving their band members to endure the biting cold at the periphery. Fortunately, they have blankets to wrap themselves in. Otherwise, it would be unbearable to withstand the darkness of the night. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaojin has set up her tent right next to the bonfire belonging to Ren Xiusu, showing no signs of courtesy. Ren Xiusu, upon opening his eyes, glanced towards Yang Xiaojin's tent, noticing that the tent flap was not drawn, allowing her to observe the surroundings with ease. Moreover, the firearm in her hand remained pointed in Ren Xiaosu's direction. Strangely, she held another gun in her other hand, aimed towards the tents of the private army. I would like to express my gratitude to Lu Li. The two students from the hill have become the new allies of this narrative. What kind of doctor are you? In contrast to Yang Xiaojin's cautious demeanor, Ren Xiaosu observed that the vigilance of the others in the group seemed rather lacking. There were 12 private soldiers present, yet not a single sentry stood guard. The tents were filled with the sonorous sounds of snoring, indicating that everyone was in a deep slumber. While it was true that large predators had been kept at bay beyond the barrier, their level of complacency was indeed alarming. Yang Xiaojin, however, maintained a steady and measured breath, clearly not in the throes of deep sleep. Ren Xiaosu believed his own caution was justified, having witnessed numerous individuals fall victim to fatal stabbings during the night. Yet, what kind of life circumstances had shaped Yang Xiaojin into someone so vigilant? He pondered that a person's past experiences inevitably shaped their present thoughts and habits, suggesting that Yang Xiaojin had likely encountered perilous situations. At dawn, while everyone remained asleep, Ren Xiusu ventured to the spot where he had discarded fish bones the previous evening. He had deliberately set aside some fish meat, curious to see if it would attract any wildlife. Many feared beasts, believing them to be ferocious and unafraid of humans. However, most creatures were far more astute than one might assume. A solitary predator would likely be deterred by the presence of numerous tents. Nevertheless, the discarded fish bones lay well beyond the campsite, potentially leaving traces for him to uncover. Approaching the area where he had left the fish bones and meat, Ren Xiaosu remained vigilant for any signs of wildlife. However, he found nothing amiss. To his astonishment, upon reaching the site, he discovered that all the fish meat and bones had vanished, yet there were no animal tracks in sight. Instinctively, he drew the bone knife from his sleeve. Alert and on guard, cautiously retreating. Could it have been ants that carried off the remnants? Such a possibility existed. Modern ants could be quite formidable, and if there was an anthill nearby, it would be entirely plausible for them to clean the area out overnight. Meanwhile, Lu Bu continued to grumble to Luo Xinyu. You shouldn't have traded chocolate with him. How could a beggar deserve such luxuries? Luo Xinyu ignored him, never anticipating that she would end up parting with 2 pieces of chocolate. As the convoy set off, they followed Ren Xiaosu's directions deeper into the woods. Sunlight filtering through the canopy, rendering the forest particularly enchanting, as though they were embarking on a pleasant picnic. In truth, he was uncertain about the dangers lurking in the river, but the events of the previous night had left an indelible impression on him. The driver, dismissive, remarked, "We're still quite far from that river, and there are only some fish in it. Are you worried that they might leap out and bite you? Just don't go swimming." Ren Xiaosu fell silent, having made his own decision. Should a crisis arise, he would swiftly detach himself from these fools and escape the impending danger. Just then, the lead vehicle that Ren Xiaosu occupied abruptly braked, and the driver of the private army exclaimed in panic, "Ahead!" Ren Xiaosu turned his head and was taken aback to see a colossal stag. The stag, second only to the moose in size among deer species, possesses an imposing stature. These creatures are gregarious, feeding on grasses, leaves, tender branches, bark, and fruits, with a penchant for licking salt and alkaline substances. The stag before him appeared to stand over 2 meters tall, quietly gazing at the convoy. The atmosphere within the convoy grew tense as the private soldiers swiftly readied their automatic rifles. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the woods, revealing 2 smaller stags that seemed to be the offspring of the first. Su Xianchu's voice crackled through the vehicle's intercom. "Do not fire." The stag exhibited no signs of aggression. It merely surveyed the convoy with a look that seemed to question, "What on earth is this?" Before preparing to depart, a collective sigh of relief swept through the convoy, easing the tension. One of the soldiers chuckled, "It's just a herbivore. Look at how frightened you all are. There won't be any large carnivorous beast around here." The group began to tease one another, as if they had not just experienced a moment of palpable anxiety. However, at that moment, the stag abruptly charged towards the convoy, its head lowered, massive antlers aimed directly at the lead vehicle. The driver of the lead vehicle shouted an expletive and quickly floored the accelerator, veering into the woods, disregarding the possibility of crashing into trees. Fortunately, as the colossal stag approached, the lead vehicle made a timely turn, narrowly avoiding the antlers. Yet, the vehicles behind were not so fortunate. The stag's antlers, resilient and formidable, pierced through the hood of one car like a forklift, flinging the entire vehicle aside with a powerful shake of its head. Before the soldiers in the other vehicles could even disembark, the giant stag, along with its 2 young ones, dashed into the woods. Reminiscent of a heist executed with swift escape, some individuals fired wildly at the retreating stag, but their aim was remarkably poor. The vehicle carrying Ren Xiaosu and his companions crashed into a tree beside the dirt road, the hood crumpled, and billowing white smoke erupted from the engine. At this moment, someone in the convoy shouted, "Come quickly to help." Lu Bu's voice rang out. "Isn't that refugee a doctor from the town? Hurry, let him come and assist." As Ren Xiaosu exited the vehicle and approached the convoy, he discovered that the driver of the second vehicle had only sustained a minor abrasion on his arm. What was there to make such a fuss about? Death had accompanied every refugee since childhood, a mere triviality of life. Such minor injuries were hardly worth mentioning. Frowning, Ren Xiaosu had no intention of treating this soldier. Individuals from this private militia were hardly deserving of his precious black medicine. What perplexed him was the sudden display of aggression from the colossal stag. Lu Bu pushed Ren Xiaosu and exclaimed, "Aren't you a doctor? Hurry and save him." Ren Xiaosu responded with a brief acknowledgement and began to chant over the driver's wound. "Heal swiftly, heal swiftly, heal swiftly." Lu Bu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat injuries? What kind of doctor are you?" After a moment of contemplation, Ren Xiaosu tentatively suggested, "A shaman?" 46. Mysterious death. Due to preconceived notions, this group had previously held little faith in Ren Xiaosu as the sole doctor in the town. When they first encountered him, he was residing in a makeshift shelter, and now, just days later, he had supposedly become a doctor? If he truly possessed medical skills, why had he not applied them sooner? In this moment of desperation, an old adage perfectly encapsulated the current predicament. A desperate disease requires a desperate remedy. However, Ren Xiaosu's reaction left them utterly astonished. What was this nonsense about a shaman? "Get up," Lu Bu exclaimed, shoving Ren Xiaosu aside before approaching the injured driver with concern. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Ren Xiaosu surveyed the surroundings. Originally, there had been 5 SUVs and 1 pickup truck, totaling 6 vehicles, yet now only 4 remained. The 2 damaged vehicles seemed irreparable. But Ren Xiaosu had little knowledge of automobiles and needed to await the soldiers' assessments. Officer Su Xianchu led a team to inspect the wreckage. The vehicle overturned by the giant deer was undoubtedly beyond repair, with several holes puncturing the engine. Lu Bu inquired of Su Xianchu, "Can it be fixed?" Su Xianchu replied, "We must first examine the overturned vehicle. That one is definitely beyond salvage. The vehicle that struck the tree was traveling at a low speed, so the damage is not too severe. We can only dismantle parts from that vehicle to repair one that is operational. Only one vehicle can be repaired." Lu Bu was taken aback. "What shall we do with so many of us?" Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "The pickup truck bed can still accommodate passengers." "I'll go," Ren Xiaosu volunteered. "You'd be better off dead," Lu Bu retorted dismissively. At this moment, even if Lu Bu himself were to ride in the truck bed, he would not allow Ren Xiaosu to join him. Su Xianchu and his team hurriedly began repairing the vehicles, during which Su Xianchu furrowed his brow and instructed his soldiers. "Establish a perimeter. If any unknown creatures approach, shoot to kill. Though the private military may be rife with bureaucratic tendencies, Su Xianchu did not appear foolish. It was critical to remain vigilant at such a time. If a giant creature were to approach while they were engaged in repairs, many lives could be lost. Ren Shusu squatted beside the vehicle, observing the private military's efforts with curiosity. He wished to understand the mechanics of the vehicle, as he had always been an eager learner. And the grandeur of such a large machine held a unique aesthetic for him. The revival of civilization, even in the minutiae, represented the culmination of human achievement. Lu Bu, arms crossed, scoffed. Do you even understand what you're looking at? Lu Bu hesitated. In truth, he did not comprehend it either. Look, I don't understand, and neither do you. Ren Shusu leisurely responded. So why are you babbling? After Ren Shusu finished speaking, he disregarded him. The car repairs had been ongoing from morning until afternoon. While Lu Bu and the others were deliberating on how to allocate the vehicles and handle their usual defense duties, some suggested that in the future, they should simply shoot at such creatures upon sighting them, while others raised concerns about the potential repercussions of opening fire. With a creature as massive as the giant deer, would a bullet even penetrate its skull unless aimed directly at its eye? But who among them possessed such marksmanship? Achieving a score of 9 on a moving target seemed a prerequisite. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu pondered silently. Realizing that these individuals were unaware that Yang Xiaojin was a master marksman of exceptional caliber. While others might struggle, Ren Xiaosu felt he had a 60% chance of hitting the giant deer's eye with a pistol from 50 meters. Thus, he surmised that Yang Xiaojin must possess a confidence level exceeding 90%, perhaps even a perfect score. Ren Xiaosu discreetly observed Yang Xiaojin's reaction. As the others discussed strategies for dealing with the beasts, she remained silent, seemingly detached from the conversation. However, it provided some solace that the giant deer was herbivorous. Had it been hunting for food, it was likely that 3 or 4 members of their team would have perished. Su Xianchu remarked that the woods were predominantly inhabited by large herbivores. Otherwise, they would have been targeted during the establishment of the barrier. When encountering such beings, vigilance was paramount, and they should avoid startling them. However, if faced with carnivorous animals, they should shoot immediately. All right. The vehicle is ready for departure, Lu Bu interjected. He continued, we are down a vehicle, so we need to rearrange the seating arrangements. He addressed a crew member, Su Xia. You and Cheng Donghang will need to sit in the back of the pickup truck for now. Su Xia and Cheng Donghang exchanged resentful glances at Ren Xiaosu. Initially, he could have occupied the truck bed, but Lu Bu, worried that Ren Xiaosu might consume all the snacks, decided to have his own people keep watch. Su Xia and Cheng Donghang reluctantly climbed into the truck bed, when suddenly, a scream erupted from Su Xia as he tumbled out, clutching his neck and wailing in distress. Ren Xiaosu looked on in shock as Su Xia's face became swollen, as if he were enduring an unimaginable agony. Within mere seconds, before anyone could react, he lay motionless on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his complexion rapidly shifting to a ghastly shade of blue. Su Xianchu cautiously approached, firearm drawn, and upon confirming the absence of any anomalies, checked for Su Xia's breath. Turning to the group with a grave expression, he stated, "He has gone." Everyone stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden loss of a seemingly healthy individual. Lu Bu trembled as he asked Cheng Donghang, "What just happened?" Cheng Donghang leaned back in the truck bed, trembling with fear. "I cannot comprehend it," he exclaimed. "We boarded the vehicle together, and then he suddenly let out a horrifying scream that terrified me. I did not witness anything unusual. The rustling sounds in the forest grew eerie, the trees remained the same, yet the mood of everyone had shifted drastically. This was the first death they had encountered on their journey." Lu Buchao bellowed at Ren Xiaosu, "What kind of path have you led us on? Why did we not experience such a calamity last time? Is there something wrong with the route you have chosen?" Ren Xiaosu pondered, sensing that something was amiss. A mere task could not compel Xianchu to risk his life. There must be another underlying reason. In the eerie forest, Ren Xiaosu disregarded the others and approached Su Xia to examine his injury. He gently removed the hand covering Su Xia's neck and was alarmed to discover a long stinger embedded in it, instantly recognizing it as that of a wasp. Ren Xiaosu silently extracted the stinger, wishing to shield the others from the truth of Su Xia's demise. The atmosphere within the group grew increasingly peculiar, instilling a sense of dread towards the wilderness that, paradoxically, benefited him as the guide. Ren Xiaosu had never considered himself a good person. His primary concern was survival, and he felt no obligation to disclose every detail to the others. Nevertheless, a sigh of relief washed over him as long as it was not some mysterious creature attacking humans. He had been startled just moments before. Based on Ren Xiaosu's deductions, it was likely that a wasp had taken refuge in the pickup truck's bed, and Su Xia's movements had startled it, resulting in the sting. In his childhood, Ren Xiaosu had suffered a wasp sting that merely caused swelling on one side of his face for a few days. He had not perished from it. The wilderness was becoming increasingly perilous. At times, Ren Xiaosu grappled with conflicting emotions. He was drawn to the mysteries of the wilderness, eager to uncover its secrets. Yet he understood that excessive curiosity could lead to death. Humanity is inherently multifaceted, and thoughts are invariably complex. That is the essence of being human. The shadow of death loomed over the entire convoy, yet Ren Xiaosu appeared to be the most relaxed among them. Su Xianxu had examined the wound, but could only discern a red spot on Su Xia's neck. Ren Xiaosu observed the reactions of everyone present, and Yang Xiaojin feigned casual interest in Su Xia's injury, only to furrow her brow in concern. Only Ren Xiaosu was aware that Su Xia had merely been stung by a wasp evolved in the wilderness. What should be done with Su Xia's body? Surely, they could not abandon him in the wild, someone remarked. What else can be done? Lu Bu said with a frown. He planned to leave Su Xia here, as burying him would consume precious time, and he had no desire to linger in this cursed place. Luo Xinyu suggested, let us place him in the pickup truck's bed for now and leave this place. We can find a suitable spot to give him a proper burial later. As the leader of the group, she knew that leaving Su Xia behind would tarnish her reputation. No, Su Xianxu shook his head, though he did not elaborate on his reasons. At that moment, Lu Bu understood that he could not influence the private security team. To outsiders, it seemed they had hired a private force, but in reality, they were merely hitching a ride, having paid for protection. Moreover, the private team appeared willing to allow them to join in order to obscure the true purpose of their mission, using them as a cover. Thus, this journey to Jing Mountain was deemed insignificant by their band. At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with whether Ren Xiaosu had eaten any biscuits, for after all, no one desires death. Moreover, the gravity of life and death clearly outweighed the trifling matter of biscuits. Ren Xiaosu, on the other hand, held no objections. Having gone a day without biscuits, he found himself longing for them. As for being in the presence of a corpse, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. He had previously encountered numerous bodies left behind during the wolf pack's assault on the factory without any fear. The individuals within the barrier possessed a reverence for life and death, yet Ren Xiaosu harbored respect without any trepidation. As the convoy set off once more, Ren Xiaosu sat in the back of the truck, munching on biscuits and sipping bottled water, while he idly murmured to Su Xia, why did you all feel the need to venture out? Surely, you've put your lives at risk. He sighed. What is it like inside your barrier? Many of us outside are on the brink of starvation, yet you still have the leisure to listen to music and idolize stars. You even had pork delivered to you while we go without. Ren Xiaosu engaged in this light banter with Su Xia purely out of boredom. However, the two men in the truck's front seats had a different perspective. They suddenly caught a faint sound of Ren Xiaosu's voice, and the driver felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to his co-pilot and asked, who is he talking to? I don't know. Perhaps he is just talking to himself, came the uncertain reply. Do you think he has lost his mind? That evening, the convoy failed to locate a suitable campsite and had to settle for a small patch of ground. The mood was somber, with little desire for conversation or boasting, leaving only silence. The following morning, Ren Xiaosu arose and stretched lazily. He hadn't sought out food the previous night, having nearly reached his limit with the biscuits. Originally, the chocolate was stored in the truck bed, but that crafty Lu Bu had cleverly taken the box of chocolate to his own vehicle, which lacked space for it, so he carried it around all afternoon. Ren Xiaosu had planned well, thinking he need not eat breakfast and could indulge in whatever he desired once the convoy resumed its journey. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the morning calm. He turned abruptly towards the source, which was the direction of the pickup truck. A soldier from a private military group shouted, "Where is the corpse of Su Xia? Has anyone seen it?" Everyone froze in disbelief. Wasn't it in the truck? The corpse was missing. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a jolt of panic. What was happening? The body had been right there in the truck bed. How could it have vanished? The average weight of an adult male ranges from 140 to 180 pounds. It would be exceedingly difficult for one person to move a corpse without making a sound. With so many people present, how could no one have heard anything? Who had moved Su Xia's body? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu suddenly recalled the fish bones and flesh he had previously discarded, which had seemingly vanished in a similar manner, without a trace, leaving no indication of what had caused their disappearance. At the time, he had speculated it was ants. But surely it could not be ants this time. No matter how evolved they could not possibly transport such a large carcass overnight. Now, a veil of shadow enveloped Ren Xiaosu's mind as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering what could have caused this. Su Xianchu, gun in hand, remained vigilant. I share your fears, yet my determination to venture to Jing Mountain is backed by compelling reasons, he declared. But this forest is truly bizarre. Lu Bu was nearly in tears. Everyone, get in the vehicle. We must hasten our departure from this accursed place. Su Xianchu bellowed. From that moment on, Ren Xiaosu clutched his bone knife tightly, his mind fully alert, constantly on guard against any impending danger. All human actions are driven by the specter of death. The disappearance of Su Xia's corpse raises two haunting questions. Why has the body vanished, and where has it gone? These inquiries linger in the minds of all. Ren Xiaosu pondered a troubling thought. If the adversary possessed the capability to make such a large corpse vanish without a trace, why not target the living? Given their strength, they could undoubtedly inflict catastrophic casualties upon the entire camp under the cover of night. There is something amiss. Everyone sat within their vehicles. Yet Ren Xiaosu found himself in the bed of a pickup truck. Upon their arrival, laughter and song filled the air as windows were rolled down. But now, all windows were tightly shut, as if in fear that some malevolent force might suddenly intrude and claim their lives. They believed that an extra layer of glass might afford them some semblance of safety. Meanwhile, Ren Xiaosu, gazing at the retreating trees through the truck's bed, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding as the shadows of the swaying leaves seemed to conceal threats. Admittedly, even he felt a twinge of fear. Yet, what could he do? Perhaps nibble on a biscuit to quell his anxiety. Each time a disquieting thought crossed his mind, he would munch on a biscuit to ease his nerves. In truth, Ren Xiaosu considered that sitting in the vehicle was no safer than being in the truck bed. His physical condition was robust, and from this vantage point, he had a clear view, enabling him to swiftly identify exits and strategies should danger arise. It was worth noting that among the convoy, aside from Yang Xiaojin, whose abilities were uncertain, no one could outrun him. Ren Xiaosu had never contemplated whether he should rescue others in the face of peril. He was not foolish. This group did not provide him, their guide, with sustenance, and relegated him to the truck bed. It was already generous of him not to seek revenge. Both Wang Songyang and Su Xianchu, officers of private military forces, had previously offended their superiors, a fact Ren Xiaosu had discerned long ago. In the dead of night, when trouble arose, it was Wang Songyang who first emerged. After Ren Xiaosu and Luo Xinyu requested his replacement, Su Xianchu was dispatched instead. Those officers enjoying the comforts within the barrier were not inclined to leave the safety of their homes to engage in battle at such an hour. Only those deemed unworthy were sent to the wilderness for duty. Before the catastrophe, soldiers possessed a sense of honor. But Ren Xiaosu believed that these private forces lacked such integrity. Nevertheless, a question lingered in his mind. He glanced sideways and quietly inquired of Yang Xiaojin. Is this unit truly reliable? They are tasked with defending the barrier, yet they appear disorganized when faced with danger. Yang Xiaojin shot him a glance and replied with a cryptic statement. The troops of the consortium are the troops of the consortium, while the troops of the barrier are the troops of the barrier. The consortium does not wish for these barriers to possess formidable armed forces. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily stunned. What kind of army did the consortium possess? Su Xianchu was evidently more astute and formidable than the other soldiers. Throughout their journey, Ren Xiaosu had never seen him smoke or relax. His posture remained unwaveringly upright. Who were the officers that had been ostracized? At least two were familiar to Ren Xiaosu, Wang Songyang and Su Xianchu. As for Su Xianchu, there was little to say. But Wang Songyang had displayed a meticulous logic when searching Ren Xiaosu, distinctly contrasting with the soldiers of the private army. In fact, Wang Songyang had even expressed contempt for the private troops in Ren Xiaosu's presence. Thus, were Su Xianchu and Wang Songyang ostracized for their unwillingness to compromise their principles? Ren Xiaosu speculated with the utmost malice that even the cigarettes might have been provided by the consortium. Had the consortium, after years of meticulous planning, rendered the barrier's armed forces utterly ineffectual? Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether his conjecture held any truth, yet Mr. Zhang had asserted that technology was controlled by a select few, making it entirely plausible that the armed forces were similarly monopolized. However, he harbored doubts regarding Su Xia's situation. Were the living immune to attacks? Otherwise, why was it that those who were alive seemed to be unscathed? Why was the refuge barrier so intrigued by the concealed ruins from before the catastrophe in the Jing Mountain? Were the dangers they faced now emanating from those ancient sites? Su Xianchu spoke coldly. I now assume command of wartime management for everyone. Any subsequent plans are beyond your purview. Lu Bu opened his mouth as if to speak but fell silent, realizing Su Xianchu was serious. At noon, the convoy took a brief respite at a place called Kaishirwal, whose formation was also linked to tectonic movements. Resulting from the compression of tectonic plates that created the cliffs, the wall bore vibrant layers of rock. A name derived from the private army's past hunts of wild beasts in the woods. Lu Bu leaned against the stone wall, wiping his sweat, and remarked, "It's nearly winter. Why is it getting hotter as we head north?" Sitting nearby, Ren Xiusu, while belching, replied, "There are several volcanoes within the Jing mountain range ahead, and they are not extinct. Their internal activity is quite frequent." Many in the group had never been to this place, and thus were taken aback. They had always assumed volcanoes were distant phenomena, never anticipating the presence of several in the Jing mountain. However, Su Xianchu appeared well acquainted with the geography of the Jing mountain, showing no surprise. After all, the private army must have provided him with some information for his mission. It was only natural that they had visited this place and encountered volcanoes before. Yet Su Xianchu found it perplexing that the predecessors in the private army had been so unprofessional. After exterminating the beasts in the Jing mountain, they had failed to even chart a map. Astonishingly, there was not a single accurate overview map among the various barriers today. Lu Bu ascended to the pickup to retrieve provisions for distribution among the group. Upon his glance at the cookies, he nearly fainted, for there were significantly fewer than before. Trembling, he inquired of Ren Xiaosu, "How could you consume so many cookies?" Ren Xiaosu, patting his chest, replied, "I was alone in the back of the truck. What harm is there in indulging in a few cookies to calm my nerves?" Suddenly, a chilling sound emanated from the north. An eerie noise that caused all private troops to raise their weapons, aiming towards the northern road. It was then that Ren Xiaosu said, "Quick, help me up. I need another cookie to steady my nerves." Lu Bu turned to Luo Xinyu, who was gazing at Ren Xiaosu. "You surely know what that sound is." Su Xianchu pointed his gun at Ren Xiaosu, commanding, "Do not conceal the truth." With a raised eyebrow, Ren Xiaosu remarked, "That is the sound of the Old Wind Gap. The passage to the Grand Canyon of Jing Mountain is not far off. When the immense wind sweeps through the canyon, it produces this sound. There is no need to be alarmed." It was at this moment that everyone began to realize the value of having an experienced guide within their ranks. Only then did they begin to acknowledge Ren Xiaosu's worth amidst their internal fears. At least now, the howling noise did not instill such dread in them. Initially, it was thought that they would reach the canyon in 3 to 5 days, yet the force of fear quickened their pace. If all went well, they would arrive at the Old Wind Gap Canyon by nightfall. Mr. Zhang, during his lectures at the school, had stated that all human motivation stems from the inevitability of death. It is the fear of death that compels one to eat, the desire to survive that drives one to exert themselves. Now, surrounded by the ever-present specter of death within the mountains, this fear acted like a shot of adrenaline, heightening everyone's awareness and intensifying their yearning to emerge alive. Due to the exceptional circumstances of the day, updates were made ahead of schedule. As evening descended, and the sun cast its slanted rays across the sky, the convoy finally emerged from the woods, revealing the majestic stone cliffs and canyon ahead. The cliffs rose abruptly from the earth, resembling colossal steps, compelling them to tilt their heads back until their necks ached to glimpse the summit above. To their left and right, the view extended infinitely, devoid of boundaries. This was a staircase of nature, as if traversing it might elevate them to the heavens. From a distance, the Old Wind Canyon appeared as a slender black line, yet upon closer approach, they discovered it was wide enough to accommodate 5 or 6 vehicles simultaneously. A tremendous mountain wind howled through the canyon, emitting a mournful wail. Standing at its mouth, one could barely maintain their footing against the forceful gusts. The magnificence and grandeur of nature were vividly illustrated in that moment. Suddenly, Lu Bu exclaimed, "Come quickly and see." He stood beside the Old Wind Canyon, pointing at the stone wall and shouted, "There are inscriptions here." As everyone gathered to examine, they were startled to find 4 head-sized characters carved into the rock, living beings. "Do not enter." Su Xianchu turned to Ren Xiusu, inquiring, "Who carved this?" Ren Xiusu shook his head. "These 4 characters were not here when I came last year." Lu Bu pressed, "Why did you come here? How far is this from the town? Even for hunting, one should not venture to such a place. Who are you really? You must be concealing your identity." Ren Xiusu nodded. "Yes, there is something I have not revealed to you. I am, in fact, a descendant of the dragon." Lu Bu, Su Xianchu, Luo Xinyu. "You have too many inconsistencies about you," Su Xianchu declared, aiming his gun at Ren Xiaosu. "You must clarify why you were here last year. This place is already sparsely populated." It has been many years since anyone from Barrier 113 has come here. This is the route from Barrier 112 to Barrier 113. Yet no one from Barrier 112 has been to our side this year. Hence, it is highly likely that you are the only one who has come here during this time. Did you carve those words? Ren Shusu pondered for a moment. The inscriptions are positioned quite high. At my height, I would need to stand on a stone to reach them. Moreover, I am equally astonished as to why these 4 characters exist here. I too am perplexed as to who might have done this. He spoke truthfully. Those characters were indeed not his handiwork. You still haven't explained why you came here, Lubu shouted. Have you calculated how far this is from the town? Everyone turned their gaze toward Ren Xiaosu. Although their driving speed was slower than a person's running pace, the journey over the past 3 days had been sufficiently extensive. It was illogical for Ren Xiaosu to have arrived in this place. Ren Xiaosu fell silent for a moment before speaking. Last year, I encountered a pack of wolves in Yunling, which drove me here. This was indeed the truth. You must be jesting, Lubu retorted. How could a mere child survive in the jaws of a wolf pack? Pray tell, what reason did the wolves have to spare you? The wolves were not initially targeting me. I merely happened to be in their path. In my panic, I fled into the forest, believing that this would dissuade them from pursuing me. However, to my astonishment, they followed. As for how I survived, once I entered the Leifenka Gorge, they ceased their pursuit. I concealed myself within the gorge for 2 days, only emerging once they had departed. Beyond that point, I was unfamiliar with the terrain, having never ventured further. Everyone was taken aback. Did even the wolves refrain from pursuing beyond this point? Was there truly some unspeakable horror lurking beyond the gorge? The inscriptions on the stone walls might have been left by a kind-hearted individual who had discovered the secret of the Jing Mountain, warning others not to advance further. All present believed Ren Xiaosu's words. Yet, this time, he did not speak the entire truth. While he had indeed been chased into the gorge by the wolves, they did not halt their pursuit there, but rather continued on. As for how he survived, he could not articulate, for he had lost consciousness the moment he encountered the wolves, awakening later covered in wounds, with the wolves nowhere in sight. For the past year, Ren Xiaosu had pondered the connection between the dark mist in his mind and that episode of unconsciousness. What truly transpired during that time? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Are you aware of the extraordinary beings? Perhaps these inscriptions were left by one of them. Some among them have long transcended the confines of ordinary humanity and can traverse the wilderness with ease. The speaker was a soldier from a private military unit, prompting Su Xianchu to glare in his direction. This is military confidential. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. The disorder within this private army was astonishing, with soldiers daring to challenge their superiors so openly. Unbeknownst to him, his impression of this private military had diminished further. In Mr. Zhang's descriptions from the academy, the military before the catastrophe had exemplified strict discipline, akin to a collective will of iron. Su Xianchu turned to the soldier who had spoken. If he does not spare me, I shall ensure you leave as well before I depart. It would be prudent for you to remain silent. Otherwise, I shall treat you as a deserter. After a moment of consideration, Su Xianchu added, This matter does not concern you. We are merely executing orders from our superiors. Su Xianchu finally showed signs of wavering. Glancing at the sky, he sighed. It is getting late. We shall camp here for the night. Let us deliberate on the matter of our course of action before making a decision, shall we? Lu Bu and the others readily agreed. As long as they did not venture further, all was well. Ren Xiaosu gazed into the depths of the canyon, where the sheer cliffs on either side seemed to reach for the heavens. A narrow beam of light filtered through the crevice above. Yet it appeared that the light had exhausted itself as it descended into the canyon. The deeper one looked, the darker it became. Ren Xiaosu no longer needed to venture out in search of sustenance. In the grip of fear of death, Lu Bu had even overlooked the matter of food. Their thoughts were consumed instead with how to survive the night, or how to escape, rather than concern over dinner. Some individuals forewent setting up tents, fearing that doing so might hinder their escape. However, Su Xianchu intervened, insisting they set up their tents. It is late autumn, and without a shelter from the wind. Should you fall ill, you may never leave the mountain. As they gathered around the bonfire, a profound silence enveloped them. Although they had been cautious while collecting firewood, not daring to venture far or re-enter the woods, their collective effort had yielded a substantial amount. The larger the flames grew, the greater their sense of security seemed to swell. This time, Ren Xiaosu refrained from igniting the fire alone, as Su Xianchu insisted he participate in the discussion. Previously, it was Su Xianchu who had been resolute about venturing into the mountains, driven by concerns for his future and his position within the barrier. Yet now, He too harbored doubts, seemingly influenced by the counsel of those who appeared to be extraordinary beings. The soldiers of the private army relied on the cold steel of their firearms. However, when confronted by threats that could not be resolved through mere weaponry, a profound fear would ensue. Their greatest reliance could no longer assure them of safety. Observing the quietude among the group, Su Xianchu spoke. We now face a dilemma. On one hand, we can traverse this canyon, yet within it lies unknown dangers, potentially even creatures that even the extraordinary may struggle to confront. It is difficult to explain who might have come here alone, leaving behind warnings for the living. Luo Xinyu suddenly interjected. While dangers have arisen in the woods, they have not led to our total annihilation. After all, we still have many living among us. However, the dangers beyond the canyon remain uncertain, and I believe it would be wiser to confront the woods. Once more, silence fell over the group. Ren Xiaosu turned his gaze towards Yang Xiaojin, noting her calm demeanor, as if she were indifferent to her fate. Wait a moment, could Yang Xiaojin be the legendary extraordinary being? Ren Xiaosu could not ascertain, yet inexplicably. He sensed that her purpose for being here diverged from that of the others. When they had once shared a meal of fish, he had thought she might be a friend of Luo Xinyu, there to protect her. Yet the relationship between Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin did not convey intimacy, resembling more that of employer and employee. Ren Xiaosu felt a sense of yearning towards the extraordinary being spoken of by Su Xianchu and others, yet he harbored no jealousy. For he too was a so-called extraordinary individual, merely still in the process of maturation. Su Xianchu paused momentarily, questioning, "Do you think I am worried about failing the mission?" At that instant, the wind in the canyon ceased, and the cacophony abruptly faded away, leaving the entire forest enveloped in an eerie silence. Amidst this stillness, a peculiar sound of chewing emanated from the vicinity of the pickup truck, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lubu trembled as he exclaimed, "What is that noise?" It seems to be coming from the truck bed. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, bewildered, for they could not comprehend how anything other than supplies could be found in the truck bed, especially with Ren Xiaosu nearby. Su Xianchu's initial fright quickly morphed into a grim expression. "I truly do not believe anything can withstand a bullet." With that, he beckoned his private army to cautiously approach the pickup. The chewing noise had likely persisted for some time, only masked by the earlier gusts of wind. His bone knife remained firmly gripped in his hand, and upon glancing back, he noticed Yang Xiaojin had also readied her handgun. As they drew nearer, a shadow suddenly leapt from the truck bed, startling Su Xianchu and his companions, who quickly reacted by firing their weapons. The shadow, caught midair, was met with a barrage of gunfire, sending it hurtling backward. The cacophony of gunfire erupted again from the truck bed, prompting Su Xianchu and his group to indiscriminately unleash a hail of bullets toward it. The sound of empty chambers echoed as the private army expended an entire clip, leaving the pickup riddled with holes, a pitiful sight. The fuel tank began to leak, a bullet having struck its mark, though Ren Xiaosu remained unperturbed. For he knew from his advanced firearms training that unless incendiary rounds were employed, it was exceedingly difficult to ignite a fuel tank with gunfire. As Su Xianchu cautiously approached to inspect the shadow that had startled them, his irritation flared upon discovering that the source of their fright was merely a rodent attempting to pilfer food. "How could a rat grow so large?" Lubu remarked. Still shaken, "It must be the size of 2 human heads." Su Xianchu exhaled a sigh of relief as he peered into the truck, where another rat lay, having been reduced to a mangled mess. It turned out to be a false alarm. Their nerves had been so taut that even the slightest rustle could ignite their suspicions. The silver wolf king shimmered under the moonlight, its silvery coat appearing as if it were aglow. Perched upon the cliff, its fur danced with the wind, resembling a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. However, Ren Xiaosu harbored no admiration for the situation. His only desire was to flee. Hadn't he the wolf pack vacated the territory of Barrier 113? Hadn't they ventured into the mountains hundreds of kilometers away? How could they suddenly reappear here? The cliff was not far off. In merely 10 minutes, the pack could be upon them. What troubled Ren Xiaosu most was the absence of the other wolves. What if they were already drawing near? "Run! Into the canyon!" Ren Xiaosu shouted. Lubu was taken aback. "Into the canyon? Are you mad? Isn't that akin to courting death? Not entering the canyon means certain death." Ren Xiaosu sprinted to the pickup, seizing a somewhat intact large rat before dashing towards the canyon. Having dealt with the wolf pack more than anyone else, he understood the terrifying adversary they would face if they did not escape. Perhaps the barrier had eradicated the natural enemies of the wolves during their cleansing of the wilderness, which now allowed the pack to roam freely, unafraid. Moreover, Ren Xiusu's assertion that the wolves would not dare enter the canyon bolstered the group's confidence, as long as they reached the nearby canyon. Less than 10 meters away, they would be safe. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself that this group truly had no fear of death at such a crucial moment. They were still gathering their belongings. Shouldn't they prioritize food and water? At that moment, Ren Xiaosu realized he was the most alert among the entire team. Alongside Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu. Su Xianchu promptly retrieved firearms and ammunition from the vehicle, while Yang Xiaojin coerced the driver into the car, insisting he drive. Yet what could Ren Xiaosu do? He could not accompany them to their demise. As he ran towards the canyon, he glanced at the sheer cliffs on either side. Noting that despite their steepness, they were not devoid of potential footholds for climbing. He observed this keenly. For he was acutely aware that when he had previously told others that the wolf pack would not enter the canyon, it was to conceal the truth of how he had survived. In reality, the wolves had charged into the canyon without a moment's hesitation. Thus, they would undoubtedly pursue him into the canyon, and the question of how to escape would soon become paramount. Indeed, vehicles were excellent means of transportation. But whether they could outrun the wolves on flat terrain was debatable, let alone on the stony paths of the canyon. Just days prior, a private unit had engaged the wolf pack, with hundreds of armed soldiers suffering casualties at the jaws of these beasts. A mere dozen of them would hardly suffice. There is a saying that one need not run faster than the wolf, only faster than others. But this small group could not possibly delay the pack. If death came, it would claim them all. Thus, Ren Xiusu did not rush to the vehicle but instead entered the canyon. It was not due to panic, but rather an understanding that escape by vehicle was futile. He had to seek an alternative route. If absolutely necessary, he would have to climb up the cliffs. After all, no matter how formidable the wolf pack was, they could not scale walls. Ren Xiaosu was uncertain whether his physical stamina was sufficient to reach the summit. Yet this was the only path to survival. At that moment, someone started the vehicle, and with a swift press on the accelerator, drove into the depths of the canyon. The vehicle was insufficient to accommodate everyone, as the pickup truck had been utterly wrecked. They could now see a pack of wolves emerging from the edge of the forest, their presence sending waves of terror through the onlookers. The wild wolves, towering like bison, approached the humans with an unsettling calmness. Lubu screamed in fright, and many soldiers from private militias turned pale with fear. Those who had moments ago been preoccupied with packing their belongings now realized the foolishness of their actions. Had they not wasted time gathering their items, they might have already entered the canyon. "Wait, don't close the door," someone shouted. "We can squeeze in." However, before the speaker could board, Lubu kicked him out, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Drive. Hurry up," someone screamed in desperation. At that moment, Ren Xiusu felt an unparalleled serenity. In the wilderness, there was no right or wrong. Survival was the only virtue, and death, the only failure. All he could do was strive to be the last person standing, nothing more. Four intact vehicles streamed into the canyon, leaving behind two individuals who could not make it in time. Suddenly, two anguished screams echoed outside the canyon, sending a chill down Ren Xiaosu's spine. He understood that the wolves were swifter than he had anticipated. As the vehicles passed by him, one came to a halt. He saw Yang Xiaojin in the back seat. Gun pointed at the driver's head, then she turned to Ren Xiaosu and commanded, "Get in." Taken aback, Ren Xiaosu did not expect Yang Xiaojin to threaten the driver with a gun, nor had he considered boarding the vehicle. Could it truly outrun the wolves in this desolate place? Sensing his hesitation, Yang Xiaojin brandished a second black M9 pistol at him, demanding, "Get in." Ren Xiaosu remained silent. Lubu, inside the vehicle, stared blankly at the wolves and exclaimed, "So they really dare not enter the canyon. We're saved." A sense of relief washed over everyone. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of death, some even wept in joy, exclaiming, "We're safe." Lubu muttered softly, "I never thought that kid from the refugee camp was telling the truth." Yet, at this moment, Ren Xiaosu's heart was anything but light. He had initially deceived these people, and now it was shocking to witness that the wolves indeed halted their advance. What did this signify? It suggested that the surrounding mountains had undergone some transformation within the year, causing the wolves to suddenly stop here. It also implied that the dangers beyond the canyon were far more severe than anticipated. The phrase "no living soul shall enter" was certainly not a mere fabrication. What to do? Certainly, werewolves are impossible. They serve merely as a metaphor. At this moment, Lubu gazed at Ren Xiaosu and inquired, "Why are you carrying that rat?" To which Ren Xiaosu naturally replied, "To eat, of course. Should I save it for the new year?" Lubu nearly retched, exclaiming, "Eat that?" Ren Xiaosu retorted, "The food is all in the pickup, which is no longer available." If I don't eat it, what else is there? Besides, it devours my biscuits. So it's only reasonable that I consume it in return. Lu Bu, it does sound rather reasonable indeed. In truth, Ren Xiaosu was acutely aware that one of the gravest issues confronting this group was the scarcity of food and water. Despite momentarily repulsing Lu Bu, Ren Xiaosu did not intend to eat the rat for himself. For Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu, individuals sheltered within the barriers, rats epitomized filth. In traditional views, they were creatures of the sewers, synonymous with plague, disease, and foul odors. Although Ren Xiaosu also refrained from consuming rats, it was merely due to his unpleasant memories of witnessing them feast on carrion. Conversely, for the other refugees in the town, their innate perspective regarded wild rats as food. These rats pilfered human provisions and even preyed upon other creatures, akin to any other wild beast. In a town beset by shortages, they would consume termites. Why not rats? To them, a rat was simply a morsel that could walk. When juxtaposed with the prominent figures within the barriers, the refugees possessed an inherent understanding of sustenance. They believed that anything which could not kill a person was food. Ren Xiaosu felt no fear. In this wilderness, hunger would not lay claim to him. At this juncture, he turned his gaze toward Yang Xiaojin. Previously, when this young woman had aimed a gun at the driver, he had assumed she sought to rescue him. It was only when she pointed it at him as well that he realized she merely needed a guide to navigate the wilderness. Perhaps Yang Xiaojin had also quickly recognized the impending scarcity of food and that Ren Xiaosu had demonstrated an aptitude in this regard. Thus, she sought to accompany someone capable of foraging. As the adage goes, one must specialize in their craft. Mastery of firearms does not inherently equate to proficiency in wilderness survival, a realm in which Ren Xiaosu excelled. He pondered what level his wilderness survival skills might attain if quantified. In his mind, he mused, what is my wilderness survival level? To his surprise, he found it could indeed be assessed. Astonishingly, his skills were deemed masterful. For reasons unknown, Ren Xiaosu's curiosity about Yang Xiaojin's identity deepened. As a denizen of the barriers, her actions were decisively ruthless, devoid of hesitation. It was still night, and the group, weary from their exertions, opted to proceed a few kilometers forward before halting to rest, as the wolf pack dared not enter the canyon. They paused not only to deliberate on their future strategies, but also due to an underlying fear of what lay beyond the canyon. If they could delay their passage through it, they would do so for as long as possible. We can only move forward now, Su Xianxu stated from within the canyon. This canyon, known as Lei Fengku, appears calm at the moment, but you have witnessed the ferocity of the winds it can unleash. I would not be surprised if someone were to be swept out of the canyon. However, it seems there is no wind tonight, Lu Bu remarked in confusion. There hasn't been any breeze since evening. Moreover, parking the vehicles side by side should shield us from the wind adequately. That is not an option, Su Xianxu countered decisively. We must leave this place before dawn. For now, we may rest briefly, but we are out of provisions. Our immediate priority is to exit the canyon and seek sustenance. It does not appear that food can be found here. Your words have made me feel hungry, Lu Bu muttered quietly, as they gathered around the campfire that evening. Their appetites were stifled by fear. Yet, 5 or 6 hours had elapsed since dinner time, and the exertion of fleeing had drained their energy, leaving them all with a gnawing sense of hunger. If only we had retrieved some food earlier, someone lamented, even though the pickup is battered beyond recognition. Surely there must still be something to eat. What should we do now? We have nearly 2 weeks of travel ahead of us. What will we eat and drink? Lu Bu inquired. At this question, all eyes turned to Ren Xiaosu, for in their recollection, he was exceptionally skilled in wilderness survival, having previously caught the large fish they had feasted upon. Yet, Ren Xiaosu merely pointed to the mouse at his feet. Would you care to eat this? Silence enveloped the group. In truth, if they faced dire circumstances, they would have to resort to eating even mice. Such was the reality of survival. Everyone in the convoy understood that Ren Xiaosu was reluctant to assist them in finding food, especially considering the lack of provisions offered to him earlier, which had isolated him and subjected him to mockery. Now, they expected him to help them? Some began to harbor quiet resentment towards Lu Bu, wondering why he could not spare some of the ample food on his vehicle for Ren Xiaosu. Now look where we are, they thought. Failing to recall that when Lu Bu had refused to provide sustenance to Ren Xiaosu, they had laughed. Ren Xiaosu scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself that each must fend for themselves. Let us rest for a while. At dawn, we shall pass through the canyon, Su Xianxu resolved. Once we are out, everyone needs to remain vigilant. We will assess for dangers before addressing our need for food. A day or two without nourishment will not lead to our demise. When the town faced a shortage of food, Ren Xiusu had indeed witnessed individuals resorting to consuming tree bark and roots, and eventually, after exhausting these, they would eat the earth, ultimately leading to their demise. Ren Xiusu understood all too well what individuals could become in the face of hunger at such times. They would forego even the thought of eating rats and would soon be desperate enough to devour the very soil beneath them. At that moment, Yang Xiaojin approached Ren Xiusu, extending to him a dagger. Ren Xiusu was momentarily taken aback. "For me? On loan," Yang Xiaojin replied. "What are the conditions?" Ren Xiusu inquired, for both were exceedingly straightforward. In this world, there was no love or hatred without reason. Yang Xiaojin lending her dagger to Ren Xiusu surely had an underlying motive. "Food," Yang Xiaojin stated succinctly. "Then lending it is not sufficient. It must be a gift." Ren Xiusu shook his head. "Agreed," Yang Xiaojin responded before turning to leave. This caught Ren Xiusu off guard. It seemed Yang Xiaojin had intended to use the dagger as a bargaining chip all along, initially framing it as a loan merely to allow for negotiation. A wry smile crossed Ren Xiusu's face. In future dealings with Yang Xiaojin, he would need to think carefully. He examined the dagger, without needing extensive knowledge of blades. It was evident that this dagger was of superior quality compared to all the iron tools he had previously encountered in Old Wang's general store. Just as he pondered this, a cacophony of chitinous scraping resonated through the canyon. Su Xianchu shone a powerful flashlight overhead, revealing countless dark, grotesque creatures crawling down the cliffside. None had ever seen such insects. The patterns on their carapaces resembled human faces, and the mandibles of these dark creatures snapped open and shut as if responding to some unseen command, lunging ferociously towards the crowd below. Some even leapt directly from the heights toward Ren Xiusu and his companions. With a swift motion, Ren Xiusu drew the dagger, cleaving a massive insect that lunged at him in two, and shouted, "Run!" What on earth are these? Lu Bu was nearly paralyzed with fear. These human-faced insects were entirely unfamiliar to Ren Xiusu, who had roamed the wilderness for many years. He had neither seen nor even heard of them. In the past, he remained calm in the presence of ants and termites, as they held no particular interest in him when he bore no sin of blood. However, these human-faced insects were utterly terrifying, clearly intent on devouring humans. The canyon, typically beset by fierce winds, left Ren Xiusu pondering where these creatures had hidden themselves. Now, upon spotting prey, they had emerged en masse. Were the wolf packs fearful of such beasts? Had Ren Xiusu been aware of the multitude of human-faced insects lurking in this canyon, he would never have dared to enter. At this moment, he disregarded the thought of rats entirely. Previously, he had considered scaling the cliffs. Now, he was grateful for his slow movements, for had he been quicker, he would have encountered these horrors mid-climb, most likely to his demise. "Get in the vehicle!" Su Xianchu shouted to everyone. Ren Xiusu swiftly struck down two humanoid insects that lunged at him. As they soared through the air, their mandibles gaped open, resembling sinister hooks capable of stealing away lives. This time, Ren Xiusu did not flee, for the vehicle offered the safest refuge. While chaos ensued around him, he had already boarded the car, not only securing his own escape but also dragging along a bewildered driver. Lacking the skills to operate a vehicle himself, he realized he could not proceed without assistance. He hurled the driver into the driver's seat, shouting, "Start the engine, hurry." Ren Xiusu cursed his ignorance of driving, finding himself at a loss for even the most basic knowledge regarding vehicles and keys. Yet, he did not hesitate. He yanked the driver out of the car once more, bellowing, "Which one is yours?" Confused by the commotion, the driver pointed to a vehicle amidst the chaos, "That one," with the driver in tow. Ren Xiusu rushed toward the indicated car, while others frantically fled in every direction, some clambering into vehicles, while others recklessly dashed toward the canyon or even toward the pack of wolves. In a moment of desperation, untrained crew members had lost their ability to think rationally. At that instant, a voice echoed in Ren Xiusu's mind. "Mission: save at least 10 people from the canyon." "Forget that," he thought, continuing to drag the driver toward the vehicles. He figured there would be no punishment for failing the task. His own life took precedence. Just then, he noticed a girl had inexplicably decided to follow him, convinced that her survival hinged on staying close to Ren Xiusu. With little time to ponder her presence, he reached the vehicle and flung open the door, only to find a trembling soldier from a private military unit in the driver's seat. Annoyed, Ren Xiusu yanked him out. "What are you doing here without the keys? Waiting to die?" In that brief moment, 2 humanoid insects attempted to crawl up Ren Xiusu's pant leg, but before they could reach him, Yang Xiaojin dispatched them with 2 precise shots. Ren Xiusu jumped into the back seat of the off-road vehicle, and Yang Xiaojin followed closely behind. He shouted at the still-dazed driver, "Start the car, what are you waiting for?" The driver, now completely numb and mechanical, finally snapped to attention when Ren Xiaosu yelled at him. He hastily inserted the key and turned the ignition, but the vehicle barely moved. It was only then that the driver realized he had forgotten to release the handbrake. In a flurry, he disengaged it and drove forward. Amidst the tide of dark insects, the sounds of gnashing echoed as blood and flesh were ground into a gruesome pulp by their sharp mandibles. Ren Xiaosu remained silent, realizing that this was the true wilderness, the world humanity would have to confront in the future. The bizarre humanoid insects, drawn by the scent of blood and flesh, ceased their pursuit of the vehicle, allowing Ren Xiaosu to lean weakly against the seat, gasping for breath. His exertion had been considerable, and fatigue now enveloped him. Even he found it challenging to carry an adult and run for an extended period. He glanced at Yang Xiaojin, who sat calmly in the car, and remarked, "You've quite the strength." Ignoring her, Ren Xiaosu turned to the driver and inquired, "Are there any insects chasing us now?" "No," replied the driver, slowly recovering from the ordeal. His senses returning, he muttered repeatedly from his seat, "Thank you. Without you, I might not have survived." Gratitude from Sun Junzhong registered in Ren Xiaosu's mind. Bringing his count of appreciation tokens to 74, it seemed his efforts in carrying someone were not in vain. "There's no need for excessive thanks. I merely wish for you to drive," he replied. "Regardless of the reason, I must thank you. I owe you for the past. Rest assured, I will repay you." Sun Junjing insisted. The notion of gratitude from him struck Ren Xiaosu. Could one event yield repeated expressions of thanks? Perhaps it was due to the life-saving nature of his actions, compounded by Sun Junjing's shaken state, rendering each expression heartfelt. Ren Xiaosu playfully suggested, "Why not say thank you once more?" Sun Junjing faltered, suddenly at a loss for words, his emotions becoming disjointed. Yang Xiaojin regarded Ren Xiaosu with an odd expression. They were still in peril, and his youthful exuberance seemed misplaced. After an extended silence, Ren Xiaosu realized he might have been a tad too eager. If he had maintained his composure a bit longer, he could have reaped further rewards, though want it not to be overly greedy. Moderation is key. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu noticed an unusual expression on Yang Xiaojin's face. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, I was merely jesting. While those humanoid insects have not yet caught up, let us hasten to escape the canyon and reunite with the vehicles ahead." At that moment, the task issued by the palace came to his mind. He felt no shame. In such a scenario, self-sacrifice for another was implausible. As he had told Yin Lu Yuan, if there is guilt, persuade yourself to feel none. Moreover, he had acted without remorse. Yet, unexpectedly, he heard the palace's voice in his mind. Task complete. Reward. 1. 0 strength. What was happening? Did the mere existence of his act of saving another, coupled with the survival of more than 10 individuals in their group, constitute the completion of the task? The palace you inhabit is rather casual, isn't it? Surprised by the unexpected completion of his task, Ren Xiaosu realized that he had not originally intended to fulfill it. It seemed as though the palace sought to strengthen him. Otherwise, what was the point of Wang Fugui's heartfelt gratitude, which felt utterly insincere? At this moment, Ren Xiaosu's strength had reached 6. 5. Officially surpassing twice that of an average adult, though this average likely only referred to the mean, as individuals who had undergone intense training did not fall within this ordinary range. The wolf pack and the human-faced insects coexisted in the wilderness like parallel streams, each respecting the other's territory in a unique manner. The pack looked to their alpha, who turned and slowly made its way into the forest, demonstrating an unwavering resolve to abandon its lost prey without a hint of nostalgia. As the driver, Sun Junzhong, maneuvered the vehicle, he pondered aloud. I wonder how many survived this time. In such desolate surroundings, having more people around would be advantageous. After all, strength lies in numbers, and mutual support could prove invaluable. However, Ren Xiaosu observed the actions of the private troops and the band personnel, which clearly indicated that these individuals were far from trustworthy. In fact, a moment's negligence could lead to one's demise at their hands. Look, there are so many skeletons, Sun Junzhong suddenly exclaimed. As the vehicle traversed the canyon, they discovered dozens of human remains strewn grotesquely along the ravine. This must be the work of the human-faced insects, Ren Xiaosu remarked calmly. In his memory, not every human-faced insect bore a visage on its carapace. Could it be due to incomplete development? Or perhaps these creatures developed human features only after consuming human flesh? In such an odd place, Ren Xiaosu instinctively gravitated towards the most terrifying possibilities. A chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the notion that the human-faced insects had perhaps consumed the souls of the deceased, their visages grotesquely displayed upon the insects' shells. Originally, the convoy consisted of 6 vehicles, but now only 3 remained. They took over 10 minutes to completely navigate the canyon, and as the vehicles emerged from its confines, Ren Xiusu, Yang Xiaojin, and Sun Junzheng were momentarily stunned. Night still enveloped the landscape, with the canyon shrouded in obscuring darkness, illuminated only by the reach of their headlights. Yet beyond the canyon, the celestial tapestry of stars hung overhead like a magnificent painting, appearing almost within arm's reach, while the ground was lush with vegetation, alive with the dance of fireflies flitting through the trees. The surrounding mountains seemed to have intentionally fashioned this area into a grand garden, resembling a fairyland. They gradually descended from the vehicles to take in the night's splendor, and Sun Junzheng found himself irresistibly drawn towards the woods, a look of longing gracing his features. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu delivered a sharp slap to his face. Do you dare to wander into such a bizarre forest? For the influential figures within these barriers, beauty is alluring. However, for Ren Xiaosu, the beauty of nature is inherently fraught with peril. Those who survive in the wilderness must understand that the more beautiful a snake may be, the more dangerous it could be. The more exquisite a mushroom appears, the more toxic it might be. The more vibrant a spider is, the more lethal it could become. Consequently, Ren Xiaosu instinctively harbors a certain aversion to beautiful things, referring to the allure of the wilderness as strange. The passengers had already disembarked, and Ren Xiaosu observed that Su Xianchu, having been the first to react, had indeed survived. He was rather surprised to find that Lu Bu had also made it through. Ren Xiaosu did not wish for Lu Bu's demise. He merely felt puzzled as to how this contestant, known for his panicked screams and moments of fear, had managed to survive. Moreover, Luo Xinyu had also emerged unscathed. Ren Xiusu recalled that when the humanoid insect appeared, Luo Xinyu had instinctively moved closer to Su Xianchu, likely escaping danger under his guidance. Su Xianchu, with a grave expression, checked the head count. Only 11 remained. They had started with 20, and before even reaching Jing Mountain, only 11 were left. The journey ahead was unpredictable, and it was uncertain how many would ultimately emerge from Jing Mountain. Be quiet, Luo Xinyu said coldly. At this point, Lu Bu seemed to muster some courage. Daring to mock his boss, Luo Xinyu, I told you not to venture outside the barriers. You didn't listen. Are you satisfied now? Luo Xinyu's face turned ashen. You were the one who raised both hands in approval. Could I possibly say I disapproved? Lu Bu retorted. Both Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu fell silent, and Ren Xiusu realized he needed to seek an alternative path. The morale of the group had dissipated. The notion of unity was merely an empty phrase. The vehicle could no longer proceed, as no one had anticipated that the vegetation here would grow almost akin to that of a subtropical rainforest, rendering it impassable. Let us take a break, Su Xianchu said wearily. They had not had a moment's respite throughout the night, facing danger after danger, and everyone had reached the brink of collapse. Ren Xiusu feigned exhaustion and sat down on the ground, keeping a considerable distance from the grove. At this moment, they not only lacked food but also had no tents or blankets. Suddenly, Ren Xiusu felt a pang of regret for forgetting to bring his mouse along in the vehicle. He wondered if the humanoid insect consumed the mouse meat, would it transform into a mouse-faced insect? Contemplating this made the loss seem less painful, even instilling a sense of anticipation. Commander, Luo Xinyu inquired of Su Xianchu, what exactly is the mission for entering Jing Mountain? Ren Xiaosu turned to Su Xianchu, as this was also the perplexity weighing on his mind. Su Xianchu hesitated for a moment, yet refrained from disclosing all that he knew. However, Ren Xiusu discerned that Su seemed to harbor doubts within himself. Throughout the brief alliance, Su Xianchu never articulated the nature of their mission, and it was evident that Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu, being mere members of the band, were oblivious to it. Otherwise, they would not have questioned Su Xianchu in such a manner. Ren Xiaosu pondered whether there was any connection between their mission objectives and the changes occurring in Jingshan. Suddenly, Su Xianchu remarked, in truth, we did not anticipate such significant alterations. Otherwise, we would not have come with merely 12 individuals. What I can clearly convey to you is that we remain uninformed of everything transpiring here. At this point, it is uncertain if we can survive and escape. So why not share your secrets with us? Lu Bu, teetering on the brink of despair, yearned to ascertain his current predicament. Thus, he refused to relinquish any clues. He glared at Su Xianchu and exclaimed, we are all in the same boat. If you withhold information, this secret may very well be buried alongside us. As Lu Bu's face drew perilously close to Su's, saliva flew in all directions. Su Xianchu forcefully pushed Lu Bu away and retorted, Is it our fault that you all approached us? I have heard that you have long desired to venture to other barriers, even without our mission. Would you not go? At this moment, you conveniently absolve yourselves, as if we are leading you to your demise. Ren Xiaosu was thoroughly entertained, nearly ready with a handful of peanuts. When suddenly Yang Xiaojin interjected, I am hungry. Taken aback, Ren Xiaosu wondered why she was mentioning her hunger to him. Yang Xiaojin continued, the dagger. Oh dear. Ren Xiaosu quickly nodded. Please remain seated. I shall procure food for you at once. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None, replied Yang Xiaojin, sitting on the ground. While Luo Xinyu, sitting beside her, took care to lay down a piece of clothing beneath her. She, however, was not particular at all. Yet, Ren Xiaosu felt a tinge of melancholy, for he had lost the mouse he had been carrying. At that moment, he had to manage both the driver and the dagger, leaving no room to carry the mouse, thus making it rather challenging to find ingredients now. The dense forest before him was indeed enigmatic. At night, it was impossible to discern the situation within, and he would have to wait until daylight to observe closely before daring to venture in search of food. At that moment, noticing his troubled expression, Yang Xiaojin suddenly remarked, I tossed the mouse into the trunk. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback, recalling vaguely that amidst the chaos, Yang Xiaojin had been holding something. However, due to the haste, he had not been able to inspect it closely. It turned out she had been carrying the large mouse. One must admit, Yang Xiaojin's foresight had saved Ren Xiaosu a considerable amount of trouble. In the past, he had always traversed the wilderness alone, never seeking assistance, thus confronting all dangers and hardships by himself. Indeed, there were individuals in the town who sought his company for hunting expeditions, yet Ren Xiaosu consistently declined their invitations. It was not due to a lack of skill on their part, but rather a profound mistrust. In the wilderness, exhaustion can easily set in, and companionship with another human can be less reassuring than the company of wild beasts. Ren Xiaosu had once contemplated nurturing Yin Lu Yuan to share the burdens of survival, but he ultimately dismissed the idea, unwilling to place Yin Lu Yuan in perilous situations. For the first time, Ren Xiaosu felt the sensation of having an ally. However, he swiftly discarded this notion, recognizing that their relationship was merely transactional. The two had formed a temporary alliance in the wilderness, born from mutual trust in each other's abilities and resources, yet beneath the surface lay a lack of genuine faith. They were simply fulfilling their own needs. Ren Xiaosu retrieved a large rat from the vehicle, and by this time, the others were quite famished, though not to the point of desperation. Upon seeing Ren Xiaosu with the rat, their stomachs churned at the thought of him consuming it. Yang Xiaojin raised an eyebrow, inquiring why. Ren Xiaosu explained, the predatory instincts of large felines can be triggered. I sense they may lose control, as it is their inherent nature. In fact, there are numerous wildcats in the wilderness. Mr. Zhang mentioned that these wildcats might be descendants of domestic cats from before the catastrophe, having reverted to their wild state due to the absence of owners. And they have grown increasingly fierce. Is that dangerous? Yang Xiaojin asked. Indeed, it is perilous. However, when confronted, they may not necessarily attack you. Thus, it is crucial to avoid turning your back to the forest. One can never know what lurks within, Ren Xiaosu cautioned. Perhaps in an effort to sustain this fleeting alliance and enhance his survival prospects, Ren Xiaosu engaged Yang Xiaojin in further conversation. He took a dagger and began to carve the rat, initially intending to use the rat meat as bait for centipedes, as he believed roasted centipedes would be more palatable. However, given the unsettling incident with the human-faced insect, he harbored concerns about inadvertently attracting something equally bizarre. He swiftly severed the robust hind legs of the rat and handed them to Yang Xiaojin to roast over the fire. Within mere seconds, the aroma of the cooking. Are you not eating? Are you just inviting beasts here? Ren Xiaosu shot them a disgruntled glance. If you want to eat, go find it yourself. Lu Bu paused for a moment before coldly laughing. I would never consume something so repugnant. Ren Xiaosu replied calmly. That's only because you have yet to taste something even more revolting. Ah, wait, that's not right. These individuals had clearly indulged in far worse. In Ren Xiaosu's eyes, the inhabitants of the barrier even consumed birds' nest. What did rat meat matter? Previously, he had heard Mr. Zhang from the academy mention that many prominent figures inside the barrier relished birds' nest. Where could there possibly be so much phlegm from swallows? Perhaps they were suffering from tuberculosis? No wonder there is an idiom about swallows flying about in tuberculosis. It indeed refers to this. However, he chose not to engage further with them. The peeled, plump rat meat quickly turned golden brown over the fire, and Lu Bu and the others ceased their discussions, merely swallowing in anticipation. After a long night of exertion, during dinner, fear had dulled their appetites. After a night of fleeing, their strength was nearly depleted, and each person felt ravenous. With a flick of his wrist, Rinshiosu discarded the remaining rat meat, seemingly with no intention of sharing. Nor did he feel any regret over its disposal. Lu Bu thought to himself, even if you won't feed others, won't you be needing to eat tomorrow? Yet Rin Xiaosu thought differently. He would rather search for food anew tomorrow, even if it meant enduring hunger, than bear the heavy stench of blood lingering around him. At that moment, Yang Xiaojin quietly gazed upon the roasted rat meat, holding a small salt shaker. It was hard to imagine that she was a master of firearms, quick to draw her weapon at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, Rin Xiaosu recalled that upon completing the task of rejecting the journey to the Boundary Mountain, the palace had rewarded him with a basic-level learning map, which he had yet to utilize. In the market town, there had been no suitable targets for learning. But now a potential subject was right beside him. Although the basic-level map might not enhance his firearms skills any further, surely someone like Yang Xiaojin possessed other exceptional abilities? The basic-level map seemed relatively easy to obtain, and Rin Xiaosu felt he could certainly learn some life-saving skills from her. In his mind, he suddenly asked, "Could you list all of Yang Xiaojin's skills for me?" He wanted to ascertain what valuable skills she possessed before making a final decision. Haven't I already learned her skills? Rin Xiaosu wondered with curiosity. After a moment's thought, he rephrased his inquiry. What level are her combat skills? Advanced, the palace replied. However, if he directly asked the palace to enumerate all of her target skills, it would likely disregard him. This matter relied entirely on speculation. What is the level of my combat skills? Rin Xiaosu inquired persistently. Intermediate, the palace responded. His combat abilities were merely the result of years spent in fierce confrontations, lacking any systematic theoretical framework. He was acutely aware of where to strike to inflict maximum harm, yet in comparison to Yang Xiaojin, his knowledge remained insufficiently scientific and precise, relying solely on instinct. Thus, while Yang Xiaojin possessed advanced skills, his were merely intermediate. However, when it came to actual combat, the physical prowess of both parties was paramount. If Yang Xiaojin's strength and agility were inferior to Rin Xiaosu's, or significantly lacking, her superior combat skills would be of little consequence. Observing Yang Xiaojin, Rin Xiaosu noted her lack of physical strength, leading him to surmise that she was unlikely to be more powerful than he. The allure of advanced combat skills captivated Rin Xiaosu, for he understood their significance. Mastering such skills would not only bolster his confidence against opponents but also grant him access to a master-level learning blueprint should he encounter a practitioner of master-level combat techniques. As the key to utilizing such a blueprint lay in possessing an advanced skill. Without this key, even a master-level practitioner could not impart their knowledge. Utilize the learning blueprint. Rin Xiaosu silently urged within his mind after consulting the palace, fervently hoping for advanced combat skills. In the next moment, the palace announced, "Randomly selected opponent's advanced skill, jump rope. Do you wish to learn it?" Rin Xiaosu. He gazed blankly at Yang Xiaojin, utterly taken aback that a seemingly perfect firearms master possessed such an obscure skill. Jump rope? How on earth did I draw that skill? Yang Xiaojin appeared to sense his gaze and calmly turned to him. When will the meat be ready? Rin Xiaosu found himself at a loss. What kind of nonsense is this? Can I not rely on this learning blueprint? The previous tricks and bluster I could tolerate, but now jump rope? And it even has a level? How does one execute an advanced jump rope skill while performing backflips? With a scowl, Rin Xiaosu remarked, "In the wilderness, one must roast food for an extended period. Water too must be boiled for at least 10 minutes before consumption." At that moment, Rin Xiaosu noticed Yang Xiaojin raising her wrist, revealing a watch. He paused, having seen watches before, but knowing they were typically reserved for the elite within the sanctuary. Rin Xiaosu asked, "Aren't you afraid of getting sick from eating wilderness food?" Yang Xiaojin replied calmly, "To live is to have the chance to fall ill." Upon finishing her words, she picked up a small salt shaker and sprinkled salt over the mouse meat, while Lu Bu and the others nearby were already salivating. Earlier, during their discussions, they had not felt particularly hungry, but now the aroma wafted toward them, making their stomachs feel as if they had been hollowed out. "Doesn't anyone have something to eat?" Su Xianchu inquired. No, everyone shook their heads in unison. Rin Xiaosu, overhearing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. He had clearly seen some individuals smuggling food, yet those who had done so now conspicuously denied it. It seemed that everyone present understood the significance of the provisions they had concealed. These life-saving morsels could not possibly be shared with others. Moreover, Rin Su suddenly noticed that many soldiers from private forces had inexplicably discarded their firearms amidst the chaos. How foolish to forsake such vital instruments of survival merely to flee more swiftly. The star of the refuge, Luo Xinyu, grew displeased. How can we survive without food? Why didn't you bring any? A soldier from the private unit scoffed. But you didn't bring any either. At that moment, Luo Xinyu instinctively took a step back, realizing that some men around her bore an inexplicable malice in their gazes. As a celebrated figure within the refuge, Luo Xinyu was not only exquisitely beautiful, but also possessed an enviable figure. During the summer in the refuge, she favored wearing short skirts that showcased her long legs. The inhabitants could only gaze from afar, for civility still reigned within those walls. Yet now, she found herself in the wilderness. While many in the group had suddenly succumbed to a sense of desperation, they were uncertain if they would ever escape alive. In such dire circumstances, the darkness within began to swell. Here, there was no civilization, no law, no morality. And perhaps no one would ever learn of the events transpiring here. Luo Xinyu instinctively sought the proximity of Rin Su, surprising even herself, in her moment of fear. She chose to trust the one who appeared most beast-like, rather than her own companions. As the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly peculiar, Su Xianchu spoke coldly. Look at what you've all become. Our most pressing concern now is to find food and escape from here. Do you all wish to perish in this place? Lu Bu chuckled. Yes, we must work together to survive. At a fleeting moment, Lu Bu was momentarily beset by a nefarious thought, yet he soon realized that he had no true allies left, should any sordid events unfold here. And if they were fortunate enough to escape, the soldiers of the private militia would surely eliminate all survivors outside their ranks. Where could they possibly procure food? Someone lamented. Do you dare to venture into this forest now? I certainly shall not. Su Xianchu turned to Rin Su. You possess the greatest knowledge of wilderness survival. Please assist everyone in foraging for sustenance. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Rin Xiaosu's mind from the palace. Mission: assist the team in locating food. Locate food? After a moment of contemplation, Rin Xiaosu pointed to a soldier from the private militia beside Su Xianchu and remarked, I observed him retrieving food from the pickup truck before entering the canyon. It should be in his backpack. Mission accomplished. Reward: basic skill learning blueprint. Rin Xiaosu could not help but smile. The palace had merely instructed them to find food without specifying its source. After all, food is food, regardless of whose it is. He found himself increasingly fond of the palace's method of task assessment. Su Xianchu addressed the soldier. Produce the food. Why should I surrender my provisions? The soldier retorted, instantly turning hostile. What were you doing while I was fetching food? You all went for clothes, tents, and that celebrity even fetched her makeup kit. Why should I now part with my food? Rin Su conceded. That is a fair point. The others turned to him, silent. To be honest, Rin Xiaosu supported the soldier's stance. On one hand, he believed the others had not acted responsibly, demanding food from someone else when they had not secured any themselves, which felt like moral coercion. On the other hand, he was merely an observer, unafraid of conflict, for none of them were paragons of virtue. At that moment, no one paid Rin Xiaosu any mind. Luo Xinyu had intended to sit beside him, but he gently pushed her away. Consequently, she settled next to Yang Xiaojin. Although their relationship seemed to be merely that of employer and employee, Yang Xiaojin had shed any pretense and ignored Luo Xinyu, focusing solely on her meal of rat meat. She clutched her firearm, yet it appeared as though all matters were of no concern to her. Su Xianchu turned to the soldier hoarding the food. Hand over your provisions. If we are to unite and weather this storm together, we must not harbor selfishness. Once dawn breaks, we shall certainly find sustenance. You shan't starve. Who knows whether we shall still be alive by tomorrow? The soldier retorted. Moreover, I am not the only one who procured food. Li Maoxian and Jiang Yang also brought supplies. Why should only mine be surrendered? Upon hearing the name Li Maoxian, Rin Xiaosu was taken aback. Was there truly such a haphazardly named individual within their ranks? At this moment, the atmosphere within the team had grown frigid, unexpectedly fracturing into discord over a mere morsel of food among comrades who had just survived a harrowing ordeal. Su Xianchu, with earnest words, implored, I act for the greater good of the team. Yet, a nearby soldier scoffed. Are you still trying to assert your authority at this point? You wield a gun. But so do I. As he spoke, he reached for his firearm at his waist. In a swift motion, Su Xianchu suddenly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick that struck the speaker squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling several meters away. The onlookers were taken aback by Su Xianchu's sudden aggression. astonished that a single kick could incapacitate an individual so effectively. Ren Xiaosu estimated that his own physical prowess could match, if not surpass, Su Xianchu's strength, which brought him a sense of ease. The soldier who had been kicked would likely not emerge from the forest alive. Su Xianchu's blow had been severe, inflicting internal injuries that would sap his strength, ultimately leading to his demise within the woods. It appeared Su Xianchu intended to establish his dominance, seemingly indifferent to the potential loss of team members. However, before Su Xianchu could retract his leg, another soldier took advantage of the situation, drawing a combat knife from his belt and lunging at Su Xianchu, evidently intent on killing him while he was preoccupied. Even Yang Xiaojin paused in her consumption of meat, for it was clear that a successful thrust would mean certain death for Su Xianchu. Wait. Ren Xiaosu observed a shadow detach itself from Su Xianchu, an identical figure cloaked in gray that mirrored him perfectly. Initially, Ren Xiaosu thought he was hallucinating, but it quickly dawned on him, a transcendent being. Su Xianchu was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder he had continued to advance despite the bizarre occurrences. He had an advantage to rely upon. Ren Xiaosu had sensed something amiss, regardless of Su Xianchu's determination to complete the mission or his fear of being cast out as a refugee. He should not be so reckless with his life. It turned out that Su Xianchu was not careless. He merely harbored a secret. As the combat knife lunged toward him, the gray shadow pivoted with remarkable agility, seizing the blade as if it were a tangible entity, its speed and strength surpassing that of Su Xianchu himself. The shadow appeared unperturbed by the sharp weapon, grasping it barehanded. In an instant, the soldier wielding the knife found himself in disarray, failing to comprehend that he was facing a transcendent being and astonished that the adversary dared to seize the knife with bare hands. Seizing the moment of distraction, the gray shadow wrested the knife from the soldier's grasp and plunged it forcefully into the soldier's abdomen. The camp had fallen into profound silence, broken only by the tense breaths of the remaining individuals. The soldier collapsed slowly to the ground, his violet blood seeping into the earth, transforming into an inky black under the cloak of night. However, this wound was not fatal, for the soldier still labored to breathe. The soldier who had been kicked to the ground struggled to draw his handgun and began to shoot, but a shocking scene unfolded. The gray shadow stood protectively before Su Xianchu, effectively absorbing all the bullets. A ripple coursed through the gray figure, causing the bullets embedded in its form to drop to the ground one by one. Some contemplated accusing Su Xianchu of slaying his compatriots, yet they found themselves too intimidated to voice their thoughts. All gazes were fixed upon Su Xianchu in astonishment. Did this ability replicate a perfect shadow? Yet, this shadow appeared to possess even greater prowess than Su Xianchu himself. Moreover, the gray figure was impervious to gunfire. Was this the essence of a true extraordinary being? Ren Xiaosu pondered, noting Su Xianchu's slightly pallid complexion. Did this imply that the shadow's defense against bullets affected the original? The two Su Xianchus surveyed their surroundings, and then the gray shadow gradually approached the original Su Xianchu, ultimately merging into his back and vanishing from sight. I have brought money. Along the way, Ren Xiaosu had speculated that if anyone in their group were to be an extraordinary being, it would undoubtedly be Yang Xiaojin. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Su Xianchu was the one with the deepest concealment. Regarding Yang Xiaojin, Ren Xiaosu had at least gathered some information about her. Knowing her to be a perilous individual, while he had previously dismissed Su Xianchu as inconsequential, this was largely due to Su Xianchu's supernatural ability being so adept at concealment. Despite the formidable nature of the gray shadow, Su Xianchu himself remained an ordinary soldier, leaving Ren Xiaosu at a loss for judgment. How unfortunate it was that he did not possess a master-level skill acquisition chart, for he could have immediately employed it on Su Xianchu. If fortune favored him and he could replicate Su Xianchu's abilities, he would have gained additional trump cards for the journey ahead. Yet, the palace had been open for quite some time, and Ren Xiaosu had never encountered a master-level skill acquisition chart, suggesting it was exceedingly rare. At that moment, Su Xianchu sighed. I merely wish to lead everyone to safety. I harbor no desire to harm. Ren Xiaosu observed quietly, unable to discern whether Su Xianchu's words bore sincerity. In truth, he felt no animosity towards Su Xianchu. When Lu Bu and the others had isolated him, Su Xianchu had refrained from joining them. Though Ren Xiaosu could not claim to have any particular fondness for him either, had it not been for the argumentative soldier's attempt to draw his weapon, Su Xianchu might not have resorted to violence. Ren Xiaosu turned to Yang Xiaojin, noticing that she had reverted to her previous calm demeanor, seemingly uninterested in the extraordinary beings around them. Aren't you curious? Ren Xiaosu inquired. Curious, Yang Xiaojin replied calmly. Rin Shusu was at a loss for words. Such curiosity felt rather dismissive. Suddenly, Su Xianchu directed his gaze at Rin Xiaosu, saying, "Aren't you a doctor? Tend to their wounds. Before I arrived, Wang Songyang informed me of your situation, so there is no need for pretense." "Oh," Rin Xiaosu said, patting his backside as he stood up. He approached the injured soldier and squatted beside him, turning to Su Xianchu. "But we're in the wilderness, and there are no medicines here. His injury seems quite severe." At that moment, the soldier, his face pale, asked, "How long do I have to live?" Rin Xiaosu pondered for a moment. 10 minutes? The soldier was taken aback. Rin Xiaosu looked at him earnestly. 9, 8, 7. The soldier exclaimed, "What?" "I avoided the vital organs and arteries." "Don't frighten him," Su Xianchu interjected. "I heard from Wang Songyang that you possess an excellent healing salve. I refuse to believe you would venture into the wild without it." Rin Shusu, feeling displeased, retorted, "That salve is quite expensive. Are you going to pay for it? I'm your guide, not your personal physician. If you want me to act as your doctor, it'll cost extra." Surprisingly, Rin Shusu indeed carried 2 small porcelain vials filled with black salve. Su Xianchu hesitated. "I lost my money on the way." He glanced at the others, hoping they might pool their resources to save their comrade. Truthfully, Su Xianchu had never intended to resort to violence. He merely sought to intimidate. However, everyone around averted their gazes, unwilling to assist, particularly Luo Xinyu, as the injured soldier had previously regarded her with ill intent. As it became evident that no one was willing to contribute, Rin Xiaosu contemplated suggesting they abandon the matter. Just then, a feeble voice emerged from the ground beside him. "I have money." Rin Xiaosu thought to himself. "You're quite determined to survive, aren't you?" He asked. "Where is the money? Is it in your left pocket or your right?" "I must tell you, I cannot stitch the wound. Whether it heals after applying the salve is up to fate." The others were taken aback. "Can one truly heal a wound without stitching?" Luo Xinyu spoke up. "I have a needle and thread, but I'm squeamish around blood." "Let me sew it up," Su Xianchu offered. At this moment, Rin Shusu had already extracted a considerable sum of money from the soldier's pocket. "I won't charge you much, 200 yuan." The soldier's spirits lifted upon realizing he would not perish. He expressed his gratitude to Rin Shusu, saying, "Thank you." This was the appreciation from Wang Lei. Rin Xiaosu's eyes brightened. His gratitude coins had finally stirred, reaching a total of 77 after Wang Lei's acknowledgement, bringing him a step closer to unlocking a weapon. The atmosphere in the camp had slightly eased. On one hand, Rin Xiaosu's playful banter alleviated the tension, and on the other, the group recognized that although Su Xianchu had injured someone with decisive ferocity, he was not inherently a cruel individual. Had Su harbored a truly violent nature, it would have been prudent for everyone to exercise caution, as having such a formidable being nearby could pose significant danger. As Su Xianchu stitched the soldier's wound, he remarked, "At this juncture, I see no reason to conceal the truth from you. Within the barrier, we discovered that there is supposed to be a relic of a pre-catastrophe civilization in this mountainous region. They dispatched a private unit merely to map the area, facilitating the eventual arrival of a larger force to explore further. In truth, we were unaware of the situation here before our arrival. Upon reaching this place, I sensed something amiss in the mountains and speculated that the secrets capable of evolving beasts might also hold value for humanity and be beneficial for us extraordinary individuals. Which is why I insisted on pressing forward." "Didn't you previously mention abandoning the mission?" Lu Bu inquired. Rin Shusu realized that Su Xianchu had indeed contemplated giving up. The depths of the mountains and the number 112 barrier lay in opposite directions, one heading northeast and the other northwest. Now, they faced 2 choices, either to have Su Xianchu detach from the group or to follow him onward. Silence enveloped the camp as everyone seemed to await another's decision. "I will accompany you," Yang Xiaojin stated calmly. "It is far too perilous here. The best way to survive is to remain close to you, an extraordinary being." Yet, Rin Xiaosu sensed that Yang Xiaojin was not entirely forthright, as her original objective appeared to lie deep within the mountains. At this moment, his suspicion that Yang Xiaojin might also be an extraordinary individual grew stronger. Yang Xiaojin's decision to join Su Xianchu in venturing into the mountains took everyone by surprise. No one expected a girl to be the first to voice her intent. Nevertheless, her reasoning was sound. The pervasive dangers made the presence of an extraordinary person somewhat reassuring. Without the protection of such a being, even if they did not venture deep into the mountains, reaching the number 112 refuge could prove perilous. After a brief silence, others began to echo, "I will go too." "Me too." In an instant, Everyone resolved to follow Su Xianchu into the mountains, demonstrating that they were not lacking in wisdom. At that moment, Luo Xinyu leaned close to Ren Xiaosu and whispered, "Are you going?" Ren Xiaosu appeared taken aback for a moment. "Why do you ask me?" "You go, and I shall follow," Luo Xinyu stated. Ren Xiaosu was momentarily taken aback. After all, they were not particularly familiar, so why the pretense of camaraderie? He disregarded Luo Xinyu and turned to Su Xianchu, saying, "I will accompany you." Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the sky from afar. Su Xianchu glanced at the heavens and remarked, "Everyone, let us take this time to rest. Since you all have chosen to follow me, we shall set off at dawn." It was agreed beforehand that the entire team must heed my command. Should anyone continue to act in defiance, I will not hesitate to take action. With that, he led his private troops to gather branches and fashion a makeshift stretcher. The soldier he had kicked could still walk, but the one who had been wounded was in no condition to do so. Su Xianchu was determined to bring the injured along. It was imperative to note that with the sudden emergence of a dense forest, everyone would have to abandon their vehicles. Carrying an additional person would be a substantial burden. Surely, no one in the group wished to bear the weight of a stretcher. After all, a typical adult male is quite heavy, and some adult females are no lighter. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of confusion. Was Su Xianchu genuinely filled with positive energy, or was he deliberately winning over hearts? He noticed that the injured Wang Lei was on the verge of tears, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Su Xianchu with fervent thank yous. As these words echoed in his ears, Ren Xiaosu suddenly conceived a bold idea. After the stretcher was secured, Su Xianchu inquired, "Who is willing to help carry him?" "I will carry him." Ren Xiaosu stepped forward eagerly. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. "Ren Xiaosu, can you truly be so benevolent?" Su Xianchu pondered for a moment and replied, "You are most familiar with the wilderness. It is better for you to lead the way. Besides, you are still young, and carrying an adult male might prove too taxing." Ren Xiaosu became agitated. "No, I must carry him today. Anyone who dares to contest me shall face my wrath." The crowd was left speechless, bewildered by the need for such fierce declarations while performing good deeds. Half an hour later, Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu took turns carrying the stretcher. He found it surprisingly light, for his strength was remarkable at that moment. After applying medicine to Wang Lei's wounds, Wang Lei expressed his gratitude, earning Ren Xiaosu a token of appreciation. While lifting Wang Lei, he received another thank you, further adding to his collection of gratitude tokens. Throughout the journey, Ren Xiaosu attentively inquired if Wang Lei was hungry or thirsty, prompting yet another thank you from him. Ren Xiaosu could hardly believe he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove of gratitude tokens in this situation. In just half an hour, his tokens had reached a staggering 82. Su Xianchu found this peculiar. In his recollection, Ren Xiaosu was the type to remain aloof and uninvolved. How had he suddenly transformed into such a benevolent soul? He remained unconvinced. However, along this journey, Su Xianchu pondered for a long while. If Ren Xiaosu had ulterior motives, what could they possibly be? It was perplexing, truly perplexing. The dense thicket was not easy to navigate. The trees were more tightly clustered than anything Ren Xiaosu had ever encountered. He had visited this place only a year prior, yet now, gazing at the woods before him, it felt as though decades had passed since his last visit. The transformation was astounding. While Ren Xiaosu engaged in casual conversation with Wang Lei, his gaze remained vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. During their trek, he intentionally glanced at the spot where he had discarded the mouse, only to find that mere hours had transformed its remains into stark white bones. This suggested the presence of carrion-eating insects nearby, likely ants. As they pressed on, Luo Xinyu lingered close to Su Xianchu, seemingly captivated by him. Ren Xiaosu observed how Luo Xinyu nearly pressed her body against Su Xianchu several times. Yet Su Xianchu maintained a deliberately aloof demeanor. In that moment, Ren Xiaosu discerned a reflection of certain women from the town in Luo Xinyu, how they instinctively sought support in perilous situations. Turning his gaze to Yang Xiaojin, he noticed her weapons trained on the others, poised and ready. Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin represented two extremes. As noon approached, Su Xianchu inquired of Ren Xiaosu, "Could you procure some food for everyone?" Ren Xiaosu, lost in thought, replied, "I am no deity. How can one simply find food at will? Just because I say a wild boar has collided with a tree, does that mean one will actually appear?" No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash echoed from several hundred meters ahead, followed by the sound of snapping branches, as if something had indeed struck a tree. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances directed at Ren Xiaosu, while Su Xianchu led them cautiously forward, only to uncover a wild boar that had indeed smashed into a large tree. The creature lay beside the trunk, struggling to rise, dazed and disoriented from the impact. A shadow detached itself from Su Xianxu, and with a powerful leap, it soared several meters into the air before descending and delivering a crushing blow to the boar's skull, causing it to collapse instantly. Yet, the group paid little attention to the shadow. Their astonished gazes were fixed on Ren Xiaosu. Lu Bu chuckled. Looks like we'll have some wild delicacies for lunch. Ren Xiaosu, you truly have a knack for speaking things into existence. Only Ren Xiaosu understood that this was undoubtedly the result of Yin Liuyuan's wish once more. And at that moment, Yin Liuyuan must be enduring the painful repercussions of his wish. He hoped that Sister Yu and Zhang Jinglin would take good care of him. Ren Xiaosu fell silent, resolving to refrain from uttering such speculative remarks in the future. The more fortune he attracted, the greater the peril Yin Liuyuan faced. Ren Xiaosu sighed inwardly, pondering the stubbornness of the situation. The dense forest appeared quite foreboding. Last night, no one dared to venture within its depths. Yet, after a full morning's journey, they encountered no dangers. The only potential threat, a wild boar, had met its untimely end by crashing into a tree. As Ren Xiaosu sought to observe for signs of large predators through their droppings, he found nothing. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for he still could not comprehend the disappearance of the fish, bones, and Su Xiao's corpse. The group stumbled upon a small clearing in the woods and gathered an ample supply of firewood, intending to camp there. Having gone without sleep the previous night, it was imperative they rest early today, otherwise none would endure the strain. Su Xianxu stood nearby, using a military knife to butcher the pork. The scent of blood permeating the clearing. Ren Xiaosu cautioned, never entertain the notion of saving uneaten food for tomorrow. The dangers of the wilderness are often drawn by the scent of blood. He pointed to the ground, where swarms of black ants had arrived, each the size of a fingertip, presenting a terrifying sight. During the day, they won't attack you. They merely seek food and the source of blood. However, when night falls and you lie within the range of that scent, you become their prey. A single bite from them, and their formic acid will leave you in excruciating pain. Su Xianxu nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. Got it. Thank you for the warning. Taken aback by Su Xianxu's sincerity, Ren Xiaosu found it rather unexpected. At noon, everyone indulged in the roasted pig, their hunger overwhelming. As Ren Xiaosu savored the meat, Luo Xinyu unexpectedly seated herself beside him. With an innocent smile, she remarked, I feel like you are experiencing a rich and romantic life in the wilderness. Ren Xiaosu shook his head. This is survival, not romantic at all. In the wilderness, he had never encountered the notion of romance. The events that unfolded there could never be associated with such a term. At times, he felt an immense chasm separated his thoughts as a refugee from those sheltered within the walls. Luo Xinyu disregarded Ren Xiaosu's rebuttal and suddenly declared, You know, you are quite charming. Ren Xiaosu furrowed his brow, wondering if she was seeking him out after a setback with Su Xianxu. He pretended not to hear her, yet she remained resolutely at his side. In truth, Luo Xinyu had her own motives. By following Ren Xiaosu, she ensured she would not go hungry. While others might not have noticed, she had long recognized that Ren Xiaosu was no ordinary individual. After all, what typical youth could carry a fully grown man in a bid for survival? It is likely that Su Xianxu lacks the capability of his own essence. Thus, Luo Xinyu believes that young males, in their youthful naivety, are most prone to impulsivity, a phenomenon that is likely consistent both in the marketplace and within the confines of the stronghold. She merely needs to extend a slight gesture of goodwill, and the lad named Ren Xiaosu would undoubtedly be willing to go to great lengths for her. In truth, she would not be overly concerned even if Ren Xiaosu were to take advantage of her. Such occurrences are hardly rare within the stronghold. In fact, they are quite frequent. To put it plainly, what she currently lacks is a sense of security, seeking someone to manipulate. Luo Xinyu could also attempt to ingratiate herself with Su Xianxu. Yet throughout her previous encounters, she had approached him for conversation only to be met with cold indifference. In her mind, Su Xianxu is a man of resolute intellect, acutely aware of his desires, who would not hesitate to abandon others at the first sign of danger. As for Lu Bu, he is best left unmentioned, for he is utterly inept. Moreover, she has discerned that Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin may have formed a transcend alliance. To engage Ren Xiaosu is to also engage Yang Xiaojin. Many presume Yang Xiaojin to be her assistant, yet there exists no employment relationship between them. In fact, Yang Xiaojin has provided Lu Bu with a sum of money, expressing a desire to travel to the 112th stronghold. Luo Xinyu remains unaware of Yang Xiaojin's true identity. having only heard from Lu Bu that she is an ordinary girl seeking relatives at the 112th stronghold. However, upon entering the wilderness, Luo Xinyu gradually realizes that Yang Xiaojin is slipping from her grasp, and when Yang Xiaojin brandishes a firearm at Ren Xiusu, she comprehends that this cannot possibly be an ordinary girl. Presently, Luo Xinyu's intention is to join this alliance, forming a small faction with Yang Xiaojin and Ren Xiusu. In her view, how could an inexperienced vagrant like Ren Xiusu possibly resist her allure? Indeed, Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu harbor an inherent arrogance when confronted with vagrants, perceiving them as mere appendages to the stronghold, devoid of humanity, akin to objects. Ren Xiusu, weighing his words carefully, addressed Luo Xinyu. "Sister, keep your distance." Luo Xinyu resolved to be more forthright, smiling as she said, "Perhaps there were some misunderstandings along the way. In truth, Ren Xiusu paused, his expression shifting. "What is the matter with you?" Luo Xinyu moved closer to him, as if sharing a secret, almost pressing her body against his arm. And in a breathy whisper, she declared, "I like you." Ren Xiaosu's face paled. "Mind your language, Luo Xinyu." At that moment, Yang Xiaojin, who was drinking bottled water, suddenly sputtered, spraying the water out, as if realizing her reaction was rather inappropriate, quickly feigning nonchalance. Luo Xinyu, taken aback, could hardly fathom Ren Xiaosu's response. Is this the reaction of a normal person who has a foul mouth? Is there something wrong with your mind? At this moment, Luo Xinyu began to doubt whether she had made a grave mistake in her decision. Unbeknownst to her, Ren Xiusu had encountered numerous instances of seduction in the market. Since he reached the age of hunting, he had been approached by countless women. This was also the reason why Yin Lu Yuan initially regarded Sister Xiaoyu with suspicion. While Luo Xinyu assumed he might be inexperienced, Ren Xiaosu had such vast experiences that merely recounting them could potentially frighten her. He scoffed inwardly, thinking that a woman like Luo Xinyu was not worth his time, even if offered freely, as it would be a waste of resources. Previously, he believed that those within the walls were likely intelligent, given that Mr. Zhang from the academy mentioned that most books were preserved within the barriers, leading him to think that the greater the number of people, the greater the wisdom. However, Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu truly challenged his perceptions. Of course, there were indeed wise individuals within the barriers, such as the officers Wang, Song Yang, and Su Xianqiu. Ren Xiaosu stood up and left, questioning who was attempting to paint grand visions as if their words held any weight within the walls. He was not naive. He suspected that if he employed his skill learning map on Luo Xinyu, he might inadvertently acquire an advanced skill in boasting. Grateful to Luo Bushi for becoming the new leader of this book. How difficult is it for the refugees to enter the sanctuary? According to Wang Fuguwei, in his over 40 years of life, he had only witnessed 4 individuals successfully gain entry, and they were all distant relatives of significant figures inside the barriers. These individuals sought refuge with their relatives, but were ultimately turned away, forced to live in the market while they awaited opportunities. Even distant relatives of prominent figures face such formidable obstacles. How could Luo Xinyu claim to have 3 spots available? If she were truly that influential, she would need to rely on private military missions to reach Barrier 112. She could simply have the private forces escort her directly. Those who treat others as fools are, in fact, the true fools themselves. Ren Xiaosu believed that Luo Xinyu was overly scheming. While he was a refugee, he did not lack discernment. Had someone else been in his position, they might have been easily deceived, but he remained skeptical. If he were to agree to her terms, once Luo Xinyu entered the barriers, how would he find her? She could very well destroy the bridge after crossing it. Frankly speaking, Ren Xiaosu held no fondness for either Luo Xinyu or Lu Bu. After everyone had consumed the pork at noon, they were all quite thirsty. Yet their bottled water and food remained in the pickup truck, with most of the bottled water having been shot to pieces by Su Xianqiu and his companions. Su Xianqiu turned to Ren Xiusu and inquired, "How do we find a water source here?" At that moment, the palace issued a task, instruct on how to locate a water source. One can only seek the rivers or gather the dew from the leaves. However, Ren Xiaosu did not conceal his thoughts. Yet, I would advise against venturing to the riverbank, for in my estimation, the nearest waterway lies a considerable distance away. Endure the thirst. One can collect dew come morning. Su Xianqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. The gratitude from Su Xianqiu elicited a sense of satisfaction in Ren Xiusu, who pondered curiously in his mind, what about my reward? Yet, the palace remained silent, leaving Ren Xiaosu perplexed. It seemed that the palace, for the first time, recognized Ren Xiaosu's diligent completion of tasks without veering off course, leading to a slight malfunction in the judgment mechanism. After a prolonged silence, The palace finally spoke in Ren Xiaosu's mind. Task completed. Reward 1, 0 strength. Ren Xiaosu was taken aback. The task had indeed been completed, albeit in a manner contrary to his expectations, as he had received strength instead. Previously, he had contemplated whether the palace would bestow upon him a balanced allocation of strength and agility, yet his agility remained at 4, 1 while his strength surged to 7, 5. With a few more tasks, it was conceivable that Ren Xiaosu's strength could surpass that of a typical adult by more than threefold. At that moment, Ren Xiaosu possessed 2 bottles of water, acquired in exchange for half a fish, which were not easily concealable given the limited size of his jacket pocket. Suddenly, Lu Bu approached him, exclaiming, 1,000 yuan per bottle. Sell it to me. Ren Xiaosu cast a sidelong glance at him. Not for sale. 2,000. Lu Bu insisted eagerly. Would 2,000 suffice? I am truly parched. Ren Xiaosu mused that Lu Bu was indeed a bit reckless. He replied, in this place, money holds little value. The worth of food and water is immeasurable. If you desire water, go to the riverbank yourself. Meanwhile, the soldier pointed out by Yang Xiaojin happened to be the one who had harassed Luo Xinyu the most frequently, leading Ren Xiaosu to surmise that Yang Xiaojin was poised to intervene on Luo Xinyu's behalf. Previously, Ren Xiaosu had thought Yang Xiaojin to be indifferent and detached. Yet it seemed she could not tolerate the harassment of Luo Xinyu, perhaps due to a shared sense of solidarity as women. He glanced at Su Stenchu, only to find him frowning without intervening, as if he too deemed the soldier's actions excessive. Moreover, none of the other soldiers dared to speak in defense of their comrade, revealing the undeniable lack of unity within the ranks. Nevertheless, Ren Xiaosu had no intention of being courteous. He approached the soldier and seized the firearm from his waist. In their frantic escape, the soldiers had deemed their rifles too cumbersome and discarded them, retaining only their handguns. The soldier coldly remarked, "Do you comprehend the severity of the crime of seizing weapons from private forces?" Yang Xiaojin calmly replied, "Should you threaten me further, you may find yourself facing death at this very moment." Ren Xiaosu felt an urge to applaud. What a decisive young woman she was. As he drew the sidearm from the soldier, the man desperately clutched his waist with his right hand, attempting to silently thwart Ren Xiaosu. However, Ren Xiaosu's strength was beyond his imagination, as he forcibly pried the soldier's fingers apart. Had the soldier not relinquished his grip midway, Ren Xiaosu could have easily broken his fingers. This was a firearm. Ren Xiaosu could finally wield the gun openly. Ever since he acquired advanced firearm skills, he had longed for the opportunity to use a weapon openly. The disarmed soldier stared at Ren Xiaosu and remarked, "Haven't you already taken the gun? What are you still searching for? What about the magazine?" Ren Xiaosu inquired. The soldier, rendered speechless, replied, "Left side of the combat uniform." He allowed Ren Xiaosu to search him while sneering at Yang Xiaojin, saying, "Even if you give him the gun, can a mere refugee use it?" The others concurred with the soldier's sentiment, except for Yang Xiaojin, who felt a twinge of doubt as she observed Ren Xiaosu's grip on the firearm. Among all present, Yang Xiaojin undoubtedly possessed the most knowledge about weapons. Otherwise, the palace would not have described her as flawless. While the others assumed Ren Xiaosu would be inept with the gun, she discerned that his hold on it was remarkably natural and practiced. Even the angle at which his arm hung was perfectly poised for an immediate raise. This was not a skill typical of a refugee. Others failed to notice, but Yang Xiaojin did. However, her doubt did not linger long, as she simply told the soldier to get lost. For a soldier, being disarmed was perhaps one of the greatest humiliations. His face turned a pale shade as he stepped aside. Su Xianchu, seeing the matter resolved, declared, "Let us proceed. We must find a suitable campsite before sunset." Su Xianchu was keen to avoid entanglements within the group's discord, his mind solely focused on the mountain ahead. Along the way, a clear divide formed between the private troops and Luo Xinyu, Yang Xiaojin, and Ren Xiaosu, with both sides maintaining their distance. However, Ren Xiaosu pondered a pressing concern. If Yang Xiaojin insisted on aiding Luo Xinyu, even helping her escape, he might have no choice but to abandon this fleeting alliance. At that moment, Luo Xinyu turned to Yang Xiaojin and expressed, "Thank you for your help. I hope that in the days to come, we can work together to navigate out of this mountain." When it came to survival instincts, apart from Ren Xiaosu, only Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin exhibited such authenticity. Upon Ren Xiaosu's suggestion that the sap from pine needles was drinkable, the two eagerly climbed trees to find suitable needles to extract from, quickly gathering numerous pine cones. Indeed, it is those like Ren Xiaosu, who traverse the wilderness year after year, that truly comprehend the generosity of nature. It does not concern itself with who extracts what from its bounty. As long as one is earnest, survival through nature is assured. Some lament that life as a human is inferior to that of animals, wishing instead to reincarnate as a creature of the wild. Ren Xiaosu cast a sideways glance at such sentiments, remarking that the existence of animals is not as carefree as one might envision. He recounted the complexities of mating among giraffes, the tallest of terrestrial beings. Although their stature provides some protection from predators, the courtship rituals are intricate. Male giraffes must drink the urine of females to ascertain if they are an estrus. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, the effort would be in vain. The others in the group began to suspect that Ren Xiaosu was deliberately attempting to discuss them. No, this vagabond must be intentionally trying to repulse them, they thought. At this moment, armed with a gun, Ren Xiaosu felt a surge of confidence. Their party had dwindled to 9 members, with only 7 firearms among them, 3 of which were in the possession of Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin. Both possessed formidable shooting skills, one advanced and the other perfect. Unless they confronted Su Xianchu directly, this small alliance was poised to triumph against anyone else. While they awaited the gathering of pine needles and cones, Ren Xiaosu recalled the skill learning chart he had yet to utilize. He glanced at Yang Xiaojin and decisively thought to himself, use learning chart. A random selection revealed the intermediate skill, bomb making. Taken aback, Ren Xiaosu swiftly acquired the skill, though he was perplexed by the nature of Yang Xiaojin's training. Why did her skills lean towards such violence? The juxtaposition of firearm proficiency and bomb-making alongside the innocuous act of skipping rope seemed utterly incongruous, prompting him to question whether these skills could truly belong to one individual. Curiosity piqued, he casually inquired within his mind, does the target possess assassination skills? The response came, assassination skill, advanced. Intrigued, he then asked, does the target possess the ability to sing nursery rhymes? Again, the answer was, nursery rhyme singing skill, advanced. Ren Xiaosu was rendered speechless by this bewildering array of skills. At that moment, he felt a tinge of madness for posing such questions, yet to his astonishment, the answers were indeed affirmative and of a high caliber. Finally, as the group completed their gathering of pine cones and needles, Ren Xiaosu sighed, saying, could you not select a different tree? Must you all crowd around this one, nearly stripping it bare? Upon looking up, the others realized he was right. The tree was indeed nearly denuded. After some contemplation, he added, I could teach you how to survive in the wilderness. Shouldn't you express some gratitude for that? Others were momentarily taken aback, and only a few individuals expressed their gratitude to Ren Xiaosu. However, Ren Xiaosu discerned that only Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin's thanks were genuine. With 86 gratitude coins in hand, Ren Xiaosu's desire for the yet-to-be-unlocked weapon intensified, prompting him to contemplate the group surrounding him. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Luo Sinyu's hands were empty, despite Lu Bu holding several pine cones. Upon catching Ren Xiaosu's gaze, Luo Sinyu awkwardly confessed, I can't climb up. This star from the enclave had once scaled such heights, leaving her empty-handed. What is the loneliest moment in life? It is when everyone possesses something that you do not, like money, or in this case, pine cones, which Luo Sinyu lacked. After a brief hesitation, she turned to Ren Xiaosu and proposed, I'll offer 10,000 yuan if you can help me pick some. Ren Xiaosu's eyes lit up as he promptly stuffed the pine cones and pine needles he had collected into Luo Sinyu's embrace, exclaiming, from now on, you shall be my brother. Luo Sinyu stood there in surprise, murmuring her gratitude. Thank you. This expression of appreciation from Luo Sinyu felt significant. Previously, Ren Xiaosu refrained from selling water because that bottled water was exceedingly precious, clean, and easy to carry. However, pine cones and pine needles were readily available. Moreover, Luo Sinyu's offer was substantial. 10,000 yuan could sustain one for over 2 years in the market, alleviating any concerns about food and clothing. In truth, before offering money to Ren Xiaosu, one could never anticipate whether they would become his brother, a principle often referred to as Schr Dinger's brother. As Luo Sinyu accepted the pine cones and pine needles, she noticed that Ren Xiaosu did not go to gather more and curiously asked, aren't you going to pick more pine cones? What will you eat tonight? Ren Xiaosu chuckled, I'll have chocolate. Luo Sinyu's feelings of gratitude suddenly evaporated, realizing that the chocolate had been taken from her. As evening approached, Ren Xiaosu finally discovered a vast rock cave suitable for camping. The rock jutted outward like a grand canopy, forming a natural semi-open shelter beneath, akin to a cave. Passing through a clearing, he spotted scale-like clouds in the sky. Although he did not comprehend the science behind it, he understood it heralded impending rain. Thus, this rock provided refuge from the wind and rain, allowing for a restful night. Just as they settled beneath the rock face, heavy rain began to pour from the heavens. Su Xianchu turned to Rin Xiaosu and inquired, "Can we drink this rainwater?" Shaking his head, Rin Xiaosu replied, "No, we cannot. Acid rain is deadly. Even if the acidity isn't as severe now, it remains unsafe." Rin Xiaosu was still somewhat unclear about the causes of acid rain and its determining indicators. Thus, he could only crudely summarize the severity of its harm through its acidity. Suddenly, strange sounds emanated from the woods outside the cave, and in an instant, the noises receded, leaving no time for Rin Xiaosu and the others to react. It was at that moment that someone deep within the cave suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone has carved words here." Rin Xiaosu and Su Xianchu ventured deeper and were greeted by the sight of several crooked lines inscribed on the cave's ceiling. We saw strange black shadows in the woods. They have all disappeared. Upon reading these 2 lines, an icy chill swept through the atmosphere of the cave. Earlier that day, they had encountered no real danger in the forest. Apart from the fatigue from a sleepless night, nothing peculiar had transpired. This lulled everyone into a false sense of security, as if this place was safer than the canyon and the journey they had previously undertaken, causing them to almost forget the ominous warning of no living souls beyond the canyon. Yet in that moment, the memories flooded back, the body of the missing Su Xia, the horrifying man-faced insect, and those 4 ominous words, "No living souls." "Has anyone gone missing on our journey?" Su Xianchu's first instinct was to count heads, and he was relieved to find that no one was missing. Could this be a prank by someone? Lu Bu pondered aloud. There are no signs of a struggle in this cave, and we haven't encountered a single carcass of a beast or human along the way. Wait. Lu Bu's words jolted Rin Xiaosu into realization. The most peculiar aspect was indeed this. In any ordinary forest, one would expect to find animal remains, be it birds, snakes, or larger beasts. Such occurrences are commonplace. However, in this forest, the eeriest fact was that Rin Xiaosu had not seen a single carcass, save for the mouse he had just discarded, much like Su Xia and the fish bones. This vast forest concealed a chilling secret. A renowned soldier remarked, "It seems a group must have passed through here within the year, and their numbers were considerable. Yet, no one has come to the 113th barrier." Su Xianchu was right. They were the most marginalized figures within the private military, and it was unlikely that the higher-ups would share any intelligence with them. Someone suggested, "Could it be that we were dispatched because some incident occurred with this group, and the higher echelons of the barrier learned of it, thus sending us to investigate? If this group possessed a satellite phone, they should be able to relay information back to the barrier." This was the first time Rin Xiaosu had heard the term satellite phone, which Mr. Zhang had never mentioned during their lessons. Once upon a time, he pondered the notion that there should be a connection among the barriers, yet he remained oblivious to the means of communication between them. It now seems that satellite phones might be the answer. Rin Xiaosu quietly inquired of Yang Xiaojin, "What is a satellite phone?" "I heard Mr. Zhang mention that there are phones within the barriers, but what exactly is a satellite phone?" Yang Xiaojin glanced at him and replied, "Humanity has commandeered several satellites that remained operational before the calamity, enabling communication across the various barriers." A voice filled with indignation responded, "If the higher-ups are aware of their disappearance, then sending us here is clearly a ploy to lead us to our demise. They seem intent on using our lives to ascertain the veracity of their information. Should we perish here, it would confirm the existence of danger. No wonder we weren't equipped with satellite phones this time. It appears they aim to minimize losses. Are our lives deemed less valuable than a satellite phone?" Su Xianchu shot him a reproachful glance. "Do not hastily speculate upon receiving scant information. Your conjecture lacks logical coherence." Indeed, the soldier, speaking from a place of fear, had lost the thread of logic in his discourse, and thus Su Xianchu dismissed his assumptions. Meanwhile, Rin Xiaosu scrutinized the 2 lines of text. What tool had been employed to etch those characters into the cave wall? Surely it was something akin to a military dagger. Ordinary individuals do not carry items capable of leaving such profound marks. The 2 missing members of the private military unit had only ventured out after confirming that Yang Xiaojin and the others were unharmed, and they had done so in pairs. Taking every precaution, Su Xianchu stood at the cave's edge, surveying the forest beyond. Due to the rain, night had fallen completely despite it being merely early evening. Could something have happened to them? Someone inquired. Yet, not a sound pierced the silence. A figure huddled in the cave's corner remarked, "Surely, it is improbable for both to be attacked simultaneously without uttering a sound. Logically, this should be the case, but wasn't the most terrifying aspect precisely this?" Su Xianchu mandated that those who ventured out must do so in pairs, yet even in pairs, misfortune had still befallen them. Let us not dwell on dark thoughts. It is possible they have merely been delayed. It has only been 10 minutes, Su Xianchu reassured the group. The cave remained eerily quiet, despite his words of comfort. Time inexorably ticked away, and the two individuals had yet to return. Who among you is willing to accompany me in search of them? Su Xianchu proposed. Ren Xiusu hesitated. It was remarkable that Su Xianchu was willing to brave the unknown dangers and acid rain to search for his subordinates. Ren Xiaosu and the others could only sit at the cave's outer edge, where the air was somewhat cooler but at least free from the unpleasant odor. Su Xianchu sighed. If you do not rescue others, do not be surprised when others do not come to your aid in times of peril. Ren Xiaosu was indifferent. He had never expected anyone to save him. Even his ally, Yang Xiaojin, would likely abandon everyone in the face of danger. It is quite commendable that everyone maintains a certain distance and refrains from betraying one another. The sound of rain cascades relentlessly, washing over the entire forest. Ren Xiusu turned to Yang Xiaojin and said, I will keep watch for the first half of the night. You should rest. Once this rain subsides. The path tomorrow will be exceedingly arduous, requiring immense energy and stamina. Be wary of those private military personnel. Their intentions are far from benevolent. Ren Xiusu had previously observed that ever since they had seized the weapons, those private soldiers often congregated, presenting a potential threat. However, he had yet to devise a suitable solution. Yang Xiaojin nodded in acknowledgement and leaned against the stone wall of the cave, closing her eyes to rest. Yet, even at that moment, the muzzle of her weapon remained trained on everyone, including Ren Xiusu. He smiled, undeterred, as he would have acted similarly in his position. The group of 11 had inexplicably dwindled to 9. Ren Xiusu glanced at the remaining private soldiers inside the cave. Some were seated, smoking, the acrid scent of tobacco mingling with his discomfort. It was difficult to fathom that soldiers within a refuge would resort to such narcotic indulgence. It made one wonder about the fortitude of their defenses. Was it only the 113th refuge that was like this, or did most private military units share this trait? These soldiers had originally brought a considerable supply of cigarettes, with Lu Bu having provided them an additional 10 packs. However, their flight had resulted in the loss of most of it, leaving each individual with only half a pack or, in some cases, none at all. Within the cave, this group exhaled clouds of smoke, rendering the atmosphere stifling, though thankfully, Ren Xiusu, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Xinyu had positioned themselves at the cave's entrance, mitigating the impact. One soldier addressed his companions, lend me a cigarette. I'm out. I have none left either. This is the last one, replied the soldier beside him, shifting slightly. In truth, he had more than half a pack in his pocket, yet with an uncertain future ahead, he was reluctant to part with it. At this juncture, the craving had set in, prompting him to make grand promises merely to secure a single cigarette, a commodity that was far from inexpensive within the refuge. Ren Xiusu sighed, pondering the chaotic nature of these private soldiers. With two teammates outside, their fates uncertain, these individuals were already embroiled in disputes over tobacco. The soldier afflicted by cravings, unable to procure a cigarette, remained seated in the cave, trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat. Though the cigarettes these private soldiers smoked were of higher quality than those favored by laborers in town, the withdrawal symptoms were even more severe. Should any danger arise at that moment, it was likely that this addict would be incapable of standing, let alone defending himself. Ren Xiusu turned to the still-awake Luo Xinyu and inquired, what exactly is your refuge like? This is, in fact, one of Ren Xiaosu's most curious inquiries. He has always yearned for the life within the barriers, for all the essential supplies produced in the town are transported inside, where the inhabitants are spared from consuming coarse bread and can wash their faces daily. It is said they even have access to electricity. Once upon a time, both Ren Xiusu and Yin Luyuan believed that this place was akin to paradise. However, it now appears that the reality within is not as idyllic as they had imagined. When Luo Xinyu noticed Ren Xiusu initiating a conversation, she felt delighted, for there were numerous instances along their journey where she had relied on him. She quietly explained, in truth, there are individuals within the private forces who intentionally lead them astray. There was once a rebellion in a barrier where the private army caused unrest, leading to a growing rift between the managers of other barriers and the soldiers. The powerful desire both protection and unwavering loyalty from these troops. Yet they also wish to quell any ambitions, and these substances serve to erode such aspirations. Ren Xiaosu inquired, is there any harm in excessive consumption of this? Of course there is, Luo Xinyu replied. Some retired soldiers in the barrier exist like mere shadows of their former selves. And there are those whose wives have left them for others. You truly have a chaotic situation within your barrier, Ren Xiaosu remarked with a sigh. What is this compared to what I've witnessed? Luo Xinyu responded. I've seen a 60-year-old woman maintain relationships with several young men, an old cow grazing on tender grass. Ren Xiaosu paused in astonishment. 60 years old? That hardly suffices as a metaphor. Luo Xinyu was taken aback as well. What of it then? Ren Xiaosu pondered. A late-in-life offspring? Luo Xinyu. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the cave. What is that? So damp. A group of individuals emerged from the cave, evidently frightened. Ren Xiaosu peered into the cave, puzzled, for there was nothing amiss. Unconvinced by tales of ghosts, Ren Xiaosu scrutinized the empty space further. Suddenly, he understood the source of their alarm. He observed droplets of water gradually seeping from the cave's ceiling, plopping onto the ground. It was likely due to the rain that the water had permeated through the rock layers above. The person who had panicked was simply overly tense, mistaking the drops for a fictitious adversary, perhaps the saliva of a monster. Yet, upon witnessing this phenomenon, Ren Xiaosu felt as if he had stumbled upon treasure and exclaimed to the others, "You can collect water directly here. The rock layers act as a natural filter, rendering the water purer than well water. Of course, if one is still concerned, it can always be boiled before consumption." Su Xianchu asked earnestly, "Is this water truly safe to drink?" "Indeed," Ren Xiaosu affirmed. "This is likely one of the cleanest water sources in the wilderness, sometimes. Even the water from springs may not be as safe as this." As Su Xianchu heard Ren Xiaosu's words, he picked up his canteen to fetch some water. Although pine needles could replenish some bodily moisture, the quantity was insubstantial. It merely ensured that they would not perish from thirst. Su Xianchu did not monopolize the water source for long. He set his canteen over the campfire and addressed the others. "You all should fetch some as well." Unlike Su Xianchu, who was resourceful enough to bring a canteen to boil water, the others could only drink directly from the source, not even contemplating boiling it. A group of individuals jostled beneath the water source, taking turns to drink. The members of the private squad were slightly better off, as they could share. But Lu Bu was unfortunate, as no one would yield to him. Before long, a soldier from the private squad erupted in frustration. "Is there enough for anyone to drink with just a drop at a time? Ren Xiaosu has been hiding 2 bottles of water in his pocket all this while, making us lick the stone walls and pine needles while he sips bottled water. Who knows if that water is safe?" Several soldiers from the private squad wore grim expressions, yet Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin were armed, rendering them hesitant to voice their grievances openly. Ren Xiaosu observed the scene, contemplating how beneficial it would be if his palace could accommodate his supplies. If he could secretly place the bottled water inside the palace by tomorrow and then claim he had accidentally lost it, no one would dare to covet his possessions. As he watched others nearly driven mad by thirst, he realized there was a risk that someone might take advantage of the situation to plot against him. At that moment, the 2 bottles of water rested in the pockets of his coat, and he reached in to grasp one, attempting once more to store the bottle within the palace. However, the palace's voice immediately rang out, "Storage permission not granted." Ren Xiaosu was thoroughly displeased upon hearing this. Why not provide some guidance on how to obtain this permission? Why could the black medicine be stored and retrieved at will, while the water bottle could not? Was it that the bottle itself refused to cooperate? He stepped aside, and Luo Xinyu glanced at him. "Why aren't you drinking?" Ren Xiaosu met Luo Xinyu's skeptical gaze, clearly sensing her disbelief in his willingness to share. He smiled. "I'm drinking bottled water." Luo Xinyu was momentarily speechless. At that moment, she discerned that Ren Xiaosu possessed an uncanny ability to provoke annoyance at any given time. Yet, she was unaware that his decision to relinquish the water source stemmed from careful consideration. With everyone parched, the meager supply of water was undeniably insufficient. Su Xianchu, as an extraordinary being, could monopolize water for an extended period, and others dared not protest, but Ren Xiaosu was not in the same position. Having 2 bottles of water on him already made him the envy of certain individuals. He had no need to be greedy. One of the survival principles in the wilderness was to avoid excessive avarice. And Ren Xiaosu felt it imperative to convey to Su Xianchu that in order to thrive in the wild, the most indispensable person in their group was none other than himself, Ren Xiaosu. Since there are extraordinary individuals like Su Xianchu who can leverage power, why should Ren Xiaosu refrain from doing so? Moreover, the scent within the cave is overwhelmingly pungent. In this tense atmosphere, Luo Xinyu was initially filled with trepidation. Thus, her conversation with Ren Xiaosu served to alleviate her inner fears, for it is often said that engaging in dialogue can provide solace. This method proved remarkably effective. As when Ren Xiaosu uttered the phrase old age brings children, Luo Xinyu found herself entirely unafraid, her mind merely occupied by ellipses. Curiously, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "Do you know where the cigarettes smoked by these soldiers originate? I don't see any cultivation areas near Barrier 113. You don't know?" Luo Xinyu responded, puzzled. "Wang Fuguwei mentioned that you are associated with Luolan. How could you possibly be unaware of this matter? What does that have to do with Luolan?" Ren Xiaosu paused, for although he had received a banner from Luolan, he had no further connections with that individual. Lao Ban is essentially the spokesperson for the Qing family consortium at Barrier 113, Luo Xinyu elucidated. "What position does he hold within the barrier?" Ren Xiaosu asked, intrigued. He had often heard Wang Fuguwei speak of Lao Ban, yet it seemed he knew little about this figure. "Lao Ban holds no official position," Luo Xinyu replied, gazing at him in astonishment. "It appears you truly are in the dark. He merely oversees the metallurgy, water resources, and chemical industries within Barrier 113. If you must categorize him, he is, in the strictest sense, just a businessman. Can a mere businessman wield such influence within the barrier?" Ren Xiaosu mused. Having previously assumed that Lao Ban was the administrator of the barrier, they no longer require any official title, Luo Xinyu sighed. They exist above the barrier's administrators like the heavens themselves. When all is well, there is a semblance of harmony, but in times of crisis, the decision-makers within the barrier will invariably be this businessman. Does he have an army at his disposal? Ren Xiaosu pondered aloud. Luo Xinyu cast him a glance and replied, "Indeed, an army, one far more formidable than these private forces. The combat brigade stationed at Barrier 113 surpasses your imagination. It is certainly not akin to the private troops you see now. This implies the presence of 2 military units within the barrier, although there may be nominal administrators. Their authority has likely become a mere facade. Should they choose not to resist, they would merely remain puppets, enjoying the trappings of wealth and power. However, there is one point I cannot comprehend," Ren Xiaosu queried. "Why do they not directly seize control of the barrier and assume the role of administrator? Wouldn't propping up a puppet be akin to a feudal endeavor? Because there exists more than just the Qing family consortium in this world," Luo Xinyu explained. Upon this realization, Ren Xiaosu understood that the over 100 refuge barriers were entangled with several consortiums, which, while collaborating to control the barriers, simultaneously restrain one another, engaging in a peculiar form of cooperation to seize resources. "So, the tobacco is supplied to Barrier 113 by the Qing consortium?" Ren Xiaosu inquired. "Apologies for the fluctuation in updates these past couple of days. Forgive me, I seek a recommendation," came the interjection. "You are not entirely devoid of resources. The tobacco acquired by the private troops is indeed transported by the Qing consortium from other regions. You must have seen the convoy of trucks. The supplies they bring in are nothing but tobacco," Luo Xinyu elucidated. "In truth, other barriers operate in a similar manner. The managers are fully aware of their puppet status. Yet a few of them yearn to break free from their shackles." Ren Xiaosu nodded, realizing he could not gauge the power of the consortiums solely by the strength of the private troops. He had gleaned sufficient information from Luo Xinyu and needed time to process it. One last question, he asked curiously. "Why did you choose someone like Lu Bu as your agent?" It was rather perplexing why Luo Xinyu would opt for Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu clarified. "He is the brother of a section chief in the logistics department of the barrier." Ren Xiaosu grasped some of the underlying reasons, yet he remained puzzled as to what authority a logistics section chief might possess. At that moment, Luo Xinyu pondered whether her relationship with Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin had grown closer. Hesitating, she asked, "Could you take me with you when you leave? I have nothing left in this wilderness. I can only rely on you." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "You are not entirely devoid of resources." Luo Xinyu was taken aback. "What do you mean? How can you ask me to take you with me when you still have the audacity to say that?" Ren Xiaosu retorted, turning his attention away from her. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, Ren Xiaosu left Luo Xinyu alone, disheveled in the wind. Not entirely devoid of resources, how could she still have the audacity? What level of language proficiency is this? Are we truly speaking the same language? At this moment, Luo Xinyu realized that her perception of a closer relationship was merely an illusion. In truth, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of pity for Luo Xinyu, a girl who, in this desolate wilderness, could trust no one, with no one willing to assist her, surrounded solely by private troops with ulterior motives. But who was not deserving of pity? Was Yin Luyuan, who was currently enduring the backlash of wishmaking in the town, not pitiable? If Ren Xiaosu were to agree to take someone else with him, it would be a dereliction of responsibility towards Yin Luyuan. The more Ren Xiaosu relied on fortune, the more severe the repercussions Yin Luyuan would face. Although typically Yin Luyuan only suffered from minor ailments, what if Ren Xiusu were to evade a life-threatening crisis by relying on luck? The consequences for Yin Luyuan would undoubtedly be far more dire than one could imagine. This is a conserved ability, as one side experiences fortune. The other must inevitably encounter misfortune. The moment Yin Luyuan made a wish for Ren Xiaosu, he essentially entrusted his fate into her hands. Therefore, even for Yin Luyuan's sake, Ren Xiaosu could not consent to saving others alongside him. The lives of others do not hold the same value as that of Yin Luyuan. In the dead of night, Yang Xiaojin awoke and turned to Ren Xiaosu, saying, "You should rest." Ren Xiaosu nodded and began to close his eyes. He had not slept for nearly 30 hours, and even with his current physical condition, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. In a state of half-sleep, a question continuously swirled in Ren Xiaosu's mind. What exactly is Yang Xiaojin's identity? Could she possibly belong to the so-called combat unit of the Qing Corporation? No, if she were part of that combat unit, she would not have concealed her identity to join the team, nor would she have paid Luo Xinu and the others. Ren Xiaosu. If the combat unit of the Qing Corporation stationed at Barrier 113 had sent someone to execute a mission, this private troop would surely treat this individual with utmost reverence. The newly awakened individuals were still bewildered about what had transpired. The gray shadow behind Su Xianchu had already materialized, steadfastly guarding his side without budging an inch. The temperature of Yang Xiaojin's gun barrel was rapidly cooling, while the blood of the private soldiers across from her was also chilling at an alarming rate. This marked Yang Xiaojin's first true experience of firing a weapon during the mission. It seemed no one anticipated her resolve and decisiveness would be so unwavering. Moreover, her demeanor while taking a life was remarkably serene, akin to the simplicity of drinking water. However, it was not Yang Xiaojin who caused the most profound visual impact on others, but rather Ren Xiaosu. In an instant, amidst a thunderous flash, the bullet had already penetrated the body, with tremendous rotational energy tearing through muscle and organs, ceasing only when the energy was fully expended. Yet, the scene of the bullet within the body was invisible to outsiders, and even to the victim. In contrast, Ren Xiaosu's act of single-handedly lifting a grown man was undeniably violent, standing at a mere 178 centimeters. The 17-year-old Ren Xiaosu had yet to fully develop, which led Su Xianchu, Lu Bu, and Yang Xiaojin to underestimate his combat prowess. They believed that a malnourished young refugee from the town could possess little strength, having merely honed some survival skills in the wilderness. Neither Ren Xiaosu had ever engaged in combat, nor had Yang Xiaojin ever fired a gun, which contributed to the vague assumptions about their abilities. This was precisely why the assailants dared to act. However, what they did not anticipate was that their vague judgments were woefully misguided. Ren Xiaosu's fingers, resembling iron pincers, clutched the assailant's neck, leaving the intruder in a momentary state of panic as he felt the life-giving blood cease to nourish his brain. Although he could have retaliated by delivering a kick to Ren Xiaosu's vulnerable areas, his mind had gone utterly blank, and his limbs twitched in a mindless spasm. Yang Xiaojin, instead of focusing on the fallen private soldier before her, directed her gaze steadily at Ren Xiaosu, her hands firmly gripping two firearms, aimed at everyone within the cavern. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Ren Xiaosu had clearly appeared to be in slumber, his snoring potentially a ruse. But the movement of his eyelids could not be feigned. Her training had even encompassed the discernment of genuine sleep, while one might pretend to be asleep. The subconscious would invariably prompt on movement, making it impossible for an individual who was not in deep slumber to control their eyelids for an extended duration. Hence, she was certain that Ren Xiaosu truly slept. However, the instant the assailants had risen, the abrupt cessation of his snoring confirmed he had awakened at that precise moment. How could one in profound slumber remain perpetually vigilant? A drifter like Ren Xiaosu could not possibly have undergone the same rigorous training as her. Far away in the town, Yin Luyuan found the greatest joy in his nightly vigils for Ren Xiaosu, feeling needed by him and believing he could contribute in some way. Although he was unable to accompany Ren Xiaosu on hunting expeditions due to his nocturnal duties, he still regarded the role of the night watchman as profoundly significant. Little did Yin Luyuan realize that Ren Xiaosu had long since outgrown the need for anyone to keep watch since the emergence of the palace. At that moment, Yang Xiaojin beheld Ren Xiaosu, who exhibited an almost supernatural strength. How could such a frail youth possess such power? Even she was taken aback. The private soldier, lying in a pool of blood, struggled to utter, "Sun Junjing, do something." Yet, the soldier named Sun Junjing remained curled up within the cavern. too terrified to make a sound. The atmosphere within the cave plummeted to a freezing point. Just the previous night, 2 team members had mysteriously vanished, casting a heavy pall over the group, but no one anticipated the ensuing chaos of fratricide. Su Xianxu, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei gradually pieced together that the 2 private soldiers had intended to ambush Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin, only to have the tables turned as the latter swiftly resolved the conflict. The speed of the skirmish was almost unfathomable, prompting Su Xianxu to reassess the duo before him with newfound seriousness. He sighed. This can only be regarded as their own doing. Ren Xiaosu remained silent, pondering that he understood Su Xianxu's lack of motive in this matter. If it were for firearms, then Su Xianxu had neither lost his rifles nor his handguns. If it were for the encroachment upon Luo Xinyu, he had ample opportunity, especially since Luo Xinyu had previously sought his affections. Yet, Su Xianxu never directly acknowledged her. If it were for water, he had just procured a pot that very evening, making it unnecessary to covet Ren Xiaosu's 2 bottles. Ren Xiaosu's concern stemmed from the fear that Su Xianxu might act to maintain order within their group. However, it ultimately proved that Su Xianxu was disinclined to involve himself in such disputes. His true purpose lay in unraveling the enigma of Jing Mountain and the evolution of its beings, rather than extricating others from peril. Nevertheless, it would seem that Sun Junzheng did not deserve death. Su Xianxu sighed again, reflecting that in the wilderness, notions of right and wrong were rather moot. Ren Xiaosu perceived that Su Xianxu had grasped the survival principles of this wilderness. There were no absolutes, only the truth of existence. He did not wish to assert that Yang Xiaojin's actions were justified, but it was undoubtedly wise to act without leaving room for future complications. Ren Xiaosu hefted 3 corpses and discarded them outside the cave, turning to Su Xianxu and Yang Xiaojin, saying, "I've always been puzzled about how Su Xia's body vanished. This is a perfect opportunity for close observation." He instructed Yang Xiaojin to call out should anything unusual arise. With that, he leaned against the cave wall and resumed his slumber. The others regarded Ren Xiaosu with astonishment, marveling at how he appeared unfazed, capable of slipping into sleep so effortlessly after taking lives. Was it not he who had just committed murder? In truth, Ren Xiaosu was not asleep. He was engaging in introspection within his own palace, where a new shadow had taken form, igniting his interest and dispelling any sense of drowsiness. He had long envied Su Xianxu, and even felt a twinge of jealousy towards Zhang Baojian for his ability to create bubbles, although the ability to produce bubbles seemed trivial. Ren Xiaosu suspected there was potential for its power to evolve. Did extraordinary individuals not possess room for growth? He firmly believed so. As for himself, despite possessing an impressive palace, he felt inadequate as a true extraordinary being, as he had focused solely on enhancing his strength and agility, not embodying the essence of one. After all, with sufficient training, some could attain the strength he currently wielded. Thus, until he could replicate Su Xianxu's shadow, he could not rightfully consider himself an extraordinary being, at least not in terms of combat prowess. The shadow capable of deflecting bullets had long been a source of envy for Ren Xiaosu. He regarded firearms as exceedingly fearsome. Their projectiles could reach velocities at or exceeding the speed of sound, leaving ordinary individuals with no chance to retaliate. To him, the fear of firearms marked a delineation of what constituted a genuine extraordinary being. Of course, Ren Xiaosu was not entirely fearless regarding all firearms. He knew that ambushes could still prove fatal. At this moment, a black shadow stood silently beside the typewriter in the palace, motionless. Ren Xiaosu observed closely, realizing that the outline of this shadow unmistakably resembled his own, albeit somewhat blurred. Why was Su Xianxu's shadow gray while his was black? Clearly, it had been directly replicated. Could there be some inherent difference? At this juncture, Ren Xiaosu attempted to manipulate the shadow, causing it to dart and weave within the palace. It soon dawned upon him that the shadow's power seemed intricately linked to his own strength. This connection was of a spiritual nature. Ren Xiaosu intuitively grasped that the shadow appeared to be birthed from his own mental will. The shadow's power and speed were both double that of Ren Xiaosu's, and even its body density was twice as formidable. No wonder it could withstand bullets. An ordinary person might block a bullet, but they would perish, while the shadow would not. Through his explorations, Ren Xiaosu discovered that the duration of the shadow's utility was contingent upon his mental strength. As long as his spirit remained vigorous, he could continue harnessing it. However, Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of curiosity. How could such an ethereal concept as mental strength be quantified? He attempted to inquire of the palace, "What is my mental strength?" He pondered, perplexed. He could assess his mastery in wilderness survival, his physical power, and agility. Yet when it came to mental strength, he found himself at a loss. Was there no standard for measuring mental strength? Or was there some deeper reason? Unable to find an answer for the moment, Ren Xiaosu resolved to cease his contemplation and sleep. Yet, he had a hunch as to why Su Xianchu's shadow was gray while his was black. His own essence was stronger than Su Xianchu's, thus rendering his shadow more solid. As dawn's light cascaded upon Ren Xiaosu's face, he opened his eyes and instinctively glanced toward the spot where he had discarded the corpses. To his surprise, the three bodies remained utterly unchanged. It was no wonder Yang Xiaojin had not awakened him midway, as nothing abnormal had occurred. If nothing had transpired, so be it. One could not always anticipate danger. His gaze then shifted toward the cave, where he fortuitously locked eyes with Lu Bu, who had long since shed the arrogance he had displayed upon first breaching the barrier, now resorting to evasion. Lu Bu had not slept well that night. He was merely a cowardly bully. Upon realizing Ren Xiaosu's tremendous strength, he began to feel a surge of panic. Such trepidation was warranted, as he, along with Luo Xinyu and Wang Lei, were astonished to discover that although their team was small, every member, save for the three of them, was an extraordinary contender. Su Xianchu had already risen and stood outside the cave, surveying the forest before him, lost in thought. Ren Xiaosu approached Wang Lei, who lay on the stretcher, instinctively trying to shrink away, but he was no match for Ren Xiaosu's swiftness. Ren Xiaosu lifted his shirt to examine the wound that Su Xianchu had inflicted on Wang Lei and remarked, "All right, get up and walk on your own. Your wound is healed." At that moment, Wang Lei suddenly realized that his injury was no longer painful. Could it be that Ren Xiaosu's bottle of black medicine was so remarkably effective? With Wang Lei serving as a test subject, Su Xianchu had become acutely aware of the black medicine's significance. In the wilderness, sustaining injuries would be less daunting as long as one possessed this miraculous elixir, which could significantly enhance survival odds. "It's gone," Ren Xiaosu instinctively remarked. "I'll pay for it," Su Xianchu replied. Yet, Ren Xiaosu suddenly pondered a pressing question. "Didn't you run out of money?" Su Xianchu responded, "The three individuals you killed had some. I've retrieved it." Ren Xiaosu felt a surge of pain, realizing his inexperience had led him astray. He had neglected to search the bodies. How could he commit such a fundamental blunder? Su Xianchu had indeed gone outside to search the corpses, demonstrating a remarkable level of restraint, waiting until dawn due to the potential dangers of the night. With a heavy heart, Ren Xiaosu lamented, "This is not your money. It is undoubtedly mine. You should at least give me half." Su Xianchu contemplated and said, "Having money here is of little use to me. As long as you provide me with that black medicine, I will give you all the 8,000 plus I have on me." Upon hearing that the three individuals had over 8,000, Ren Xiaosu felt even more distressed. However, he scrutinized Su Xianchu, realizing that he was a person indifferent to wealth. He pulled out the remaining half bottle of black medicine he had intended for Wang Lei and handed it to Su Xianchu, saying, "Here is the payment." Su Xianchu promptly produced all his cash to give to Ren Xiaosu, even going so far as to rummage through his pockets to demonstrate that he truly had no money left. Ren Xiaosu nodded in satisfaction. Although he and Su Xianchu were not well acquainted, Su Xianchu's actions throughout their journey had been commendable. Yet, just as Ren Xiaosu received the 8,000 plus, he heard a voice in his mind from the palace, detected that the host possesses sufficient funds amounting to 20,000. You may purchase basic storage rights. Previously, when Ren Xiaosu treated Wang Lei's injury, Wang Lei had paid 1,200 and Luo Xinyu had given him 10,000. Now, with the additional 8,900 from Su Xianchu, Ren Xiaosu's cash had astonishingly reached 20,000. This revelation left Ren Xiaosu utterly bewildered. He had been anxiously seeking to unlock the palace's storage function, yet the palace had never disclosed how to acquire such rights. He had speculated it might involve completing a specific task or a side quest, akin to unlocking weaponry. However, he never anticipated that the storage function would require a monetary transaction. What could a mystical palace possibly need money for? This money could not go unspent. Ren Xiaosu understood the paramount importance of having storage space in the wilderness. Gritting his teeth, he declared in his mind to the palace, "Purchase." The purchase was successful, unlocking the basic storage privileges. At that moment, a new door appeared in the palace, slowly creaking open. To Ren Xiaosu's astonishment, behind the door was merely a wall, with a cubic meter-sized compartment embedded in its center. How disappointing. Was this all that 20,000 yuan could buy? What had the palace just stated? Ah, yes. The unlocking of basic storage privileges. This implies that further purchases for intermediate and advanced storage would be necessary, perhaps transforming this space into something more substantial after multiple transactions. like an actual room. Yet, how much would that cost? Ren Shisu wondered if he would ever earn such a sum in his lifetime. At that moment, he felt quite content with the mere prospect of earning 20,000 yuan. He experienced a bittersweet joy. Truth be told, today's gains surpassed all his previous days combined. He ventured outside, snapped off a branch, stripped it of its bark, and used the white twigs within to clean his teeth, while his face could remain unwashed. His teeth must stay clean and fresh. In this wilderness, maintaining good dental health was essential for comfort. Suddenly, Ren Shisu noticed that Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu were mimicking him, also snapping branches to brush their teeth. Their attitudes towards survival were remarkably proactive. They tended to follow Ren Xiaosu's lead in everything. In a spontaneous moment, Ren Xiaosu stuffed a handful of leaves into his pocket, prompting Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin to find similar trees and collect their own leaves. The saying in a trio, "One must be my teacher," rang true as Su Xianchu and the others realized Ren Xiaosu's wilderness survival experience far exceeded their own. Their immediate response was to learn. Only through learning could they aspire to live as comfortably in the wild as he did. However, Su Xianchu was a bit curious. What purpose do these leaves serve? With a cheerful demeanor, Ren Shisu pulled out the leaves and tossed them aside, saying, "They're of no use. I was merely testing if you would follow my lead." Su Xianchu was taken aback, staring at Ren Xiaosu in silence, stubbornly refusing to discard his leaves. He had picked them simply for his own sake. Definitely not to imitate Ren Xiaosu. In contrast, Yang Xiaojin nonchalantly grabbed another handful of leaves and stuffed them into her pocket. The psychological resilience of Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin was evidently superior to that of Luo Xinyu and her companions. Despite witnessing numerous life and death situations the previous night, the trio remained composed, seemingly unaffected by such occurrences. However, Luo Xinyu and her group could not achieve this level of calm. When Ren Xiaosu and his friends emerged from the cave to brush their teeth, Luo Xinyu and her companions were paralyzed by fear at the sight of the three corpses outside, hesitant to step out. It took them a full 30 minutes of mental preparation before they finally mustered the courage to venture outside. They could not comprehend how Ren Xiaosu and his friends could still be smiling. "Prepare to set off," Su Xianchu remarked. "Though we are uncertain of the dangers that lie ahead, remaining here is not a viable option. Before the next night descends, we must find a suitable place to camp. I hope everyone refrains from acting alone. After all, you have witnessed the consequences of solitary actions." They had now reached the periphery of the Jing mountain range, and Ren Xiaosu could even see the black smoke billowing from the active volcano within. The deeper they ventured, the greater the peril became. What exactly resides within Jing mountain? Ren Xiaosu inquired, perplexed. Su Xianchu pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it conceals the enigma of beast evolution. Or perhaps it is the origin of a new order of species. When you emerged from the barrier, did they mention what the rumored site here might be? Ren Xiaosu asked. Su Xianchu no longer withheld the truth. A mysterious city. Once, while perched on the wall of the schoolhouse, Ren Xiaosu had listened to Zhang Jinglin recount various strange tales, including those of vanished cities. However, Ren Xiaosu thought it only natural, given that Zhang Jinglin was the sole instructor in the entire town, making it quite taxing for him to cover all subjects daily. Among the anecdotes shared by Mr. Zhang, he had described an ancient city situated in a desolate area, which had once thrived but suddenly fallen into decline. Zhang Jinglin had mentioned that, after its decline, there seemed to be demons lurking nearby. At that time, Ren Xiaosu had dismissed it, thinking, "I can't believe you would weave such tales to avoid teaching. Surely, demons cannot exist in this world." Yet now, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe it. In truth, Zhang Jinglin was not particularly old, perhaps just in his 30s. Ren Xiaosu had heard from Wang Fuguwei that Zhang Jinglin had come from afar long ago, though the specifics had faded from everyone's memory. Sometimes, Ren Xiaosu speculated whether Zhang Jinglin had once been among the inhabitants of the barrier, only to later become a refugee. How else could he possess such extensive knowledge? Even if some of it was likely fabricated? Ren Xiaosu asked Su Xianchu, "Did he mention anything else?" Su Xianchu thoughtfully replied, "Moreover, it seemed that before we set off, Wang Chengnong had learned that not only Barrier 113 had received news of Jing Mountain, but there were also other teams en route to Jing Mountain." Ren Xiaosu had expected Su Xianchu to divulge some secret, only to find it was this. Regardless, both the barrier administrators and the consortium were keenly interested in the topics of evolution and extraordinary beings. Su Xianchu continued, "You should also be aware of the newly established mental hospital within the barrier. Their research on extraordinary beings is not solely for precautionary measures but also for potential exploitation. Could you elaborate on extraordinary beings? Ren Xiaosu asked. As an extraordinary being yourself, you should be quite invested in this matter. The extraordinary beings. Su Xianxu pondered. In fact, there have been extraordinary beings for a long time. It was merely regarded as legend back then. Recently, their significance has been acknowledged as they have begun to appear more frequently, and in some regions, covert organizations of extraordinary beings have emerged. Ren Xiaosu paused in astonishment. There are organizations now? The existence of such organizations implies that the number of extraordinary beings is not insignificant. Has he been captured? Ren Xiaosu inquired with curiosity. No. Su Xianxu shook his head. His power far exceeds your imagination. Currently, various strongholds are taking measures against extraordinary beings, seemingly categorizing the level of threat they pose. Though the criteria for this assessment remain unclear. Ren Xiaosu muttered, why must it come to a deadly confrontation? Can't we coexist peacefully? He expressed this sentiment from personal experience. As he himself was an extraordinary being, suddenly finding himself in opposition to such formidable entities, which inevitably caused him some distress. At that moment, Lu Bu interjected. We won't disclose your secret. You need not worry. Lu Bu, feeling a tinge of anxiety about potential repercussions, hastily reassured them. Su Xianxu glanced at Lu Bu but remained silent, recognizing that he still possessed a moral compass and would not resort to such drastic measures. However, who would genuinely trust Lu Bu? It would be folly to place faith in him. In a rare moment of candor, Su Xianxu retorted, among these individuals. You are the one I worry about the most. Lu Bu? Is this some sort of curse? He wanted to reprimand Ren Xiaosu but found himself hesitant. Su Xianxu remarked, you are also an extraordinary being, aren't you? Ren Xiaosu, taken aback, thought for a moment whether he had inadvertently revealed something, perhaps caught by Yang Shaojin. At that moment, Su Xianxu stated, you must have awakened a talent for provoking others. Ren Xiaosu. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He queried within his mind, Palace, do I possess skills related to provocation? What is their level? The palace responded calmly, perfect. Ren Xiaosu, perfect level. He had previously been in awe when discovering that Yang Shaojin possessed a perfect level skill, never expecting that he himself also had one. However, in comparison, his own perfect skill seemed utterly trivial. Palace, are you serious? However, upon reflection, Ren Xiaosu took a slight delight in his own mastery of perfect skills. Even amidst his discomfort. After all, possessing a perfect skill is no small feat. It has been said that accomplishing one significant task in life is already a remarkable achievement. Little did he expect that at such a young age, he had already reached the pinnacle of one endeavor. Su Xianxu glanced at the three corpses outside the cave and finally declared, let us depart. Regardless of what secrets lie within the mountain of realm, I must behold them. This was the yearning of an extraordinary individual. People once believed that the tales of yore were mere fabrications, yet as one draws closer to such legends, an insatiable desire for the vast world beyond emerges. Su Xianxu felt this, as did Ren Xiaosu. Su Xianxu remarked, I wonder if any of you have read a book called Journey to the West. I encountered it in the library of the barrier. At that time, I was astonished by the claim that someone could lift a staff weighing 500 pounds. Now, I ponder whether the characters in that book truly existed. It is said that the staff can suppress mountains. Ren Xiaosu reflected for a moment and replied, I haven't read Journey to the West. It wasn't available at the town school. However, your assertion that a 500-pound object can suppress mountains raises some concerns. That's over 6 tons. And the agricultural tractors at the factory outside the town can bear 10 tons. A slight overload would pose no issue. Su Xianxu inhaled deeply and turned towards the forest, venturing into the unknown mountain of realm. Upon entering the forest, Ren Xiaosu deliberately paid attention for signs of struggle, as the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the 2 soldiers from the private army the previous night remained unsolved. The heavy rain had washed away all traces of their footprints, making his search for evidence quite arduous. Without footprints, he could only observe the leaves and branches. The density of the forest was immense, with towering canopies above dense underbrush. It was inevitable that the 2 individuals would have broken some twigs in their passage, marks that the rain could not erase. Following a few lightly snapped branches, he found that the signs only persisted for a short distance before abruptly ceasing. Realizing what Ren Xiaosu was searching for, Su Xianxu inquired, did you discover anything? No. Ren Xiaosu shook his head, the trail ends here. They did not proceed further. It was reasonable to assume that fear had gripped those 2, preventing them from straying far from the cave. Yet, it seemed illogical. They were merely 10 meters from the cave. If an incident had transpired, Those within the cave would not have remained oblivious, even with the sound of rain masking other noises. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that the two had come here for a brief respite, only to encounter something utterly unforeseen, leaving them no chance to react or even utter a sound. Ren Xiaosu cast his gaze upon the surrounding trees, their trunks unblemished, the bark intact, devoid of any signs of struggle or conflict. It was the unknown fear that truly instilled terror. Let us proceed, Su Xianchu suggested, in such circumstances. Securing a safe campsite is paramount, even if it necessitates an early conclusion to our day's journey. Ren Xiaosu concurred with Su Xianchu's perspective. It would be ideal to find a refuge akin to last night's cavern, although we remain oblivious to the events that transpired. Our safety within the cave suggests that locating a similar shelter tonight would be prudent. The post-rain sky had not brightened. It was uncertain when the rain might recommence. The adage, "a fall rain brings a chill," held true, as the downpour had temporarily subdued the oppressive heat near the volcanic region. The group trudged laboriously through the forest, with Ren Xiaosu advising Su Xianchu to navigate toward areas with minimal puddles. In these times, even an ant could appear as large as a fingertip, and creatures like the human-faced bug had emerged. The danger of leeches posed a real threat, and their attire offered no protection against such parasites. How can insects grow to such sizes? Ren Xiaosu inquired. What exactly is this human-faced bug? Su Xianchu pondered before responding. Despite its bizarre nature, the human-faced bug remains confined within the limitations of its insect classification. Its anatomical structure precludes it from attaining the size of a mammal, as the oxygen supply is insufficient. Thus, I suspect the oxygen levels in this environment are exceptionally high, facilitating their growth. Have you noticed? Though our bodies are fatigued, our spirits remain high, and our minds are clearer. This is evidently a response to increased oxygen intake. Ren Xiaosu found Su Xianchu's analysis plausible. Not only was evolution at play, but there was also a hint of scientific rationale. In the eerie woods, the rustling leaves echoed like the movements of some terrifying creature traversing the treetops. As everyone held their breath upon spotting a strange white figure in the distance, fearful that their very presence might provoke it, the sight of a woman, her back turned as she scratched at a tree, baffled them all. The more they pondered, the deeper their fear grew. Ren Xiaosu noticed that Yang Xiaojin beside him was equally tense for the first time. He could see her lips pressed tightly together and her hand gripping the gun, the knuckles paling from exertion. Su Xianchu's shadow loomed protectively in front of him, as if anticipating the woman in white might suddenly lunge toward them. Despite her distance of several dozen meters, "Shall we take a detour?" Ren Xiaosu whispered. "Perhaps she will not follow us." No sooner had he spoken, a fierce gust of wind swept through the forest, and the figure of the woman in white appeared to levitate, as if carried by the air itself. Su Xianchu gritted his teeth and declared, "There is no escaping. If a mere specter can deter us, then what hope do we have of reaching the peak mountain?" With that, he boldly urged his shadow, gray shadow, to advance towards the woman in white. Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin exchanged glances, surprised by Su Xianchu's audacity in such dire circumstances. Some individuals, who often boast grandly in everyday life, reveal their timidity and trepidation in critical moments. Conversely, others exhibit remarkable composure when faced with peril, embodying an inherent ferocity. "Let us follow," Ren Xiaosu suggested. In the next moment, he and Yang Xiaojin synchronously trailed behind Su Xianchu. They were all inextricably linked in this endeavor, and they could not allow Su Xianchu to face the risks alone. Lu Bu trembled as he stammered. "What should we do? Should we follow? What if something like that appears beside us?" Luo Xinyu, stricken with fear, joined in, and Wang Lei followed closely behind. Seeing himself left behind only intensified Lu Bu's anxiety, prompting him to murmur, "Wait for me." Ren Xiaosu, positioned behind Su Xianchu, instructed, "If we find ourselves outmatched, use your gray shadow to ensnare her, granting us time to focus our attacks." Su Xianchu responded softly, "Understood. I entrust my back to you. Remain vigilant of our surroundings." Ren Xiaosu felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps those within the barrier had not experienced the harsh realities of the settlement, making them more prone to trust others compared to the refugees. In the settlement, one must always keep watch while sleeping. Those raised in such an environment could never relinquish their guard. Is this the distinction between the settlement and the barrier? The trio cautiously approached the woman in white, yet the closer they drew, the more peculiar their feelings became. Initially, Ren Xiaosu had crouched low, as this position allowed for the greatest force, but now he stood upright, bewildered. What in the world is this? Su Xianchu was equally perplexed. Guiding gray shadow boldly towards the woman in white, directly pulling her down from the tree. It was a tattered female plastic doll, seemingly inflatable. Naturally, Su Xianxu, Ren Xiaosu, and Yang Xiaojin were reluctant to carry that dilapidated doll, yet the responsibility fell to Lu Bu, who had raised the question of whether to take it. Thus, he was unequivocally tasked with its transport. In truth, Ren Xiaosu and the others believed the doll to be of little utility. Although none knew its purpose before the calamity, they were not foolish. Nevertheless, since it was not their burden to bear, they accepted it. Thus, Lu Bu found himself in a dismal predicament, exhausted yet forced to tenderly cradle the wretched doll. The worst part was that the group had not eaten all day, for Su Xianxu and his companions. Their knowledge of wilderness survival had only progressed to the point of foraging for pine nuts, which are notoriously difficult to extract and yield a meager amount. The seeds from a single large pine cone were hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth, yet what alternative sustenance was available? It was evident that Ren Xiaosu had no intention of assisting them. With a swift motion, Ren Xiaosu drew his dagger and made an incision on an unfamiliar tree, from which a milky sap began to flow. Su Xianxu's eyes brightened. Is this drinkable? The others shared in his excitement, but Ren Xiaosu shook his head, cautioning them that most milky tree saps in the forest were not safe to consume due to a high risk of poisoning. Su Xianxu, puzzled, asked, "Then why did you cut this?" "To coat my dagger with poison," Ren Xiaosu replied nonchalantly. The others were momentarily taken aback, incredulous that he would go so far as to poison his weapon. However, they dared not criticize Ren Xiaosu's cunning, as they had relied on him far too often during their journey. In the event of an injury, they would depend on him for suturing wounds and administering medicine. Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, and Wang Lei still had some money on them, reserved for emergencies to secure Ren Xiaosu's assistance. They had come to realize that when Ren Xiaosu was nearby, money could very well equate to life itself. If they were to offend him now, while he might still treat their wounds for a price, it could lead to a situation where, after stitching them up, he might demand a kidney in return. Lu Bu accidentally fell from the tree while gathering pine cones, but fortunately, the ground was cushioned with soft pine needles, cushioning his fall. However, Ren Xiaosu was not amused. "I have heard of the idiom acting in collusion, but have you ever seen a bay?" The others were momentarily stunned. Bay refers to a creature that trails behind a wolf, and the idiom describes how wolves and bay conspire to harm livestock, with the wolf using its front legs and the bay its hind legs, symbolizing a mutual agreement to commit wrongdoing. Indeed, Ren Xiaosu nodded. "Mr. Zhang from the academy also explained it this way, but I still pose the same question. Have you ever seen a bay?" As for the news regarding the Fire Seed Company, it was clear that Su Xianxu was uninformed, indicating that in the realm of intelligence, Yang Xiaojin had surpassed him, a soldier of a private army, by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Yang Xiaojin suggested that only core members of the Fire Seed Company would possess knowledge of its inner workings. Why did she specify core members rather than implying that the entire company was aware? Certainly, Yang Xiaojin must have attempted to gather information from members of the Fire Seed Company but returned empty-handed. Ren Xiaosu believed that Yang Xiaojin could not accomplish this alone, akin to how he himself was unaware of the exact number of refuge bastions constructed by humanity, having only heard of the largest, numbered 178. He was unaware of the existence of the Fire Seed Company or the multitude of consortiums. Yet he yearned to comprehend the full scope of the world in this era of limited communication. Thus, it was imperative for Yang Xiaojin to belong to some organization, the specifics of which remained a mystery. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "Are these the only 2 known locations?" Yang Xiaojin cast him a glance, replying, "There will be many more." By afternoon, with the exception of Ren Xiaosu, everyone else exhibited signs of fatigue. Lu Bu and the other 3 ordinary individuals had blisters forming on their feet. Yet they dared not lag behind or inquire about the possibility of a respite. Ren Xiaosu finished a bottle of water, then filled another from a shallow stream, while the others, lacking containers, resorted to using large leaves to carry their water. Su Xianxu in front possessed a canteen, and Yang Xiaojin had a concealed bottle of water, providing her with a vessel, not to mention Ren Xiaosu, who had both a bottle and a metal cup he had brought from home. However, Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei were not so fortunate. Thus, while Ren Xiaosu and the others strode ahead, the 3 of them awkwardly clutched leaves, appearing rather disheveled. When fetching water, Ren Xiaosu explicitly instructed them to steer clear of deep rivers and to leave the shallow stream promptly. This caution arose from the recollection of the prehistoric avian creatures reported in areas controlled by the Fire Seed Company. Reminiscent of the dark shadows he had encountered while fishing before, creatures that even other fish feared. Ren Xiaosu felt a twinge of regret for not having witnessed its true form. At dusk, they finally discovered a new cave, albeit a rather cramped one, where all 6 of them felt somewhat squeezed. Yet, there was no other choice. The nighttime forest was far too daunting. As they huddled together for warmth, each individual experienced a rare sense of security. Perhaps at that moment humanity truly recognized the significance of companionship. Ren Xiaosu surveyed the cave for any signs left by previous inhabitants, such as the inscriptions found in the cave they had occupied the previous night. Unfortunately, there were no new clues to be found here. Su Xianchu advised. If convenience is desired, it is best not to venture into the woods to avoid any unforeseen incidents. If the girls need to relieve themselves, we shall turn our backs, with one girl supervising us for your safety. As the group chewed on the freshly boiled pine roots, Lu Bu, reminiscing about the aroma of wild boar from earlier, jested with Ren Xiaosu, why not make another wish? Perhaps some animal might come crashing into us again. Ren Xiaosu retorted, why don't you make a wish? He would never sacrifice Yan Yuan's well-being for his own sustenance. The pine roots resembled celery in taste and were not particularly difficult to swallow. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu was exceedingly mindful of his words and actions, fearful of bringing misfortune upon Yin Luyuan back home. After being chided by Ren Xiaosu, Lu Bu felt a bit embarrassed. Was that a joke? If I could make a wish that actually worked, I would have done so long ago. Just because I say there will be animals delivered to us, does that mean it will happen? At that moment, strange and dense sounds emanated from the woods outside the cave. Instinctively, Ren Xiaosu and the others grasped their weapons. The next instant, 3 wild boars, 2 wildcats, 2 snakes, and 7 monkeys burst forth from the thicket. The wild boars were formidable, and the wildcats resembled the leopards depicted in textbooks. The monkeys stood nearly as tall as humans, estimating about 1.60 meters when upright. Ren Xiaosu was certain that this was not the luck bestowed by Yan Luyuan. These creatures, gathered together, could easily spell doom for them. This was certainly not good fortune. Staring at the beasts, Ren Xiaosu exclaimed, Lu Bu, what on earth did you say? Lu Bu was almost in tears. I was just speaking casually. Both humans and beasts found themselves in a stalemate, seemingly surprised to encounter each other. Ren Xiaosu lowered his voice, saying, Lu Bu, just tell them we're vegetarian today, and let them go. Lu Bu, in despair, looked at the group of wild animals outside the cave and uttered, I mean, does it even work? You all can leave. Initially, Ren Xiaosu intended it as a jest, but astonishingly, after Lu Bu spoke, the animals actually turned and fled in another direction. In truth, Ren Xiaosu was not incapable of confronting them. Although a pistol would prove ineffective against such animals, he possessed the ultimate trump card, his shadow. However, he wished to avoid revealing this ability. If it became known that he could replicate others' powers, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, if he were to replicate someone's shadow and surpass its original prowess, it would undoubtedly lead to uncomfortable situations. Wait, this might indeed be the case, Su Xianchu nodded. Since we have claimed this cave, they must have retreated elsewhere. Initially, everyone felt relieved upon discovering the cave for shelter, but no one anticipated the sudden turn of events. Should we find another place to hide? Someone whispered, what if something in the forest comes after us? No need to move, Ren Xiaosu shook his head. They clearly intended to take refuge here, but we occupied the spot first. This indicates that our cave should be sufficiently secure. What are they hiding from? Lu Bu inquired. Puzzled. At that moment, Su Xianchu gazed out at the forest. Perhaps they are evading this very forest, or more precisely, the nocturnal threats it harbors. Ren Xiaosu nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Animals possess a heightened awareness of danger far surpassing that of humans, for it is ingrained in their instincts. Do you recall the human remains we encountered while traversing the canyon? Yet, upon entering the forest, we found no traces of animal bones, which is rather peculiar. Every living being must face the cycle of life and death. How could it be that not a single animal skeleton is visible? Furthermore, I previously discarded fish bones and flesh in the woods south of the canyon, only to return the following morning and find them completely vanished, without a trace, mirroring the manner in which Su Xia's body went missing. The commonality among these vanished remains, be they human or otherwise, is their presence within the forest. Indeed, Su Xianchu concurred. And the fact that these creatures harbor such a profound fear of the woods indicates something is amiss. A forest that consumes its inhabitants. The others gazed out at the trees with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that after evolution, even plants have adapted? Su Xianchu reassured them, nevertheless. This discovery is fortuitous. Now that we have identified a pattern, we can take precautions in advance. The unknown fear transforms into a known fear. Understanding its principles allows us to diminish our trepidation somewhat. Precisely, someone remarked, as long as we avoid entering the woods at night, we should be fine. With this thought, the previous psychological shadows began to lift slightly. Wang Lei chuckled, then we must ensure to find a campsite far from the woods before nightfall. Ren Xiusu shook his head. It's not just at night. We must remain vigilant even during the day. We cannot ascertain whether these animals and plants have reached the pinnacle of evolution. What if they prey upon us in broad daylight? Then we shall navigate along the ridge where the trees are sparse, Su Xianchu decisively proclaimed. As they resumed chewing on the roots of the pine trees, someone inquired, Ren Xiusu, how did you discover that the pine roots are edible? It was not my discovery. Someone in the town mentioned it. Ren Xiusu replied calmly as he added more firewood to the campfire. Lu Bu, eager to ease the tension with Ren Xiusu, quickly interjected. The people in your town possess profound knowledge of the wilderness. This is the wisdom of humanity. Lu Bu, unsure how to flatter further, resorted to awkward praise. However, Ren Xiusu did not fully endorse his statement. He glanced at Lu Bu and remarked, this is not wisdom. Who would willingly consume pine roots when there are better options? The notion of eating pine roots was discussed many years ago when I heard about it. I could only imagine the countless lives that were lost to starvation during those years. In this era of uncertainty for the displaced, every matter pertains to survival. What began as an awkward attempt at flattery only served to deepen Lu Bu's discomfort. At this moment, Luo Xinyu eased the atmosphere by asking, why have wild beasts grown larger in size, while humanity has not? Instead, we have evolved extraordinary beings like Su. Su Xianchu responded, perhaps it is due to the distinct manner in which humans evolve. Throughout history, our evolution has primarily centered around intellect. Ren Xiaosu interjected, I have heard another theory. Last year, after escaping from a wolf's jaws, I posed a question to Mr. Zhang from the academy. He asked me a thought-provoking question. Some creatures in nature do not require extensive movement to develop robust muscles. He mentioned an animal called the chimpanzee, which, even when confined in cages, could grow muscles far exceeding those of humans simply by eating and sleeping. In contrast, if humans merely eat and sleep, their muscles tend to atrophy. Yang Xiaojin remarked, your Mr. Zhang from the academy is no ordinary person. Ren Xiusu was uncertain how Yang Xiaojin reached that conclusion. He did not know if Zhang Jinglin was extraordinary, but he believed Zhang to be a good person. He continued, Mr. Zhang remarked that there exists a gene within the human body that restricts muscle development, and as humans have become increasingly intelligent, this gene has continued to evolve. He referred to this phenomenon as the price of wisdom. Lu Bu had also tried to cultivate his physique, but discovered how challenging it was to build muscle. Just then, Yang Xiaojin suddenly doused Ren Xiusu with cold water. I have seen extraordinary beings with evolved physiques. How do you explain that? Ren Xiusu was taken aback, pondering. Could it be that their ancestors had some interaction with beasts? Yang Xiaojin, Su Xianchu, Lu Bu. Everyone looked at Ren Xiusu in silence, as if he had just insulted someone. Luo Xinyu suddenly became intrigued. Your Mr. Zhang from the academy seems quite exceptional. He must be very knowledgeable, right? Does he spend his leisure time reading? There are similar individuals in the barriers. Luo Xinyu pressed on. Those people are quite impressive. Not quite. Ren Xiusu shook his head. In his spare time, he tends to cultivate vegetables in the courtyard. Luo Xinyu was momentarily speechless, pondering how much of what transpired in the town deviated from her expectations. Yet, Ren Xiaosu appreciated Zhang Jinglin's approach. He was scholarly yet down to earth, still able to stoop to till the soil despite his vast knowledge. Just then, all of them suddenly heard the sound of chains dragging across the ground in the forest. Clatter, clatter. The chains collided with the earth, producing a crisp sound, as if their owner was crawling through the woods, surveying his territory. A chill ran down Ren Xiusu and the others' spines. How could there be creatures traversing the woods at night? Had their previous judgments been erroneous? Were those animals not supposed to be hiding from the woods? Gratitude extends to WGWSKY as Shisan Sui ascends as the new lord of this tome. The ease with which we converse stems from a shared understanding of the woodland's secrets. As long as we maintain our distance from the thicket, danger shall not encroach upon us after dusk. Yet, what manner of place is this Jingshan, and why does it harbor such eerie occurrences? The sound of dragging chains seems drawn toward the glow of the cavern, gradually approaching the forest's edge. Ren Xiaosu, Yang Xiaojin, and Su Xianchu deftly disengaged the safeties of their firearms, instinctively assuming a stance aimed at the source of the sound. In an instant, Yang Xiaojin perceives that Ren Xiaosu's movements are remarkably adept, evoking a sense of déjà vu that is both inexplicable and oddly comforting. akin to a compulsive individual finally aligning their blocks in perfect order. However, such contemplations are a luxury they cannot afford. For the master of the chains is now crawling to the forest's periphery. The inhabitants of the cavern strain to discern the nature of their visitor. Yet the entity remains shrouded in darkness, refusing to reveal itself. A soft thud resonates from the woods, and a wave of nausea washes over Rinshushu, as he suddenly realizes that it is the creature's saliva dripping onto the leaves below. Once it reveals itself, we fire, Su Xianchu declares. The firepower of the three of us is sufficient to barricade all possible routes toward the cavern. At that moment, I can send my shadow to engage it. Agreed, Rin Xiaosu murmurs, contemplating that if this creature proves too formidable, he shall no longer conceal his own shadow. The wildcats, resembling leopards in size, and the boar, akin to small mountains, have long since vanished, but Rin Xiaosu understands that only a greater, uncontrollable force could have driven such fierce beasts to flee the woods. His breathing becomes increasingly measured, his emotions tranquil, as he silences the sounds of his heartbeat and breath, focusing intently on the whispers of the wind through the trees. Perhaps, in the next moment, the secrets of this forest shall unveil themselves. Yet, to their astonishment, when the clanking of chains reverberates through the thicket once more, it is revealed that the master of the chains is retreating. What is happening? Su Xianchu frowns. Is it afraid to leave the woods? The trio maintains their aim, wary that this may merely be a ruse. Rinshushu contemplates it is quite possible that it dares not step beyond the forest. For the cavern lies but a mere dozen meters away, and did not the beast prior seek refuge here? The sound of the chains dragging across the ground recedes, and the three of them finally relax somewhat. It seems we were overly optimistic. The secrets of Jingshan are far beyond what we can uncover through mere conjecture. The forest must harbor its own mysteries, or perhaps other terrifying entities, Rinshushu remarked. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the absence of any traces when Su Xia's body went missing. You all should rest, Su Xianchu said. I will take the first watch tonight, and you can relieve me past midnight. Yet, despite his words, Rin Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin tacitly decided that one would keep watch for the first half of the night, while the other would take the latter half. Su Xianchu, observing this, could not help but smile wryly in his heart. It seemed he was still regarded with a measure of distrust. Rin Xiaosu stood up and stretched. But before he could fully extend himself, a sudden and violent explosion echoed from deep within the mountain. The abruptness of the sound startled Rin Xiaosu. Individuals from the cave emerged, exclaiming, "What is happening? What occurred? Is it a volcanic eruption inside the mountain?" Some inquired. However, it did not sound like a volcano. Su Xianchu shook his head. It resembles the sound of human explosives. If Su Xianchu was still uncertain, then Rin Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin were decidedly convinced, after all. Rin Xiaosu had long since acquired the skills for advanced explosive manufacturing from Yang Xiaojin, along with countless experiences from trial detonations. Rin Xiaosu was already quite certain that the recent sound was unmistakably that of a directional explosion created by conical explosives. Such conical charges, akin to armor-piercing rounds, are employed to violently create craters in hard ground. They utilize the Monroe effect to direct the explosive waves, capable of forming enormous pits in the earth. This sound was distinctly different from that of group charges or linear charges. The term group charge refers to explosive packages akin to bundles, designed to demolish individual bunkers or structures with immense power, while linear charge pertains to detonator-like explosive tubes. Rin Xiaosu knew that if he could discern this, then Yang Xiaojin would undoubtedly recognize it as well. Someone was indeed excavating underground in the depths of the mountain. Why would they be digging? Could it be that vast secrets lay buried beneath the depths of Jing Mountain? Earlier, you mentioned that other teams had come to Jing Mountain? Rin Xiaosu turned to Su Xianchu and inquired. Yes, it is highly probable that they are also associated with the Qin Consortium, Su Xianchu replied. After all, the actual management rights of Barrier 112 lie with the Qin Consortium, making it difficult for other factions to bypass them to reach Jing Mountain. Rin Xiaosu instinctively cast a glance at Yang Xiaojin. Was her discreet presence here also in pursuit of the secrets hidden within Jing Mountain? Even to this day, Rin Xiaosu remained unaware of Yang Xiaojin's hidden cards. Aside from her impeccable marksmanship, this girl in a duckbill cap must possess other forms of support. Hasten. We must increase our pace. Su Xianchu expressed a hint of reluctance. From the sounds, the Qing clan must have dispatched their formidable armed forces to Barrier 112. We must arrive there before they uncover the secret. Are you disregarding your life? Rin Xiaosu gazed at Su Xianchu in silence. Knowing that the Qin clan has reinforced their personnel, you still dare to venture inside? Su Xianchu remained silent for a long while. We've come this far. Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin exchanged glances, uncertain why those 4 words seemed to possess an enchanting power. This was indeed the truth, seeing that the opposing side had even employed explosives. It was quite possible that the route to Barrier 112 had been cleared by the Qing clan. Retreat was not an option. They could only advance. Ren Xiaosu, Su Xianqiu, and Yang Xiaojin appeared to be most intrigued by the secrets of the mountain itself, unlike Luo Xinyu, Lu Bu, and Wang Lei, who simply wished to rendezvous with the Qing clan without delay. Regardless of the secrets, where there are people, there is hope. They had witnessed the combat brigade of the Qing clan within Barrier 113, which was undoubtedly not comparable to any mediocre private forces. Therefore, Lu Bu and the others believed that as long as they found the Qing clan, their safety would be assured. Moreover, both Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu had some connections to the Qing clan, though they were not particularly close. They had crossed paths with Boss Luo from Barrier 113 on a few occasions. To them, this wilderness resembled a realm of beasts. Additionally, they had narrowly escaped an encounter with a mysterious creature in the woods the previous night, prompting them to hasten their departure while daylight remained. Out of concern for the creature, Ren Xiaosu opted for bare ridges and valleys when choosing their path, avoiding the woods. Who could say for certain whether that creature was active during the day? It had never explicitly stated it remained indoors during daylight hours. What if it merely preferred nocturnal activities and was not afraid of the sun? What if today it had altered its schedule? There was no certainty in such matters. The cave they occupied was approximately several dozen kilometers from where the sounds of explosions resonated in the mountain, and by maintaining their pace, they could certainly reach their destination by evening. Of course, Ren Xiaosu also feared unforeseen circumstances and discussed with Su Xianqiu and Yang Xiaojin. The mountain paths cannot solely be evaluated by straight-line distances. The trails are winding, and it is quite possible that the kilometers we estimate could take several days to traverse. What do you mean? Su Xianqiu inquired curiously. If we cannot reach our destination today, then we absolutely must not risk traveling through the night. Ren Xiaosu asserted firmly. Even if you wish to press on through the night, I shall find a place to wait until dawn. Su Xianqiu pondered for a moment and said, I agree, no night travel. Su Xianqiu and Ren Xiaosu turned to Yang Xiaojin, who affirmed, I agree. Hopefully, the journey will not be so arduous, Ren Xiaosu remarked. As the day progressed, Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu seemed to possess an inexplicable surge of energy, despite having just burst the blisters on their feet the previous night. After enduring such strenuous exertion, one could only fear the toll it would take on their souls. Observing their condition, Ren Xiaosu jestingly suggested they take a day off, to which Lu Bu resolutely replied that he was perfectly fine. It was evident that driven by their instinct for survival, Lu Bu and his 2 companions had unleashed their utmost potential. Suddenly, Su Xianqiu spoke up, announcing the discovery of a human corpse ahead. Ren Xiaosu lifted his gaze and was taken aback to see a lifeless body lying quietly at the valley's bottom. What astonished him further was the sight of tattered clothing scattered around the skeletal remains, with blood having dried into a deep purple hue upon the rocky ground. Ren Xiaosu mused, there is flesh and blood, yet no signs of decay. This must be a body that has not been dead for long. But how could a recently deceased human body appear here? Could it be someone from the Qing family consortium? No, Su Xianqiu shook his head. Look at the clothing. It belongs to a private military unit. The attire of private forces is deep blue, while that of the Qing family is black. Which private military unit? Does the unit from Barrier 112 dress like this? Ren Xiaosu questioned, filled with doubt. They cautiously approached, a sense of foreboding rising within them. At that moment, Su Xianqiu spotted a small identification tag, which should have hung around the neck of the deceased to identify the body posthumously. However, when he picked up the tag, he was taken aback. Su Xia? How is this possible? A chill gripped Ren Xiaosu's heart. Is it truly Su Xia? Look, this tag cannot be mistaken, Su Xianqiu asserted, his submachine gun held aloft, wary of any lurking horrors. Ren Xiaosu peered at the tag. Indeed, it was Su Xia. How did his body come to be here? They had lost Su Xia's remains before entering the canyon, and over the past 2 days, they had traversed nearly 100 kilometers. How could his body have moved here on its own? What force had transported Su Xia's corpse? As Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianqiu began to raise their weapons in vigilance, Ren Xiaosu squatted to examine the body. Luo Xinyu and Lu Bu had already retched. And after a prolonged bout of vomiting, Luo Xinyu asked, Aren't you afraid? Ren Xiaosu's expression remained unchanged. I have encountered far uglier sights. No. There is something amiss with the wounds on this body. The creature devoured his innards. But look at the clean edges of the abdominal wounds. What beast could inflict such precise lacerations? I have never encountered a beast with such formidable teeth. Upon hearing Ren Xiaosu's words, even Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu could not help but glance over. They were well aware of Ren Xiaosu's profound understanding of the wilderness. If he claimed to have never seen such a creature, it was clear that it was no ordinary beast. It was merely a cursory glance. Yet Su Xianchu immediately furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "Damn, this is a human bite mark." Perhaps it was a deep-seated fear that prompted Su Xianchu to utter such profanities. Not only he, but even Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin felt a chill coursing through their bodies. Ren Xiaosu looked up and inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Su Xianchu affirmed. "During my school days, my first love bit me on the arm when we broke up." Ren Xiaosu retorted, "I'm nearly scared to death. Why are we discussing this?" To be frank, Ren Xiaosu was genuinely terrified at that moment. Su Xianchu too was feeling a tinge of fear. Why on earth would there be human bite marks on a corpse? "You think," Ren Xiaosu pondered. "Is it possible that someone was dragging a chain last night? A person? We need to leave this place immediately," Yang Xiaojin urged. "Form a tactical formation to guard against potential ambushes. If that thing can silently remove a corpse, it can surely approach us without a sound." Ren Xiaosu asked nervously, "What is a tactical formation?" He was not attempting to be flippant. He genuinely did not know. "You walk on my left," Yang Xiaojin instructed. "Providing little explanation, each of us will manage our own sector of vision. If any strange creature approaches, shoot immediately." In that instant, Yang Xiaojin seemed to naturally assume command. While neither Ren Xiaosu nor Su Xianchu protested. At that moment, it became clear to all that they were treading a precarious tightrope. A moment's inattention could lead to irreversible consequences. Each of them yearned to survive, with Ren Xiaosu especially eager to do so. Starting tomorrow, updates will resume at 6 o'clock sharp, with the official release confirmed for June 1st, marking an explosive launch. Each snowflake bears its own guilt, perhaps due to the daylight. Ren Xiaosu and his companions did not encounter any further threats. They crossed paths with a wild cat that bolted towards them but did not attack. Instead, it fled in haste. As they drew closer to the location of the Qing family consortium, their caution intensified. According to the protocols of the operational brigade, scouts were always deployed to establish concealed outposts during reconnaissance missions. Su Xianchu remarked, "Thus, we must exercise extreme caution as we approach." "So professional? They even have outposts?" Ren Xiaosu queried. "But it's not just the outposts. The surrounding area has likely been swept clear by force. That wildcat we saw earlier was clearly spooked." Indeed. As they stealthily advanced, the sound of gunfire began to echo in the distance. Ren Xiaosu mused that the armed forces of the consortium seemed significantly stronger than those of private military units. The latter appeared merely as fodder, while the consortium seemed to be effortlessly dispatching the beasts of the mountains. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by Zhang Jinglan. "Humanity's firearms are far more formidable than you can imagine." Ren Xiaosu, possessing advanced firearm skills, now comprehended the veracity of Zhang Jinglin's statement profoundly. At that moment, an injured wild boar charged towards them. Su Xianchu whispered, "Step aside, do not fire." This boar was larger than any they had encountered before, yet its head and abdomen were gushing blood, rendering it frenzied. Su Xianchu and his companions hastily cleared the boar's path, not out of fear of being overpowered, but because, since they could hear the gunfire of the consortium's armed forces, it was evident that the consortium could hear them as well. Their greatest concern was being discovered by the consortium prematurely. Lu Bu gazed at the boar and remarked, "We could stop it and roast it. We haven't eaten anything in nearly a day." Ren Xiaosu lamented the existence of such individuals in this world, whose value lay in contrasting others. He turned to Lu Bu and said, "I truly envy you. You've evolved intelligence yet choose not to use it," appearing quite carefree. Lu Bu was momentarily at a loss for words, while Su Xianchu clarified, "By lighting a fire here, you are merely announcing your presence to the Qing Corporation." Wang Lei, observing the boar that had just brushed past them, questioned, "We are all human. Shouldn't we hurry to seek refuge with the Qing Corporation? Why concern ourselves with being discovered?" Wang Lei, Lu Bu, and Luo Xinyu were eager for the Qing Corporation to arrive and rescue them. To the consortium, the secrets here were worth more than human life. "You genuinely believe that such a presence would save you?" Su Xianchu sighed. The trio, Lu Bu, Luo Xinyu, and Wang Lei, who initially intended to ally with the consortium, felt utterly despondent upon hearing this. The truth was that their understanding of the world was still at a lower echelon in the eyes of the consortium, rendering them oblivious to its true nature. Protected within the barrier, they only needed to work diligently each day to have food and drink, free from beasts and hunger. The consortium had assured them that the outside world was safe, that the beasts had been eradicated beyond the barrier, and so they believed it, living in a false sense of peace. Then why should we even go there? When Lu Bu realized that being discovered could lead to his silencing, he lost the mental fortitude that had sustained him throughout the day. His desire to seek assistance from the Qing Corporation had become his last lifeline. Lu Bu despondently sank to the ground. You all go on. I shall not follow. Ren Shusu and the others paid Lu Bu no mind as they pressed forward. To them, his fate was of little consequence. In truth, Ren Shusu preferred that Lu Bu remain behind. However, before Ren Shusu and the others could venture too far, Lu Bu, listening intently to the faint whispers of the wind through the surrounding woods, became increasingly anxious and promptly scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Wait for me." At that moment, Ren Xiaosu inquired, "What if we encounter the combat troops of the Qing Consortium?" Su Xianchu pondered for a moment and suggested, "We should prioritize retreating to the rear. Their main objective right now must surely be to excavate the remnants of civilization from before the catastrophe, rather than pursuing us." "You underestimate the consortium's resolve to suppress information," Yang Xiaojin interjected, shaking her head. "Once they discover our presence, it will undoubtedly lead to a relentless pursuit. Moreover, their helmets are equipped with wireless communication systems. If they find themselves unable to eliminate us immediately, they will surely call for reinforcements. At that point, you may find yourself preferring to coexist with the man-faced insects." Ren Shusu paused, taken aback by the ferocity of the Qing Consortium. Curiously, he asked, "You seem to know quite a bit about these combat troops?" Wang Lei hesitated, stating, "The soldiers of the consortium have families too. Wouldn't that be rather cruel?" Yang Xiaojin responded calmly, "In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Whether voluntary or coerced, every individual in war is a tragedy, simultaneously creating tragedies for others. Let us proceed." Su Xianchu urged, gazing toward the forest ahead. The secret hidden within the mountains beckoned them. If the consortium were to regard it as worthless, they too might lose interest. However, the consortium's evident reverence for this secret suggested it held significant value. Retreat meant certain death. Only by advancing could they hope to survive. Su Xianchu and the others attentively discerned the origins of the gunfire, striving to avoid any encounters with the consortium's combat troops. Ren Xiaosu estimated that perhaps within an hour, they would uncover the secrets concealed in the mountains. As the incessant gunfire gradually subsided, it appeared that the Qing Consortium had completed their initial sweep, expelling all potentially threatening beasts. Su Xianchu whispered to Ren Xiaosu, "This should be the time when the consortium sets up their outer sentries. They may not have sufficient manpower. Even if a few hundred arrive, they cannot seal off such an extensive area." "How many troops are typically in a combat brigade of the consortium?" Ren Xiaosu inquired. Su Xianchu hesitated, replying, "Approximately 4,000 to 5,000, but they cannot mobilize all at once. They must also consider the stability of their stronghold." "That is not right." Ren Xiaosu shook his head. "I sense that the stronghold is not the primary concern. Can a stronghold rebel after just a few days? That seems implausible. Therefore, we must prepare for their full mobilization. At the very least, they will deploy thousands." Well, Su Xianchu was indeed aware of this principle. He merely harbored a sense of hope. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "However, we cannot mobilize entirely. The supplies at each bastion are insufficient to sustain thousands of individuals for an extended duration in the depths of Jing Mountain. It is not merely a matter of inadequate provisions. We must also consider transportation, logistical support, and manpower. Their soldiers are equipped with a substantial arsenal of firearms. So taking all factors into account, the first wave entering the mountains would likely consist of no more than 1,000 troops." Ren Shusu pondered for a moment. Perhaps Su Xianchu possessed a greater expertise regarding military operations. He replied, "I trust your judgment, but I must reiterate, if their scouts maintain an exceptionally tight blockade, I will undoubtedly take a detour via Bastion 112 to exit the mountains without the slightest hesitation." "All right," Su Xianchu nodded, recognizing the validity of Ren Xiaosu's decision. After all, the three of them, Ren Shusu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin, would surely meet a grim fate if pursued by over 1,000 assailants. At that moment, Su Xianchu's expression turned resolute. "If guerrilla tactics are required later, we must abandon the other three. They cannot keep pace with us." Suddenly, Su Xianchu paused, surveying their surroundings. "Where's Yang Xiaojin?" Ren Xiaosu was equally taken aback. He scanned the forest and then inquired of Lu Bu and the others at the rear of the group. "Have you seen Yang Xiaojin?" It was at this juncture that everyone realized, amidst their advance, Yang Xiaojin had inexplicably vanished. If Lu Bu had gone missing, Ren Xiusu might have suspected he was carried off by some creature, but if it were Yang Xiaojin, such a scenario was entirely implausible. Initially, Ren Xiaosu and Su Xianchu had perceived Lu Bu and the others as burdens, but now they felt an unsettling realization. Yang Xiaojin viewed all 5 of them as encumbrances. But what was Yang Xiaojin's true purpose for being here? In that instant, Ren Xiusu recognized that her objective might not be the secrets of Jing Mountain itself. Yang Xiaojin harbored an even greater secret within herself. Ren Xiusu and Su Xianchu exchanged glances, as if simultaneously arriving at a decision. It seems, Ren Xiusu declared with a sense of righteousness, that Yang Xiaojin may have fallen behind. As her teammates, we must split up to search for her. It is far too perilous for her to be alone. Just then, Lu Bu turned to face Ren Xiusu and Su Xianchu, only to find both Ren Xiusu and Su Xianchu had also vanished. What the hell? They spoke of searching separately, but this was clearly an act of fleeing. At the moment they were closest to the heart of Jing Mountain, Ren Xiusu, Su Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojin all made the decision to shed their burdens. They were acutely aware that the operational forces of the Qing Corporation were formidable, whether they chose to infiltrate stealthily or take a detour. They could not afford to bring Lu Bu and the others along. After all, they were not bound by blood or deep connections. So the act of abandonment presented no emotional burden whatsoever. However, Ren Xiaosu felt a profound sense of regret. Over the past few days, he had been tirelessly devising ways to garner gratitude from this group, and after much effort, he had managed to accumulate a mere 93 gratitude coins. Now that he was acting alone, the prospect of earning more gratitude coins seemed increasingly elusive. Lu Bu and the others were immediately thrown into a state of panic. They had initially considered aligning themselves with the Qing family consortium, only to later realize that the consortium might silence them. Subsequently, they thought it would be advantageous to leave with Ren Xiaosu, but now all 3 of them had fled, just as they were engulfed in confusion. Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu suddenly heard the ominous sound of chains dragging across the ground behind them. The trio's scalps tingled with dread. Had it not been said that the creature would not venture out during the day? Why was it trailing them so closely? Thoughts of Su Xia's battered body and the feral beasts they had encountered while fleeing the forest haunted Lu Bu, reminding him of the sound of drool hitting the leaves the previous night. In the next moment, Lu Bu suddenly turned and ran. Disregarding the potential repercussions from the Qing family, his only desire was to survive. As Lu Bu sprinted, the others followed suit. But he soon realized he was not as swift as Wang Lei or Luo Xinyu, although Wang Lei had sustained injuries. The remarkable properties of the black medicine had enabled him to recover in just over 2 days. Fearful of the mysterious creature behind him, he was startled when, just as he overtook Lu Bu, he felt Lu Bu trip him with a swift kick. With a heavy thud, Wang Lei crashed to the ground. Lu Bu thought to himself, "Forgive me, but for others to survive, someone must make a sacrifice." He ran for his life, but before he had covered much distance, he heard Wang Lei's agonized screams, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of tearing flesh. Wang Lei's wails echoed like a vengeful spirit intent on tearing Lu Bu apart. Yet the cries abruptly ceased. The sound of chains resumed, indicating that the creature had resumed its pursuit. Despair washed over Lu Bu, and as he attempted to aid Luo Xinyu, he found her already far ahead of him. Suddenly, voices emerged from the woods ahead. Upon closer inspection, Lu Bu discerned figures clad in black combat gear, armed with firearms. Lu Bu shouted, "Monster! There's a creature behind me." The combat personnel exchanged tactical gestures, and soon over 20 operatives emerged from behind the trees, advancing towards Lu Bu, a complete tactical squad. The foremost member commanded, "Kneel and cover your head." Without hesitation, Lu Bu dropped to his knees, fully aware that failure to comply would result in his execution by gunfire. He could only surrender his fate to destiny. The sound of chains grew increasingly closer, and at the moment the creature's master entered the line of sight, the operatives suddenly shouted through their helmets via wireless communication, "Escapee specimen detected, requesting backup. Open fire." The gunfire erupted like thunder. Gratitude is extended to Dodamaku for becoming a new ally of this book, and appreciation is due to the classmates from Kenshubian for their 11 commendations, establishing themselves as new allies as well. In the realm of the shattered civilization, within the operational sequence of the consortium, a complete squad comprises 30 individuals. At the very first moment of encountering peril, they are capable of unleashing a comprehensive barrage, which is the reason why the beasts can only flee in disarray before them. However, despite such formidable prowess, this combat unit, when faced with the so-called experimental subjects, unhesitatingly calls for reinforcements, indicating their lack of confidence in overcoming the adversary alone. Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu knelt on the ground, surrounded by the cacophony of gunfire. A soldier positioned his rifle to the side and deftly bound Lu Bu and Luo Xinyu's thumbs with a plastic strip, causing them considerable discomfort. Remarkably, this soldier completed the search of Lu Bu in just 2 seconds, ensuring that this man and woman posed no further threat. The other soldiers paid Lu Bu no mind. As if he were invisible, each had their own duty, functioning like gears in a meticulously crafted machine, each step taken with unwavering precision. Yet, someone murmured quietly, questioning the nature of the plastic figure Lu Bu carried. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communication channel. The experimental subject is fleeing towards the 9 o'clock direction. Attention. Combat sequence in that direction. It appeared that the experimental subject had no desire to confront the formidable combat unit head-on, opting instead to evade their might. In that moment, Lu Bu felt as if the combat prowess of the consortium was celestial, while that of the private forces was terrestrial. In this light, the private army resembled mere livestock in the consortium's pen. Previously, Lu Bu had feared he might be summarily executed by the consortium, as Ren Xiaosu and Yang Xiaojin had depicted them as monsters. However, he felt a measure of relief, thinking that at least he would not perish. Yet, in the next instant, a scream echoed from the combat unit ahead, suggesting they had sustained casualties. Ren Xiaosu remained concealed in the shadows of the forest, thoroughly shrouded by the underbrush. A centipede swiftly approached him, only to be impaled into the earth by his dagger. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu had donned the combat attire of Sun Juanjing's private army, not out of destitution but for the camouflage it offered in the woods. Soon, the sound of footsteps resonated in the distance. He had not strayed far and thus heard the combat unit of the consortium calling for backup. To Ren Xiaosu, this seemed the opportune moment to breach the consortium's blockade. If they required reinforcements, the front line would coalesce into a focal point of firepower, revealing gaps in the encirclement. When he and Su Xianchu departed separately, they did not establish a rendezvous point. Upon arriving here, each individual instinctively chose to act alone, confident that their individual capabilities had surpassed the strength of the collective. However, this alone was insufficient to sustain their solitary endeavors. The primary obstacle was their inability to trust one another. When Yang Xiaojin was still present, there was a sense of caution among them, and the three formed a temporary, yet stable alliance. With Yang Xiaojin's sudden disappearance, this alliance shattered instantly. Ren Xiaosu held his breath, waiting for the approaching combat team to pass by. The Qing family consortium clearly possessed far more solid intelligence than Su Xianchu. They even knew what the monstrous entity dragging the iron chain truly was. An experimental subject? Was there still someone conducting experiments in these deep mountains? Ren Xiaosu harbored doubts, but did not linger on them for long. After the reinforcements passed, he swiftly advanced into the depths of the mountain, moving with astonishing speed. During this period, he narrowly evaded encounters with 2 other support teams. Fortunately, he managed to hide in time. At this moment, Ren Xiaosu felt perplexed. Was it truly impossible for so many to vanquish a single monster? Or was that creature simply too powerful? There was no time for such contemplations. The priority was to break through into the inner perimeter of the blockade, whether escaping the mountain or uncovering its secrets. This was Ren Xiaosu's best opportunity. He darted through the forest, where the gnarled roots and uneven terrain seemed incapable of hindering his progress. His speed remained unimpeded by these obstacles. Gradually, he began to hear the sounds of large machinery ahead, indicating that an extensive excavation operation was underway. Before him lay a hillside, and as Ren Xiaosu stealthily ascended to gaze over the other side, he was taken aback. To his surprise, he had not anticipated such a bustling sight in the heart of the mountain. Approximately 500 meters beyond the hillside, a multitude of excavators was actively reshaping the ground. Yet, what captivated Ren Xiaosu's attention was not merely the excavators, but the grand city beyond the slope. The city had been reduced to ruins, and the excavators were digging near a pit, seemingly created by the Qing family consortium using explosive charges as they searched for something. In truth, the city before him was far from intact. It was only a fragment, abruptly halted at the edge of the mountains, buried beneath earth and stone. The rugged, post-catastrophe city resembled a vast labyrinth, a dilapidated maze. But even from this glimpse, Ren Xiaosu could envision the city's former magnificence. On a dilapidated building, there remained a relatively intact iron sign inscribed with the words Shaolong, Kansas. Ren Xiaosu pondered the meaning of this name. Could it signify a carp leaping over a hurdle to transform into a dragon? Truly, it is an enigmatic place. However, before Ren Xiaosu could unravel its mystery, the sign shattered upon contact with an excavator, a testament to the inexorable passage of time and decay. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ren Xiaosu felt an inexplicable allure toward this location. The tectonic shifts of year had buried countless civilizations beneath the earth, which also contributed to the volcanic formations within the mountains. Yet, astonishingly, a vast city remained, albeit in ruins, with its essence still intact. From his vantage point on the mountain, Ren Xiaosu observed that certain areas, several kilometers away, had been excavated, yet the work halted abruptly after a portion was unearthed. It felt as though there was a deliberate search for something. Upon discovering that the subterranean depths did not harbor their intended prize, the efforts ceased for a reassessment of the location. Ren Xiaosu realized that whatever the Qin Consortium sought was of great significance to them, and they possessed a clear understanding of what they were after. At that moment, he noticed a heavily guarded area in the distance where containers were stacked, and soldiers were administering injections to some unconscious beasts before transporting them one by one into the containers. Were these the creatures captured by the Qin Consortium? One could only surmise that these evolved beasts were destined for a fate of research. Should he depart? Ren Xiaosu contemplated that he might never have the chance to approach the elusive target sought by the Qin Consortium. After all, he had witnessed their formidable combat capabilities. Seizing that secret from them seemed utterly implausible. Suddenly, Ren Xiaosu spotted a young man clad in a white suit standing on the rooftop of a building, gazing down upon the city. Against the desolate wilderness, the pristine white suit was strikingly incongruous, evoking a profound sense of the clash between brutality and civilization. Ren Xiaosu had encountered suits before. The high-ranking figures within the barrier often passed through the town, and he had once glimpsed such individuals seated stiffly in their vehicles, exuding an air of authority. In those moments, he had mused on the grandeur of those elite. However, if someone dared to don a suit, especially a white one, to traverse the wilderness, Ren Xiaosu would undoubtedly have cursed them as foolish. A suit is a hindrance in combat, constraining one's movements. And should one encounter a beast they could not overpower, escape would be nearly impossible. Yet, in that instant, as he beheld the young man atop the building, Ren Xiaosu felt no sense of discord between the man's attire and the wild surroundings, for he was not destined for battle. This is likely the mastermind behind the Qin Consortium's recent operation, Ren Xiaosu mused, noting that such high-ranking figures within a consortium indeed possess an air of distinction. He hunched his shoulders, fearful of being discovered by the consortium's combat units. It was worth noting that there were thousands of personnel stationed for security in the vicinity of the construction site, and Ren Xiaosu felt that he and Su Xianchu had underestimated the consortium's resolve to seal off this area. Curiously, he scanned his surroundings, wondering where Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin might be hiding. Although they were out of sight, he was certain they were present, prepared to withdraw. Ren Xiaosu had no intention of concerning himself with the plans of others. Upon realizing that seizing the secrets of this mountain was beyond his reach, he felt a sense of retreat wash over him. Remaining there held little significance. As for the mountain's secrets, perhaps they would pique the interest of Yang Xiaojin and Su Xianchu far more than his own. He deemed it unnecessary to risk himself for this enigma. If there were an individual present with high-level skills, holding a trove of basic and master-level learning diagrams, then perhaps Ren Xiaosu would consider taking the plunge. Such a person would be a true treasure in his eyes. In truth, the most pressing concern for Ren Xiaosu was the increasing number of underground structures being unearthed, with some collapsing under the slightest touch of excavators. Previously, they had stood firm, merely due to the absence of disturbance. Some structures, already exposed at the surface, retained relatively intact storefront signs that he could vaguely recognize, such as beauty salons and blind massage parlors. Ren Xiaosu found it hard to believe that anything of great value could be hidden here. This was the primary reason he wished to depart. He wondered how Su Xianchu and Yang Xiaojin would react to this scene. After all, Ren Xiaosu had endured considerable hardships and traveled great distances, only to be met with this. The sound of gunfire provided him some reassurance. At least it meant that the Qin Consortium was preoccupied and could not attend to him at that moment. Although there were numerous soldiers stationed at the foot of the hill, they seemed concentrated around the active excavation site, while the areas abandoned by the consortium appeared to have lost their value, neglected and overlooked. However, these forsaken locations represented potential openings for Ren Xiaosu to exploit. The Qin Consortium had felled trees along the route to create a base for the road, demonstrating their formidable capabilities. In this desolate wilderness, they had indeed carved out a path without needing to negotiate with the wild beast of the mountains. This led Ren Xiaosu to reassess the strength of the consortium. considering that this was merely a combat unit of a single bastion. According to Yang Xiaojin, a single consortium could control a dozen or even 20 such refuge bastions. Thus, if Ren Xiaosu were to flee towards Barrier 112, the beasts and other creatures along that route would undoubtedly have been startled away. Quietly, he made his way in the opposite direction of the city, utilizing the natural ravines and dilapidated structures as his best cover. He gazed upon the ruins of a once magnificent skyscraper, its towering body split in two. Ren Xiaosu had no doubt that before the cataclysm, people could stand atop this edifice and survey the entire city from above. In his earlier days in the town, he often speculated with Yin Luyuan about what the barrier might be like, yet it now appeared that while the barrier could potentially span a greater area than the city, its elegance and prosperity paled in comparison to what once thrived here. Of course, that elegance and prosperity were but remnants of the past. Now, only desolation and ruin remained. As Ren Xiaosu glided down the slope beneath the shadows of the trees, he noticed some dusty signs scattered amidst the ruins, murmuring to himself, "Why are there so many foot massage and wellness signs in this city? Did people really enjoy foot baths so much?" Navigating cautiously between the remnants of this abandoned city and the earth, Ren Xiaosu meticulously avoided the gaze of others. Maintaining a distance of approximately 500 meters from the headquarters of the Qin Consortium's combat division, he was confident that by carefully utilizing the visual blind spots and architectural cover, he would remain undetected. However, as he progressed, he found himself momentarily halted. For to his left stood a well-preserved tobacco shop. Most structures had long been reduced to rubble by the seismic movements of the earth. Yet 30% of the buildings in this city had survived. A tobacco shop. Ren Xiaosu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tobacco and alcohol were scarce commodities in the town. Otherwise, Zhang Jinglin, as a teacher, would not have been left without cigarettes daily. Stealing a glance towards the Qin Consortium's side, he confirmed that no one was paying attention before eagerly stepping inside the shop. He reached for the cigarettes displayed on the counter. Noticing that each box was wrapped in transparent plastic, Ren Xiaosu thought to himself that perhaps this protective layer would help preserve them better. Yet, the moment he touched the cigarette box, the plastic crumbled into powder. A pang of regret struck him. How long had these items been left here? What Ren Xiaosu was unaware of was that cigarettes also have a shelf life. Although manufacturers seldom disclose how long their products remain viable, tobacco stored for over 3 years typically loses its flavor. After all, the sealing quality of that plastic wrap was rather mediocre.